I am a clear-minded university student. By a stroke of misfortune, I have found myself traversing into a fanfiction of the grand female lead genre set in the world of Harry Potter. I have become a mere background character. Faced with a winking owl tilting its head, I am plunged into contemplation. I apologize to the main characters. I resolutely choose the path of everyday life. Chapter 1. The Transition. As the book title suggests, I have crossed over. In this era where everything can be traversed, such occurrences are hardly remarkable, and finding oneself within the realm of Harry Potter is quite natural. However, what I did not anticipate was that I had not entered the original narrative, but rather a fanfiction, specifically of the grand female lead variety. There's truly no issue with being in a fanfiction. I harbor no grand ambitions. Regardless of where I find myself, my sole desire is to be an inconspicuous background character. Familiar with the plot, I do not wish to defy expectations. Instead, I prefer to embrace a carefree existence, a trope that is all too commonplace. Thus, when the Sorting Hat inquired to which house I wished to belong, I decisively chose Hufflepuff. Oh, are you certain you wish to join Hufflepuff? Excellent. You possess qualities of honesty, kindness towards others, and a fondness for magical creatures. Simultaneously, you exhibit calm rationality and a thirst for wisdom. Ravenclaw would also welcome you. The Sorting Hat droned on with its predictable discourse. Strictly speaking, any house other than Gryffindor or Slytherin would suffice. Yet as a traditional individual from the Flower Country, my heart undeniably leans towards the honest and kind Hufflepuff, which is also conveniently located near the kitchen. I wish to join Hufflepuff, I declared with unwavering conviction. Very well, then, Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. The Hufflepuff table erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating each new member assigned to their house. I sighed in relief, unable to suppress my smile as I approached the Hufflepuff table. Hooray! I joyfully and smoothly integrated with the little badgers, eagerly watching the subsequent sorting. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, as expected, were assigned to Gryffindor. Draco, after receiving a gentle tap from the Sorting Hat, was placed in Slytherin. Next came the female lead of the fanfiction I now inhabit, Violetta Gunter. Just by her name, one can tell she is extraordinary. As in the story, she was sorted into Slytherin. Within the fanfiction narrative, Violetta Gunter is the heir of the Gunter family, a pure-blood wizard of unblemished lineage, a stunning beauty of the Slytherin house with golden hair and violet eyes. On the surface, she presents herself as an elegant and courteous young lady. Yet in reality, she is the third-generation Dark Lord, capable of casting the Avada Kedavra curse with ease. Do not inquire about the origins of the Gunter family heirloom. It is simply a fan fiction premise. By her first year, she could best quarrel in combat. In her second year, she tamed a basilisk, obliterated a diary, and in her third year, aided Sirius in clearing his name while capturing Peter Pettigrew, thereby earning the favor of the entire main cast. In her fourth year, she participated in the Triwizard Tournament alongside Harry and emerged victorious. By her fifth year, she had established her own faction, and in her sixth year, she succeeded Voldemort as the Dark Lord. Do not question how this was achieved. It is merely a fan fiction premise. Beneath such a radiant halo, it appears unnecessary to engage in any superfluous actions. I quietly embraced myself within my thoughts, vowing to remain an absolute background character. Both in the original tale and in this fan fiction, there are numerous perilous battle scenes. It is well known that the safest places warrant a pair of quotation marks. I am not particularly strong or filled with fighting spirit. I harbor no desire to be caught in the crossfire, confront danger, or partake in any adventures. In this fan fiction, there is no unresolved conflict. All the necessary adversaries have been dealt with, and the villains vanquished. Although the protagonist is the Dark Lord, she does not endorse blood purity nor indiscriminate slaughter, instead pursuing absolute power and authority. As long as I remain inconspicuous, neither befriending nor antagonizing the main cast, I can lead a safe and stable life until graduation. Very well, that is my resolution. I have resolved in my heart not to pay attention to individuals from other houses. Following the sorting ceremony, we were greeted with a long-awaited feast. Food materialized upon the table with a resounding thud, steaming and sizzling roast pork chops, lamb chops, beefsteaks, and potatoes with crispy golden shells, all exuding tantalizing aromas. quintessentially Western fare. The first bite was particularly delectable, the second worth savoring. Yet after finishing the meal, I began to hope that future feasts would not solely consist of such dishes. I genuinely feared my stomach might not tolerate such cuisine in the long run. However, it has not yet reached that point. I continued to enjoy my meal and drink while engaging in conversation with my newly acquainted classmates. Perhaps due to my distinctly Asian appearance, the Badgers were quite curious about me. "Are you of Asian descent?" inquired Hannah Abbott nervously from beside me. Upon learning her name, I paid special attention to this adorable girl with round cheeks. "Yes, I am of Hwaja descent," I responded, attempting to be friendly as I quite like this girl with rosy cheeks and two braids. "My parents are also of Hwaja descent, but they have resided in England since their marriage. In a certain sense, I could be considered an overseas Chinese. Since I do not possess extensive knowledge about such matters, I do not actively differentiate." Wow! The Badgers expressed their astonishment, yet simultaneously conveyed their understanding. Having known each other for only a short while, no one pressed further about my family background. "My name is somewhat challenging to pronounce. For convenience, you may call me Claire, which is my English name," I added with a smile. Hogwarts accepts international students. The admission criteria require a record in the Book of Admission, possessing magical ability, and residing within the British Isles, with no specific nationality requirements, according to the original lore. Strictly speaking, as long as a young wizard is born and resides in the British Isles for an extended period, their magical ability can be detected and acknowledged by the Book of Admission, regardless of their nationality, permitting them to enroll. I felt a twinge of guilt while uttering these words. To be frank, I have never met my parents in the context of my current identity. Despite my calm demeanor, I even suspect they may not exist at all. My identity here appears flawless. Yet precisely because it is so immaculate, my background seems as though it was meticulously crafted for the purpose of my transmigration, an authentic Hwaja descendant, yet born in England. Previously, my frail health kept me confined indoors, devoid of friends or any interaction with the outside world. My parents were alive but seldom present, and with a wealthy background, I found it convenient to exercise my freedom as a time traveler. Allow me to clarify. Unlike those in many transmigration novels, I did not inherit the original host's memories. This information was penned in a letter upon my arrival. At that time, I awoke alone in a spacious, empty house, my body diminished. Before I could comprehend the situation, an owl gracefully flew in through the window and dropped 2 letters before me. I chose to open one and found myself lost in contemplation. It was entirely in English, handwritten, and I could not decipher it. However, I could surmise that the combination of an owl and an English letter indicated an invitation to enroll in a certain magical school. Feeling a bit flustered, I decided to remain calm and open the other letter, which was indeed in Chinese, and thoroughly detail my identity, background, and various pieces of information. My experiences from childhood to the present have been meticulously arranged for me, as if to ensure that I am not unaware of whom they refer to, complete with a thoughtful photograph to substantiate that this information pertains to my post-transmigration self. The letter not only recounts details about me, but also delineates my forthcoming endeavors, specifically attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, an astonishing revelation indeed, while also instructing me to wholeheartedly embrace life at Hogwarts according to my own inclinations. Me? I gazed at the leisurely owl, which then winked at me. It is quite exhilarating to witness an owl wink in my lifetime. Wait, I suddenly realized this is not the conventional process of transmigration, is it? The conclusion of the letter thoughtfully reminded me to diligently review my English before the commencement of the school year, lest I encounter difficulties in daily life. I was utterly astonished. I never anticipated that, after having completed the CET4 and CET6, I would still need to study English. I recall that after the college entrance examination, I deliberately chose a major completely unrelated to English or mathematics. Yet now, having transmigrated to a foreign land, I find myself without a voice pack, relying solely on self-study. I yearned to escape, but alas, there was no recourse. I was already in England, having been reduced to the stature of a child. To better adapt to my new identity, I could only learn English through tears.
Chapter 2, Privet Drive and Diagon Alley. From the moment I received the letter after my unexpected journey, I devoted myself to practicing my spoken English while pondering my next steps. The house had thoughtfully provided me with educational materials. Until I grasped the situation, I had always believed in going with the flow. Thus, learning English was imperative, and attending Hogwarts was a necessity, if I had not been deceived, after all. This was Hogwarts. Ultimately, I had no idea what else I would do if I did not go. The anxiety stemming from this unfamiliar environment propelled my progress in spoken English at an astonishing pace. Truth be told, I had never exerted myself as fervently for my college entrance exams. Suddenly thrust into a foreign land, faced with an unfamiliar language, I initially lacked the courage even to step outside. I grappled with the intricacies of daily living, and after exploring the house, I confirmed that I was entirely alone. The house catered to my solitary existence, providing suitable clothing, ample food, currency, books, and even gold galleons along with numerous magical artifacts, including a well-equipped kitchen that met my needs. However, given my language barriers and the fact that I was still a child, living independently remained an exceedingly daunting challenge. Just as I was mired in my quandary, the owl returned with a letter, detailing helpful tips for navigating life here, more comprehensive than any search engine, and informing me that the house was protected by spells, serving as a sanctuary for me at this moment. I learned that the current year was 1991, and I also discovered the name of my neighborhood, Privet Drive. I thought to myself, how predictable. It's now completely certain that this is indeed Harry Potter's world. I just wonder if I might encounter Harry here. My days of huddling within the confines of the house were bearable, but I understood that I could not remain indoors indefinitely. Gathering my courage and preparing myself to venture outside was the best way to acclimate to my new surroundings. I resolved to seek out shops. I had to take that first step. Fortunately, the owl accompanied me, and having it around while I was alone greatly alleviated my anxiety, providing me with a sense of security. Who wouldn't adore a fluffy, well-behaved owl? It allowed me to pet its head and would actively engage and play with me. As I stepped outside, it tilted its head at me, and although it bore no discernible expression, I felt as though I were a little one observing my mother setting out to forage. How utterly adorable. People often delight in crafting narratives around their animal companions, and envisioning myself as their little one embarking on errands doubled my courage. I mused internally while igniting my determination, vowing to procure delicious treats for the owl upon my return. With resolute steps and money in hand, I boldly left the safety of my house and entered the unknown streets beyond. I located a supermarket near my home, and after a whirlwind of determined actions, I successfully acquired the items I desired using my rudimentary English. In instances where I struggled to express myself, I resorted to the most primal form of communication, body language. Wearing a victorious smile, I returned home unscathed, ready to treat both myself and the owl. I did not seek out number 4 on Privet Drive. Given the timely hints I had received, I figured it was best not to attempt to meet Harry, as I feared I might inadvertently become a burden to others. As I walked, I sensed the gazes of passers-by upon me. This was to be expected. Perhaps they were puzzled as to why a small girl with an Asian face wandered the streets alone. It proved that learning in a spoken environment accelerated my progress. My spoken English improved remarkably. Although I stumbled along the way, I was doing my utmost to adapt to this new life. With less than a month until school commenced, as I contemplated how to reach Diagon Alley, yet another letter arrived accompanied by a slender package. The owl startled me as it flew in with the parcel. It seemed that whenever I faced an insurmountable challenge, a mysterious letter would appear to provide solutions. I opened the letter first, written in Chinese, informing me that someone would arrive the next day to accompany me to Diagon Alley for shopping, and advising me to keep the wand and pocket watch secure and refrain from using them. Indeed, the package contained a wand and a pocket watch. I examined them closely, but regrettably, discerned nothing of significance. Thus, I set the wand aside and kept the pocket watch close. When dealing with the unknown, adhering strictly to the rules was paramount. At times, I found it peculiar. Who was sending these letters? This person surely knew of my predicament and had arranged nearly everything for me. While I remained completely oblivious to their identity and intentions, I poked the owl's feathers in contemplation. The owl gazed at me and suddenly hooted. I was taken aback. Those fortunate enough to have heard an owl's call might understand my current astonishment. You, how can you? I struggled to convince myself. My eyes filled with incredulity. The earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment at the sound. Why does such an adorable owl emit such a bizarre, yet comical noise? At that moment, I was unaware of the owl's breed. Only later, after perusing a book on animal species, did I discover it was a great horned owl, known for its evocative calls and hearty appetite for rodents, though I had yet to witness its hunting prowess. My fraying patience as a caretaker lingered until the following day when someone knocked at the door. I cautiously opened it. My caution was warranted. The individual at the door appeared rather peculiar, tall and thin to the point of being unsettling. For a fleeting moment, I was struck by the illusion that a lifeless skeleton stood before me, cloaked in the classic black robe of a witch, her attire and hair impeccably arranged. Expressionless as her piercing gaze fixed upon me. It was, indeed, somewhat intimidating. "Hello," she greeted with a slight nod. "Are you Miss Lemming?" I almost failed to recognize my own name, as it sounded peculiar in English, sending a shiver down my spine before I hesitantly nodded in acknowledgement. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Liana Fairborn." Liana's voice was calm and deliberate, yet it carried an inexplicable gravity. "Your parents have written to inform me that they are abroad for work and unable to return to accompany you. They hope I can assist you with the necessary preparations for your enrollment at Hogwarts." She succinctly summarized the situation. "I, too, am an alumna of Hogwarts, and I believe I can offer you some valuable guidance and assistance. I will accompany you to Diagon Alley to purchase the items you require for school, and when term begins, I will ensure you reach platform 9 3/4. I focused intently on her words, perhaps to accommodate me. She spoke significantly slower than others I had encountered, her enunciation remarkably clear. From the letter, I had gleaned information about my parents, who were both wizards from my homeland, residing in England after their marriage and giving birth to me. Due to my frail health, I had remained in England, while they often traveled abroad for work, leaving me alone frequently, leaving a sick child in an empty house. Well, they seemed rather ill-suited to be anything other than mere background characters in my life. "Yes, I understand. My parents have already informed me through their letter." I stammered. "Thank you, Miss Fairborn," employing my rudimentary English. "No need to rush, Miss Lemming. You can practice at your own pace." Miss Fairborn, though stern in demeanor, gently corrected my spoken language, revealing a warmth beneath her seemingly rigid exterior. Gradually, I began to relax. Under her guidance, my speech became more fluid as we made our way to the renowned Leaky Cauldron. Due to my acute awareness of specific terms, I could even overhear discussions about Harry, who had recently visited Diagon Alley with Hagrid. Despite her slightly intimidating appearance, Miss Fairborn proved to be reliable and conscientious, ensuring my comfort throughout our time together and offering timely reminders when I hesitated. I had brought enough galleons from home. Our shopping excursion was delightful. We procured school uniforms at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions and gathered essential magical texts and specified textbooks at Flourish and Blots. I resolved to explore the second-hand book section at the earliest opportunity. Following our checklist, we acquired brand new cauldrons, brass scales, dragonhide gloves, ample quills, and parchment, among other items. I am grateful to Miss Fairborn for her invaluable suggestions, reminding me of crucial yet easily overlooked items. The accumulated weight of our purchases was daunting, but fortunately, she graciously used magic to assist with the transport of our goods. Miss Fairborn also inquired if I wished to acquire a pet. I happily informed her that I already had a delightful owl, to which she nodded with approval. Eventually, we arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Chapter 3, Wands and Riddles. Upon entering the shop, I found it devoid of customers. Miss Fairborn waited outside while I nervously stepped into the cluttered space. It seemed the previous young wizard had just left, as I noticed fresh scorch marks on a nearby shelf. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the disheveled Mr. Ollivander emerged from the depths of the shop. "Good afternoon," he greeted. "Hello," I replied, somewhat shyly. "Ah, a rare child indeed. Let me see which one would suit you." He spoke rapidly, and I struggled to decipher his words, extracting key phrases to grasp his meaning. "Try this one. It's made of mahogany. It might be a good fit for you." Mr. Ollivander handed me a wand. Although I did not fully comprehend, I understood this was my cue to try it. Nervously, I accepted the remarkable wand. Having witnessed magic firsthand, I had yet to cast a spell myself. Despite my acceptance into Hogwarts, I harbored doubts about my ability to wield magic, as it was an entirely new realm for me, a leap from the mundane to the magical. Trusting the mysterious figure who had delivered my acceptance letter, I reasoned that no one would go to such lengths merely to admit a non-magical person to Hogwarts, only to expel them later. Therefore, I should be capable of performing magic. It couldn't all be in vain. The mahogany wand felt weighty in my hand, and I waved it absent-mindedly, not aiming, when suddenly, a book flew off the shelf in the distance. "This won't do," Mr. Ollivander said, shaking his head in anticipation. He retrieved another wand. "Try this one, made of beech. Perhaps you possess the wisdom to impress it." I carefully waved it, but it too seemed disinclined toward me, and a gust of wind swept through the shop. "No, this won't work. Let me see." "Peculiar child," Mr. Ollivander murmured as he produced measuring tools. A tape measure flew up and down my body, and I stood like a marionette, rigid. He muttered to himself, displaying no sign of dissatisfaction with the added work, and delved back into the jumble of wands. He presented several more wands, but unfortunately, none suited me, and my anxiety grew exponentially. I glanced outside at Miss Fairborn, who seemed increasingly restless, yet Mr. Ollivander remained unfazed. "Ah, I should have thought of this wand," he suddenly exclaimed, retrieving one from a more obscure corner. As soon as I held it, I knew it was likely the one. It felt entirely different, light and effortless. I waved it as per usual, and it emitted a soft, warm white light, reminiscent of sunlight. Yes, this is the one. Alderwood, phoenix feather. Remarkably supple, Mr. Ollivander finally smiled. You shall make a fine wizard. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude to him with the most familiar words I could muster. Outside, Miss Fairburn awaited, guiding me back to my home with a steady demeanor. After settling my purchases, I thanked her once more, but she maintained her cool expression, bidding me a precise farewell before departing. I eagerly unpacked my items, then picked up my wand to examine it closely. I believe no true Harry Potter fan could resist the allure of possessing their own wand, unique and representative of my first step into the magical world. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming excitement, as if I could leap to the ceiling. How wonderful it would be to cast a spell. Alas, reality soon reminded me that I currently lacked the ability to perform even a single spell, and learning magic independently would prove challenging. Despite having magical textbooks, my understanding was not guaranteed. My limited English proficiency was a secondary concern. Without a seasoned wizard to guide me, learning in such a state of confusion could be perilous. The casting of spells necessitated precise incantations and gestures, and novices often encountered various mishaps, often unaware of the potential consequences. A classic example is the explosive mischief of Seamus Finnegan from the films. He did not intend to blow himself up initially. Mistakes in magic can lead to uncontrollable outcomes. What should I do? Before my distress could deepen, a book seemingly materialized out of nowhere, striking me squarely on the head with a resounding thud. What kind of book ambushes me? Dazed, I gazed upwards, stars swirling in my vision. Aside from a reminder to clean the chandelier, the room was empty. Even my owl was absent. I couldn't even spot a fly to suspect it of being an animagus. Curiously, I picked up the book and fell into contemplation. It was indeed suspicious, but to be honest, everything I had experienced thus far was inherently dubious, either steeped in monumental secrets or staggering revelations. I opened the book, only to find it completely blank, offering no clues. Skeptically, I flipped through its pages, confirming it contained not a single word. Such a suspiciously empty tome easily conjured thoughts of a certain boss's mysterious diary. Could it be? I recalled that the first page of that diary bore the name Tom Riddle. Silently, I produced my pen, though I was unaccustomed to using a quill. This was not the time for such concerns. The ambiguity required action. Cautiously, I inscribed a question mark on the blank page. Question mark. What happened next was both miraculous and unsurprising. My writing gradually faded, as if consumed, and soon, another line of text began to materialize. Upon reading this line, I could ascertain that this book had no relation to Tom Riddle, for the text was in Chinese. Answer everything you wish to know. Record all you wish to remember. Go away, Riddler. It was a rare opportunity to engage with something interactive, so I directly wrote, Who are you? The words began to appear. The Book of Truth. A succinct yet seemingly trivial response. As if it had divined my thoughts, another line appeared on the page. You may confide your doubts and concerns to me. Where do you originate from? How did I arrive here? What is my purpose? Doubts are acceptable, but concerns, perhaps not. I shall proceed with a philosophical trifecta. The Book of Truth, a creation born from an individual's exhaustive wisdom and soul. Your arrival was serendipitous, culminating in fate. The future is yours to choose. These three statements seem to convey something, yet simultaneously, they feel devoid of meaning. Were I the author of a novel, I would eagerly employ such phrases to inflate my word count. I fell into silence. Oh, venerable book, why has my child Zihan disappeared today? The child lay on the bed upon returning home, and I initially thought something was amiss. Upon touching them, I discovered their lifelessness. The child wept, revealing that others in their class knew the truth, while they did not. Teacher, did you bully them? Cursed riddle book, I shall report you to the authorities. The riddle book hesitated for a moment, displaying ellipses and question marks. I chuckled softly. Who is Zihan? Zihan is my child. You do not possess a child named Zihan. How do you know I do not? I feel a twinge of contrarianism, yet it seems inconsequential. The entity before me appears equally obstinate. In my current understanding, you do not have a child. Perhaps your information is outdated. I truly have one. If you doubt me, reveal what you know about me. I am certain there are inaccuracies. The riddle book fell silent for a moment before inscribing words. It indeed recounted my information, albeit regrettably, not what I wished to see. Ming Lai, a citizen of the Flowering Land, born on February 9, 1980, in England, parents. This was the identity I assumed upon transmigrating. It closely resembled what I had seen in my letter, yet I was reluctant to stop at such meager revelations. I began to bombard the riddle book with inquiries from various angles. Why do you call yourself the Book of Truth? The riddle book would be more fitting. You failed to clarify anything. You want me to pose questions? Fine, how old are you this year? Have you just turned 18? Are you male or female? You withhold this information. What do you know? Can you teach me magic? Do you wield magic? If you cannot perform magic, how can you instruct me? This is a disservice to students. Under the relentless barrage of my questions, the pages of the riddle book seemed to sag. Chapter 4. Magic and the Hogwarts Express. Before the commencement of the school year, I endeavored every conceivable method and rhetoric, ultimately deducing the nature of this book. It appeared to exist solely to resolve my dilemmas. Primarily functioning as a guide to aid me in learning magic, akin to a teacher in book form, to whom I could pose every inquiry regarding magic, and it would respond in a matter-of-fact manner. It possessed extensive knowledge of magic, the breadth of which I had yet to ascertain. But it was undeniable that it was not omniscient. The Book of Truth resembled a sophisticated alchemical product, perhaps, or a modern artificial intelligence. It boasted a relatively complete information repository and relied on this database to communicate with me. Beyond its limits, it remained oblivious. For instance, if I inquired about a trigonometric coordinate system, it would falter, as its creator evidently did not intend for it to solve mathematical problems. The language was Chinese. Presumably a deliberate choice, this book was unaware of my past before transmigration, as all contained information pertained to my life thereafter. Whenever I probed it with deeper questions regarding my current circumstances, it would transform into the riddle book, spewing a plethora of nonsensical drivel, or suggest I inquire about other topics, yielding no useful intelligence. Fortunately, I could now practice magic at home, at the very least. This book could provide me with ample guidance in that regard. Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. The feather quill before me began to rise gently. Splendid. I silently cheered. Through my relentless practice, I had finally mastered the complete incantation for the levitation charm. In the Harry Potter films, the levitation charm left a profound impression on me. I still remember its incantation, and the repercussions of failure are minimal, making it my preferred choice for practicing magic. I devoted an entire week to attempting it. Perhaps my talent was lacking, or perhaps other factors influenced my progress, but my pace in learning magic was somewhat sluggish. I knew Hermione had successfully cast the levitation charm in the first lesson. I did not expect to possess such innate talent. Yet achieving this result after a week of reciting the incantation hundreds of times, with guidance from someone, the book, left me concerned about how I would keep pace with the curriculum at Hogwarts. What is magic? I pondered. Perhaps my previous life had ingrained materialism so deeply that I initially felt no trace of magical energy within me. After reciting the incantation dozens of times on the first day, desperately recalling my experience at Ollivander's wand shop, I finally felt a flicker of that peculiar energy coursing through my body. It was during that moment that I successfully raised the quill. This greatly invigorated me. At least through diligent practice, I could learn and wield magic, avoiding the disheartening realization that I was not favored by magic after witnessing its wonders. Utilizing the time before school commenced, I primarily focused on the levitation charm, the Lumos charm, and the Scourgify charm. These were spells I could currently learn independently and practice extensively. Of course, only the levitation charm was one I could cast consistently. After mastering spellcasting, my exploration of the house deepened, leading me to discover various magical items I could utilize. Classmate Xiaoming instructed me on how to identify and use these magical objects. Xiaoming is the book itself, as I often envisioned it as a familiar electronic AI companion, thus bestowing upon it a new name. After all, the title Book of Truth sounds rather juvenile. A humorous and down-to-earth name suits daily interactions better. I also named the owl. I could hardly call it owl upon arriving at school, as that would lead to confusion. For this, I scoured the English dictionary, racking my brain, experiencing firsthand the struggle of naming. Hazel, come here. I joyfully opened the cage for Hazel to enter. Hazel, a name signifying hazelnut, is unisex. I checked my suitcase once more, grateful to Xiaoming's reminder that led me to discover the suitcase that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Perhaps you should check that suitcase in the storage room, Xiaoming had suggested. Naturally, I heeded the advice, resulting in my finding an entire room within the suitcase, effortlessly resolving my concerns regarding space. I stroked my chin, feeling as though Xiaoming resembled a fixed-point NPC, guiding me to discover special items and expand my collection. The purposefulness contrasted starkly with its earlier, more bureaucratic demeanor. Before the school year commenced, I prepared by ensuring I had 2 wands and a pocket watch on my person. Both Xiaoming and Hazel were temporarily placed in the suitcase's room. All right, everything is packed. I await Miss Fairburn's arrival to escort me. Promptly, Miss Fairburn appeared before the house. I donned a broad smile, lifted my suitcase, and followed her. She cast a glance at the suitcase, revealing little surprise, and maintained her characteristic aloof demeanor. Together, we made our way to King's Cross Station, traversing platform 9 3/4, before I boarded the Hogwarts Express alone. Turning back, I observed Miss Fairbairn standing on the platform. Watching me depart, perhaps due to the angle, Her expression seemed to soften considerably. Even as I settled into an empty compartment, I remained somewhat dazed. Everything had unfolded too smoothly. After years of waiting for the owl and the acceptance letter, I had received my very own wand, mastered spells, and sat aboard the Hogwarts Express, daydreaming about my forthcoming academic life. All my previous fantasies had been realized. This realization unsettled me. I had always believed that the first principle of living well in the real world was not to expect everything to go too smoothly, for it could easily lead one into a state of despair. Whether one labels me as pessimistic or possessing low self-worth, my doubts served merely as a protective mechanism. And my ominous premonitions indeed proved accurate, confirmed merely minutes later. A girl tapped gently on the compartment door, politely inquiring if she might sit with me. Naturally, I responded affirmatively, warmly inviting her in. She thanked me, her demeanor light and unpretentious, her simple words exuding elegance and propriety, indicative of her fine upbringing. Her appearance was angelic, with golden hair and violet eyes, slightly curled and silky, her gaze clear and bright, instantly endearing. At that moment, I wondered if she was a scion of some illustrious family, and in a sense, I was correct. I introduced myself as Laming, a flower cultivator residing in England. If it pleases you, you may also address me as Claire, my English name, as I am aware the pronunciation of my original name can be somewhat challenging. I endeavored to project an innocuous smile. It seemed the girl bore no ill will toward my rudimentary English. She continued to smile, fostering a relaxed atmosphere conducive to conversation. Upon my self-introduction, the girl gently revealed her name, Violet Gaunt. My friendly smile faltered. As a somewhat unprofessional admirer of Harry Potter, I was aware that the Gaunt family had no living heirs in the original canon. Many fanfictions exploit the Gaunt lineage, presenting them as purebloods, heirs of Slytherin, or even having distant ties to Voldemort, conveniently bending the lore. Yet, that was beside the point. My enthusiasm for HP fanfiction had acquainted me not only with the fact that the Gaunt family had no descendants, but also with the name Violet Gaunt. In the last fanfiction I perused before my transmigration, Chapter 5 was titled Violet Gaunt. Violet Gaunt. I silently repeated her name. Unfortunate coincidence, as it bore the same name as the protagonist in a fanfiction I had read. In that narrative, Violet was presented as the last living heir of the Gaunt family, a descendant of Corvinus Gaunt, who proved her lineage at the tender age of 10 and inherited the family's legacy. The primary plot revolved around her enrollment at Hogwarts, where she garnered allies, built her influence, studied dark magic, bested Voldemort, and ultimately rose to become the third Dark Lord. The character of Violet was perilously formidable, elegant and polite, yet ambitious and unscrupulous. By her final year, she was nearly ruling half of the wizarding world. Her formidable prowess only overshadowed by the fact that she possessed a system, specifically a Dark Lord cultivation system. I thought, what a comprehensive set of attributes. No. Do not jump to conclusions so readily. It cannot be definitively linked to that fanfiction yet. I shook my fingers, forcing myself to regain composure. Violet, across from me, detected the tension in my expression and promptly sought to ease the atmosphere. Every new acquaintance seemed a bit taken aback upon hearing my name. As the Gaunt family is rather notable, she offered a smile tinged with concern, hoping I would not take offense. Upon first seeing you, I felt an instant kinship, and I sincerely hope we can become friends. Violet's demeanor was earnest. At least in the presence of this amiable girl, one is inclined to lower their guard. This was predicated on the fact that I had not been alarmed by the name, realizing that my transmigration was not into the original narrative, but rather a fanfiction. Oh, I apologize, I was merely surprised. I quickly sought to clarify, wary of Violet detecting any inconsistencies. My parents had once mentioned the Gaunt family to me, describing it as a powerful and ancient lineage. Please forgive my possibly imperfect English. Sometimes, I struggle to hear what others say. I internally braced myself, feeling my cheeks flush. As maintaining my persona was challenging under such tension, I typically shy away from speaking. No worries, your English is quite good, Violet reassured me, demonstrating her understanding nature. We exchanged casual conversation. Fortunately, others soon arrived, inquiring if they might join us in the compartment. Sensing my reluctance to engage in dialogue, Violet kindly shifted her focus to converse with the newcomers. I observed discreetly, growing increasingly astonished. Violet possessed remarkable social skills. Her words swiftly bridged gaps with others, all the while avoiding any semblance of eagerness. She appeared as a friend with a keen sense of balance, adeptly controlling the rhythm of conversation. I witnessed the transformation of two newcomers' attitudes toward Violet, shifting from indifference to wariness, and finally to friendliness, even initiating dialogue. Compared to the average individual, Violet exhibited an early demonstration of leadership qualities. As the Hogwarts Express departed, the scenery outside whisked past us, and during this time, Violet attempted several times to include me in the conversation, aware that my silence might be misconstrued. I wished to avoid revealing any flaws, but did not desire to alienate Violet either. Thus I feigned shyness, occasionally reddening my face or pretending to be embarrassed, softly informing them that I did not understand, hoping to dissuade her from drawing me into the discussion. I even explained that I suffered a bit from motion sickness, which was true, no pretense needed. Violet hesitated for a moment before gently asking if I required assistance. I admitted to feeling slightly dizzy, albeit mildly, assuring her that a brief rest would suffice. Consequently, Violet and the other two maintained a quietude that allowed me to rest comfortably for a while. On the train, we also purchased a few snacks to share, which outwardly strengthened our bond. When the Hogwarts Express reached Hogsmeade Station, we gathered our belongings and disembarked, following Hagrid to the lakeside to board a boat. I, Violet, and two unfamiliar classmates found ourselves in the same vessel. On the gently rippling surface of the lake, numerous boats glided toward the imposing Hogwarts castle, which stood silently, steeped in magic, awaiting the arrival of new students. Unlike in the films, it appeared even older and more mysterious in the darkness. Witnessing the true Hogwarts, I found myself at a loss for words, only able to feel awe. Everyone gazed at the approaching Hogwarts, the place where we would spend the next 7 years. We reached the shore, and everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. On the train, an amusing incident unfolded as Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter nearly found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. However, the ever-intervening Violet promptly stepped in. At that moment, I had been entirely oblivious to the fact that Harry Potter was seated just beside us. As the commotion escalated, Violet emerged to assess the situation, discovering the confrontation between Draco and Harry. Upon grasping the situation's context, she sternly admonished Draco and his entourage to refrain from causing trouble, while offering solace to Harry and Ron, ensuring that no genuine conflict transpired between Draco and Harry under her mediation. I was aware that Violet and Draco were already acquainted. To some extent, Draco even harbored a certain trepidation towards her. In the fanfiction narrative, their first encounter had involved Violet issuing a threat to him, which likely explained Draco's compliance in retreating at that moment. Observing from the sidelines, I couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Was this what it felt like to be a mere bystander? Violet even employed the summoning charm to assist Neville in locating his toad, Trevor. This little episode significantly enhanced everyone's impression of Violet, including Harry and Ron. Speaking of Harry, I had been discreetly studying him and Ron throughout the journey. They bore a resemblance to their film counterparts, yet somehow deviated from the original text. To put it simply, they appeared as a more polished version of their literary selves, akin to characters filtered through a fan's beautifying lens, strikingly handsome. This contrast was most pronounced with Draco. Those familiar with the original text would recognize the stark difference between his portrayal in the books and films. In this fanfiction, he successfully retained his allure, albeit with a paler complexion. Harry's emerald eyes were even more striking, complemented by the distinctive lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He appeared somewhat lanky, with tousled hair. Ron's flaming red hair was exceedingly prominent, tall and slender, which explained why members of the Weasley family were easily identifiable. After observing the main trio, I averted my gaze, unaware that Harry had glanced my way. Once we had tidied ourselves, we entered the dining hall, where the surrounding first-year witches and wizards were visibly anxious about the sorting ceremony. I, fully aware of the proceedings, felt a twinge of anxiety myself, uncertain of which house I would be assigned to. Ideally, I hoped for Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, but fervently wished to avoid Gryffindor or Slytherin, as I did not believe I possessed the requisite courage or ambition. After the Sorting Hat sang its song, Professor McGonagall retrieved the list and began to call names. Hannah Abbott. When Professor McGonagall hesitated over my name, perhaps contemplating how best to pronounce it, I remained attentively focused and recognized it from her somewhat imprecise enunciation. Lemming. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, likely due to my being a rare foreigner, piquing their curiosity. I was not surprised. I would be curious too. As I donned the Sorting Hat, it began to mutter within my mind. I stood resolute, silently affirming my desire for Hufflepuff, remaining unaffected by the hat's influence. Very well then, Hufflepuff. As I had wished, after a brief tussle with the Sorting Hat, I was assigned to Hufflepuff. I felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly leaping with excitement. Hufflepuff had always been my favorite house, and now, being part of my dream house, was exhilarating. I walked cheerfully towards the Badgers, basking in their warm welcome. The remainder of the sorting proceeded without any surprises, as everyone was placed into their destined houses. When Violet Gaunt's name was called, the atmosphere mirrored that of when Harry Potter was announced. The crowd erupted into hushed whispers. There are so many celebrities this year, I overheard someone remark. Indeed, not only were there numerous notable figures, but Hogwarts was about to face its fair share of tribulations, first with Quirrell and then the Basilisk. I mused inwardly. Violet Gaunt was unsurprisingly sorted into Slytherin, prompting a wave of cheers from her new housemates. Upon realizing that I had traversed into a fan fiction featuring a prominent female lead within the Harry Potter universe, I resolved to adopt a carefree attitude, a sentiment that peaked upon being sorted into Hufflepuff. By nature, I was not inclined towards risk. I neither wished to engage with the main plot of the original series nor the fan narrative. If possible, I simply desired to exist as a background character, living peacefully until graduation. In the fan fiction, all the potential conflicts had already been addressed, sparing me the burden of rescuing anyone. Violet Gaunt would become the third Dark Lord, her methods far more sophisticated than Voldemort's, as she would not antagonize Dumbledore, who, in this narrative, found himself powerless against her due to her extreme ambition rather than dangerous ideologies. Her organization was perceived positively, causing no panic. Another crucial factor was my uncertainty regarding the reason for my transmigration. The mysterious sender who had orchestrated everything for me, whatever their intentions, was likely either related to the main characters or tied to my own narrative. By distancing myself from the main group, I hoped to alleviate a considerable amount of concern, thus committing to the role of a complete bystander. Engaging in cheerful conversations with my fellow Badgers, I made sure to maintain the persona I had established on the train, feigning a lack of eloquence and poor English skills. Content to listen to the gossip surrounding me, one Badger remarked that I was adorable. Blushing, I replied that everyone else was truly the charming ones. After dinner, the Hufflepuffs quickly grew familiar with one another, our laughter resonating as we occasionally greeted the ghosts. Dumbledore announced various reminders, particularly emphasizing the prohibition of venturing into the right corridor on the 4th floor without providing any rationale, which sparked a few Gryffindors' restless curiosity. This kind of baiting explanation likely contributed to the perception of Dumbledore as somewhat Machiavellian. Upon concluding dinner, we followed our respective house prefects to the common room, where the Hufflepuff prefect instructed us on the specific rhythm required to tap a series of large barrels, specifically the second barrel in the second row from the middle. The prefect patiently warned us that a misstep could result in being doused with vinegar, advising us to wait for others who knew the rhythm if we were uncertain. I earnestly committed the tapping sequence to memory, as the scent of vinegar was indeed quite overpowering. Upon entering the warm Hufflepuff common room, we collected our belongings from our dormitories. After washing up, my dorm mates, exhausted, quickly succumbed to sleep. I too lay in bed, staring at the corner of the bed curtains. My body felt fatigued, yet my mind was abuzz with excitement. Reflecting on all that had transpired since my arrival and contemplating the days ahead, gradually closing my eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, when the sky falls, sleep takes precedence. The following morning, my dorm mates and I hurriedly prepared ourselves, textbooks in hand, ready for our first class. Hogwarts' first lesson commenced at 9 o'clock, but as first years, we had to arrive significantly earlier, as the prefect had specifically warned that finding classrooms could lead to tardiness. Speaking of tardiness, one could not overlook the plight of poor Harry Potter. His lateness to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class and the targeting he faced in Professor Snape's Potions class had circulated among the Hufflepuffs, primarily due to the ongoing curiosity surrounding the rumored savior. Many felt that Professor Snape appeared rather intimidating, and in this respect, Harry indeed seemed somewhat unfortunate. Then there was Violet Gaunt, one of the celebrated figures. She and Hermione had successfully transformed a needle in their first Transfiguration class, earning points for Slytherin. Her performance in potions was also commendable, even earning her an unprecedented commendation from Professor Snape, who reportedly invited her to his office for additional instruction. Unsurprisingly, these were all common tropes within Harry Potter fanfiction. Harry and Draco continue to maintain a somewhat antagonistic relationship, though it appears to be slightly improved compared to the original narrative. In the original text, Draco was deemed by Harry to be even more odious than Dudley, suggesting that Violet's warning to Draco had some effect. Nevertheless, Draco still strides around as if he could peer down his nose at others, particularly sneering disdainfully whenever he passes Harry. After a thorough discussion, the students of Hufflepuff unanimously agree that Draco is indeed an arrogant braggart, as he has never extended a friendly gesture towards them. I found myself in agreement. During Madame Hooch's flying lesson, another mishap occurred. Draco tossed Neville's memory ball, compelling Harry to retrieve it, which unexpectedly resulted in him being appointed as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This dramatic turn of events caught everyone off guard until the news broke just before Harry was about to take the field, leading to a collective realization. Notably, upon taking the field, it became evident that Harry was not the sole exception to the usual selection process. The Slytherin team surprisingly had a first-year chaser named Violet Gaunt. Clearly, their confidentiality was far superior to that of Gryffindor, as both Violet and Harry exhibited extraordinary speed and agility, putting immense pressure on their respective teams. Their entrance ignited the entire stadium, with cheers and shouts from their houses nearly reaching a deafening crescendo. Following the match, some even hurled curses at one another in a display of camaraderie, prompting the teachers to intervene for mediation. The students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw exclaimed in delight, while I sat nearby, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Of course, that is a story for another time. For now, I remain diligently attending classes and earnestly practicing magic. Chapter 7. The Dilemma of Life and Learning. Hogwarts operates on a Monday to Friday class schedule, with a minimum of 4 lessons each day. At first glance, the timetable appears quite accommodating. Many are easily misled into thinking that studying at Hogwarts is exceedingly leisurely, certainly incomparable to the rigors of domestic middle and high schools. Indeed, while the course offerings at Hogwarts may seem undemanding, the reality is quite different. Hogwarts is a school of magic, where the efficacy of magic is heavily reliant on innate talent. Mere effort is insufficient. For instance, in Transfiguration, the ability to transform a matchstick into a needle is achieved by only a handful in a single lesson. Most of Hufflepuff's lessons are conducted alongside Ravenclaw, and only one Ravenclaw student managed to succeed in the first Transfiguration class. The casting of spells requires extensive practice, especially for those of limited aptitude. Thus, to keep pace with the curriculum, one must expend a significant amount of energy outside of class. Those who focus solely on the main characters may overlook this aspect, as the trio, including Ron, possess considerable magical talent. Harry excels in various domains. Ron, though slightly less perceptive, still possesses a commendable gift compared to most students, while Hermione stands out as a theoretical powerhouse and a prodigy in spellcasting, bolstered by her diligent efforts. Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms, is well aware of this reality. His instructional approach begins with a straightforward charm, followed by ample practice time, making his classes significantly more manageable. He strives to ensure that all students pass their examinations, exhibiting remarkable patience in guiding everyone, thus earning the affection of the Badgers. However, the most arduous class is Potions, where Snape instructs 4 houses simultaneously. Lacking Harry's attention, he shows little regard for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, yet this does not prevent him from unleashing a torrent of scorn. Students attend his class with trepidation, treading on thin ice. According to a certain unnamed Badger, Professor Snape has been voted the least popular teacher for 3 consecutive years. When queried as to why only 3 years, a Badger inquired, because there have only been 3 such polls. Thus, Professor Snape has never once dropped from the list. The Badgers, Eagles, and Lions expressed understanding of this. Initially, I worried whether I would attract Snape's attention, but it soon became clear that I need not concern myself with this. Snape derides everyone equally. Rather than fret over the exposure of secrets, it is far more prudent to worry about my grades in Potions class. My English listening skills are already lacking, and Snape's speech is often mumbled. Frequently, his words sound like mere gibberish in my ears. After one particularly fruitless Potions lesson, I envisioned a dismal future of failing, which is utterly unacceptable for someone from the land of the rising sun. Well, I truly worry that your thick-headedness will obliterate my Potions classroom. You can't even grasp the basics of potion making. Your ignorance is truly enlightening. Snape strode among the students, and we all instinctively lowered our heads in a shared silence. I trust none will forget what Bezoar is. After all, you ought to be superior to a cow. Even a cow's stomach can produce ingredients, whereas yours merely serves to house your brains. Speaking of which, Miss Laming, Snape called my name, causing my legs to tremble as my mind went blank. This classmate seems to have been paying attention. Please enlighten us on the properties of Bezoar. Bezoar can counteract many poisons and can be used as an antidote. At that moment, I felt immensely grateful for my preparation. Your answer is incomplete. Take your seat, Snape said flatly. I hope this student will remain focused in the future. He did not target me specifically, nor did I warrant such attention in his eyes. I felt unjustly accused. I had not lost focus. I simply could not comprehend his low-frequency speech. After enduring this torturous lesson, my roommates, Susan and Hannah, dragged my soulless self to the dining hall for nourishment. The flicker of my dwindling resolve was extinguished upon seeing fried steak, fried pork, and fried chicken. Only those from my homeland could grasp the agony of enduring such fare for every meal. Enough. I truly cannot eat another bite, I lamented, masking my distress. It was not that the food was unpalatable, but rather that I had consumed it to excess. My stomach, accustomed to more varied cuisine, simply could not bear it. Following this prolonged onslaught of culinary monotony, my pickiness intensified drastically. I found myself unable to eat anything at all. To put it simply, I was experiencing a lack of appetite, feeling hungry yet having no desire to eat. Those with a similar disposition will understand my current plight. It seems I must incorporate trips to the kitchen for supplementary provisions into my routine, lest I starve in Hogwarts. Not only did I encounter challenges in daily life, But my studies also posed significant difficulties. My English listening skills are a notable weakness. I often struggle to comprehend what the teacher is saying in real time, resulting in low efficiency during class. I must rely on my notes and those of others to grasp the material. To make matters worse, I have yet to acclimate to reading and writing an English script, making even reading and writing a challenge. Furthermore, the requirements for English and history of magic are exceedingly high, compounded by Professor Bin's hypnotic teaching style. I have reached a point of despair, contemplating giving up entirely. Additionally, I am painfully slow in practicing spells. While my classmates find some success after a few attempts, I must dedicate an inordinate amount of time to even grasp the basics of the same spells, as though I am impervious to magical sensitivity. And then there are the daunting flying lessons. Watching Harry soar on his broomstick while playing Quidditch seems exhilarating, provided one is not the one participating. My frail constitution, combined with low blood sugar from my lack of appetite, renders broom riding a veritable nightmare. I have imagined countless scenarios in which my broom might spiral out of control like Neville's, leading to a misfortune of broken limbs and unconsciousness. Astronomy and herbology classes are relatively manageable, but defense against the dark arts is yet another ordeal. Professor Quirrell's unpopularity rivals that of Snape. At least Snape, despite his severity, possesses genuine expertise, whereas Quirrell embodies the archetype of a teacher who, despite lacking substance, insists on teaching a specialized subject. Surrounded by the overpowering stench of garlic in the classroom, I find it impossible to concentrate on anything, even Voldemort. It is truly a disconcerting experience. Under such immense pressure, I find it difficult to even contemplate the main storyline. My primary concern is myself. I truly cannot fathom where the protagonist crew derives their energy to engage in such turmoil. Harry has always been the focal point of scrutiny, a prominent figure at Hogwarts, while Violet has managed to cultivate a commendable reputation across all 4 houses in a mere 2 months, with even some of the lesser Badgers admitting that she is unlike the typical Slytherin, both graceful and gentle. Initially, I intended to maintain a cordial, yet slightly awkward relationship with all the main characters. However, I soon realized my miscalculation, as I found myself with insufficient time to foster friendships. In fact, I was hardly able to interact with even the most casual acquaintances. Consumed as I was by the abyss of my studies, my dreams were filled with potions and spells, and upon waking, I would recite the key figures from the history of magic, all while rehearsing incantations as I walked. Chapter 8. Fever in the Hospital Wing. In my frantic attempt to keep pace with my studies, I felt as though I were pouring my very soul into it. Is there something amiss? After all, I am already a university student, yet I must endure this grueling academic pursuit after traversing into another world. Is this not akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger? For a fleeting moment, I pondered the purpose of my education. But upon witnessing my dismal grades, I could only succumb to a frenzy of study. The reason was simple. I could be mediocre, but I could not afford to be at the bottom. This was the last vestige of defiance from a flower-nurturing rabbit from my homeland. Under the strain of rigorous study, I appeared haggard, and my roommates urged me to take it easy. However, the clock does not wait for anyone. My years of academic experience had taught me well. Once I relax, I would completely let myself go. I established a clear goal for myself, to solidify my foundational knowledge. Driven by this objective, I devoted myself to my studies, spending countless hours in the library, where I also befriended Hermione Granger. In my eyes, she was not merely a member of the protagonist crew, she was a brilliant scholar ready to teach me, an angel adorned with a halo, rescuing me from the depths of despair. It was not that Hufflepuff lacked capable students, but I had already sought assistance from them and felt a bit embarrassed. Hermione, however, explained concepts with clarity and did not mind my encroachment upon her time. Having come from a similarly ordinary background, she felt her grasp of the history of magic was inadequate, so she sought to reinforce her knowledge by teaching me, resulting in a mutually beneficial study partnership. By day, I would immerse myself in books, and by night, I would engage in discussions with my classmate, Xiao Ming. He was nothing short of a prodigy in theoretical knowledge, and conversing with him proved far more memorable than simply reading. After our evening study sessions, I would retire to sleep, wasting no time. With such diligent efforts, I made rapid progress, finally catching up to my peers. Of course, the toll was evident. Dark circles under my eyes, a pallid complexion, and lackluster hair from late-night cramming. I realized that this pace was unsustainable and began to consider slowing down to embrace a more leisurely existence. However, to my astonishment, calamity would soon find me before I could even contemplate such a retreat. As the saying goes, one should never assume that everything will proceed smoothly. And indeed, retribution arrived. Are you all right? The girl with golden hair and violet eyes steadied me, her face etched with concern. You don't look well. I attempted to protest, but my efforts were in vain. Violet, despite her youthful appearance, possessed considerable strength, which explained her role as a seeker for Slytherin. You should visit the hospital wing. She insisted, her tone brooking no argument. You need to rest properly. I'm fine, really, I stammered, still dazed and acting like a parrot. I'm just a bit tired. I have classes. I will speak to the professor and arrange for your absence, she countered, her disapproving gaze fixed upon me. Your current state is truly dreadful. I cannot simply watch you leave like this. If you feel unwell, you must seek treatment. Her compassion was overwhelming, and I found myself at a loss for words. Ultimately yielding to her insistence and following her to the hospital wing. I was indeed unwell. The situation unfolded as follows. This morning, I awoke with an excruciating headache, as though someone were stirring a stick inside my skull. I suspected I might have a cold or a fever, but upon feeling my forehead, I discerned nothing amiss. I found myself in a quandary. On one hand, I was reluctant to miss class, yet on the other, I longed to succumb to lethargy. After much internal struggle, lacking the courage to request leave from my professor, I decided to attend class, intending to seek medical attention afterward. At that moment, it did not seem severe, and I thought to myself that I simply could not study too intensely without adequate rest. However, misfortune struck on my way to class. Clutching several hefty textbooks, I hurried toward the classroom. Feeling unwell, I had taken longer than usual, and in my haste, I stumbled and fell. Books scattered everywhere. In a rush to attend class, I quickly scrambled to my feet, but my speed led to a sudden darkness enveloping me, and I collapsed once more. I did not fall completely, as two hands caught me from behind, almost cradling me in their embrace to bear my weight. Struggling to lift my head, I recognized the owner of those luminous violet eyes. It was Violet Gunter. What are you doing here? I wondered. Claire? What's wrong? Her voice was laced with concern, and my sluggish mind gradually comprehended the gravity of my situation as I swayed unsteadily. I wanted to say I was fine, but my appearance lacked any credibility. Violet refused to release her grip, determined to escort me to the hospital wing, and I, unable to refuse her, complied. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey examined me and confirmed that I had a fever. She handed me a potion that tasted dreadful, and I nearly retched. Before instructing me to lie down and rest, sleep well, and upon waking, come to me for another potion, Madame Pomfrey advised sternly. Your fever is a result of exhaustion, malnutrition, and exposure to the cold. You must take care of yourself and eat properly. Do not worry your friends. She glanced at Violet. Miss Gunter knows how to look after a patient. I meekly acquiesced, aware that I often felt intimidated in the presence of teachers and doctors, especially in my current muddled state, managing only to nod in agreement. Violet remained by my side, nodding in affirmation. I found myself perplexed by Violet's intentions, but fatigue overwhelmed me, and I soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The sleep was far from restful. Upon awakening, I was drenched in sweat. My brow furrowed as I opened my eyes to the unfamiliar ceiling of the hospital wing. Still dazed when I was startled by the presence of the golden-haired girl beside me. Help! Why is Violet still here? How long have I been asleep? My mind screamed, yet I managed to muster a smile. You're finally awake. Are you feeling any better? Violet inquired, handing me a potion from seemingly nowhere. Do you still feel unwell? Drinking this should help. Thank you, Miss Gunter. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude, irrespective of her motives. Her care was genuine, and without her, my condition might have worsened. I pinched my nose and drank the potion, conveying my immense appreciation to Violet, while subtly inquiring how long I had been asleep. You've slept the entire day. It's nearly time for dinner, she replied. I was momentarily stunned, momentarily forgetting the classes I had missed, contemplating whether Violet had truly stayed by my side for so long. Perhaps sensing my inner turmoil, Violet quickly clarified, after I brought you to the hospital wing. I returned to help arrange your absence, attended my classes, and only came back to see you after finishing the afternoon lessons. Violet's understanding nature was evident. I also informed your roommates that you were resting and would return soon, so they needn't worry. Oh. It appears I am at a loss for words and can only express my gratitude once more. It is perfectly fine when a classmate is in need. We must certainly assist one another. Violet's tone was gentle, naturally inviting patience and attentiveness. Even if it were not so, witnessing your struggles would compel me to extend my help, for after all, we are friends. Chapter 9. What makes Claire special? From Violet's perspective, that girl from the East, Claire, or rather, Laming. Violet Gunter first encountered her aboard the Hogwarts Express. Seated alone in a compartment, Claire offered a faint smile as Violet knocked and entered, her demeanor warm and relaxed. With her black hair, dark eyes, and distinctly Eastern features, coupled with a somewhat frail physique, she appeared utterly harmless. Yet, there was an unexpected wariness about her. Upon hearing the name Violet Gunter, the shock and caution flickered in Claire's eyes. This was hardly surprising. Violet had encountered numerous similar situations, for the Gunter family name carried weight, and those with knowledge of wizarding history would instinctively regard the Gunters with suspicion. Now, her task was to either dispel this wariness or, conversely, to capitalize on it. To observe and then to dismantle. That was a lesson learned from the entity known as the system. Regrettably, Claire's shyness was evident. Her cheeks flushed when she spoke, and her discomfort intensified upon the arrival of others. It was clear she preferred to listen rather than engage in face-to-face conversation. A curious situation indeed. While Violet adorned her face with a flawless smile, her mind coldly assessed the value of this Eastern girl named Claire and contemplated how far she might go to achieve her objectives. Understanding the Gunter lineage, one could surmise that she was not a Muggle-born child. Hailing from a family of wizards, she could be a potential ally. However, her English was lacking, and her health appeared frail. Her worth remained uncertain. Violet pondered further, yet fate had already rendered its decision. System task: forge a friendship with Laming, Claire, within the first semester. Success: acquire the textbook for the Avada Kedavra curse. Failure: death. The emotionless electronic voice echoed in her mind. Violet's fingers twitched imperceptibly, her smile taking on an even gentler hue. Ah, what a delightful surprise. The Dark Lord Cultivation System. Such was its self-proclaimed title. According to it, its sole aim was to mold its host into the third generation of Dark Lords. Was this truly the case? Violet remained skeptical of the system, but accepted its binding nonetheless. What if she truly became a Dark Lord? Violet mused playfully. In that moment, she was still known as Violet Fairborn, an orphan in the eyes of others. Violet was astute, or perhaps exceptionally gifted, at the tender age of 9. She had already begun to comprehend the thoughts of others while expertly concealing her own. Her guardian bore the surname Fairborn and had never married, raising Violet alone. This unconventional arrangement occasionally drew the ire of neighbors, who whispered maliciously, speculating that they were indeed mother and daughter, though perhaps one born out of wedlock. Too ashamed to reveal the truth, Violet was aware of these whispers and understood their implications. However, Miss Fairborn paid them no mind, reassuring Violet that they were witches, equipped with their own means of resolution. Thus, those who gossiped found themselves on the receiving end of misfortune. Miss Fairborn nurtured Violet, yet never divulged the identity of her parents. The system, however, revealed that her biological parents were members of a prominent pureblood family within the wizarding world, the Gunters. As their daughter, Violet was meant to return. The system would assist her should she desire it, it claimed. What transpired thereafter felt dreamlike. Miss Fairborn departed, leaving Violet to return to the now desolate Gunter estate, where she inherited the family legacy, entered the pureblood social circles, and enrolled at Hogwarts. Now, she was known as Violet Gunter. Those memories seemed to belong to another lifetime. For the time being, the system posed no threat. It issued tasks that often benefited Violet, revolving around the ultimate goal of becoming a Dark Lord. Completing them would yield rewards, while failure would result in punishment, a mechanism easily understood. Thus, why must she become friends with Claire? What made her so special, and how could she assist Violet in her quest to become a Dark Lord? What value did she possess that warranted such a severe consequence for failure, a fate that would lead to death? Violet had never known failure, and she was determined that this task would also culminate in success. Claire. Violet mused this name sweetly. After conversing with Claire on the Hogwarts Express, Violet noticed a peculiar change in her demeanor. Upon learning that Claire suffered from motion sickness, Violet kindly suggested she take a moment to rest. There was no rush. Friendship required time to blossom. During the sorting ceremony, Claire was placed in Hufflepuff, a fitting reflection of her gentle exterior. However, this would limit their interactions, albeit within expected bounds. The sole variable was Claire herself. Violet had been observing Claire closely. It was evident that she struggled to adapt to life at Hogwarts. Even with the support of others, she found it challenging, showing no remarkable traits, at least not yet. Interestingly, Claire seemed to cultivate excellent relationships with her fellow Hufflepuffs. I think Claire is adorable, Hannah Abbott once remarked, her cheeks flushed. She is so gentle and hardworking. I mistakenly used the wrong herb in potions class, and Claire got in trouble alongside me, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, she comforted me and helped me figure out what went wrong. There was a certain sisterly affection that seemed to emanate from her presence. Is it? I would love the opportunity to befriend her, Violet responded with a smile. However, Claire always appeared fatigued. If only she could rest properly. Hannah expressed her concern, sighing. She always says she'll take care of herself, yet she never changes. Defining friendship can be a complex endeavor. If it refers to mere acquaintances, the task could have been fulfilled on the train. Therefore, a deeper connection must be forged. How could one become friends with a principled, vigilant Hufflepuff? A good reputation, a gentle demeanor, and assistance in times of crisis. These were the keys. Upon witnessing Claire stumble, Violet thought, the moment has arrived. Claire's petite frame felt weightless as she fell into Violet's embrace, struggling to rise, yet lacking the strength. murmuring her desire to return to class. Evidently, the pressure weighed heavily upon her, resembling a small kitten. Violet swiftly transported Claire to the infirmary, watching as she succumbed to slumber. Having done what was necessary, Violet returned to the infirmary to keep watch over her. So, what exactly made Claire so special? "Thank you so much, Gunter," came Claire's expected gratitude. Looking somewhat unwell, her complexion slightly flushed, she gazed at Violet with a languid expression, perhaps due to her illness. Her voice carried a subtle lilt, of which she remained blissfully unaware. Even more akin to a small kitten. "It's perfectly fine. After all, we are friends," said Violet. Chapter 10. Weeping Hermione. Ever since my return from the infirmary, I have been deep in contemplation. After ineffectively tending to the worried badgers, I found myself pondering my next course of action. Violet seemed quite eager to cultivate a rapport with me. Admittedly, it may sound somewhat narcissistic. Yet the more I reflect upon it, the more I believe this to be true. As previously mentioned, I possess a suitcase that has been enchanted with a featherweight charm, much like that of our esteemed senior, Newt. Violet must have certainly noticed it on the Hogwarts Express. Such magical artifacts are not typically within the means of ordinary families. Coupled with her foreign status, she might have mistakenly overestimated my worth, concluding that I am someone worthy of her friendship. I am aware that in fan narratives, Violet establishes amicable relationships with the majority of her peers during her first year, and she does not hesitate to invest in those she deems valuable. Thus, her act of escorting me to the infirmary should not come as a surprise. My astonishment stems from my knowledge of her lineage as the third Dark Lord. Even with other ordinary students, she would extend similar assistance. This is merely Violet's method of building connections and enhancing her reputation. How else can one explain her insistence on tutoring me? This clearly transcends the bounds of conventional social interaction. Violet's intentions are transparent. She aims to foster a relationship, or she harbors ulterior motives. Lying on the hospital bed, I watched as Violet set the time and location for our tutoring sessions. My mind was in a haze, rendering me incapable of opposing her, and I dully acquiesced. However, upon reflection, I realized that even had I been lucid, I might not have refused her. I contemplated whether I should tell Violet it was unnecessary, fearing I would waste her time, but ultimately, I dismissed that thought. Firstly, I genuinely require the tutoring. To decline Violet and seek assistance elsewhere would risk offending her, leaving me caught between two unpleasantries. Secondly, drawing from my 2 decades of experience as an inconsequential bystander in the real world, when someone makes a specific offer, it is likely beneficial for both parties. Regardless of Violet's intentions, she will not relent until she achieves her goal. It is wiser to simply accept her offer. Lastly, regardless of the reality of the situation, it remains merely speculation. What if her overture was simply a gesture of politeness, and I agreed only to later retract my offer under the pretense of not wanting to inconvenience her? If that were the case, I would be compelled to excavate a Hogwarts with my very toes and venture to Mars with Hazel and classmate Ming. I truly do not understand why I am preoccupied with such thoughts. Reflecting on this, an epiphany struck me. Indeed, my intellect may be insufficient, and the current situation is convoluted. I cannot think my way out of it, nor can I muster any resistance. I believe there is little of significance within me to strategize. Even if there were, I cannot deter others from their inclinations. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally and allow fate to take its course. As long as I am alive, the main character's actions are of no concern to me. I need only mind my own affairs. If I were to perish, it would matter little. Death is but death. Resigned to my fate, I embraced a carefree attitude. In truth, my strategy is to embody a background character who can afford to be indifferent. Whether I am genuinely an inconsequential bystander is of little consequence. What truly matters is my ability to be apathetic. However, the abyss of academia still looms over me. Having missed an entire day of classes, I must urgently catch up. Violet, Hermione, regardless of whether you are part of the main cast, I implore you to tutor me. I wept internally in despair. In a flurry of activity, my life at Hogwarts began to stabilize. Each day, I spent time in the library, greeting Hermione, and occasionally studying with Violet in empty classrooms. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the eve of Halloween. In the days leading up to it, I had been immersed in my studies, albeit with adequate rest, and I had not fallen ill again. I had also discovered the location of the kitchen and made it a point to visit the house elves for snacks every few days. Grateful to the kitchen elves. Hail to the great Lady Hufflepuff. I felt I had adapted to life at Hogwarts, yet I was acutely aware of the day's events. A troll lurked in the girls' restroom, and the main characters were about to embark on an adventure. I needed to eat quickly before being ushered back to the dormitory. I recalled that in the fan narrative, Violet had noticed Harry and his friends straying from their group and had followed them, ultimately aiding Harry in defeating the troll, thereby gaining popularity. It was lunchtime, and I planned to take a stroll to aid digestion when, unexpectedly, I encountered a tearful Hermione. She was in a secluded corner, with Patil standing nearby, unsure of how to proceed as Hermione rebuffed her attempts at comfort. Upon seeing me, her expression shifted, as if I were her savior. "Claire, come quickly," she whispered, likely hoping to avoid attracting attention. I knew Hermione possessed a strong sense of pride and would be reluctant to let others witness her tears. Yet Patil had called out to me, urging me to comfort her. I understood Patil's perspective. Her relationship with Hermione was not close enough for her to consistently offer solace. In the original narrative, Hermione had few friends early on, making Patil's desire to leave entirely understandable. The crux of the matter was, why had she called out to me? Did I appear particularly adept at providing comfort? Perhaps Patil believed that since Hermione had been tutoring me, we must share a decent rapport. Had it not been for the narrative, I would have approached Hermione to offer my support. However, I was acutely aware that her distress was a plot point, and engaging with her at this moment could easily disrupt the storyline. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. As Patil departed, I found myself in a quandary, sitting beside Hermione, torn between action and inaction. "Go away, I'm fine," Hermione muttered, refusing to raise her gaze, yet her sobs betrayed her emotions. "What is this all about?" I sighed, extending my hand to gently embrace her shoulders. "Don't come near me," she protested for a moment, but soon succumbed, wrapping her arms around me and sobbing uncontrollably. How could they say such things about me? In solidarity, I joined Hermione in criticizing Harry and Ron. During our study sessions, she would often lament their incessant rule-breaking. "Hermione, look. Your hard work in earning points for Gryffindor could be undone in an instant if Potter and Weasley are caught out after hours. Your intentions to guide them are commendable, though perhaps your tone may be a tad rigid." Hermione lowered her head, poking at my back. "Indeed, it is all Potter and Weasley's fault," I conceded. "Do not let them get to you, Hermione. They are simply imbeciles. They say I have no friends," Hermione sobbed, her words punctuated by intermittent gasps. "That no one could tolerate me." "Nonsense, I genuinely like you, Hermione." My heart remained steady, my cheeks unflushed. Hermione fell silent, burying her face deeper still. I held her close, gently patting her back until her sobs gradually subsided. She nestled against me, and from my vantage point, I noticed her ears reddening, hidden from view. After what felt like an eternity, I finally heard her barely audible voice. Chapter 11. The Troll and Sharing. Once Hermione's emotions settled, she thanked me before departing. I was relieved to see her no longer in distress. While this might disrupt the plot, I found it impossible to ignore her in such a state. Moreover, if the storyline were to be altered, so be it. I was quite curious to witness what would transpire next. Some individuals, upon traversing into another world, refrain from disturbing the narrative, perhaps to retain their prophetic advantages or out of fear of unforeseen developments. They often exhibit great wariness towards participating in the plot. Would the narrative correct itself? Should I venture down an entirely different path? Does a collective consciousness exist? Could there be an even grimmer conclusion awaiting us? A mere millimeter of deviation may lead to an irrevocably altered future. However, I choose not to partake in the narrative, for I wish to eschew the perils faced by the protagonists, preferring instead a life of leisure, colloquially known as slacking off. I am acutely aware that my very existence is a variable. Whatever actions I undertake are bound to exert influence. After all, what purpose would my presence serve if I were merely to be an inconsequential bystander? My coordinates are firmly situated on U Road, and my identity has been meticulously crafted. Thus, my existence is inherently justified. Given this, my every action should seamlessly integrate into the storyline. If I am to remain unaffected by the plot, and should the narrative recalibrate itself, I should feel even less apprehensive, for my every move bears no consequence. Everything possesses a purpose, and my existence must surely be predicated on some underlying reason. Since I am not constrained in my actions, it is plausible that this purpose is intrinsically linked to my very being. Therefore, I shall pursue whatever endeavors I desire, just as the letter I initially received instructed me to live at Hogwarts in accordance with my own wishes. Not to mention, this is not the original world, but rather a fanfiction where the ending is assuredly a happy one. As night fell, I found myself consumed by an inexplicable emotion as I endeavored to eat, hoping for a slightly different development. The Halloween Eve feast was truly lavish, with delightful desserts, albeit overly saccharine. Countless bats flitted overhead, occasionally eliciting startled gasps. After observing them for a while, I found them rather endearing, I mused. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo of merriment, an uninvited guest shattered the idyllic scene. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, delivering alarming news of a troll before collapsing to the ground. Such theatrics, if he were to stage a performance, he would undoubtedly excel. Dumbledore promptly took action, sternly instructing the professors and prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories. I looked around, searching for Hermione, but she was nowhere to be found. Harry and Ron had mingled with the Hufflepuff crowd and then discreetly slipped away. I noticed that Violet had also vanished. The plot remained unchanged. I was concerned for Hermione, yet I knew she would be all right. Navigating through the throng, I returned to the Hufflepuff common room, where Hannah and Susan flanked me, visibly shaken. I did my utmost to comfort them, and we resembled three little chicks huddled together on a sofa. The common room was filled with frightened badgers. It was still too early for sleep, and rather than retreating to their dormitories, they preferred to seek solace in the warmth of the common room, banding together for reassurance amidst the uncertainty. The prefect was flustered, but after ensuring that no one was missing, he finally exhaled in relief. In an effort to alleviate the panic, a senior student stepped forward, distributing sweets to the trembling badgers, truly commendable, considering he had such a bounty of treats to share. Comforted by the sweets, the spirits of the badgers began to stabilize. I found myself quite fond of this senior, possessing both charm and gentleness. I had seen him a few times in the common room, yet I did not know his name. Upon noticing the three of us huddled in fear, he generously offered us extra sweets. Wait a moment, wasn't he the dependable and handsome Cedric Diggory? Susan whispered an introduction to me. Ah, indeed. My emotions were complicated. I was grateful to be in a fanfiction where everyone survives, as saving Cedric is a wish many transmigrators aspire to fulfill. It would be utterly heart-wrenching to stand by and witness such an upright and kind soul perish in the prime of his youth. The badgers continued to cluster together, discussing the troll's nature, Professor Quirrell's well-being, and their hunger from the unfinished dinner. Anticipating this, I patted my full belly, concealing my triumph. Yet, witnessing so many badgers facing the prospect of hunger as they drifted off to sleep stirred an inexplicable pang of guilt within me. Inspired by Cedric's earlier generosity, I reluctantly retrieved a large bag of snacks from my suitcase to share with everyone. Naturally, the kind-hearted badgers would not merely watch. Some of them boldly produced their own snack reserves, and we collectively indulged, transforming the evening into an impromptu snack exchange. As the night passed, the following morning saw everyone eagerly inquiring about the aftermath. Had the teachers succeeded in driving the troll away? We soon learned of an astonishing revelation. Last night, the legendary savior Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Violet Gaunt defeated the troll together. This news spread like wildfire, originating from the not-so-reliable Ron, who excitedly recounted their heroic deeds after returning to Gryffindor Tower, eventually reaching the ears of the entire school. The proof lay in the 5 points awarded to both Gryffindor and Slytherin that morning. Discussions surrounding the trio surged, with everyone clamoring for details about how they vanquished the troll and why the three of them had been together, as well as the troll's origins. The well-informed badgers were at the forefront of this inquiry, quickly uncovering the general sequence of events. Apparently, Harry and Ron had gone to find a lone classmate, and when Violet noticed their absence, she set out to locate them, inadvertently encountering the troll in the corridor. Harry bravely leapt upon the troll to distract it, while Violet used a stunning spell to immobilize the creature, and Ron applied a levitation charm to render it unconscious. The reality was, of course, far more perilous than described, especially under Ron's embellishments, and they had undeniably made a name for themselves throughout the school. I was relieved not to hear Hermione's name mentioned among these rumors, especially since she had caused Gryffindor to lose points. In truth, I was privy to the actual events, as Hermione had confided in me. That afternoon, after I had comforted her, her spirits had improved. However, during class later on, she and Ron had engaged in an even fiercer argument than before. Overcome with emotion, she had sought refuge in the girls' restroom, only to encounter the troll. Harry and Ron had been searching for her. In a bid to protect Harry and Ron, Hermione had lied to Professor McGonagall, claiming that her recklessness had led her to confront the troll alone. While the ordeal had been harrowing, it ultimately culminated in a positive resolution, with the trio solidifying their friendship and the fanfiction's female lead, Violet, also forging connections with them. I had long been aware of these developments, yet I was curious as to why Hermione chose to share this with me. Was this a secret among the three of them, and perhaps Violet, too? I wondered if this was inappropriate. I attempted to hint at my concerns delicately. No, because we are friends too, and I believe you should know, Hermione replied, meeting my gaze. In that moment, her face flushed inexplicably, and she awkwardly averted her eyes. I sensed something peculiar in her expression, though I could not quite articulate what was amiss. However, I surmised that Hermione might consider me a friend as well, despite my merely offering her some comfort. Is this what constitutes the pure friendship of children? I marveled at Hermione's kindness. Chapter 12, Draco and Double Rumors. The commotion surrounding the troll persisted for some time. All four houses were engrossed in gossip, while I remained focused on my studies. Harry Potter is remarkable. He truly lives up to the title of savior, remarked some of Harry's admirers. All cleaned up, I chimed in, practicing my spells. Ron is quite unassuming in everyday life, yet remarkably dependable in critical moments. This is a sentiment shared by certain members of Gryffindor, including Ron's elder brother. As for the cultivation of mandrakes, I am currently immersed in the study of herbology. Gunther is truly impressive, wielding such powerful spells. This admiration comes from some of Violet's devoted fans. Oh, the recipe for Essence of Murtlap is on my mind as I contemplate potion brewing. Gunther is indeed the most formidable, while Weasley merely employed a levitation charm. She executed the binding curse with finesse. This comes from certain Slytherins who thrive on undermining others. Those two, a scarred head and a pauper, are no match for the pure-blooded Gunther. How can you say such a thing? A Gryffindor retorted angrily, confronting the Slytherins. Meanwhile, the Slytherins continued their disparagement, while Gryffindor engaged in a heated argument. And I found myself attempting to study amidst the commotion. No, I should clarify. I was studying when these individuals suddenly began squabbling beside me. I thought to myself, I have never witnessed such a ruckus come knocking at my door. My gaze fell upon the unopened pages of the history of magic in the 18th century, though my ears were subtly tuned to the bickering. Did I misspeak? It is evident that Gunther possesses the highest capability. Those two merely barged in recklessly, and Gunther certainly did not require their assistance. A certain platinum-haired Slytherin exhibited a talent for mockery, leaving no stone unturned. Gunther herself mentioned that she vanquished the troll alongside Harry and his friends. What nonsense are you spouting? She challenged. Is she aware of your disparaging remarks? Regardless, who are you to speak so loudly? That scar-headed boy was likely trembling in fear at the time, yet he is dubbed the Chosen One. I found amusement in listening. As Gryffindor ultimately withdrew due to their inferior numbers, while the Slytherins reveled in their victory, lingering in celebration, I pretended to turn a page. It became evident that remaining too close to such drama could lead to trouble. Hey, a sinister voice emerged beside me, causing me to stiffen as I reluctantly lifted my gaze, striving to avoid lingering on Draco Malfoy's platinum hair, which was overly styled with a lethal amount of gel. Draco Malfoy is a character that has undergone significant transformation in fan interpretations. In the original narrative, he is described as having a rat-like visage, harsh and unappealing from Harry's perspective. Yet in fan fiction, Draco is portrayed as a charming, attractive figure with a platinum head, exuding a proud arrogance while delighting in mockery. There is indeed a stark contrast in his character. Some fans argue that the disparity between Fanon Draco and Canon Draco is as if they belong to entirely different species. The only similarity is that both are notably slender. And now, my enjoyment of the spectacle had evidently caught Draco's attention. Is there something you need? I inquired. Were you just? Draco glared at me fiercely, though his expression shifted to one of confusion. You're the Hufflepuff that Gunther is particularly fond of? Draco questioned uncertainly, scrutinizing me with a hint of suspicion. I beg your pardon, what? My mind momentarily stalled. What had Draco just said? I believe my interactions with Violet were merely friendly. So how had I become the Hufflepuff that Gunther supposedly adored? This was my first encounter witnessing Gunther's treatment of someone. Draco's gaze turned critical, as if assessing my worth. Perhaps considering Violet's feelings, he refrained from overtly mocking me, acknowledging that he harbored disdain for Hufflepuffs, merely regarding me with incredulity. Wait a minute, Draco, do not spread baseless rumors. You realize your tone resembles that of a dramatic novel's overbearing butler. I found it necessary to clarify my position with him. First and foremost, Violet is amicable towards all Hufflepuff students. She recognizes our significant numbers and the vital role we play at Hogwarts. Secondly, her proximity to me is likely motivated by ulterior motives, for she is destined to become the Dark Lord, devoid of empathy when it comes to killing, merely a matter of technique. Finally, my encounters with Violet amount to merely 2 or 3 times a week, while my run-ins with Gryffindor and Slytherin's mutual mockery occur far more frequently. Despite my thoughts racing, with Draco present, his tall, imposing friend stood behind him. So I opted to play the role of the wise diplomat. Yes, indeed. My expression remained neutral. Draco appeared increasingly dissatisfied, yet ultimately chose silence, letting out a customary huff before departing. I paid little heed to his presence, gathering my books and swiftly exiting the scene. The troll incident was behind us, and attention began to shift towards the Quidditch match in November. News had circulated about Harry becoming the seeker for the Gryffindor team, which astonished everyone, further enhancing Harry's reputation. Hermione lamented to me that Harry was neglecting his studies in favor of Quidditch practice, and she had to sacrifice her time to tutor them. Since my grades had reached a satisfactory standard, I had ceased bothering Hermione, though we still studied together on occasion. Among all the disbelievers, Draco was undoubtedly the most perturbed. He could not fathom that the person he loathed most, scars and all, had effortlessly achieved what he aspired to, especially since the opportunity had been served to him on a silver platter. It was evident that Draco's frequency of arguments in the dining hall had surged, beginning with a triumphant tone and culminating in fury. I found great amusement in this spectacle, ensuring to maintain a safe distance from the chaos. Remote viewing, if you will. However, I was not prepared for a betrayal, even from such a distance. You seem rather fond of Malfoy, Violet remarked one day. I set down my snack, utterly incredulous. I struggled to comprehend why Violet had made the effort to traverse from the Slytherin table to the Hufflepuff table during mealtime just to utter such a statement. Did it hold any significance? Moreover, was I really enamored with Malfoy? I was simply a spectator. I inquired about her reasoning. I apologized for being somewhat abrupt. Violet's fair complexion flushed slightly, her long lashes quivering. Since the moment I met you, I have longed to become friends. I am delighted that we can study together. However, I cannot shake the feeling that there is some distance between us. I truly enjoy our time, yet I fear that you might find me bothersome. She averted her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. So, I hesitated. I have noticed that you seem to be watching Malfoy. Violet, still a darling 12-year-old, looked into my eyes, her tone inexplicably tinged with a sense of grievance. I just want to know if you dislike me, or if you actually prefer him instead. Help. I was left speechless. Violet Gunther, forgive me. I underestimated your imaginative prowess. Chapter 13. Speculation and Acknowledgement. Wait. Something feels amiss, and I deem it necessary to clarify. We were in a secluded corner outside the dining hall, and I sensed that this was not an appropriate place for a conversation, nor do I possess the habit of conspiring loudly. Hence, I pulled Violet into an unoccupied nook. Why do you think that? I pondered aloud, searching for the right words. Oh dear, this line of thought is failing me. Perhaps I should let my instincts guide me. Violet, do not worry. I, too, am pleased to have met you. Really? She asked, her eyes brightening. Violet gazed at me, and I initially believed that she harbored a dislike for me. In truth, I had sensed Claire's subtle avoidance, as she only seemed interested in studying together, otherwise preferring not to be in my company. Each time I attempted to invite Claire for a leisurely outing, she would always decline with an expression of discomfort. When did this transpire? I couldn't recall. I wished to feign ignorance. Violet noted that Claire treated me differently from others. While Claire was generally warm and approachable with her Hufflepuff peers, she remained distant towards me, and I yearned for a closer friendship with her. I often lacked confidence, as many refrained from forging deeper connections due to my family background. I had assumed Claire also held a disdain for the Gunter name. Violet exhibited a hint of melancholy. Anyone devoid of guile would be softened by her demeanor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing all the more aggrieved. What is this absurdity? I could hardly endure it. I needed to cut through this confusion decisively. Perhaps it was due to Violet's striking beauty. Violet's eyes widened, and I could distinctly see her astonishment. I confess that upon first encountering her, I felt as if I were gazing upon an angel, a sentiment that made me feel somewhat unworthy. I spoke earnestly and sincerely, though I trimmed the embellishments. Is that so? Violet seemed genuinely flustered, a reaction far removed from her earlier attempts at feigned nonchalance. Thus, I do not harbor any animosity towards you, nor would I dislike you for getting too close. I endeavored to project sincerity, uncertain as to why she feared my disapproval. Yet I had consistently regarded her as a friend. I reflected on the assistance Violet had extended to me over the past few months, striving to amplify my feelings of gratitude. Even regarding the Gunter family, I had previously harbored some trepidation towards the surname, yet having known Violet for a considerable time, I recognized her as distinct from the notorious reputation of her family. She would never discriminate against students of non-pure blood. Please do not fret over this, I smiled. My fondness for Violet naturally designated her as my dear friend. Violet paused momentarily, and I remained composed, watching as she unveiled a radiant smile. I also like Claire, she remarked, her tone imbued with an unusual sweetness. Thus, the matter concluded with my relationship with Violet growing closer. Upon reflection, it seemed rather perplexing, and I found myself harboring a certain suspicion. Violet Gunter, the protagonist of the HP fanfiction, was a character I understood well as a reader. She selflessly assisted others. Yet such aid was often tinged with ulterior motives, where every act of kindness was predicated on the expectation of reciprocity. Her emotional detachment was palpable. Devoid of family or close friends, she surrounded herself only with those she could exploit or command. Violet would never seek to befriend someone without reason, especially through the act of tutoring, which demanded considerable time and energy in exchange for intimacy and trust, a poor return on investment. Just moments ago, Violet's demeanor had seemed almost performative. Her intentions appeared earnest, yet she unmistakably harbored a pressing desire for camaraderie. Moreover, the emphasis seemed to be on forging a close friendship exclusively with me. But why such preferential treatment? I instinctively sensed that the root of this was her system. Had her system uncovered my identity as a transmigrator? Yet, that response did not align. If that were the case, she would be testing me rather than merely seeking to befriend me. Was it possible she sensed something unique within me? Like the mysterious correspondent who sought something from me? My mind raced, yet I swiftly quelled all thoughts. Ultimately, I must allow things to unfold naturally. That evening, after a long day of classes, I returned to my dormitory, utterly exhausted. After freshening up, I sat on my bed, engaging in conversation with my classmate Xiao Ming. I certainly did not regard Xiao Ming as just an ordinary supplementary text. To be frank, I had never ceased my attempts to probe its insights. After encountering Violet on the train, I had inquired, Xiao Ming, do you know Violet Gunter? I don't know her, but I am familiar with the Gunter family. It was the expected response. I had already tested Xiao Ming's knowledge of the original plot before the semester began, yet it seemed oblivious to both the original and fanfiction narratives. Thus, I gleaned nothing substantial. Emotion within written words is often elusive. Whether Xiao Ming was concealing something was beyond my current discernment. At least for now, it served merely as a tutoring tool. But now you know her, I wrote. Violet Gunter is the heir of the Gunter family. I would jot down some information and consult Xiao Ming for a recap later. I approached Xiao Ming again. Do you remember Violet? Yes, Violet Gunter, your classmate. She mentioned wanting to be good friends with me. Do you think she's sincere? I cannot comprehend emotions. Thus I cannot ascertain the nature of feelings. Do you think I should grow closer to Violet? Xiao Ming's response seemed to take a moment longer than usual. You should not. According to existing records, members of the Gunter family are quite dangerous. Are you aware of the system? I do not know. I had previously likened Xiao Ming to an alchemical product akin to artificial intelligence, but that did not negate my belief in its possessing a soul. It could think independently, exhibit emotional responses, and certainly could also feign and deceive. I like Violet, so I truly wish to be with her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming did not respond immediately. Regardless, follow your heart. This statement deviated from its typical demeanor, or perhaps it echoed the tone of the mysterious correspondent who had written me 2 letters, causing my eyelids to flutter. Did you write those letters to me? As a book, I am unable to write. So someone helped you write them? I countered swiftly. Yes. I sensed Xiao Ming's struggle. It hesitated, possibly overwhelmed by my relentless probing over the past 3 months. Yet ultimately, it responded. Chapter 14. The Quidditch Match and Victory. My persistent inquiries with Xiao Ming finally bore fruit. Truly a moment worthy of celebration. Let us offer a round of applause. Though the scant information I obtained did little to alter my current circumstances, the revelation felt somewhat liberating. At least Xiao Ming's guidance was more diligent. According to its account, it was not entirely clear itself. Its initial programming was to ensure my well-being while simultaneously avoiding overwhelming me with information all at once, requiring a period before it could disclose certain knowledge. To summarize, Xiao Ming possessed a wealth of information, yet it was all contingent upon stages, revealing its purpose only at certain moments. Is the waiting period contingent upon my integration into this world? I inquired. Yes, it felt akin to game information being unlocked over time, with Xiao Ming serving as a low-tier system, passively receiving information and tasks before relaying them to me. My thoughts wandered. Currently, it seemed that the force behind this had no malice towards me. In fact, it prioritized my well-being. Of course, the future remained uncertain. Who knew if a grand conspiracy awaited me? For now, it was crucial to dismantle my wariness, though I felt that remaining vigilant would not yield much. For the time being, I could afford to trust Xiao Ming a little more. I yearned to continue my endeavors, casting aside these trivial matters. Yet, the situation remains unresolved. Thus, I beseech you to impart upon me the art of mental closure, I conveyed to my classmate Xiao Ming. The technique of mental closure has been duly noted as one of the essential spells to master. Lacking a meditation basin, I could only practice under Xiao Ming's guidance. The efficacy remains uncertain, yet practice is imperative. If possible, might you also instruct me on the protective charm, armor to shield me, petrifying all weapons, restoring me to my former self? I hastily penned a myriad of incantations. It is time to embark on a new academic journey. Although I may not master them all, it is prudent that I familiarize myself with these spells, not solely out of concern for my safety, but also due to my intrinsic fondness for magic. I reflected upon the spells I had already mastered, the levitation charm, the refreshing charm, the lumos charm, the clear water charm, along with various trivial domestic incantations. Typically, I require more time than others to learn the casting of spells, yet once perfected, my proficiency surpasses that of the average wizard, with greater stability. This may be attributed to my lack of innate talent and the fact that my wand's core is made of phoenix feather. Once again, I found myself immersed in the ocean of learning. The Quidditch match was imminent, and Hogwarts was inevitably abuzz. Even Susan and Hannah displayed signs of nervousness. In the Hufflepuff common room, we gathered to converse. Claire, do you think Hufflepuff can win this time? Hannah inquired, somewhat disheartened, having heard upperclassmen lament that Hufflepuff consistently placed last. Fear not. Regardless of victory or defeat, Hufflepuff remained steadfast, I reassured her. No one will blame us. Hufflepuff shall forever hold the topmost place in my heart. I raised my thumb solemnly, successfully eliciting a smile from the nearby Badger. And we all jostled together in playful camaraderie. Truth be told, I absolutely adored this atmosphere. The Badgers were merely a tad conflicted. As everyone aspired for their own house to excel, yet observing our relatively small house points, they soon found solace and began to jest. We unanimously resolved that irrespective of Hufflepuff's team performance, we would celebrate, preparing delectable treats as a reward for ourselves. Once at the pitch, we would support our house with fervor. This small decision moved the Hufflepuff Quidditch team captain, Farron, to the core, prompting him to vow to exert his utmost effort. Their recent training sessions had become increasingly intense. I could already sense the vibrant atmosphere that would envelop the Quidditch match day. As it turned out, as someone not well acquainted with sports, I had underestimated the fervor and decorum of British fans. The day before the match, Hermione and I lamented how Snape had confiscated the book Quidditch Through the Ages, which she had lent to Harry. She appeared quite troubled, and while I was aware of the circumstances, I refrained from inquiry. To my surprise, Violet sought me out, revealing that she had been appointed as a seeker for Slytherin against the odds. I fell into contemplation, for having observed the fanfiction, I was well aware of the implications. Why tell me? I pondered. Because we are good friends, and I thought it only right to inform you, Violet replied, her eyes sparkling. I suspected she was adopting the persona of the quintessential next-door neighbor, and I hoped Claire would cheer for me during the Slytherin versus Gryffindor match. Very well, I acquiesced. The following day, at breakfast, the entire table buzzed with fervent discussions about the match, unceasingly animated. Harry appeared so anxious that he could barely eat, though I paid little mind. Violet, however, exchanged glances with me across tables, even discreetly winking. I returned the gesture stiffly, as a matter of courtesy. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the tension between the two houses was palpable, each side glaring at the other. Poised for what seemed like a battle between lion and serpent, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw observed, binoculars in hand. Hermione and Ron held aloft a large banner in support of Harry, while a riled Draco cursed Potter from the stands. As Harry took to the field, Gryffindor erupted in cheers, and when Violet appeared among the Slytherin team, the stadium erupted into disbelief, gasps echoing throughout. From afar, I even heard a Gryffindor shouting obscenities. Although Slytherin was equally astonished, evidently, their team had maintained a tight secrecy, they still reveled in their rivalry against Gryffindor, hurling elegantly crafted insults, with Draco at the forefront, his platinum hair impossible to overlook. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw spectators remained silent, merely indulging in the spectacle. Later, someone recorded their heated exchanges and published it as a booklet titled How to Argue Elegantly Like a Slytherin. The match commenced, and both teams swiftly took to the skies, forming their respective formations and launching fierce attacks, with Violet leading as a chaser. Typically, chasers are susceptible to physical confrontations, demanding considerable agility, endurance, and strength. However, Violet was an exception. As a first year, she may not have matched her opponents in stature, but her nimbleness was unparalleled. To quote commentator Jordan, she glided through the air as smoothly as a water serpent in the Black Lake. Violet never engaged in head-on confrontations with Gryffindor's chasers. Instead, she emerged from unexpected angles, intercepting the quaffle or disrupting her opponents with remarkable speed, darting in and out. Even amidst Gryffindor's onslaught, she adeptly maneuvered, drawing attention away from her teammates. Thanks to Violet's offensive and supportive plays, Slytherin racked up points, swiftly creating a gap between them and Gryffindor. The cheers for Slytherin drowned out those of Gryffindor, the green banners almost transforming into a sea. Gryffindor's players bore grim expressions, particularly Wood, whose countenance appeared ominously dark through the binoculars. Finally, the most thrilling moment arrived. The golden snitch appeared, and Harry shot forth like a bullet, his exceptional flying abilities propelling him closer to the elusive snitch. Gryffindor seemed to come alive again, erupting with cheers and raising their red and gold banners, determined to best Slytherin. What followed was a scene reminiscent of the narrative. As Harry's broom went out of control, Quirrell and Snape were locked in a struggle, and Hermione ignited Snape's robes, interrupting Quirrell's spell. Fueled by sheer willpower and a dash of fortune, Harry caught the golden snitch in his mouth, prompting shockwaves throughout the arena. Thus, the match concluded, with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin 160 to 140. Even though I was already privy to the outcome, the atmosphere at the Quidditch match swept me up in its excitement, and I exhaled deeply at the announcement of the result. I glanced towards the Slytherin team. Violet met my gaze, and I offered her a reassuring smile. From such a distance, the details were indistinct, yet inexplicably, it felt as though Violet was momentarily taken aback by my smile. Chapter 15, Encounters and Conversations. The match had concluded, Yet the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin raged on. Or rather, due to the unexpected and tumultuous nature of the match, their disputes grew even more fervent. Gryffindor, you actually sent such a small girl onto the field? Is Slytherin truly devoid of players? Slytherin, huh? You can't even best such a petite girl. What face do you have to boast here? Gryffindor, regardless of everything, we emerged victorious, while you are merely the losers. Slytherin, if it weren't for that Potter's stroke of luck, you would never have won. What's there to boast about with just a 20-point lead? Before that, you only scored once. Gryffindor, nevertheless, we won. Slytherin, to win, you resort to every possible means, even resorting to verbal sparring. How disgraceful. Gryffindor, in any case, we won. Slytherin, so what if you've won? You were utterly outmatched, yet still flaunt your victory. Just wait, there won't be a next time. Veins bulging on Gryffindor's forehead, regardless. We won. Slytherin, one could not contain themselves and tighten their grip on their wand. Thus, spells began to fly, initiated by one person and soon joined by a throng. Red and green intertwining chaotically. From casting minor hexes with wands, it devolved into a melee of hands and feet. One tugging at hair, another yanking at trousers, as pandemonium erupted. The students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, witnessing the turmoil, prudently distanced themselves from the fray, opting for a safe vantage point to observe. Teachers swiftly emerged to restore order. After indulging in the spectacle, we Hufflepuffs discreetly slipped away, left in a state of astonishment at the sight of fan altercations, my feelings a complex mixture. Thankfully, the Hufflepuff family never resorts to fighting over football. It was indeed quite exhilarating. The match concluded today, with the Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw game scheduled a few days later. My spirits were high, and the next day, I retrieved my History of Magic textbook, intending to find a secluded spot to daydream. I knew of a remote corner, a patch of lawn adorned with a magnificent tree, where I adored lying on sunny days, shielding my face with the book as I dozed. This languid sensation always brought me peace. To describe it succinctly, it felt akin to a warm body, perfectly encapsulating the modern youth's state of mind. I lay there, eyes closed, relaxing my body and mind. Then, I practiced the art of mental closure. Before long, I truly fell asleep. Claire? In my haze, I heard someone hesitantly call my name. It felt as though someone gently nudged me. Who is it? I opened my eyes, sitting up quickly, fully alert. The person before me appeared startled, but I felt far more shocked. I believe anyone waking to a pair of green eyes would certainly be startled. Potter? I asked, standing stiffly and brushing off the grass from my clothes. Goodness, why is Harry here? I had seen Harry many times. After all, he was notorious for his exploits, and his presence was undeniably strong. Discussions about him were rampant among Hufflepuffs, yet I had never spoken to him directly and was unclear about the current situation. Hello? Harry seemed a bit anxious, looking particularly bashful. I saw you were asleep, but it's getting dark, and I was worried you might sleep until nightfall. So I wanted to wake you. He spoke rapidly, as if pouring out beans. I looked up at the sky. The sunset was beautiful. Indeed, I understood Harry's concern. To be frank, it felt somewhat meddlesome, but I have always believed in acknowledging others' kindness, so I sincerely expressed my gratitude. All right, thank you, I replied. A gust of wind swept by, leaving us in an awkward silence. I yearned to leave. Do you know me? Harry seemed to seek a topic, but soon realized how awkward his question was. I had to halt my fidgeting feet. Of course, I know you. You are the boy who lived, and a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I saw you during yesterday's match. I offered a practice smile, recalling I had been cheering for Slytherin. Is that so? Harry looked even more reserved. You're quite impressive. Without you, Gryffindor would have lost, I said, suddenly recalling my allegiance to Slytherin, and I struggled to maintain my smile. Sorry. Mr. Ming, he stuttered, his pronunciation slightly off. I almost didn't recognize he was addressing me. Yet, didn't he call me Claire when he woke me? Why the change? It's all right. You can just call me Claire. That's my English name. Hello, Claire, Harry said. I've heard Hermione mention you. You're a diligent student in Hufflepuff. I sensed Harry was trying to ease the tension, but it was evidently futile. After a few exchanges, I felt an urgent desire to escape. Apologies, but I have some matters to attend to this evening. Goodbye, Potter. I politely bid farewell and turned to leave. At Hogwarts, there are numerous notable characters, and interacting with them is inevitable, so I did not experience the typical excitement one might feel upon encountering a protagonist. Meeting Harry was predictable, yet I had not anticipated this particular scenario. Harry's demeanor was also somewhat peculiar. Perhaps he had heard something about me from Hermione, but it was inconsequential without a deeper connection. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, still feeling refreshed from my nap, I decided to peruse a book titled The Complete Guide to Everyday Charms. Various cleaning spells could be employed in different situations. Which charm is most effective for removing grease stains? My eyes glazed over. To be honest, it was rather dull. I found myself missing my phone and computer for the 1008th time. Initially, I felt little due to my anxiety upon arrival, but as boredom set in, I found myself yearning for my phone to the point of madness. This feeling intensified in the moments just after waking with nothing to do, commonly referred to as information withdrawal. A passing badger noticed my despondent state, hesitated for a moment, then approached and offered me a piece of candy. "Are you all right?" the badger inquired. Looking up, I realized it was Cedric. I accepted the candy calmly, saying, "I feel as though my soul is ascending. I'm going to die of boredom." "Oh, I understand," Cedric replied empathetically, engaging me in conversation. As is often the case, our chat inevitably turned to current events, and we quickly began discussing Quidditch. Cedric and I both felt that Hufflepuff had little hope this year. This was a consensus among all the Badgers. Gryffindor and Slytherin had formidable new members, significantly boosting their overall strength, while Hufflepuff's Quidditch team still lagged slightly behind. However, our spirits remained high. One by one, we cheered on the Hufflepuff team members, sharing snacks whenever we had them, fostering a harmonious atmosphere as we accepted our forthcoming fate. I asked Cedric if he had any interest in joining the Quidditch team. I recalled he was the captain and seeker in the original series, showcasing considerable talent. Cedric candidly expressed he had considered joining the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, but it would have to wait until next year, as this year's selection had already concluded. "I'm still a third year," he said. I remembered that Cedric eventually became the head boy of Hufflepuff, so it seemed he would be quite busy next year with all his responsibilities. Our conversation was delightful, and I finally experienced the charm of Cedric, the Hufflepuff's shining light. The gentle and upright badger always strives to care for those around him, bringing ease to those in his company. Chapter 16, The Gathering, the Kitchen, and the Booklet. As expected, the outcome of the Quidditch match saw Hufflepuff triumphing over Ravenclaw, securing third place. The little badgers were quite content, and we held a small gathering in the common room to celebrate the efforts of the Hufflepuff team. Filling the warm space with joy, Ernie Macmillan was exercising his rather futile eloquence, engaging anyone he could find in conversation, much to the annoyance of those around him. Hannah shyly smiled as she listened to Susan share amusing gossip, and soon a circle of curious badgers had gathered around them. Justin Finch-Fletchley was nodding and chatting animatedly with friends, while Cedric chose to observe gently, ensuring everyone was well. The team members sat together with the older students, clearly enjoying their camaraderie. I listened to Susan's lively storytelling, with the audience occasionally gasping in delight, and the ambience was so pleasant that I couldn't help but smile. As Susan continued her narrative, her face, flushed from the gathering, turned an even deeper shade of crimson when she glanced in my direction. Claire Hannah tugged at my sleeve, and I instinctively embraced her, allowing her to lean on my shoulder. Such intimate gestures were commonplace among the girls from my homeland, and I had always cherished close physical connections, whether it be linking arms or sharing a hug. Now, surrounded by a group of children, I felt no sense of distance. As long as they were willing, I was usually more than happy to be close, though I limited this to the girls. Susan squeezed in beside us, and with Hannah on either side, I naturally wrapped my arms around both of them, indulging in the warmth of their company. Claire had a tendency to do this. Susan whispered her mild complaints in my ear, yet offered no resistance, instead snuggling in closer. What was I missing? I found myself perplexed, especially at the sight of Susan stifling a giggle. Everything was splendid. I was thoroughly content with my current life. Following a lengthy period without significant events after the Quidditch match, I had begun to feel quite at home in Hogwarts. Carla deftly entered the Hogwarts kitchen, my eyes alight as I called out for my most familiar house elf. I recalled how, during my first visit to the kitchen, I was surrounded by the little elves, who, astonished by my unfamiliar face, eagerly asked if I was dissatisfied with something. I quickly clarified that I simply missed the flavors of home and wished to see if I could prepare a meal myself. After requesting the little elves to find me a frying pan and some seasonings, I embarked on my culinary adventure. It soon became evident that the potential of an international student was indeed vast. Previously, I had only managed to boil noodles at home, but now, famished as I was, I tapped into my latent culinary heritage, conjuring up dishes reminiscent of my past. The moment I tasted a mouthful of rice mixed with chili sauce, I nearly shed tears from the sheer delight. I was filled with reverence. Was this the flavor inscribed in my very DNA? Carla appeared before me in a flash, warmly greeting me and inquiring about my needs. I conveyed the ingredients I desired and, on a whim, presented her with a small sum of galleons. As I anticipated, the little elf became flustered, repeatedly declining my offer. I explained that it was merely a token to assist her in procuring quality ingredients for me. If you don't mind, I added with a wink, consider it a little extra for a snack. I felt relieved when they finally calmed down. How delightful it would be to have daily snacks. I cheered internally while maintaining a composed exterior. I attempted to teach the elves how to prepare Chinese cuisine, only to fall silent when I witnessed one of them attempt to fry an egg tart. How could a tart be fried? The sugar content must surely be lethal. Please. Exercise restraint. Rice is a staple. It cannot be mixed with pasta. Perhaps I should look for a recipe. I had overestimated my abilities. Cooking and teaching others to cook are entirely different endeavors. The elves learned quickly and well, but the trouble was their eagerness to innovate. Innovation can be a double-edged sword. After indulging in snacks, my spirits lifted significantly, and I found renewed vigor for my studies, with the courses gradually becoming more manageable. However, there was one exception. Potions class was truly a challenge. Snape was renowned among the Badgers, having the same terrifying reputation as Voldemort had for quieting children. In his class, we braced ourselves, fully alert, fearing any misstep that might provoke his ire. Hannah was so stressed that her eyes turned red every time Snape berated her. To aid my fellow Badgers, I risked my own safety and collaborated with a Ravenclaw student to publish 100 points to note in Potions class, urging everyone to read it carefully to avoid mistakes. This endeavor led to a rare period of calm in Snape's class, as his frequency of outbursts notably decreased, particularly since he primarily targeted Gryffindor. The booklet 100 Points to Note in Potions class circulated widely among students, who revered its wisdom and memorized its contents. However, some genius among us altered its title during circulation to How to Become the Favorite of the Potions Professor. Eventually, Snape discovered this renamed booklet, and according to a certain Slytherin present during the incident, his expression was terrifyingly ominous as he conducted a confiscation operation. All houses, including Slytherin, were found with copies, and Snape's face darkened as if he had encountered a corpse 3 days deceased. In this confiscation, Gryffindor suffered the most, as Snape seemed to place the blame squarely on them, given that they possessed the majority of the renamed booklets. Points were deducted from Gryffindor to a disheartening extent, nearly pushing Hermione to despair. In contrast, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw remained in the shadows, their contributions unacknowledged. Though Violet's team lost the match, her visits to me increased. I reassured her that future losses would not occur. Indeed, apart from their initial match, where Violet and her teammates lacked cohesion, Slytherin emerged victorious in the subsequent games. After all, this was not the original story but rather a fanfic, one centered on a strong female protagonist. Violet would not easily concede defeat to anyone. Violet, you will certainly win the next Quidditch match, I declared. Does Claire believe in me? Violet inquired, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she glanced in my direction. Not entirely, I pondered. I simply believe Violet will not lose. Chapter 17. What should I say to Claire the next time we meet? Thoughts of Harry. Then it would be best to join Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's proclamation ignited a fervor among the Gryffindors as they rejoiced at Harry Potter's arrival. Cheering, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" the Weasley twins shouted, never missing an opportunity for merriment. Amidst them, Harry reveled in the grandeur of a feast he had never before encountered, delicious food, and amiable companions. His spirit felt light, both detached yet immersed in a dream. An overwhelming joy intermingled with trepidation for the future consumed him. In the midst of unfamiliarity, one instinctively seeks familiar comforts. Ron, seated beside him, was fiercely battling a chicken leg, while Harry smiled shyly, his gaze unconsciously searching for that girl. She seemed to have been sorted into Hufflepuff. Across the long table, amidst a sea of backs, Harry caught sight of her, a cascade of sleek black hair, a petite frame that stood out even among her peers, and an unconscious smile that made her presence distinctly remarkable, even in the bustling Hufflepuff house. It was Lemony. Harry had seen her at the yew tree. A diminutive figure ambled along the path, her ebony hair fluttering gently in the breeze, while her rare and exquisite Eastern features captivated the attention of many passers-by. Such an uncommon sight, a child who appeared to hail from a respectable family, naturally drew the curiosity of the neighborhood. When she first graced that path, onlookers presumed she was merely a visitor or a child visiting relatives. It was only later that they discovered she was the daughter of a new family that had moved from the land of the rising sun. The residents of Yew Road engaged in hushed discussions about her, occasionally inquiring about her origins. Although there seemed to be a fresh addition to the community, no one could quite recall where this new family resided. Even the Delacours speculated about her, warning their son, Darius, to steer clear of the girl. Given her mysterious background as an Asian, they advised against stirring trouble and issued a stern warning to Harry as well. Harry merely listened silently from the sidelines. Lemon frequently visited the supermarket, where the cashier remarked on her somewhat halting English, noting her polite demeanor and endearing nature. She truly seemed quite young. Where could her family be? Her pronunciation was peculiar, and she consistently employed honorifics in her speech, which improved over time. She resembled a little Eastern Shakespeare. It remains unclear who first made that observation, but it elicited a wave of good-natured laughter. The cashier even speculated about her age. Was she 10 or perhaps 11? She appeared remarkably young, yet no one had ever seen her family accompany her. It was as if she had materialized from thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously. The dearth of information regarding her existence led to a gradual normalization of her presence among the townsfolk. Only the curious children still eagerly anticipated a chance encounter with the foreign girl. Harry! Harry! Ron's call startled Harry, who turned his gaze in the opposite direction. Feeling inexplicably guilty. What are you looking at? Ron casually inquired, but before Harry could respond, he returned to his food. Nothing, Harry muttered, his gaze lowered, though his heart raced with excitement. He had recognized her on the train, standing behind Violet Gant, her curious eyes fixed upon him. How splendid, she was indeed a witch. At that moment, Harry could think of nothing else. Strangely, he felt an aversion to displaying any weakness in her presence, though this notion was fleeting. He faced Draco Malfoy until Violet intervened, allowing him to release his clenched fists, palms slick with nervous sweat. Lemon, or Claire, as she was known by the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, was not in the same house as Harry, and aside from mealtimes, he rarely saw her, as their classes did not coincide. Occasionally, he pondered that if he could speak with her, he would reveal that he also resided on U Road, and perhaps they could become good friends. Truth be told, Harry knew little about Claire. They were essentially strangers, yet a flickering flame of hope ignited within him. They might indeed forge a friendship. Harry later learned of the close bond between Hermione and Claire. He had heard Hermione mention Claire numerous times, often expressing her disappointment when Claire failed to grasp a concept during their studies. Claire wouldn't behave like you two, Hermione would exclaim in frustration, never hesitating to assist them, though their actions sometimes vexed her. Ron would often smirk at this, while Harry felt a twinge of guilt, though he could not quite discern the reason for it. Following Hermione around led to more encounters with Claire in the library, yet they never exchanged words in those moments. Harry's courage seemed to falter inexplicably. After hearing Hermione call for Claire multiple times, he too began to silently refer to her as Claire. During a Quidditch match, as Harry soared through the air on his broom, everything around him blurred, the trembling broomstick, the dazzling sunlight, the cheers of the crowd. His sole focus was on the golden snitch, and it was this single-mindedness that secured his victory. However, the following day, upon encountering Claire sleeping beneath a tree, an overwhelming dizziness engulfed him, accompanied by a disorienting sense of detachment caused by his racing heart. The evening glow was gentle, and the breeze across the lawn was tranquil, yet uncontainable. In such a state, he mused, it would be impossible to catch the golden snitch. The courage he once mustered to approach her now felt like a mountain of pressure at that moment. Harry approached Claire and gently roused her from her slumber. In a moment of panic, he called her name, yet for two strangers, this might have appeared somewhat odd. He hastily altered his approach, hardly recalling the words he uttered, but certain they were foolish enough to wish to forget. You were remarkable, Claire remarked, her lips curving into a subtle smile, her tone steady and convincing. She had witnessed Harry's performance in the Quidditch match. She is praising me, Harry thought, as the anomalies surrounding Snape, Hagrid's secrets, and the exhilaration of victory momentarily slipped from his mind, leaving him to grapple with the task of initiating conversation. This was Harry's first close encounter with Claire. Her black hair, dark eyes, she was undeniably beautiful, and he felt his face flush. Goodbye, Potter, Claire said as she departed, leaving Harry momentarily dazed. After a considerable pause, he finally came to his senses. What should he say the next time he encountered Claire? He pondered. Chapter 18, A Tranquil Day. If one were to determine who felt most vulnerable following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, it would undoubtedly be Draco Malfoy. Despite Violet's prior warnings, Draco's relentless teasing spirit persisted, often accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe to the Gryffindor table, where they would hurl barbed comments. However, due to their lack of wit, they frequently ended up flustering themselves instead. With a scowl etched on his face, Draco once again retreated from the Gryffindor table, clearly having been thwarted. As he walked away, his mutterings were unmistakably curses directed at Potter. At times, I found Draco reminiscent of a legendary electronic pet, providing amusement through his antics. A day without him felt oddly amiss, his presence truly commanding. In a sense, achieving such notoriety as a villain was quite an accomplishment. After enjoying the spectacle, I returned to my meal, feeling utterly relaxed and devoid of stress, simply relishing the tranquil passage of time. Everything seemed ordinary, or so I thought. I ventured to the library, and without internet access, my love for reading intensified. After all, there were few other forms of entertainment. While perusing the shelves, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing volume, Introduction to Practical Dark Arts. To my astonishment, such a book existed in the library, and it was not even in the restricted section. My curiosity piqued, I reached for it, feeling that a Hufflepuff student who did not delve into dark arts was hardly a commendable member of the house. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over me, and from the corner of my eye, I sensed someone standing behind me in silence. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to turn around as I took hold of the book. "Excuse me, may I help you?" A voice emerged from behind me, polite yet devoid of warmth. "Do you wish to borrow this book?" "Yes," I replied. At last, I turned to face the speaker, a tall, slender boy, possessing an attractive visage, yet he was an unfamiliar Slytherin student. "Are you also interested in borrowing it?" I inquired. He nodded slightly, his silent presence behind me, merely observing as I reached for the book, felt somewhat unsettling. "If you don't mind, I can hand it directly to you once I've finished reading," I suggested. He fixed his gaze upon my face, and I maintained my smile. Truth be told, I wished to avoid any trouble. I considered myself quite courteous. If he desired to read it first, he could have politely asked, and I would have obliged. However, if he harbored ulterior motives, I would be left with no choice but to resort to a physical means of defense. "All right, thank you," he eventually replied. "Not at all. May I ask your name?" "Fellow student?" "Theodore Nott," he stated, his tone unchanged. Internally, I mused. Ah, so it is Theodore. A character with near-zero appearances in the original text, yet a high prevalence in fan fiction. I scrutinized him closely. Dark hair, blue eyes, and the quintessential beauty filter of fan depictions. "I should be able to finish this book by the day after tomorrow, if you don't mind." "I can wait for you at this time then," I said, lowering my gaze and no longer regarding Theodore. "MHM. His tone remained somewhat aloof as he departed, even reluctant to inquire about my name out of courtesy. This behavior was quite in line with his original character, averse to socializing, astute, and possessing a mild prejudice based on lineage. I exhaled in relief. I had momentarily feared that someone had deliberately placed the book, Introduction to the Practical Uses of Dark Magic, within my line of sight to pique my curiosity and then ambush me. If it were Theodore, he likely wouldn't resort to such tactics, or perhaps he might. I hoped my suspicions were unfounded. Shaking my head, I clutched the borrowed book and made my way to my usual seat, preparing to read. As expected, though the title Introduction to the Practical Uses of Dark Magic suggested intrigue, the content was disappointingly basic, more akin to a guide on the defense against dark arts. It was certainly suitable for upper-year students, but it would be inadequate for serious study of dark magic. Thus, it was merely an ordinary book, its grandiose title misleadingly alluring. Nevertheless, I read it earnestly, treating it as a light diversion. Unbeknownst to me, a pair of blue eyes observed me with contemplation. I had managed to catch up with my studies, yet I remained busy, engaged in magical learning with my classmate, Xiaoming. That evening, I hoisted my suitcase onto the bed, lowered the bed curtains, and cast a silencing charm. As I had frequently done so in the past, my roommates paid no heed. My explanation was that I enjoyed rolling around in bed. "Oh, that's rather cute," my roommates attempted to understand. I opened my suitcase and crawled inside. Entering the small room I had set up within it, filled with various books, food, essential survival supplies, and a collection of jars and boxes I had gathered. Do not inquire. I do not believe any flower-loving individual could resist the urge to hoard once afforded such a small space. I laid out my study materials, retrieved my wand, and prepared to practice magic. The silencing charm was the spell I had practiced the most. I dared not practice in front of my roommates until I had mastered it. The second spell I intended to practice was the shield charm, which I struggled with, as I lacked sufficient external force to test the strength of my magical shield. I could only estimate its effectiveness based on the degree of magical depletion. Currently, it was only reliable in emergency situations. The third spell was the formidable disarming charm, renowned for its utility. It was quick and could interrupt other spells. I devoted myself to its study, though my progress was disheartening. Most effective spells required practical application. Practicing alone could only ensure I could recite the incantation, while the actual efficacy remained known only to those who wielded it. I would certainly not employ half-baked spells in combat. Next came the domestic spells. I retrieved a long-prepared locked box and waved my wand. Alohomora. The box trembled slightly before opening, and I examined its lock, attempting to understand the principle behind its unlocking. I fetched a basin and watched in wonder as clear water flowed forth, reminiscent of a spring. Each time I witnessed this phenomenon, I was captivated. Small streams of water emerged from some unseen point at the tip of my wand. Once the basin was full, I stirred the water with my hand. Freezing charm. The rippling water within the basin abruptly stilled, not even a single ripple betraying its motion. I began to ponder. How did Alohomora unlock the lock? The lock itself was not broken. It merely transitioned from a closed to an open state. Did this spell alter the internal structure of the lock, transforming it into an open state? How did the clear water materialize? Was it conjured from thin air, or was it a spatial transference? In the game Magic Awakens, the clear water could be utilized lethally, akin to bullets. Could one achieve a similar effect by propelling water at high speeds? The freezing charm did not create ice. Rather, it was a spell that halted the movement of people and objects. Could it serve as a lower-tier substitute for petrification? What effects would it produce in actual combat? Did it merely pause the state, or did it solely cease motion? Having completed my magical practice for the day, I drifted off to sleep with a sense of satisfaction. Another tranquil day. Chapter 19. Home and Want. As Christmas approached, I began to wrap myself in layers of warmth. Ordinary people ward off the cold by wearing more clothes or using air conditioning. The magical community, of course, possesses its own unique methods of keeping warm. For instance, some affluent families provide their children with specially designed magical robes that offer warmth and moisture resistance. Naturally, such garments tend to be quite costly. The school also teaches warmth spells, which, once mastered, allow one to feel warm intermittently, essentially carrying around a personal air conditioner, quite convenient. Should one fail to learn such spells and lack warm magical robes, they would be left with no choice but to layer on clothing like everyone else. In winter, clothing pockets are ample, and the warmth spells can elevate temperatures momentarily, negating the need for bulky attire. Personally, I find this arrangement quite comfortable, though cold. It remains within tolerable limits. Yet, for some reason, the other Hufflepuffs seem to disagree. Claire, Susan exclaimed, alarmed. Your hands are freezing. I attempted to explain, it's fine. My body temperature tends to be low during winter. This was true. Before magic, I had endured biting winds while trudging to school, without air conditioning. Suffering in classrooms that were stifling in summer and drafty in winter. My hands and feet would turn a purplish hue, leading my classmates to jest that I looked like a corpse risen from its coffin to attend school. Now, with the warmth spell, things had improved. I could cast a spell whenever my extremities felt stiff, prolonging my life. But you truly do not look well. Cold hands indicate your body is cold, too. Susan observed with concern, while other Hufflepuff classmates nodded in agreement. I couldn't fathom what about my appearance could incite such alarm. I wished to facepalm. In their eyes, I appeared pale, with icy hands. My naturally slight frame seemed even more frail and pitiful beneath layers of clothing. Even the continuous warmth spell failed to revive my complexion. And standing outside in the frigid air, I seemed on the verge of collapsing. Well, if one were to stage a fall, it would be quite fitting. I remarked with a serious expression. Claire, certainly. Here is the revised and improved version of your text. Indeed, I shall be attentive to that. I am certainly not a masochist, who would relish the sensation of being frozen. To demonstrate my point, I am on the verge of affixing my scarf permanently around my neck. The little badgers remain unconvinced. The more magically inclined among them occasionally cast warming charms upon me or remind me to dress warmly. It may be somewhat exaggerated, yet their concern is unwavering. Speaking of which, I cannot recall when it was that my relationships with those around me began to flourish. Even some from Ravenclaw have approached me, eager to instruct me on the finer points of employing warming charms. Most of these individuals are my peers, and I am utterly perplexed as to why I find myself in the role of the one being cared for. Perhaps it is because Claire is quite attentive to them. Hence they naturally extend their concern towards me. Violet, with a twinkle in her eye, sits beside me, and we chat comfortably. Is that so? I find myself somewhat bewildered. Claire usually presents as quite mature. Although she does indulge in jest, she embodies a nurturing presence, diligently resolving the troubles of those around her. Which is why everyone holds her in such high regard. I nod in understanding, but wait, something seems amiss. Violet, are you not from Slytherin? How do you possess such knowledge of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor? Another factor may be that Claire's health has indeed been quite poor. She has been unwell for some time, which is concerning to witness. I suppose I feel it is manageable. Please take care of yourself. Violet sighs. And by the way, are you returning home for Christmas? Well, I must first assess the situation. I ponder for a moment. I have yet to receive any news from my family. It seems I have never seen a letter from Claire's family. Violet furrows her brow. Oh, my family is quite busy abroad, and we do indeed communicate infrequently. I naturally add, and what about you, Violet? I shall be returning home, she replies. Of course, Violet will return to the Gunter estate, where she has amassed quite a collection of dark magical artifacts, significantly enhancing her abilities. After our conversation, I return to the Hufflepuff common room, where the orange-yellow flames dance in the fireplace, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen entices my senses, accompanied by the cheerful banter of the little badgers. I stretch lazily and retrieve my companion, Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, Xiao Ming. Here, you are increasingly resembling an artificial intelligence. Am I returning home for Christmas or remaining at school? Returning home. Is there something awaiting me there? There are new family members. What? There are new family members. Ever since Xiao Ming confessed that it had sent those 2 letters, it seems to have let loose. The colloquial term, no longer wishing to pretend. Yet it remains enigmatic. It appears the timing is not yet right. And I cannot discern what this so-called new family member is. Do you remember the original wand and pocket watch? I do. Keep it with you at all times. You may now use that wand, but refrain from frequent use unless necessary, as there are surprises. Oh dear, it seems something significant is about to unfold. I hastily dive into my luggage compartment, casting a silencing charm, and extract the wand from the hidden layer of my clothing. I scrutinize it carefully, yet discern nothing. Then, it would be best to simply try it out and see for myself. I can use it right now, correct? Indeed. Then let us start with something simple. Clear water, like a spring. A modest stream of water emerges, yet I am taken aback. It seems there are no impediments. I squint, my curiosity piqued. The flow of water, responding to my magical output, begins to swell, halting just before overflowing the basin. Silence. Could it be that it is as I suspect? A certain thought stirs within me, and after a moment of indecision, I resolve to proceed. Exclude your weapon. A magical mark directly strikes the location I had just indicated. The incantation is executed flawlessly, without any hindrance. In that case, Avada, at the critical moment, Xiaoming suddenly bursts forth, colliding with my face. Clearly opting for a physical interruption of my spellcasting, though simple, it is effective. What are you doing? Xiaoming hovers in midair, its pages trembling with indignation, the words glaringly bold as if to scold me. Oh, that hurts. I rub my face vigorously, glancing up at it. Surprised to discover that you can move. Even if I couldn't move, your antics would provoke me to do so. That tone is decidedly more authentic. Do not utilize that wand excessively. It is meant to assist you in times of peril. Xiaoming gradually descends, and I sense that it feels somewhat different. I was compelled to partially unlock permissions due to your fright. I gently dismissed the hint of grievance in that statement. So who exactly are you? I inquire. You will come to know in due time. For now, do not worry. I have no intention of causing you harm. Why? Because I truly, deeply care for you. I am taken aback. Why resort to a confession? Cannot we converse in a more ordinary manner? Chapter 20. The Special Wand and the Library Encounter Amidst the Chaos. I laboriously tidy my small room. Xiaoming returns to my grasp, and I find myself unable to extract any further information. Every inquiry is met with silence, prompting me to reluctantly concede defeat. Rest assured, you will eventually come to know. In the meantime, why not contemplate how to improve your current grades? Xiaoming, you have indeed changed. The wand is securely stored in the hidden layer of my clothing, a pocket I had specially sewn for this purpose. With no need for elaborate explanations, it is simply for holding the wand. While using the spell Clear Water, I experienced the wand's exceptional qualities. Casting spells with it felt virtually unimpeded, flowing seamlessly as if all I needed to do was channel my magical energy. Typically, during spellcasting, a user must concentrate intently to manipulate the magic's flow, utilizing the wand as a conduit to alter the energy in a specific manner. This is the standard approach for most wizards. Whether wand or incantation, they serve as tools to facilitate the structured flow of magic for ordinary practitioners. Some wizards with a strong command over their own magic may attempt silent or wandless spells, as they possess sufficient control to shape their magic as they desire. My lack of sensitivity to magic during the early school term was a principal reason for my slow progress. I struggled to simulate the most suitable pathways for my magical energy. However, the sensation with this wand is entirely different. It seems to take on the responsibility of organizing the flow of magic, diligently transforming my energy into formidable spells. It is akin to a converter. In this scenario, a wizard merely needs to channel their magical energy to cast spells, eliminating the step of controlling that energy, thus removing obstacles and significantly reducing waste. Consequently, the potency of the magic is greatly enhanced. Just like earlier, after I had perfectly executed the disarming charm, I pondered whether I could cast the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. It turned out I could, for I knew the incantation, despite being entirely ignorant of its magical circuit. This wand instinctively assisted me in channeling my power once it sensed my intent to cast the deadly spell, enabling me to unleash such perilous magic. My classmate, Xiaoming, intervened to prevent me from utilizing spells that far exceeded my current capabilities, cautioning that I must not draw attention to myself so soon. I understood well. I deftly tucked the wand into my robe. It was a tool meant solely for dire circumstances. The magic it conjured was not reflective of my own skill level, and to maintain my composure, it would be prudent to refrain from using it excessively. I surmised that the pocket watch also held a unique purpose, perhaps as a time turner or some other extraordinary device. Emerging from the confines of my luggage compartment, I lay on my bed, feigning lifelessness. Help! Although I did not need to control the flow of magical energy, I still had to generate it myself. After casting several high-energy spells, I felt utterly drained, with no desire to move. Do not disturb, I am deceased. The following day, after attending my classes as usual, I ventured to the library where I encountered Hermione. It struck me that I had not seen Theodore since then. Initially, I harbored considerable wariness towards him, but after handing him the introduction to practical dark arts, he departed with an indifferent demeanor. It was unclear whether he had ulterior motives. Perhaps my suspicions were unfounded. I decided to set this matter aside and prepared to sit with Hermione to study. I retrieved a copy of Beginner's Potions, while Hermione pulled out anthology of distinguished figures in the magical world of the 19th century. Hermione was still searching for Nicholas Flamel. She had been flipping through such texts for several days, yet I hesitated to inquire, pretending not to notice. Hermione, a voice called out. Not overly loud, but still drawing attention in the library, eliciting several disapproving glances. Ron quickly gestured an apology as he approached with Harry to join Hermione and me. Hermione, I was going to greet you, but then I noticed you sitting here with, you were Claire, right? What are you doing here? His tone, tinged with curiosity, initially seemed less than friendly. I nodded, glanced at them, and began to gather my belongings, preparing to leave. However, Hermione seemed to misinterpret the situation. She shot Ron a glare and pushed me back into my seat. Oh dear, I genuinely wanted to leave. Apologies, Ron, though you sometimes speak without thinking. You are still reasonable. Acknowledging the ambiguity of his previous comment, he sincerely apologized. I didn't mean for you to leave. I was just a bit surprised. I suspected they might have heard of me from Hermione, so they did not seem shocked, merely responding in a calm tone. It's fine. You should stay. You're welcome here. Hermione added, you can stay. It's no problem. I thought, what is going on, Harry? With their insistence, I felt embarrassed to leave outright. Thus, I remained seated, picking up Beginner's Potions to continue reading. Clearly, my presence made them uneasy, as they spoke cautiously. Yet, they could not shake their habit of discussing matters loudly, and soon began to debate who Nicholas Flamel was. I persisted in feigning deep concentration in my book, keeping my eyes fixed and ears closed. But alas, the winds of their conversation still reached me. Should I inquire about her? Or perhaps it is best to refrain, as it is not my affair, and I would prefer not to involve her. Why are you reacting so strongly? It's merely a question, nothing significant. Hermione and Ron argued in tones they believed were hushed, yet I could hear every word. I attempted to remain unperturbed. Claire, Hermione said, you read often. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? Ultimately, Ron blurted out the question rather bluntly. Nicholas Flamel? I lowered my book slightly, feigning contemplation. I don't know, but the name does sound somewhat familiar. You've heard of him? Ron lamented. You're just like Hermione. Both of you recognize the name, but cannot recall anything when asked. I maintained a friendly smile. I apologize. Are you searching for this individual? I inquired politely. It's nothing serious, just a bit of curiosity about who he is, Hermione quickly clarified. Ah, I see. By the way, Claire, are you going home for Christmas? Perhaps trying to divert the topic, Hermione casually asked. Yes, I nodded. Where's your home? Hermione inquired. On a street in London. Oh, Hermione did not press further. We resumed our reading, and at a certain point, I bid farewell to Hermione and the others before departing. Chapter 21, Christmas Gifts and New Family. As Christmas approached, a significant occasion for Europeans, I felt compelled to prepare gifts or tokens of appreciation, despite my own lack of celebration. To that end, I meticulously crafted a list. I must certainly present gifts to all my friends in Hufflepuff, Hannah, Susan, Ernie, Justin, and Cedric. As for some individuals in Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein, Padma Patil, and the delightful Cho Chang. These were classmates with whom I had cultivated a decent rapport, particularly with Cho, as we shared a cultural connection, which fostered a friendly bond. I had taken a liking to her at first sight. In Gryffindor, a gift for Hermione would suffice, as I did not have particularly close acquaintances there. Harry and Ron were merely acquaintances. As for Slytherin, only Pansy Parkinson warranted a gift. Regarding my teachers, I prepared gifts for all who instructed me. But one individual left me in a quandary, the formidable Severus Snape. It felt inappropriate to gift him, fearing it might attract unwanted attention and venomous remarks. Yet not gifting him seemed equally inappropriate, as it would single him out. After much deliberation, I sought advice from my fellow Badgers on their thoughts. After a thorough discussion, the Badgers offered a variety of opinions. Some advocated for gifting, others advised against it, and a few suggested an anonymous gift. This debate inexplicably reached Ravenclaw, where some analyzed the potential repercussions of Snape noticing the gift, leading to a more challenging classroom experience, while others remarked that perhaps Snape might not even recognize who I was. There were arguments questioning why one should gift a person as menacing as Snape, while others countered that he might hold a grudge against those without gifts. Some believed that whether to gift or not was a personal choice and not worth such turmoil. Initially, some students hadn't even considered the notion of gifting Snape, but seeing the fervor of the discussion ignited their anxiety. After a cacophony of opinions, I glanced around, baffled as to how a conversation shared with a few had escalated into a debate spanning 2 houses. I felt overwhelmed and, after a moment of steeling myself, resolved to go ahead with the gift. In a bid to extinguish the flames of discussion and alleviate the pressure on others, some individuals still pondered the matter at hand. prompting a portion of them to send reminders to Severus Snape. Thus, on the crisp Christmas morning, Snape awoke to find himself the recipient of an abundance of gifts, far exceeding the usual annual offerings. A kaleidoscope of colorful packages lay before him, almost leading Snape to suspect that some audacious student had played a prank by sending him empty boxes. However, upon inspection, he discovered that the contents were neither empty nor mischievous props, but rather an assortment of simple yet heartfelt gifts, sweets, biscuits, cards adorned with warm wishes, some inexpensive herbs, and books on potions. Admittedly, to Snape, these offerings seemed rather trivial. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that they had been thoughtfully prepared by various individuals. He found it utterly baffling that the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws would choose to bestow such gifts upon him, a notion he dismissed as the folly of a group of misguided little giants. He impatiently gathered the gifts, dismissing them with such an evaluation. These tokens did nothing to alter Snape's demeanor. In fact, as the second semester commenced, he grew even more stringent, much to the lamentation of the students. Yet, the act of gift-giving inexplicably continued, inspired by the example of a certain dark-haired, dark-eyed witch, leading to a tradition that endured for several years. Eventually, to the astonishment of both Gryffindor and Slytherin, Snape reciprocated after years of receiving gifts. His classroom demeanor remained strict, yet there was a subtle distinction to his severity, now accompanied by an unexpected hint of emotion. At this juncture, Snape remained oblivious to the delightful surprise awaiting him, preoccupied as he was with devising excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor. Time flew swiftly, and as Hogwarts prepared for the holiday break, I packed my suitcase, feeling light, yet anxious about returning to that house. Who would my new guardian be? With utmost vigilance, I retraced my previous route. Upon reaching Privet Drive, I encountered a familiar neighbor who greeted me. I let out a sigh of relief as I retrieved my keys and unlocked the door. To my delight, the house was empty, seemingly untouched since my departure. It appeared a bit dusty, the scent of neglect lingering in the air. I closed the door, stowed my suitcase, and cast a few cleaning charms, setting about tidying the place. I would be residing here for quite some time, so I dedicated several days to shopping at the nearby supermarket, striving to transform the house into a space I adored. With my burgeoning understanding of magic, I discerned that the house had been bewitched with a muggle-repelling charm, ensuring that ordinary people would remain oblivious to its existence. The new family member will arrive tomorrow. Finally, a day came when my classmate Xiao Ming provided me with a specific time. I glanced at my calendar and realized that tomorrow was Christmas Eve. What impeccable timing. I cast a glance at the pile of gifts, all wrapped in warm yellow ribbons, which I had prepared to give away. Hoping Hazel would be up to the task, I made ready for the arrival of my new guardian the following day. On Christmas Eve, a knock resounded at the door, prompting me to instinctively reach into my clothing for my wand while using my other hand to open the door. Standing before me was a strikingly handsome young man, his demeanor warm and courteous. "Hello, are you Miss Claire?" he inquired, leaning slightly forward so that I could better see him. To avoid making me uncomfortable with his upward gaze, he crouched down a bit, adopting an awkward posture that seemed considerate. I quickly scrutinized him. "Yes, and you are?" I asked, puzzled. "I am Gavin Greengrass," he replied with a cheerful smile. "You may not have met me before. I am a friend of your parents. Recently arrived in London. I found myself without a place to stay, but your parents wrote to me, hoping I might not mind temporarily residing here as a guardian for their daughter." His explanation was delivered with gratitude, expressing appreciation for my parents' willingness to offer him shelter. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. At first glance, this statement appeared innocuous, yet upon reflection, significant questions arose. I hesitated and nodded. My parents did mention that a new guardian would be coming. I endeavored to appear innocent. "So it is you." I welcomed him inside and led him to an empty room on the second floor that I had already tidied. "You can call me Claire. That is my English name," I said, attempting to create a conversation to glean more information. "How should I address you?" "If you don't mind, just Gavin will suffice," he replied. I allowed him a moment to familiarize himself with the room before dashing back to my own. "Xiao Ming, who exactly is this person? Someone you know? Stop being cryptic and speak plainly." "All right, it's Barty Crouch Jr. What?" Chapter 22. Barty and the gift preparations. Barty Crouch Jr.? Shouldn't he still be imprisoned at his family's estate? I exclaimed, taken aback. Wait a minute. The most puzzling aspect is why he is my temporary guardian. How did he escape his father's control? And how did he acquire such a false identity? My mind raced, eager to bombard Xiao Ming with a barrage of questions. But Xiao Ming declared that his information for the day had concluded, and with Barty waiting in the adjacent room, I should not keep him waiting too long. "Gavin," I dashed back. "Do you need me to show you around this street?" "Sure," he replied, his smile bright and sunny. Only after learning his true identity did I recognize the facade behind that smile. "Thank you, Claire. You played your part well. Is it fair to say he is indeed Barty Crouch Jr.?" I guided Barty on a stroll down Privet Drive, introducing him to the locations of various shops, the nearest supermarket, and other places he might find interesting. Barty followed behind me, perpetually smiling, while I walked ahead, completely unguarded, not out of naivety, but because. At my current level, even with that special wand, I would stand no chance against the experienced Barty. Better to relax a bit. Perhaps it would allow for a more natural interaction. Moreover, since Barty had infiltrated my home under disguise, it was unlikely he would act against me immediately. His demeanor suggested a plan for a long-term presence. The cinematic portrayal of Barty could not serve as a reliable reference. I had no way of knowing his true appearance. I was left wondering if he had employed a polyjuice potion or some other means. After sharing my knowledge of Privet Drive with Barty, we prepared to return home with a few groceries I had just purchased. Perfect timing, as tomorrow is Christmas, I remarked. Now we can celebrate together. I initially felt there was no festive spirit. My family never celebrated Christmas, but this time, with gifts to distribute to many classmates and Gavin here, it should feel like a celebration. The sunny Gavin, now Barty, seemed to struggle with adjusting to the muggle world outside. Yet he maintained a gentle facade as he listened to my chatter. Claire, you are quite remarkable for living independently at such a young age, Barty commented, his tone seemingly sincere. What about your parents? Does Gavin not know? I curiously retorted, noting that they were all absent from Europe. I simply wondered if they had made no arrangements for you at all. Gavin blinked, and living alone must indeed be quite arduous, considering how independent Claire appeared. They do. In fact, he replied, they always request some friends and family to look after me, but everyone only stays for a brief period. And I can hardly recall who they were. I lowered my gaze, pursed my lips, yet quickly returned to normal. After all, this had been the case throughout my life, and I had grown accustomed to it. Little Batty seemed to ponder this for a moment. Thankfully, Harry was not here this year. Otherwise, I would have had to worry about what might occur should little Batty encounter him. As for what followed, we would address that later. Before long, we returned, laden with numerous bags and parcels, containing both items needed for Christmas tomorrow and some essentials for little Batty. Notably, he possessed no currency from the Muggle world. As he stated, he had only brought galleons. Consequently, I had to cover the expenses up front, causing the young man's face to flush with embarrassment. In any case, we returned to the house and began preparing dinner. As adults, it was naturally my responsibility to cook. Little Batty insisted. So, Claire, you should take a rest. I briefly declined, but quickly acquiesced. To my surprise, little Batty's culinary skills were quite commendable. He complimented the well-equipped kitchen and proceeded to prepare a classic Western meal. Frankly, it was rather delicious. After dinner, little Batty washed the dishes, during which I began to sincerely appreciate the persona he had adopted. It was rather thoughtful of him. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, I muttered repeatedly. As little Batty entered the kitchen, I commenced checking and organizing the gifts meant for distribution. Hermione's gift was a scarf. Initially, I had contemplated giving her a book, but I felt that a scarf would better evoke a warm, festive atmosphere, so I ultimately settled on the scarf. As for the book, I would save it for another opportunity. Violet's gift was a beautiful feather quill, primarily because I truly could not ascertain what to send her. Anything too common might seem rather odd. The gifts for Hufflepuff were relatively easy to prepare. Homemade cookies, an assortment of rare snacks, candies, and a few handcrafted toys. For Senior Autumn Zhang, I crafted a miniature Quidditch broom model, knowing her fondness for Quidditch, especially since she would soon be joining the Ravenclaw team. I diligently penned heartfelt messages in both Chinese and English for everyone, carefully packaging them in red boxes tied with warm yellow ribbons before handing them over to Hazel. Good luck, Hazel. I retrieved a small handful of mealworms, dry food, and meat strips to feed her a little. I knew Hazel would have a late-night snack in the yard, so I generally did not feed her too much at once. However, tonight was clearly going to be a strenuous affair, and Hazel would expend considerable energy. I raised my fists in determination, my expression serious. Go forth, Hazel. Hazel responded with a puff. I remarked, you should hurry along. Little Batty had already emerged from the kitchen, standing quietly in the shadows behind me, observing as I inspected the gifts, only speaking up once I had finished, nearly startling my soul out of my body. Are these gifts for your friends? He inquired politely, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet he refrained from encroaching upon my space, maintaining the demeanor of a gentle young man just getting acquainted. Still slightly startled, I replied, yes. Indeed. Apologies, I saw you were quite focused, so I didn't want to disturb you. Little Batty glanced back at the pile of gifts. By the way, even though I only met Gavin today, I prepared a gift as well, though it might be somewhat rough around the edges due to the short notice. I returned to my thoughts, hoping Gavin wouldn't mind when he saw it tomorrow. The young man's face exhibited a timely blend of gratitude and embarrassment. Thank you so much, Claire. No need for thanks, I replied internally, bemused at how adept little Batty was at playing his role. We chatted for a while longer in the living room. I noticed he frequently mentioned my parents, subtly probing into their magical abilities. I forced myself to engage in a question-and-answer exchange, longing for the moment to retire to bed. Good night, Gavin. Good night, Claire. My first night with my new family, Little Batty, was rather pleasant, despite the underlying pretense we both maintained. Chapter 23, Christmas Dinner. The following day, Christmas Day, I rose early. Hazel was sleeping in her little nook. Little Batty was already awake, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. I yawned and washed up, arranging my hair and grooming myself to present a respectable appearance. When I lived alone, I had not been so particular, but now that Little Batty was around, I felt obliged to tidy up a bit. We shared the breakfast he had prepared. However, Little Batty seemed preoccupied and excused himself after a brief chat, leaving me uncertain of his whereabouts. It had slipped my mind yesterday, but upon reflecting on the details today, I realized that Little Batty might not yet possess a wand. For instance, when washing dishes yesterday, he had done so by hand rather than using a cleaning spell. I had never seen him produce a wand or employ any magic. Did this imply he had only recently escaped from old Barty's control? However, given our limited time together, I could not draw any definitive conclusions. As it stood, Little Batty was diligently maintaining his persona, revealing no aggressive tendencies. Rather, he seemed more inclined to gather information, repeatedly inquiring about the current state of the wizarding world and expressing curiosity about my parents. How had he assumed this identity of Gavin? I set aside this question for future discussion with my friend Xiaoming. Beneath the small Christmas tree I had prepared, a pile of gifts awaited, delivered during the night. My spirits lifted as I approached, closing the half-open window and concentrating on the task of organizing the presents. How delightful! This was an experience I had never encountered in the land of flowers. Unwrapping holiday gifts. Let me see what awaits. This one, as I checked the card, was from Hannah, a box of moving chocolate bunnies. Much like chocolate frogs, how rare a treat, or rather, more akin to a toy than a snack. Oh, Susan had sent me a novel by Lockhart. To be honest, it was quite a treasure, yet knowing the true nature of Lockhart left me feeling somewhat ambivalent. I would read it when I had the time. The other adorable Hufflepuffs had gifted me mainly stationery or snacks. It seemed we were all on the same wavelength, and I joyfully increased my supply of treats. To my surprise, Cedric had sent me a moving storybook. It contained the traditional tale of a wizard defeating a dragon. But the illustrations moved. How cool. Wait, a moving storybook? Did Cedric see me as a child? Well, I must admit, I truly enjoyed it. Long live Cedric. Senior Autumn Zhang gifted me a knitted hat, adorned with my name in Chinese characters. How thoughtful and delightful. I internally squealed with excitement. The other Ravenclaws had primarily given me rare books, each reflecting their respective houses, which I carefully set aside. Hermione presented me with a notebook filled with notes from our History of Magic class, accompanied by sweets, very much in line with Hermione's style. And then there was Violet. Her gift was particularly special, a beautiful, brand-new enchanted robe, designed for warmth and protection against the cold. This is rather too precious, and it leaves me somewhat anxious. Primarily due to the stark disparity in the value of the exchanged gifts. I merely gifted a simple pen, which, no matter how aesthetically pleasing, pales in comparison to this magnificent robe. My understanding of gift-giving revolves around the principle of presenting items of similar worth within my capabilities, or offering handmade gifts if the relationship is close. However, given that we are in England, and considering Violet's status as the heir of a pure-blood family in the magical realm, it is perhaps reasonable for the quality of gifts to be elevated. Violet penned a card for me, her elegant script almost indecipherable, but the general sentiment conveyed was for me to not worry and to simply wear the robe, while also reminding me to take care of my health. Indeed, I am quite sensitive to the cold during winter, and Violet may have noticed my discomfort, for she is always attentive. Were I unaware of this, I would undoubtedly be touched beyond measure. I made a note of this incident, resolved to find an opportunity to reciprocate her kindness. Essentially, those to whom I have given gifts have returned the favor, with the exception of a few individuals with whom I am not well acquainted, including some teachers, though that was to be expected. I felt a surge of joy as I organized these items. Little Barty had yet to return, and I had prepared a gift for him, but had not yet found the chance to present it, so I placed it at the threshold of his room. Had I known, I would have done so last night. I am not accustomed to celebrating Christmas, and without reminders, it is easy for me to forget such occasions. Classmate Xiaoming remains in a state of apparent lethargy, responding only to inquiries regarding magical studies, and either claiming inability to answer or outright ignoring me. After several attempts, I decided to let it be and moved on. I ventured out to procure ingredients and decorations, utilizing my meager aesthetic sensibilities to envision a Christmas theme. I toiled until nearly evening, and with the assistance of enchantments, managed to drape a plethora of colorful ribbons about the space. The Christmas tree underwent a transformation from merely a somewhat disheveled tree to one that was indeed quite chaotic. The atmosphere within the house can hardly be described as either lively or chaotic. Hazel flitted about, while I, with a look of trepidation, attempted to entwine fairy lights upon the ceiling. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and the roast turkey, prepared strictly according to the recipe, awaited in the kitchen alongside the stargazing pie and roasted meat with boiled potatoes, all set upon the table. When little Barty returned, this was the scene that greeted him: a comical Christmas tree, a room filled with ribbons, the tantalizing aroma of roast turkey, and a hint of something oddly burnt. It was indeed a most peculiar sight, one that could never be witnessed within the confines of the Crouch household. A gathering place for Death Eaters and a location far removed from Azkaban. The young girl had taken it upon herself to prepare all this in his absence. Though it cannot be said that she had entirely succeeded, the new wand obtained from Nocturne Alley was now in hand. Should he test whether this girl possessed knowledge of any secrets or could perhaps elicit the presence of that strange individual? Little Barty pondered this, gradually allowing a smile to form upon his face. Claire, I'm back. The facade of the polite and gentle young man, Gavin, re-emerged, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Did you accomplish all this by yourself? Quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment," I replied, wiping the beads of sweat from my brow, utterly exhausted as I collapsed onto the sofa to rest. "You've even prepared dinner," little Barty mused, falling into silence. "Ah, this is the stargazing pie." The grotesque fish head seemed to resist its fate, its eyes concealing a profound abyss, embedded within the overcooked pie, a stark reminder to all who beheld it. I had heard of such a pie, yet this method of preparation was a first for me, and I found it rather intriguing, albeit my voice betrayed a hint of insincerity. "By the way, Gavin, I mentioned last night that I would leave your gift at your door. Do remember to collect it." I hastily redirected the conversation, quickly lifting the cover to conceal the rather unsettling stargazing pie. "Yes, of course." Chapter 24, Testing and Little Flowers. Barty Crouch would forever remember that damned mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness, whose face was distorted by some peculiar magic, rendering recognition impossible. This being, whether male or female, had intruded upon Crouch Manor and liberated Barty from the grips of the soul-sucking curse that had ensnared him for years. Yet, in an instant, they had inflicted upon him a more insidious and concealed curse. Barty lay in the mud, inhaling the scent of the forest. As his muddled mind began to clear after years of chaos, though the agony in his body lingered like a shadow, the figure stood shrouded in darkness, revealing no weakness. He heard a laugh from the figure, imbued with a subtle mockery. "Barty Crouch," the figure spoke slowly. "A devoted Death Eater, a mere puppet under control. It took considerable effort to rescue you. What will you offer in return?" "Ah, yes, the child is still unaccompanied. Shall we send you to her?" Reluctant, are we? Still harboring thoughts of escape?" Barty was startled. It was the Imperius curse. He should have employed the mental sealing charm, yet he found himself unable. Fear and suffering engulfed his thoughts, rendering him utterly powerless. Reluctance is futile, you know. Seeking to return to Voldemort is not an option either. Everything comes at a cost, does it not? The figure remarked softly, raising their wand. He heard a string of meaningless murmurs, an incantation unknown to him. A tremendous pressure descended upon him, and after a fleeting moment of freedom, he was once again branded with the mark of control. His body, now ungovernable, rose to its feet, despite the agony that had him curled up, devoid of strength. This was not the Imperius curse, but a mere control over his corporeal form. His will was rendered ineffective. "A mere shell of a being. If you refuse to comply, your corpse shall suffice," the figure said. "Choose, Mr. Crouch. Would you prefer immediate death, or to continue living?" Barty was rendered speechless. "To live," he thought, and the figure sighed. "Then I shall place my trust in you. Do not misinterpret. I require you to do but one thing. Lurk beside that child, keep her under surveillance, and await my command. When the dust settles, you shall be free. Fail, and death shall be your only fate." These were the last words Barty heard. In a realm of thought, another conversation unfolded. "Claire cannot manage alone. Yet I cannot remain in her presence for long," the figure lamented. "Without my care, how she must struggle. This is sheer cruelty. Clearly, she requires a caretaker. She is not a mere child. When angered, she does not hesitate to unleash her wrath. Even the killing curse is within her capabilities. Do not coddle her too much. How dare you criticize me? I merely sought a caretaker for Claire, while you clandestinely served as her private tutor behind my back. If I am not mistaken, you even confessed your feelings previously, did you not? Do you recall how Claire used that idiom? The heart of Sima Zhao is known to all. I scoff. You are no different in your underhandedness." Subsequently, Barty found himself abandoned in the forest, accompanied only by a piece of paper detailing his impending tasks and a new identity. After regaining his composure, he contemplated fleeing, but the mere thought of it summoned a soul-rending pain that struck him. As the figure had stated, if Barty wished to live, he had no choice but to obey orders and fulfill that task. For the sake of his master, he needed to survive. He knew his master would return, and thus, he approached that child, Claire, to monitor her. Gavin, Claire called his alias. Would you like to try my roast turkey first? Of course, the young man smiled. The freshly roasted turkey, still exuding warmth, filled the air with its tantalizing aroma, accompanied by the perfectly cooked potatoes, and a peculiar plate of stargazer pie that Claire silently presented. Little Barty watched, taking a bite under Claire's subtly expectant gaze. There was a hint of gaminess. Yet in comparison to its explosive appearance, the flavor was tolerable, falling within the realm of edibility. Barty adjusted his expression and swallowed. Gavin is truly remarkable, exclaimed the little witch. Barty forced a smile. Claire, an Asian witch studying at Hogwarts, was independent and capable of living alone, her parents' whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Why would that individual deliberately save Barty and instruct him to monitor Claire? The term surveillance inherently carries connotations of hostility and unfriendliness. What aspects of her life required such scrutiny? Was it her family, her very essence, or the company she kept? Adopting the guise of a caring older brother would surely facilitate the acquisition of information. Barty's gaze darkened. Even though he had recently departed from the Crouch estate, he had regained his magical prowess, and the mental occlusion spell was unfurling, rendering his disguise nearly indistinguishable. With his wand in hand, magic was at his disposal. Should he act directly? Just as the thought surged forth, an excruciating pain swept over him, as if his very bones were being gnawed upon, and his magical energy appeared to stagnate. Barty's expression contorted in an instant, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, he couldn't. The pain subsided. Yet Claire noticed his discomfort. Gavin, are you unwell? She inquired, concern lacing her voice. I'm fine, Barty instinctively replied, adopting the persona of a reliable young man. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Could it be because of that stargazer pie? Claire exclaimed, her surprise evident as she began to pace anxiously, the sound of her hurried footsteps echoing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she dashed upstairs and returned with a vial of potion. This is the potion we learned to brew in class. It has properties to alleviate dizziness and calm the mind. Would you like to try some? A calming potion from first year? No need. I'm all right now. The dizziness has passed. Barty, discerning the potion's lack of rigor and impurities, politely declined. Oh. Children always yearn to showcase their capabilities. Claire appeared slightly disappointed. Barty had experience in deception during his time with the Death Eaters, yet he lacked interaction with children. He relied on the methods from his memories of books to portray a congenial older brother. Thank you, Claire, you're truly a reliable child. The compliment slipped from his lips, momentarily startling even him. It was something his father would never say. After dinner, Barty expressed his intent to retire to his room. Oh, Gavin, take care of yourself. Don't forget the gift at the door, Claire responded immediately. It was a beautiful gift box, primarily in warm tones, reminiscent of the gifts Claire had prepared the day before. Barty opened it, feigning just the right amount of surprise. Inside lay a knitted white fluffy flower alongside an assortment of snacks. The flower must have been crafted by Claire herself. Children of her age often delight in handmade creations. Predictably, Barty carefully tucked it away, anticipating a day when it might prove useful. Surveillance was a long-term endeavor, and one must be well prepared. Chapter 25, Holiday Studies. Barty proved to be more adaptable than I had anticipated, managing to consume even the rather unrefined stargazer pie without so much as a change in countenance. Sweat beading on his brow, yet still maintaining his bravado. To be perfectly honest, I was unsure how I had managed to create it. I even gave him that potion I nearly botched, and he said nothing. Barty's tolerance was remarkably high. From his demeanor, it seemed there would be no immediate issues, which was a relief. I could probably seek his assistance for minor matters. After watching Barty ascend the stairs to rest, I returned to my own room. Though we were both on the second floor, we were quite distant from one another, with one at the east end and the other at the west. To reach my room, one would inevitably pass by Barty's. As for precaution, I doubted my current capacity to implement any effective measures, so acceptance was the only option. I began to ponder my next steps. With Barty present, I couldn't indulge in my previous whims. Should I continue practicing magic, delve deeper into potion making, or study the history of magic? Speaking of which, I recalled that Barty had excellent grades, 12.0 WLS, a rarity at Hogwarts. After a semester of classes and a prolonged struggle, I could barely scrape by. Moreover, 12.0 WLS indicated a level of academic brilliance worthy of admiration. Now that I happened to reside with him, it was akin to having a walking tutor at my disposal. Given the current circumstances, Barty seemed unlikely to pose any threat. Once we returned to Hogwarts, our paths would likely diverge. Seizing this rare opportunity during the holiday, I resolved to diligently review and prepare. I ignited my zeal for learning. While my primary motivation stemmed from uncertainty about what to do next, studying was undoubtedly a sound choice. Furthermore, I was genuinely at a first-year level, so there was no need to worry about revealing anything to Barty. After meticulously planning my upcoming activities, I peacefully surrendered to the embrace of sleep. Throughout the holiday, as I had envisioned, I seized the opportunity to consult Barty. I heard from my parents that Gavin is an exceptionally powerful wizard, I remarked, eagerly watching Barty while trying to maintain my composure. Could you teach me some magic? I had struggled to keep up with the curriculum at Hogwarts, learning at a slower pace than my peers, necessitating even more effort in practice. Thus, at home, I aimed to work hard to catch up. I clenched my fist, solemnly vowing not to disappoint my parents' expectations. Barty appeared momentarily taken aback. I couldn't discern whether it was feigned or genuine, but it mattered little. I maintained my hopeful gaze upon him. Of course, I'd be happy to help, Barty replied. I'm sure your parents would be thrilled to see such a diligent child. The gentle young man smiled, his eyes holding an inscrutable meaning. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly live up to your parents' expectations. I nodded and began to joyfully follow Barty as he taught me magic. True to his former status as a top student, he concealed much to avoid revealing his true capabilities, yet he was more than adequate to guide me. What spells do you know? The levitation charm's execution had minor issues. My wand movements were incorrect. While I could cast it, my speed lagged behind that of my peers. The scouring charm is practical. All similar charms share certain commonalities. Consider that. The Aguamini charm demands a higher degree of control over magical energy. Although it's easy to learn, consistent application proves challenging, often leading to a waste of magical power. As for potions, it's evident that Claire has little prior exposure. Without a foundation, keeping pace in class is indeed difficult. One must understand that potion making is quite intricate. I can recommend several valuable books on the history of magic. This subject requires substantial accumulation of knowledge. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. As for astronomy, we lack the conditions for stargazing here, but Claire could benefit from memorizing some star charts, which would be immensely helpful. I let out a long sigh. Little Batty is truly remarkable. I must confess, I was certainly intimidated by him at first. However, I quickly found myself enchanted. Who could possibly dislike someone who diligently prepares 3 meals a day, tidies up, organizes belongings, earnestly imparts knowledge, aids in learning, provides immense emotional support, wears a constant smile, listens to worries, and even compliments your appearance? Little Batty not only cooks daily but, upon realizing that I sometimes lacked appetite, swiftly learned how to prepare dishes from the land of flowers. He somehow procured recipes and executed them with impressive flair, each dish a feast for the eyes and palate. I was moved to tears, wishing to shower him with compliments that I had accumulated over a lifetime, and the young man appeared bashfully pleased by my praise. Moreover, during our conversations, he always displayed a patient demeanor, responding thoughtfully to every word I uttered, recalling my offhand remarks, and revealing them at particularly meaningful moments to demonstrate his regard for me. He was exceptionally responsible in guiding my studies, identifying issues that I often overlooked, and meticulously correcting my knowledge gaps, all while pacing my learning according to my own capabilities. Aware of my shortcomings in English, he even set aside time to help me practice, and despite my handwriting resembling that of a struggling infant, he could still recognize it with a smile. Even though I understood that his behavior was somewhat of a facade, it was difficult not to grow dependent on such a person in both daily life and emotionally. If I were a genuine 12-year-old girl, I might have found myself completely entranced by little Batty, unwittingly falling under his influence. I harbored these thoughts silently, concealing them from view. The art of mental closure can effectively mask one's true intentions, and to a certain extent, external disguises can become even more elusive. For a time, I was plagued by worries that little Batty might be using soul-capturing spells on me, leading me to obsessively employ mental closure techniques until one evening. Classmate Xiao Ming intervened. Rest assured, little Batty isn't capable of using soul-capturing spells right now, he assured me. That was a relief. I could finally set one worry aside. Just consider little Batty as someone who cares for you. There's no need to fret. The words slowly materialized. If you want me not to worry, perhaps you should reveal a bit more to me. Being left in the dark is quite unsettling. Seriously, you're not Voldemort. Are you? What nonsense. I'm not. Stop overthinking, he retorted. Classmate Xiao Ming, you've grown increasingly aloof. You once professed to like me. He didn't reply further, and I paid it no mind, closing my book and preparing for bed to conclude the day. On the pages I could not see, a line of text quickly emerged. I truly do like you. So don't leave, okay? Chapter 26, Holiday Letters and Diagon Alley. While holidays are delightful, they are regrettably brief. I sighed as I began to pack my belongings. In just 2 days, I would return to school, even if that school were Hogwarts. It did little to quell my anxiety about the impending term. Gavin. I grasped my wand, feeling as though I might dissolve into a puddle on the floor. Oh, school is starting. A simple statement, yet it concealed a multitude of bittersweet memories. Thankfully, Hogwarts doesn't assign much homework. Otherwise, I might again find myself in a situation reminiscent of a pen, a lamp, and a miracle in a night. Now that I reflect on it, there is a twinge of infuriating nostalgia. Does Claire not want to return to school? The young man furrowed his brow slightly, wearing a parental expression of concern. Is it that you dislike school? Or perhaps there are classmates you're not fond of? Neither, I replied, my voice heavy with a certain inertia. I slowly rose. Little Batty appeared somewhat perplexed. He had long noticed my occasional utterances of peculiar comments. However, I offered no further explanation and shifted the topic instead. Gavin, may I ask if you have time tomorrow to take me to Diagon Alley for some shopping? I fixed my gaze upon the young man. Of course, he replied, unperturbed by my scrutiny. Compared to the earlier moments, Little Batty's disguise now seemed more masterfully executed, as if the persona of Gavin were welded to his very visage. After settling in for a few days, he had ventured out again, ostensibly to seek employment. It wouldn't do to remain a jobless young man in my household. Observing the regularity of his outings lately, it seemed he had found a job, though I was uncertain whether it was a favorable one. After spending some time together, I held an 80% certainty that the gentle persona of Gavin, portrayed by Little Batty, was indeed his true self. Primarily, I found no evidence of him utilizing Polyjuice Potion. Under the same roof, I would have noticed a hint of its use. Maintaining such a disguise long-term would require a considerable amount of the potion or its ingredients. Furthermore, while Little Batty possessed formidable magical abilities, it would be impractical to maintain a spell that alters appearance daily. A method so costly in terms of resources would be unwise for someone of his intelligence. There might be a slight pretense, but it was likely minimal. I pondered silently, filtering out irrelevant concerns, and once again found myself troubled by the impending school term. Alas, how is it already time for school? Beyond having Little Batty as my private tutor, I had also practiced other magic under the guidance of classmate Xiao Ming in the small room of my luggage, though I had not engaged in practical exercises, focusing instead on theory. After all, I could not be certain whether Little Batty might trace any magical traces I left behind. I nearly forgot that young witches and wizards are generally prohibited from using magic outside school, yet I had practiced magic without incident. Upon inquiring with Xiao Ming, he informed me that this house could conceal some magical traces, at least within its confines. The Ministry of Magic would not scrutinize for magic use. How curious. This wonderful loophole. During the holiday, I also received letters from Violet and Hermione. Hermione recommended a herbology compendium she had unearthed in an old bookstore, promising to lend it to me once school began, noting its rich content. I readily accepted, replying that I would bring some treats to reward Hermione. Violet wrote to inform me that she had discovered some intriguing items in the old Gunter family estate, including a beautiful ring, and inquired if I wished to know more. Ah, this ring? Which ring could it be? The one set with the resurrection stone? Truly, the third-generation Dark Lord had swiftly unearthed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I recalled that in the fanfiction, Violet conceived the idea of destroying Horcruxes and vanquishing Voldemort because of this ring. It seemed her system played a part as well. I was tempted to leave her message unread, but one cannot escape initial troubles forever. Unresolved issues would still pose risks later on. Why then? Did Violet choose to share this ring with me? Was she simply bored? Or was she testing my awareness of Horcruxes? Perhaps hoping I had not revealed any potential connections to Voldemort? After some contemplation, I swiftly replied to Violet. I was delighted that she remembered me during the holiday. Yet I personally believed it best to keep family matters private from outsiders. I thanked her for sharing and suggested we could discuss other topics once school resumed. I penned a lengthy response, meticulously constructing my words in an official tone, striving to convey my disinterest in those matters. Fortunately, I have never been particularly inclined to engage in discussions concerning familial matters. Therefore, although my responses may appear formulaic and lacking in warmth, they remain well within the bounds of my character. Is Claire writing a letter? A curious little Barty inquired as he passed by. It's a letter to a friend. I replied candidly, without embellishment, a correspondence addressed to Miss Violet Gunter. I could distinctly perceive the surprise and contemplation etched on little Barty's face, not merely in his expression but also in his demeanor. Claire seemed to be experiencing a touch of distress. Indeed, I'm unsure of how to respond to her. I sighed heavily, being quite honest, and refrained from elaborating further. Sensing my reluctance to divulge, little Barty quickly bid farewell and departed. In my absence, his expression shifted dramatically. The Gunter family? What connection does Claire have with them? With the commencement of the school year approaching, monitoring Claire at school would become significantly more challenging. Not only would it involve executing the task assigned by that individual, but it would also pertain to my master, who might have left contingencies at Hogwarts. I pondered whether I should devise a strategy to infiltrate Hogwarts. Little Barty narrowed his eyes. Just a step away, he transformed back into the patient young Gavin. I dispatched the letter, my head cradled in my hands as I sighed incessantly. The situation was perplexingly intricate. Even indulging in idleness was fraught with unease. I continued to practice magic during my spare time until the day Little Barty escorted me to Diagon Alley for shopping. To avoid detection, Little Barty cast a confundus charm upon us both, explaining that attracting attention on such a street would be ill-advised, especially since my foreign appearance was quite conspicuous. It was better to remain inconspicuous. I nodded in agreement. Diagon Alley remained as bustling as ever. We entered a stationery shop to select supplies, purchasing an abundance of the feather quills I had previously used, along with ink and paper. Little Barty, having labored outside, was not short on funds. His proficiency in potion-making and spellcasting made earning money quite effortless. I, too, possessed a modest inheritance from my unknown parents, allowing for occasional indulgences. We strolled happily through Diagon Alley. I was uncertain of Little Barty's level of joy, but I was quite content. This time, I encountered far more than during my previous visit with Miss Fairbairn, and I had many more items at my disposal. Time indeed flew by. After completing our purchases, we prepared to return. As we walked, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind us, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Was this an act of deception? I exchanged a bewildered glance with Little Barty. Chapter 27, Robbery in the New School Year. The fallen individual struggled momentarily on the ground, yet before he could rise, he was struck down by a nearby spell, lying still thereafter. Startled, I wondered from whence the wand had come. Was a confrontation imminent? Little Barty immediately seized my arm, guiding me aside, away from the incapacitated figure. Was he merely unconscious? I endeavored to discern the potential spell cast. Attempting to flee, an arrogant voice rang out. I noticed Little Barty instinctively retreat a few steps, his body tense, and he fell silent. A platinum-haired man approached, his expression one of disdain and mockery, yet curiously, his movements were quite graceful. One hand rested upon a black cane, a dark green gem adorning his attire, while the other wielded an ornate wand. To dare rob even the Malfoys, I marveled at the audacity of such an act. At this moment, the identity of the man became glaringly apparent. I stepped back once more, and sure enough, not far from the golden-haired man, I spotted Draco rushing over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Lucius Malfoy. The duo's peculiar hairstyle suggested a lack of concern for baldness. For a fleeting moment, I pondered. Little Barty's wariness was warranted. As a fellow Death Eater, Lucius would undoubtedly recognize Little Barty. However, after Voldemort's demise, he had swiftly distanced himself and absolved his connections, likely rendering him a traitor in Little Barty's eyes, someone untrustworthy. Otherwise, Little Barty would not have exhibited such a reaction. Despite his disguise and the confundus charm, it was insufficient. The risk of being discovered was too great, and he could not afford to gamble on Lucius's potential betrayal. Since matters are afoot here, we should depart, Little Barty whispered. I quickly nodded in agreement. We hastened away, Lucius casting a fleeting glance in our direction before disinterestedly averting his gaze. Following the commotion, a crowd began to gather, while others, more prudent, chose to vacate the vicinity. We managed to remain inconspicuous. It seemed Lucius had accompanied Draco to Diagon Alley for shopping, only to find themselves victims of a robbery en route. However, as per the original narrative, their destination might not have been limited to Diagon Alley. They could have ventured to Nocturne Alley as well. Little Barty led me onward until we exited Diagon Alley, where he finally halted. Did you recognize that individual? He inquired softly, concern etched upon his features. I surmised he had noted the shift in my expression, prompting my candid response, albeit with a hint of embellishment. If Gavin refers to the gentleman with the wand, I hesitated before replying. He must belong to the Malfoy family. The one accompanying him is Draco Malfoy from our school, indicating a close familial relationship. Draco held a considerable reputation at school, and with him present, I recognized him instantly. I spoke, striving to shift the emphasis from Lucius to Draco. Little Barty contemplated this, furrowing his brow, before finally responding. I understand now. He addressed me. Both individuals just now are from the Malfoy family and pose a significant threat. Such spells can be unleashed at any moment. For safety's sake, it's prudent to maintain our distance from them. The previous incident was precarious. We must remain vigilant to avoid being entangled in whatever transpired. Little Barty's expression was grave as he spoke in a tone meant to caution a child. I felt slightly dismissed. Was I truly so easily distracted that I could forget my disguise? Was this yet another test? Sighing, I mused. Did Claire find it frightening? No, I replied honestly, sprinkling in a touch of embellishment. My parents used to recount similar tales to me, intending to bolster my courage, so I'm not afraid. Tales, such as malicious wizards, terrifying creatures, gang warfare, smuggling of prohibited goods, and human experimentation. The latter few were particularly alarming. My parents had a penchant for the macabre, I shrugged. During my frail childhood, they often shared unusual stories, never treating me as a mere child. I am no longer a child. I am quite dependable. Gavin, you often say so, do you not? I stood tall, attempting to elevate my stature, asserting, thus, I truly fear nothing. I understand the situation. They were robbed, correct? Indeed. But children often claim to be unafraid. The young man appeared amused by my earnestness, his expression tinged with exasperation as he ruffled my hair. Claire is still a child. She must learn to rely on adults. Please refrain from pressing too forcefully on a growing child. What if I don't grow tall? Little Barty tousled my hair. Though thankfully, he moderated his grip thereafter. I dared not express my indignation, merely readying my hair and casting him a reproachful glance. The young man smiled slightly before leading me back to number 4, Privet Drive. A quiet sigh of relief escaped my lips. Thus, it seemed the probing had come to an end. Little Batty truly was an enigma. Even the slightest oddity warranted his scrutiny. Did he think himself a cat, needing to extend a paw to satisfy his curiosity? Thanks to him, while I may not have mastered many skills, my talent for babbling and feigning childishness had certainly improved, and my mental barricades had noticeably advanced. In a certain sense, this was a blessing. We returned to the house together. But little Batty mentioned he had work to attend to and departed once more, leaving me to nestle in my room, organizing supplies for the upcoming school term. This time, I was far more seasoned than before, my preparations far more thorough. An abundance of snacks, spell books, clothing, along with various gadgets and batteries filled my belongings. Alas, at my current age, acquiring a generator was beyond my reach, and the ambition was too grand. Otherwise, I would have endeavored to fit one into my suitcase. Now that school was commencing, I could distance myself from little Batty and escape the anxiety of my previous days. Indeed, contrast is essential in all matters. However, truth be told, aside from the necessity to conceal certain aspects, living with little Batty had been quite delightful. He served as both a devoted homemaker and a personal tutor, making him an exceptional roommate. I mused happily, yet my pace in packing remained unyielding. The following day, accompanied by little Batty, we arrived at platform 9 3/4. Perhaps mindful of the risk of being recognized, he halted his steps here. Farewell, Claire. Remember to take care of yourself at school, he said with a twinkle in his eye. Fear not. I shall look after myself. I solemnly raised my fist in promise. Gavin, remember to take care of yourself too. Little Batty watched as I made my way toward the wall. It was peculiar, as if I were being sent off to school by a father figure. Goodbye, Gavin. Be sure to write to me. I turned back one last time, waving cheerfully at little Batty as I grasped my suitcase and entered the station. Chapter 28. Motion sickness. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, I arrived rather early, thus securing a plethora of available seats. I settled into a vacant compartment toward the rear, sighing. I hoped this journey would be free of significant encounters, for I was utterly fatigued and merely wished to rest. Time passed slowly as the young wizards gradually boarded, filling the train with a lively chatter. Conversations about Quidditch, worries regarding academic performance, and tales of vexing holiday mishaps buzzed through the compartment, brimming with youthful exuberance. I hoped that Professor Quirrell would refrain from causing any disturbances this semester, and that we could simply navigate the narrative without incident. As the crowd thickened, a knock resounded at the compartment door. Long time no see, Claire. Parvati Patil and her sister Padma entered, greeting me warmly. They were an animated and loquacious pair, not only sharing a strong bond, but also possessing commendable social circles. Padma, a Ravenclaw, excelled academically, and I frequently sought her guidance, to which she readily obliged. Our friendship blossomed, as evidenced by the gifts we exchanged during Christmas. Parvati, a Gryffindor, had comforted Hermione alongside me last time. She was somewhat headstrong, yet genuinely kind. Although our encounters had been infrequent, we were on amicable terms. Long time no see, I replied with a smile, retrieving snacks from my pocket to share with them. Truly the essence of Hufflepuff, the Patil sisters accepted my sweets with smiles, seamlessly engaging in conversation. The camaraderie among children often flourished rapidly, and our dialogue became spirited. Initially, Parvati seemed a tad reserved, but soon enough, she immersed herself in our chatter, sharing her grievances. The thought of attending potions class this semester is already disheartening, she lamented. As a Gryffindor often targeted by Snape, she was acutely aware of his dreadful nature. Unable to contain her frustration, she began to vent about Snape's outrageous conduct. It's one thing to openly penalize Gryffindors, but he also has a penchant for sarcasm. Hermione, who is so clever and diligent, struggles to earn points in his class, while Harry seems to be perpetually targeted as if it were a ritual. I've never seen Snape not direct his ire at Harry, she expressed, exasperation evident in her voice. Who knows how Harry managed to incur Professor Snape's wrath? I mused as Parvati lamented the excessive points deducted from Gryffindor. It's all right. Padma comforted her sister, clearly accustomed to these complaints. Despite being twins, the differences between Padma and Parvati were pronounced. Familiarity rendered their distinctions clear, unlike the Weasley twins, who consciously mirrored each other in appearance and mannerisms, making it challenging for most to distinguish between them at first glance. Engaging in conversation made the time fly. As the train departed, I began to feel a flush creep onto my cheeks, and a wave of dizziness enveloped me. Motion sickness was unavoidable. The Hogwarts Express of the late 20th century shook more than any train I had ever ridden. Soon, I found it unbearable and informed the Patil sisters of my need to rest. "Are you feeling carsick?" Padma observed my pallor with concern. "Claire, are you all right?" "A bit dizzy," I admitted, "but I'll be fine. A short rest should suffice. I typically take a brief nap when I feel motion sickness. It's nothing serious." "Very well," Padma gently urged Parvati, and they both quieted down. I leaned against the seat back, curling up, but the severity of my motion sickness seemed to escalate this time. No, it was more accurate to say that my previous encounter with Violet had left me so shocked that my symptoms had been mitigated. Now, in this tranquil state devoid of distractions, the nausea surged considerably. The compartment was tranquil, filled only with the rhythmic sounds of the train and the howling wind outside, both muffled by a layer of distance. My consciousness drifted between drowsiness and confusion, a sourness rising in my stomach, and my head throbbed painfully, waves of discomfort radiating throughout my brain. In this moment, I became acutely aware of the external sounds. Every noise struck my nerves. Was there a disturbance outside the compartment? Had someone passed by? "Claire?" A voice called, snapping me awake. I opened my eyes to find Violet looking at me with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick again? What is Violet doing here?" My hazy mind began to clear, yet the urge to vomit surged once more, prompting me to cover my mouth. My face now a sickly shade of red. The Patil sisters stood anxiously nearby, unsure of how to assist. "You are quite ill from motion sickness," Violet assessed, her brow still knit with concern. "Relax, Claire, it's nothing to fret over." Violet softly uttered a spell, her brow remaining furrowed. "This spell will help dull your senses. Most motion sickness stems from the brain misinterpreting signals," she explained. I felt a noticeable improvement as she continued to cast several healing charms. Perhaps my mind was muddled, but my first thought was how many spells Violet seemed to know. I truly was in a daze. I stretched and sat upright once more. "Thank you, Violet. I'm feeling much better now," I expressed sincerely, my breathing now steady. However, Violet's countenance did not improve. Her gaze towards me evoked a peculiar vision of a certain teacher, suffused with an air of discontent. "Claire, are you certain you're all right?" Violet inquired, stowing her wand away. "You seem to be coming down with something again." I felt perfectly fine when I boarded the carriage." "How could that be? I don't even feel anything myself. I have been ill in the past, but there were always signs." It seemed that something was amiss. I caught a hint of dissonance. Yet I refrained from voicing my thoughts. "Perhaps I've just caught a chill," I suggested. "Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I shall visit the infirmary. It should be nothing serious." Violet remained silent. "Claire, perhaps you should rest a bit more," chimed in Padma, unable to hold back. I replied in agreement. "I'll go find a teacher, or perhaps a prefect. If you still feel unwell after we disembark, head straight to the infirmary and avoid the Great Hall," Violet stated decisively, swiftly departing. I contemplated scratching my head, sensing a subtle shift in Violet's demeanor, a departure from the previous interactions, imbued with a sense of, authenticity. It no longer felt like mere superficial concern. After all, having spent some time together, perhaps Violet truly regarded me as a friend. I mused on this thought. Chapter 29, An Odd Atmosphere. As the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination, students began to disembark. I grasped my suitcase, politely declining the Pettigrew sisters' offer to assist me. "I'm fine. I feel much better as soon as I step off the train," I said with an awkward smile, hoping to alleviate their worry. The Pettigrew sisters assured me they didn't mind looking after me, as long as I was feeling better. Nevertheless, I kept their kindness in mind, promptly producing a generous handful of snacks for them, as they were the most abundant items I had on hand. At that moment, Violet approached us after bidding farewell to the other passengers in her compartment, naturally drawing nearer to me. She informed me that she had spoken with the prefect and advised me to visit the infirmary. "By the way, thank you for taking care of Claire," Violet smiled, expressing her gratitude to the Pettigrew sisters before turning her attention back to me. "I'll escort you to the infirmary," she insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Last time, Claire fainted from a cold, and I cannot help but worry." I had no objections, though I couldn't quite comprehend why Violet had suddenly separated me from the Pettigrew sisters. As we drifted away from the crowd, a wave of apprehensive thoughts surged within me. Yet fortunately, nothing untoward occurred until we reached the infirmary, and outwardly, Violet appeared unperturbed. It was not without reason that I felt uneasy. The atmosphere between Violet and me had turned peculiar. On the path to the infirmary within Hogwarts Castle, we found ourselves alone, walking side by side, with Violet's body seemingly drawing closer to mine, while I might share such proximity with a fellow Hufflepuff girl. This level of intimacy exceeded the usual social distance I maintained with Violet. The deviation from the norm raised my suspicions. It felt too close. I was not entirely at ease but hesitated to voice my discomfort. Instead, I resorted to self-hypnosis, convincing myself that everything was fine. After a brief period of this mental trickery, I surprisingly succeeded in calming my nerves. Well, it is what it is. Madame Pomfrey examined me and confirmed that I indeed had a slight cold, but it wasn't serious. A bit of medicine would suffice. All right, thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Violet expressed her gratitude before I could even utter a word, and she promptly went to fetch the medicine. You two seem to have a wonderful bond. It is rare to see a Slytherin so close to a Hufflepuff, Madame Pomfrey remarked, her gaze following Violet's departing figure with a hint of significance. Violet often comes here to lend a hand. Although she tends to other patients as well, it is evident that she cares deeply for you. Before I could articulate my thoughts on the matter, Madame Pomfrey turned to leave, as she was quite busy, with most students back. She needed to prepare various potions for unforeseen circumstances. I found myself at a loss for words, as the situation felt undeniably strange. Violet's attitude toward me was truly worthy of exploration. Despite our limited interactions, she projected an image of a strong bond with me, clearly distinguishing our relationship from her connections with others. It seems to highlight a certain uniqueness. Claire, remember to take your medicine, Violet returned, smiling as she handed me the potion. Madame Pomfrey's concoctions were effective, but their taste was indeed something to behold, while not all of them were unpleasant. Their flavors were distinctly rare. To date, I had yet to encounter anything remotely similar to her potions. Unfortunately, the dose I was about to drink was slightly bitter, as Violet had informed me. Unable to resist, I pinched my nose and tilted my head back, bracing for the peculiar taste that surged into my mind, as if my taste buds were under attack by invisible sprites. Just as I felt my spirit leaving my body, Violet placed a mint in my hand, knowing I dreaded the taste of medicine. I picked this peppermint especially for you. Let the flavor dissipate a bit before you eat it. As I processed her gesture, an inexplicable sensation washed over me. Rest assured, Violet, I am fine now, I replied. Violet regarded me quietly, her expression softening. The atmosphere grew even more peculiar, and I found it increasingly unbearable. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to inquire directly, Violet, how was your holiday? It seems you have undergone some subtle changes. Violet feigned contemplation, questioning me. What changes do you perceive? That you would personally ask me is quite the surprise. It would be rather awkward to state that it seemed Violet was treating me with greater care and distinction. Should she dismiss my observation as a mere figment of my imagination, I would likely wish to vanish from embarrassment. Hesitant, I sought an appropriate and non-awkward descriptor. It feels as though you have matured. Violet, you always seem to look after me. Violet beamed at my words. Perhaps my time at the Gunter family estate allowed me to witness certain things and grow a bit, but alas, I inquired about your interests and found you less inclined. Otherwise, we could have explored them together. I remain nonplussed. Regarding the notion of care, Claire always appears to be a source of concern. Her health is fragile, and she often falls ill, yet she endures silently, afraid of burdening others. Thus, it is only natural that I would care for her a little more. By the way, why haven't you worn the robe I gifted you? I had hoped to see you donning it on the train, waiting for me. It was a present meant to keep you warm this winter. The conversation had strayed somewhat, veering into precarious territory. I held no curiosity about the Gunter family. The robe remained tucked away in my suitcase, and I certainly did not wish for anyone to be unwell. I swiftly changed the subject. Since Violet had broached the topic with such finesse, I figured I would glean no further insights. Upon returning to our respective common rooms, the familiar badgers of Hufflepuff gathered around me, inspecting me closely until they were assured that I was indeed well before resuming their chatter. With the holiday just concluded, everyone was eager to share the myriad of fascinating experiences they had encountered. The atmosphere of relaxation remained as lively as ever. I settled into a corner sofa, listening to the badgers converse while contemplating how to plan for the days ahead, beyond the fundamental tasks of diligent study and self-improvement. Evading the conflicts between Voldemort and the protagonists was paramount. Practicing defensive and escape spells would be prudent, for one never knew when they might prove useful. This year's plot has not yet spread widely. The true test awaits us next year. If possible, we should consider cultivating mandrakes now to prepare for the opportune moment. After all, should a basilisk strike, and by misfortune, either I or someone dear to me becomes petrified, we cannot simply let an entire semester slip by, can we? What are the exams? What are the grades? What are the courses missed? The very thought of awakening from petrification to find it as finals season fills me with sorrow. Alas, I must take my herbology classes more seriously. Chapter 30. The Essence of Pure Water. Life now bears little distinction from before. I continue my routine of studying, eating, playing, and sleeping, adapting to the rhythms of Hogwarts, my spirit soaring with joy. Days are spent in scholarly pursuits, while evenings are reserved for feasting. Occasionally, I frolic with the Badgers, and sometimes I study alongside Hermione or Violet. I often lend a hand to Professor Sprout or seek her guidance, cultivating a favorable impression of herbology among my peers. Without the distractions from little Barty, I resumed my clandestine practice of spells in my luggage's small compartment. In a certain sense, it is thanks to this holiday's theoretical studies that I feel my progress in spellcasting has markedly accelerated. The levitation charm, an imposing tome, floated into the air, and I maneuvered it above my head, inhaling deeply before reciting the incantation at breakneck speed. The shield charm faltered, the book plummeting, yet an invisible barrier caught it at a certain height, sending it hurtling away. I exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I possess a keen awareness of my own capabilities and have a realistic understanding of my strengths. Given my current prowess, the most prudent approach to mitigate harm is, of course, to practice defensive and evasive spells. I attempted to hone the shield charm, but often found myself in the embarrassing predicament of an insufficient barrier. Lacking the necessary conditions, I promptly shifted my focus. If I cannot be a sturdy shield, might I not explore the avenue of an evasion shield instead? If I were to pursue the evasion shield route, I contemplated carefully. The foremost objective is to enhance my spellcasting speed, a feat I can achieve through diligent practice. Though it may seem somewhat simplistic, it requires minimal external conditions. For these past few days, I have been practicing how to accelerate my magical output. Besides mastering the technique, the body's instinctive reactions are also crucial. Just as I managed to cast the shield charm in a split second to deflect a blow, though the thickness of that shield is questionable, it remains useful in critical moments. Aligning with the spell intensity appropriate for my age, signifying that I need not overly conceal my talents. There are several highly beneficial spells, indeed, including the Essence of Pure Water and the Freezing Charm. The Essence of Pure Water serves as both a practical charm for daily life, watering plants or cleaning items, and can also double as a disruptive spell when necessary. For instance, players familiar with Magical Awakening know that the Essence of Pure Water can be lethal, delivering substantial damage through high-speed water projectiles. However, in practical application, achieving such an effect is virtually impossible due to the astonishing level of magical control required. To this day, I can only manage to transform it from a gentle trickle to a more substantial stream. The power of the water flow is striking. Yet even the most vigorous display yields minimal impact. Nevertheless, we must remember that this is not a game world. Outcomes are determined by effort, and with determination, one can always find a way to achieve significant results. The Freezing Charm, as utilized by Hermione to halt the mischievous pixies during Lockhart's class, possesses the ability to arrest an object's motion. Frankly, I find this charm remarkable. It does not seem like something one would expect a first-year student to wield. Herein lies my advantage. I possess 2 wands, one of which requires no conscious effort to control. By simultaneously employing the Essence of Pure Water and the Freezing Charm, I could create a suspended yet gradually expanding water sphere. However, this sphere remains stationary, presenting a challenge. I pondered for some time, considering whether the levitation charm might be effective here, but it seems incapable of counteracting the freezing charm's effects, unable to disturb the suspended state. The movement charm proved ineffective as well. Perhaps I should try the summoning charm? Fortuitously, the summoning charm succeeded. It appeared to regard the suspended water sphere and its stillness as a singular entity, allowing for movement. Yet, upon completion of the movement, the freezing charm often dissipates, causing the sphere to disperse. I wiped my face after being splashed unexpectedly. To my surprise, the sudden impact was rather painful. However, this does confirm that if sufficient force is applied to the water sphere, it can yield projectile effects. In a sense, a substantial water projectile can serve as a disruptive tool. Yet, I cannot control its trajectory. The summoning charm merely brings objects towards me, failing to facilitate an offensive maneuver. Once again, I fell into deep contemplation, devoid of direction. Frustrated by my lack of progress, I decided to conclude today's practice. My musings on how to cast a water projectile version of the Essence of Pure Water were merely an exploration of magic, not an indication of my desire to replicate it in its entirety. I pondered whether spell combinations could achieve a potency greater than the sum of their parts. However, the spells at my disposal remain insufficient. Yet, there is no need for haste. I shall continue my endeavors on another day. I emerged from my luggage compartment, dispelled the silencing charm, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, I encountered Hermione in the library. Her brow furrowed as she perused an enormous tome that appeared capable of transporting me with a single blow. I settled down to enjoy my reading, contemplating the applications of spells. Suddenly, Hermione glanced around warily, her gaze finally resting upon me. "Claire," she said, hesitating as if she had something important to convey. "What's the matter?" I immediately set my book aside, smiling, speculating whether Hermione was about to discuss Nicholas Flamel once more. I was aware that she had been troubled by this matter recently, and Ron and Harry were proving to be of little assistance. It wouldn't do to have Harry rummaging through the restricted section every night, especially since he was preoccupied with Quidditch practice, given Wood's intensity. Harry had little time to spare. Ron had never been adept at such research, and no amount of Hermione's urgency could change that. Out of friendship, I inquired further, and Hermione merely indicated that they were searching for someone named Nicholas Flamel, though her reasoning remained vague. Thus, I assumed this conversation would revolve around Flamel. However, Hermione unexpectedly grasped my hand and led me out of the library. I was taken aback, but offered no resistance. "What is it?" I pondered various possibilities. "Claire." Hermione finally halted, and upon reaching a secluded corner, she exhaled in relief. She leaned in closer, her expression serious, and lowered her voice. "Have you noticed that it seems someone is following you?" A chill ran down my spine. Hermione would not jest about such matters. I remained still, merely gazing at her. Chapter 31, The Magic of Records. "I cannot be entirely certain," Hermione articulated, her brow furrowed in contemplation. In truth, I had this sensation even before the Christmas holidays. Every time we spent time together in the library, I felt as though someone was observing us. Hermione's expression was one of perplexity, caught between her instincts and the uncertainty of her suspicions. What if she was merely misinterpreting her feelings? Yet, she was also reluctant to let her carelessness result in any harm befalling Claire. Initially, she thought it was a mere coincidence. But as the sensation of being watched grew increasingly frequent, it only seemed to manifest when she was in your company. This baseless conjecture leaves me feeling anxious. "Claire, do you share a similar sentiment?" Moreover, there was one point Hermione did not voice. She harbored an unsettling notion that these strange glances were tinged with a vague malice. However, this was merely her intuition, devoid of any substantiating evidence, and Hermione was equally unwilling to plunge Claire into a state of unwarranted fear. I reflected carefully. No. In the end, I shook my head in resignation. Perhaps it was due to my Asian appearance. I had often been the focus of attention, and those gazes were typically devoid of malice, merely born of curiosity. Over time, I had naturally become immune to such scrutiny. "Well, it's also possible that I am mistaken," Hermione conceded, having no other recourse but to say so. "In any case, Claire, do take care." I nodded in acknowledgement. We returned to the library, where Hermione appeared genuinely vigilant, frequently glancing around. I endeavored to soothe her, hoping to alleviate her tension, but regrettably, my efforts yielded little effect. Until we were ready to part ways, Hermione solemnly reminded me to ensure my safety. I assured her I would. Then, I leisurely made my way back to the dormitory, retrieving my small companion, Xiao Ming, to pose a question. "Xiao Ming, am I being followed?" "How would I know? I am merely a book." "Really? You don't know?" "No, I don't." "That is fine. I can eliminate one possibility." I began to ponder my next steps. According to Hermione, if I were indeed being followed, it had persisted for several months. I could rule out little Barty. Surely, he lacked the capability to infiltrate Hogwarts at this time, especially with Dumbledore still present. If he had managed to do so, he wouldn't be idle enough to stalk me. I shuddered at the thought of Professor Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. It was too unsettling to imagine how the narrative might unravel. I mulled it over incessantly, ultimately deciding to let things unfold naturally. After all, how could one locate an unseen adversary? An excessive preoccupation would only disrupt my own rhythm. Besides, did I not already have my share of enigmas to unravel? It merely added another layer of danger to my circumstances. I sighed deeply. This must be the inescapable fate of all who traverse realms. Xiao Ming, unusually proactive, inquired, "Are you afraid?" "No. Well, maybe a bit. Anyone would fear the unknown." "Do you recall what you saw during our first meeting?" "First meeting? What do you mean?" I remembered encountering this book, along with the phrases that surfaced upon its pages. "Answer everything you wish to know. Record everything you do not wish to forget." "You have only attempted to inquire. Why not try recording instead?" "Record?" I remained silent, feeling an inexplicable urge to unlock some extraordinary skill. "Write down the spell you wish to use." I picked up a pen. Aside from using a quill in class to avoid appearing out of place, I typically took notes with a pen. As the pen met the page, I acutely sensed the ebbing of my magical energy. Upon completing my script, the incantation I inscribed transformed from black to gold. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I could have sworn I glimpsed a peculiar shimmer upon the letters. The incantation did not vanish. "Focus your mind." I stood, cradling the book in my hands, a fleeting thought of liberation darting through my mind. Somewhere ahead, A stream of water materialized. I inhaled sharply, realizing I ought not to draw in my breath too deeply, as I was already chilled. After several attempts, I successfully mastered a new skill. By channeling my magic to create a spell imprint beforehand, I could summon the incantation through mere thought while holding the book, akin to wielding a wondrous wand. Devoid of the need for conscious control, it felt reminiscent of a spell book from a game. I was astonished. Why had I not been informed of this sooner? I expressed my wonder. Because the time was not yet ripe. All right, still the familiar riddle. Regardless, having developed this new skill finally granted me a sense of security, allowing me to resume my life with peace of mind. I continued attending classes, studying diligently, and visiting the library as usual. Initially, I contemplated setting a trap to catch the stalker, but later, as Hermione mentioned, after their conversation, she had not sensed that gaze again. Perhaps the observer had concealed themselves upon realizing they had been detected. For now, this matter remained stagnant, and soon my thoughts were consumed by other concerns. Particularly the upcoming Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. I was aware that Harry had been training tirelessly for it. Hufflepuff's chances of victory appeared slim this time, but with Cedric and some fresh talent joining the team in the future, the situation would surely improve. There was no need to dwell on the present. I watched the Hufflepuff team rally each other with a positive mindset. The Hufflepuff common room was as lively as ever, with Cedric surrounded by a throng of eager badgers. His expression a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Upon seeing me, he seemed to exhale in relief. Why do you seem relieved to see me? I pondered. I soon understood why. The badgers encircling Cedric noticed my presence, and, in an instant, scattered like leaves in the wind, a portion of them gravitating toward me with wide, watery eyes that appeared almost pitiful. I could not help but silently question what was amiss. Though it was not uncommon for the younger badgers to gather around me for conversation, I had never witnessed such a scene before. What happened? I inquired. Well, that bastard Malfoy, one little badger sniffled. He has been bullying people at the library entrance, using the leg locker curse on them. He and his cronies are there mocking those who fall. Malfoy had employed other spells to harass others as well. I frowned deeply, listening intently to the grievances of the badgers, feeling my own temper rising. So, this is how he chooses to bully others? Though I recalled the original story and the fan fiction, I was only clear on the main plot, having forgotten many of the finer details. Now, I finally remembered the scene where Draco had used the leg locker curse on Neville. This was not merely directed at Neville. It was aimed at all whom he deemed inferior, such as the half-blood wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Knowing he likely could not take on older students, he specifically targeted those in lower years. The expressions of the Hufflepuff seniors were equally grim. On one hand, it was evident they had been bullied, and on the other, Malfoy's identity as a pure-blood aristocrat loomed like an insurmountable obstacle, making it difficult to confront him. Moreover, the leg locker curse could be trivialized or exaggerated. On one hand, it could be seen as bullying, while on the other, it could be dismissed as mere jest. To confront Malfoy over this matter would be exceedingly unwise, potentially inviting further retaliation. The students of Hufflepuff are predominantly diligent and gentle, reluctant to resort to violence or openly confront others. Yet, when subjected to bullying, they inevitably feel a sense of injustice. Currently, the upperclassmen are busily offering solace to the distressed and frightened badgers. Chapter 32, Comfort and Flowers. I gently embraced a few close badgers, patting their backs in an attempt to provide consolation. The badgers surrounding me were all classmates with whom I shared a good rapport, so I felt no psychological burden in holding them. It's all right now, don't be sad. Did you fall? Are you hurt? If anything happens, be sure to let us know, I reassured them. That Malfoy is just a XXX, Chinese, taking advantage of everyone's good nature. Indeed, these Slytherins are truly excessive. Susan chimed in, echoing similar sentiments, albeit with a hint of generalization. However, it felt cathartic to vent at such a moment. Several upperclassmen were nearby, and I believed their comforting presence would instill a greater sense of security. Nevertheless, the badgers seemed more inclined to seek closeness with peers like us, perhaps due to a stronger sense of camaraderie. A few of the badgers glanced at me quizzically, as if curious about the obscured word. I feigned a mysterious expression, not wanting to corrupt the youngsters. All right, who would like some snacks? I asked, casting a glance at Susan. She promptly understood and dashed back to the dormitory to fetch a handful of treats I usually kept on my desk. Comfort from others, coupled with food, tends to alleviate the distress of those consoled. While I continued to chastise Malfoy, I deftly shifted the badgers' focus. Thankfully, no one had sustained any injuries. The sobbing badgers gradually calmed, for they were not the type to hold grudges, and once the feelings of hurt and fear subsided, they felt much better. Please forgive my limited repertoire of clumsy consolation methods. Under such circumstances, these are the best I could muster. Fortunately, they seemed effective, and the atmosphere in the lounge began to warm. As time wore on, The Badgers, having received comfort, began to gather with their other friends to return to their dormitories. Still clutching the snacks I had asked Susan to retrieve. After ensuring they were all right and watching them head back to their dorms, I sighed in relief, only to turn around and find Cedric staring intently at me. "Cedric, is something the matter?" I inquired hastily, wondering if there was still an issue. "Oh no. Nothing at all," he replied, as if startled back to reality, speaking rapidly before he composed himself, and added, "I just felt that Claire seemed very dependable just now. And reflecting on it, you often look after everyone. Is that so?" I responded, feeling a bit awkward as I scratched my head. "Indeed. Perhaps that's why everyone relied on you just now," Cedric said with a gentle smile. Thank you," I stammered, unsure of how to respond to his praise. Flustered. "You too, Cedric." I was acutely aware that I was not the person Cedric described. My age from having traversed through time merely made me appear more mature compared to the first years. His compliment left me feeling somewhat bashful, for it is indeed an uncomfortable experience to be regarded as reliable among younger students. "Claire," Cedric seemed poised to say something further, but after a moment of silence, he simply stated, "You should go get some rest." I nodded and returned to the dormitory with Susan, contemplating how to address the incident. The matter of Draco Malfoy's bullying could escalate or diminish depending on how it was handled, or rather, who would handle it. I was well aware of my limitations. No matter my approach, whether through negotiation or intimidation, I could not sway Draco's mindset. The root of the issue lay in our identities. I was merely a half-blood wizard from Hufflepuff. Though my parents were both wizards, they were not purebloods, yet that was inconsequential. Being a half-blood was quite normal, and at least my nationality remained intact. Furthermore, even if I desired to resolve the situation, I doubted I would resort to extreme measures. Draco was not the type to alter his prejudices due to the peaceful overtures of a half-blood Hufflepuff. In some fanfictions, characters attempt to win Draco over with love upon their first meeting, an occurrence that seems utterly implausible. As the upperclassmen lamented, charging headlong into confrontation would be unwise and could only invite greater troubles. I was acutely aware of the reality, pondering what solutions might be available. If I truly had to choose, I could simply disregard the incident, opting for a passive approach. The upperclassmen were at a loss, and I had no need to volunteer for hardship, trying to play the hero by seeking resolution on their behalf. The Badgers might very well forget the incident in time. If the matter escalated, it could create more negative repercussions for them, and I would appear to be meddling. Moreover, my original intention at Hogwarts was to remain an observer. To involve myself would be to betray that purpose. My mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. I had many compelling reasons to refrain from intervening. Yet, as long as my conscience troubled me, all those reasons seemed hollow. Thus, I wrestled with this dilemma throughout the night. The following day, as I entered the dining hall, the Badgers once again surrounded me, expressing their gratitude. One particularly timid Badger mustered the courage to approach me, blushing as he presented me with a beautiful little flower. The pale petals carried a hint of the natural world, likely gathered that very morning. I accepted the flower with surprise, cradling it delicately in my hand. In my lifetime, I have received very few flowers, and although this one was quite ordinary, it held special significance for me. "Thank you. I will cherish it," I promised, casting a preservation charm upon the flower. Once it dried, I intended to transform it into a bookmark to keep within my book. The surroundings fell momentarily silent. The Badger who had given me the flower turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if he might burst from embarrassment. "So, Claire, you like flowers?" Susan exclaimed. Her own cheeks flushed for reasons unknown. "I thought your favorite was books." "You smiled so gently just now," Hannah whispered from beside us, and several Badgers nodded in agreement. "Did I smile?" I asked, genuinely surprised. "I do like flowers. They are so beautiful," I admitted without hesitation, as there was no shame in such an admission. "Oh, I see. Next time, I'll bring you a flower too," Susan declared, her fist clenched in determination. "Should I say thank you in advance?" I teased, smiling at them. "Well, since I've received a flower, perhaps I should take some action," I resolved quietly to myself. Chapter 33. No one would refuse to be a friend of a Malfoy. Draco's eyes were filled with apprehension and fear as he stood before the one person every Slytherin knew to avoid at all costs, Violet Gunter. The heir of the Gunter family. An elegant noblewoman, she had seemingly emerged from nowhere a few years prior, a veritable specter of dread. Violet's violet eyes were perpetually suffused with a gentle smile, her lips curving in a perfect, well-defined arc, the quintessential embodiment of the ideal child. A year prior, Draco had first encountered Violet at a gathering at the Malfoy estate. Her purple eyes? Lucius had previously informed Draco that most members of the Gunter family were known for their dark hair, and that he had never encountered anyone with violet eyes among them. At that time, Draco harbored doubts about the legitimacy of the so-called Gunter heir's lineage, which rendered their meeting rather unpleasant. His proud arrogance caused him to look down upon the lineage questioned Violet. However, Draco soon found himself paying a hefty price for his skepticism. He would never forget the threat that had been issued with a smile. Who would have thought that such a fool could be so audacious? The girl with golden hair and violet eyes spoke, her demeanor gentle as if they were engaged in pleasant conversation, yet her words cut like a blade, leaving no room for mercy. If the air were like you, it is no wonder purebloods have fallen into such disrepute. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Draco, one that only he could perceive. What? Doubting my lineage? Violet sneered. Such matters are of no consequence. The Gunter family has acknowledged me. Only a fool like you, whose mind is consumed with hair gel, would question it. How dare she speak so? Draco found himself trembling, unsure if it was from rage or fear. In that fleeting moment, a child's instinct filled him with dread. If you dare to cause me trouble, it would be better for you to perish, Violet declared. Executing an elegant bow, her graceful arc earning admiration from onlookers. Even a fool should possess some value. You, Draco stammered. Of course, these are merely jesting words. Please don't take them to heart, young Malfoy. Or, you could always relay my words to your father. Violet's gaze fell, her violet eyes devoid of light. I too am curious about his reaction. Such nonsense. That wretched girl had genuinely intended to kill him, Draco thought, his body trembling with the urgency to inform Lucius, to expose her true nature. How dare this damned Gunter threaten a Malfoy? Father, Draco. You arrived just in time, Lucius interrupted, beaming as he stood beside Narcissa. You must cultivate a good relationship with Miss Gunter. The Gunter family is formidable, and befriending her would greatly benefit the Malfoy family. Indeed, Miss Violet is truly an exceptional child, Narcissa added gently. It is evident that she has received an excellent education. She is a fine young lady. Draco, what were you about to say? And nothing. From that moment on, whether he wished to acknowledge it or not, Draco could not escape the fear of Violet Gunter, a fear that clung to him like a shadow. Malfoy, Violet Gunter said, her smile sending chills down his spine. I heard you've been bullying classmates at the library entrance? Her leisurely words masked danger, tarnishing the reputation of all Slytherin. Of course, I believe you were joking. But let us not allow this to reflect poorly on Slytherin, for the sake of both of us. Personal grievances affecting the collective is far from ideal. I hope there will be no such incidents in the future. Is it really that severe? Isn't Slytherin's reputation already poor? Draco wanted to retort, but ultimately remained silent. If their initial encounter had instilled fear, Violet had since become an untouchable figure within Slytherin. She was a master of disguise, a well-masked lunatic. If anyone were to confront Violet in her madness, Draco hoped it would not be him. It wasn't until Violet departed that Draco released his clenched fists. Damn it. Regardless, the threat from the other party was something that the once proud Draco could not easily accept. Unable to contain his fury, he struck a nearby tree with his fist. In the distance, two Hufflepuffs passed by, glancing at him, evidently startled by his actions. One of them instinctively hid behind the other. Draco cast an irritated glance their way. Hufflepuffs again. Wait, hold on. The one in front was Claire? The Hufflepuff who was particularly special to Violet, the only one who had garnered her attention. Draco smirked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized this Hufflepuff for the first time. Black hair, black eyes. He couldn't fathom what made her so remarkable that she caught Violet's eye. Indeed, suddenly, an idea sparked in Draco's mind. If he could get close to this Hufflepuff, might he not uncover Violet Gunter's weaknesses? Or perhaps, through this Hufflepuff, he could probe Violet's thoughts? Hey, you're Claire, right? Draco said with a sneer. Come here. Claire furrowed her brow, ignoring Draco as she turned to say something to the Hufflepuff behind her. The Hufflepuff cast a worried glance at Claire before hastily departing. Once that was done, Claire returned her gaze to Draco and stepped forward. What can I do for you, classmate? You should know who I am, Draco declared arrogantly. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He hesitated for a few seconds, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. What is your relationship with Gunter? Friends, Claire replied hesitantly, her face reflecting confusion and wariness. Draco nearly mocked her, but refrained, the memory of Violet's warning still fresh in his mind. Are your parents muggles? No, both my parents are wizards. Claire's expression became increasingly difficult to read. That's good. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. In light of Gunter's endorsement, I can offer you the opportunity to be friends with a Malfoy. The air suddenly turned silent. What do you mean by that? Draco's eyelids twitched. It's nothing. Just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you, Malfoy, to say that. Claire replied earnestly, speaking rapidly. I would be honored to be friends with you, Malfoy. Her words lifted Draco's previously foul mood. It seemed this Hufflepuff was quite astute. Draco regarded Claire once more. Uncommon background, excellent grades, she could hold her own socially. Judging by her attire, her family wasn't impoverished, and she came from a wizarding family. It was unfortunate she wasn't pure blood. He had heard she was well-liked among Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw and had a close relationship with Violet. She could be useful. Her looks were, well, acceptable. Draco begrudgingly conceded that approaching Claire might not be as intolerable as he initially thought. To obtain something, one must not shy away from investment, but also remember to mitigate risks. This was a principle ingrained in Draco as a Malfoy. Since you wish for this, I shall grant it, Draco said, wearing his customary haughty expression. He extended his hand toward Claire. No one would refuse the opportunity to befriend a Malfoy. Claire seemed to pause for a second, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, and in the end, she hesitantly took Draco's hand. Due to her being a girl and her petite Asian frame, Draco could distinctly feel that her hand was noticeably smaller than his. All right, Claire said. Chapter 34, The Push. I'm mused that Draco must have been stunned by Violet's intimidation. How else could one explain Draco suddenly stopping me to declare his desire for friendship and shake my hand? It truly resembles a chilling tale. As I pondered internally, when Draco first called out to me, I initially thought he had discovered my covert efforts to tarnish Slytherin's reputation while discreetly undermining Violetta. I found myself contemplating how to extricate myself from this predicament. In pursuit of a tranquil existence at Hogwarts, I resolved to take action. As I have repeatedly emphasized, a direct and reckless approach would prove both ineffective and foolish. I must strategize from a different angle. For my own status and abilities do not qualify me to engage directly in the matter. Hogwarts requires an individual capable of subduing the entire Slytherin house, rendering them too intimidated to engage in any brazen acts or overt bullying. Ideally, such suppression should emanate from within Slytherin itself to maintain its long-term efficacy. Neither teachers nor the headmaster are suitable. It must come from a student entrenched in the milieu. Presently, the only student I know capable of exerting such influence over Slytherin is, without a doubt, Violetta Gaunt. After all, she is the protagonist of a major female-centric fanfiction, the third-generation Dark Lord, and a descendant of Slytherin. In the realm of fanfiction, there would naturally be plots involving the subjugation of Slytherin's bullying. I am merely advancing that narrative. All it requires is a slight nudge, by spreading rumors and deepening the disdain held by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw towards Slytherin. I could further tarnish their reputation. It may initially sound challenging, but in truth, it is rather simple. For Slytherin's reputation has already deteriorated to a point where it requires no further degradation from me. I merely need to advise the Badgers and Eagles to remain vigilant and avoid solitary ventures, subtly expanding the situation and crafting an atmosphere of danger. Danger breeds vigilance. Violetta, being well-connected across the four houses, cultivates friendships far and wide. Her good reputation is the cornerstone for attracting followers and talent. Having meticulously managed these relationships, she will undoubtedly sense the growing aversion from the other houses towards Slytherin. Such aversion would inevitably impact Violetta's own interests, as connections are an invisible resource, and what Violetta seeks is power. Thus, she will take action to rectify the situation. Moreover, during our study sessions, I subtly indicated that certain Slytherin jokes were rather inappropriate, eliciting mild apprehension among the group, thereby serving a dual purpose of subtly undermining Slytherin. I am uncertain of its effectiveness, yet one must commit fully to the performance. This is the trajectory typically found in fan fiction, and as expected, the outcome has unfolded as anticipated. Most of Slytherin has indeed become more subdued after a few admonitions. Draco, too, appears to have received his share of reprimands, though his reaction post-lecture is oddly peculiar. Perhaps the influence of Fanon has seeped into his demeanor. Draco's manner of speaking now resembles that of a haughty ferret, brimming with an inexplicable sense of superiority. I knew then that no one could refuse the friendship of a Malfoy. I offered a polite yet awkward smile. Yes, you are absolutely right. What else could I say? Should I brazenly reject him and await the same targeting that befell Harry, enduring his snide remarks and ambushes? I am not foolish. When Draco extended his hand, I was genuinely taken aback, and after some mental wrestling, I reciprocated the gesture. Strangely, his expression during the handshake was rather odd. Yet within mere seconds, we released our grip, and I dismissed it. Such physical contact always feels a bit peculiar. Yet Draco seems to favor this as a means of establishing camaraderie. If you need anything in the future, Malfoy will not neglect his friends, he declared, narrowing his eyes with an air of seriousness. Perhaps he sought to convey a sense of intimidation, yet I suspect he has forgotten he is merely a child. Such a countenance only invites laughter. Of course, should I have any requests, you must fulfill them as well. Draco lowered his voice. This demand finally aligned with his character, allowing me to glean some understanding of Draco's intentions. He likely perceives my connection with Violetta as a potential gateway to extract information or influence. If that is indeed his motive, he has miscalculated. I am of little significance to Violetta and have not participated in any of her undertakings at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, given Draco's evident desire for friendship, I certainly would not decline. We would simply have to navigate future developments step by step, if all else fails. I could directly inform Violetta and see how she wishes to proceed. Once I finally freed myself from Draco's presence, I allowed my previously tense posture to relax. It turns out I had been quite anxious, I mused self-deprecatingly. Draco had departed, and I lingered for a moment, soon to be approached by several anxious badgers. They arrived at a swift pace, for my conversation with Draco had not lasted long. "Claire, are you all right?" one badger exclaimed, eyes glistening with concern. "Did that Slytherin bully you?" No, I'm fine, don't worry," I hastily reassured them. "Malfoy didn't do anything to me. He merely exchanged a few words before leaving. It's nothing significant." I hurried to calm the frightened badgers, as the recent intimidation had left them on edge, fearing for my safety. Previously, I had instructed the badger that had been walking beside me to leave early to avoid any potential trouble and to gather some support, specifically advising against summoning older students. Thankfully, it turned out to be nothing. With the support of my little badger friends, we made our way to the dining hall to indulge in some food and alleviate our worries. It was lunchtime, albeit later than usual. Yet the Hufflepuff table was bustling with activity. Susan, positioned at the center, brightened upon seeing me and hurried over to drag me to a seat beside her. "Listen up, everyone. When the time comes for the Quidditch match, we must cheer together." Susan fervently rallied the group, then leaned in closer to me. "Don't worry, Claire. We've already prepared a banner. Inspired by the previous Gryffindor banner, we, the Little Badgers, had conspired to create a splendid banner for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. I heard this time Professor Snape will be the referee," Susan remarked, grimacing slightly. She is exceptionally well informed, and among the numerous Hufflepuffs, she stands out, providing me with most of the gossip and news I receive. "Professor Snape detests Gryffindor as much as a rat does a cat. He will surely penalize our Hufflepuffs. Although this seems rather unfair," Susan concluded, "it increases our chances of victory." The Little Badgers engaged in a lively discussion about the upcoming Quidditch match, noting how Gryffindor-S Seeker, Harry, is remarkably swift, placing undue pressure on Hufflepuff-S Seeker, making our odds of winning rather bleak. I quietly listened, allowing my mind to unwind, feeling as though the recent shadows had been dispelled. Indeed, the routine of daily life is a comfort. Chapter 35, Treats. I was mistaken. Utterly and absurdly mistaken. As it turned out, when I encountered Draco, I should have fled rather than foolishly linger and agree to the preposterous notion of befriending him. It is evident that Draco harbored ulterior motives. How could I have been so thoughtless? Due to this so-called friendship, when I inadvertently crossed paths with Draco later, we were compelled to awkwardly greet each other. "Hello, Malfoy." Oh, Draco appeared equally uncomfortable, despite being the one to propose our friendship. He likely did not wish to publicly display friendliness towards a Hufflepuff. After uttering my name, Draco assumed his customary haughty demeanor and, flanked by his two lackeys, swaggered away. The incident left our classmates momentarily astounded, but that was the extent of it. Fortunately, no ludicrous rumors emerged, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Once Draco had settled down, certain overzealous Hufflepuffs mistakenly believed I had confronted him on their behalf, nearly shedding tears over my supposed sacrifices. Thankfully, I promptly clarified that it was my classmate, Wilhelmina Granger, who had resolved the matter, thus quelling any burgeoning rumors at their inception. As the Slytherins' provocations diminished, the general aversion towards them waned significantly. I took it upon myself to inform the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students that the true gratitude should be directed towards Wilhelmina, endeavoring to bolster her reputation. At this juncture, everything seemed to be progressing positively. However, I could never have anticipated an unexpected turn of events. Behold, the Great Hall. Gryffindor table. The owls arrived punctually with their deliveries. Draco was currently flaunting the delectable treats prepared by his mother, Narcissa, deliberately parading around the Gryffindor table. His ostentation was clearly aimed at Harry, deriding his family's circumstances, which was, to be frank, rather vile. Such cruelty from a child can inflict significant harm. Yet, perhaps due to Draco's frequent taunts, Harry remained indifferent, only Ron casting a disdainful glare at Draco before returning to his conversation with Harry. Wilhelmina's warning had proven effective. Hogwarts had experienced a notable tranquility of late, and Draco dared not act overtly. Ultimately, he merely huffed in frustration and departed. This scene had become commonplace, eliciting no surprise from anyone. "That Malfoy is at it again," Susan remarked, her brow furrowed in distaste as she furtively glanced at me. "I can't stand Draco. I wonder what else he does besides targeting others." More than his actions, I was far more curious about the taste of the treats prepared by his mother. I sighed, casting a longing glance at the box of goodies in Draco's possession. These were renowned delicacies crafted by Narcissa herself, celebrated in fan circles for their exquisite flavor. Curiosity piqued. My desire intensified. I found myself unable to resist stealing glances at the box, initially believing it did not concern me. Little did I know. After finishing my meal and exiting the hall, I would encounter Draco once more. Striding towards me with an air of indifference, Draco approached. When he called my name, I felt a pang of guilt, surveying my surroundings. Good, no one was near. I heightened my vigilance, forcing a smile. Mr. Malfoy, is there something you need? Clearing his throat, Draco dramatically presented a small box to me, as if he were a thief in the night. I hesitated before accepting it, opening to reveal the treats. Could they be Narcissa's creations? My eyes must have sparkled, as I couldn't resist inhaling the delicate aroma wafting from the box. Draco's face lit up with pride. I saw you eyeing these treats earlier. I thought you might want some. I made sure to bring you a few, he declared, the smug expression on his face betraying his satisfaction. I told you, being friends with a Malfoy has its perks. Setting aside why Draco would gift me Narcissa's treats, I was taken aback by how conspicuous my desire must have appeared. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, I replied, though feeling somewhat awkward. I offered my sincere gratitude while cradling the small box. Yes, understood. Draco's response seemed momentarily delayed, but he quickly leaned closer, lowering his voice. Now that you've accepted my treats, may I ask you something? Do you know what Granger has been up to lately? The anticipated question had finally arrived. Upon hearing it, I felt a weight lift from my chest, exhaling softly. Having a purpose is reassuring. What I feared was the ambiguity of his intentions. I steeled myself, contemplating how to fabricate a suitable response. You mean Wilhelmina? She seems to be quite busy lately and hasn't spent much time in the library, I replied vaguely, attempting to sift through the useful information for something less revealing. We had scarcely spoken in recent days, so I genuinely had no idea what she was up to. Moreover, I subtly expressed disapproval, suggesting that divulging information about Wilhelmina would be an invasion of privacy. Given the current circumstances, it appeared Draco wanted me to act as a spy. That notion felt peculiar, but it likely held some truth. I was undoubtedly inclined to side with Wilhelmina, after all. Our bond as study partners had developed over nearly a semester, and she was far more adept than Draco. Anyone with a semblance of sense would know whom to choose between the two. Thus, I resolved to avoid any actions that could jeopardize either party's standing. Draco's expression darkened. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy, I said earnestly, swiftly apologizing, ensuring my demeanor was respectful. I reluctantly returned the freshly acquired treats to him. I genuinely wish to be friends with you, Mr. Malfoy. You possess remarkable talents, but regrettably, I cannot be of any assistance to you, so I must decline. My tone was formal and somewhat rigid. Humph. Draco did not accept the box back. Strangely enough, after hearing my words, his expression softened slightly, shifting from a scowl to something more neutral. You don't think I'm trying to bribe you with those treats, do you? Isn't that the case? Then why were you inquiring? I remained silent. Rest assured, anything a Malfoy gives away is not meant to be reclaimed, he stated nonchalantly. Besides, it's merely a few treats. Only a miser would quibble over such trifles. First and foremost, these were not just any treats. They were Narcissa's creations. Secondly, I was no miser. I had means. I cast my eyes downward to conceal my disdain. As for Granger, I wasn't specifically inquiring about her. I just thought I'd ask since you seem close to her. You're not exactly an important individual. Why would I bother confronting you for information about Granger? Indeed, you are merely a half-blood Hufflepuff. How could you possibly grasp the thoughts of the noble purebloods? Draco's words were rather haughty. He rambled on, the crux of his argument being that he was merely offering treats. Very well, I understand, I conceded, nodding, feeling as though my blood pressure was rising from Draco's obstinacy. Chapter 36, Peculiarities. I see you haven't comprehended anything, Draco frowned. What is Granger's status, and what is yours? I am well aware you wouldn't dare betray her trust. I never expected you to provide anything of substance. Offering treats is merely a gesture, despite your dull-witted Hufflepuff nature. You are still preferable to that useless lot from Gryffindor who squander resources. What is wrong with that? I felt a surge of indignation, unable to contain myself. I clenched my fist. After expending copious amounts of breath to belabor his points while disparaging all houses except Slytherin, he vaguely insulted half-bloods and expressed his irritation at my apparent ignorance. Finally, after feigning generosity, he strutted off as if he had won a great victory. The platinum-haired figure vanished down the path, leaving me speechless. I nearly lost my composure, struggling to maintain my polite facade. Yes, you are entirely correct. If I had to endure even a second longer, I would surely reach my limit. If this were a comic strip, a hashtag would undoubtedly be hovering above my head. Draco's insufferable nature, as portrayed in the original work, is not merely a reputation. Even through the lens of fan fiction, his tongue still incites a deep-seated irritation, leaving one at a loss for kind words. Harry has it tough. After enduring such ridicule for so long, he remarkably manages to restrain himself, something I could not achieve. As I watched Draco depart, I regained my composure, weighing the delicacies in my hand, which I felt were truly hard-won. Alas, considering that these treats were prepared by Narcissa herself, I shook my head and carefully tucked the sweets into my pocket, awaiting the moment I could retreat to the dormitory to savor them. At the very instant I turned, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a fabric corner, and an ominous premonition surged from the depths of my heart. My movements halted. Claire, her gentle and soothing voice, muffled by distance, heightened my anxiety. She must have seen me. Like a marionette, I faced the source of her voice, which was obscured by a cluster of lush trees that cast a shadow over the ground. Violet stood within that shade, smiling, her figure almost melding with the environment. Imbued with an inexplicable chill, the vibrant green of her uniform contrasted sharply with her bright golden hair, and her once clear purple eyes seemed tainted by the gloom. What a coincidence, Violet remarked, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. My thoughts. I slowly formed a question mark in my mind. What was this strange atmosphere? What a coincidence. I feigned calmness, adopting a puzzled expression. Is something wrong, Violet? You seem a bit unhappy. What happened? Violet did not respond directly to my inquiry, but approached me instead, her smile unwavering, though my unease intensified. Claire, what were you just doing with Malfoy? Violet asked, her eyes glimmering with a false cheer. You seem to have a good rapport. Is that a gift he gave you? Well, I swallowed hard, and before I knew it, I divulged everything with alarming clarity. I accidentally bumped into Malfoy, and he offered me a small box of sweets. He also casually asked what you've been up to lately. I didn't tell him, and he seemed a bit upset. After exchanging a few words, he left. Oh. Violet feigned surprise, her expression perfectly calibrated. Is that so? I thought Claire had developed a friendship with Malfoy without my knowledge, and as Claire's friend, I was completely unaware. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. You used to quite like Malfoy. I thought that was a bygone affair, but it seems you still remember. I had invested a considerable amount of time to become friends with Claire, yet I found it perplexing why Malfoy could so easily capture her affection. Violet stepped closer, her proximity amplifying the sense of pressure, though her demeanor remained one of feigned innocence. You always maintained such distance from me, even refusing to wear the robes I gifted you. Although you claim to like me, I can't feel it. My small frame felt as though it was being suffocated by her probing. Wait, is there some misunderstanding? Why does it feel like there's an inexplicable scent of dark mud in the air? And since when did I have a close relationship with Draco? I almost threw a punch at him just a moment ago. Is there a misunderstanding? Does Claire not like Malfoy? Violet's smile was enigmatic, and as the distance between us diminished, I struggled to suppress the instinct to retreat. Or perhaps, Claire, her words trailed off, an evident trap of language. Just as I instinctively prepared to deny any affection for Draco, a realization struck me. Why should I acquiesce to her question? Under the influence of the original narrative and the fanfiction lens, it is impossible for me to disregard Draco as a character in the plot. In truth, Draco holds a different significance for me, akin to my feelings for Harry, Hermione, and Ron, an emotional response uniquely derived from my awareness of the storyline. However, regardless of the nature of my relationship with Draco, it is not something Violet should meddle in. At best, we are mere acquaintances, and her genuine concern should be directed elsewhere. The dissatisfaction expressed in her words regarding my closeness to Malfoy seemed more a product of possessiveness than friendship, which felt entirely out of place. Our relationship had not reached the level of jealousy regarding each other's interactions. Something was amiss. The bizarre dialogue had transcended normal boundaries, emotions, and focus. None of it felt right. This wasn't the kind of discourse I would expect from Violet. Frowning, intuition compelled me to interrupt her. Stop, Violet. I fixed my gaze upon her. The golden-haired girl stiffened, her previously aggrieved expression vanishing, replaced by a look of bewilderment. What do you intend to do? I asked. What do you mean? What were you just about to do? Violet's expression shifted abruptly, morphing into an oddly indescribable smile. My tone may have been harsh, but I could no longer be concerned with that. Claire, you're truly perceptive. I'm sorry. I lost my composure for a moment. Violet retreated a few steps, mumbling. I saw something I shouldn't have seen, practiced magic I shouldn't have practiced. I remained motionless, not acknowledging her words, and continued to inquire. What's wrong? I might be feeling a bit dizzy, Violet replied. Do you need me to take you to Madame Pomfrey? My voice was steady. No, I'm fine. Violet looked at me. That's good. Once again, I apologize, Claire. Violet faltered, her pupils dilating as if she had suddenly heard something incomprehensible. Then, she turned and stumbled away at a hurried pace, leaving me standing there, my expression grim and a chill creeping down my back. What just happened? Chapter 37. Always liked. It's dark magic. Xiaoming calmly placed a note before me. I understand. I rubbed my temples vigorously, feeling a headache coming on. I certainly needed to inquire about Violet's peculiar behavior with the ever-reliable Xiaoming. Fortunately, this time I received an answer with ease. According to Xiaoming, It seemed Violet had been practicing some form of dark magic, leading to emotional instability, influenced by another element. Coincidentally, she had witnessed my interaction with Malfoy, resulting in her involuntary descent into darkness. I found this explanation credible. In fanfiction, Violet had been exposed to the unforgivable curses since her first year, along with various dark spells. There was a period when her abilities were insufficient, leaving her vulnerable to negative emotions. But her remarkable magical talent allowed her to swiftly overcome this influence. I just didn't expect to cross paths with her at that moment. I retrieved this segment of the narrative from the recesses of my memory, dusted it off, and reintegrated it into my thoughts. Wasn't it a bit too coincidental? How could I have stumbled upon this? I questioned. Well, you should ask Violet Gunter. She would certainly know. Isn't that a given? I sighed, preparing to find a moment to converse with Violet. However, setting all else aside, Narcissa's treats were certainly a must to enjoy. Draco's offering of delicacies was modest. Exquisite pastries lay within the box, and I gingerly selected one to savor. How is it? Perhaps my expression was one of surprise, for my classmate Xiao Ming curiously inquired. Delicious, yet excessively sweet. I candidly offered my assessment, astonished by the level of sweetness. Did Draco possess a penchant for the saccharine? It could also be that Europeans generally favored sweeter confections. To my recollection, aside from the widely popular green apples celebrated in fanfiction, I could not conjure any other preferences Draco might have. In the midst of our conversation, another pastry found its way into my mouth. Nevertheless, I relished the treat. With a smile, I indulged in the delightful morsels, finding solace in their sweetness. The portions were modest, and I joyfully finished every last bite. After hastily tidying up and evading the enthusiastic greetings from my dorm mate, I succumbed to slumber, feeling both weary and satisfied. Xiao Ming lay quietly by my side, as we both drifted into the tranquil embrace of night. The following day during mealtime, I found myself repeatedly glancing towards the Slytherin table. My inquisitive dorm mate asked what I was doing, to which I honestly replied that I had an academic inquiry for Violet. This explanation was readily accepted, as my diligent and studious demeanor was well known, making the desire to consult Violet seem rather unremarkable. I was certain Violet would seek me out, so I felt no urgency. Instead, taking the time to savor the Chinese dishes presented on the table. Through my diligent efforts, the house elves had mastered a portion of Chinese recipes, resulting in the occasional appearance of peculiar dishes. As I had specifically instructed, these could only be found on the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Dining on these unfamiliar delicacies felt akin to unboxing a surprise gift. Some were delightfully scrumptious, while others were grotesquely unpalatable, evoking a curious blend of Chinese and English culinary fusion. Its stark contrast akin to that between mapo tofu and mapo soy milk. Indeed, it is often the case that one need not fear tradition, but rather the spark of inspiration. The Hufflepuff community had come to recognize the source of these odd Chinese dishes as being me. It was difficult to conceal my frequent visits to the kitchen, especially as I was the sole Asian in the entire Hufflepuff house. When these peculiar dishes made their appearance, everyone would join in the excitement of unboxing, sharing the thrill of life's trials and the sweetness of unexpected delights, a whimsical ritual that had become a sporadic joy at the Hufflepuff table. Everyone was content, I was content, and the exuberantly praised house elf was undoubtedly elated as well. After lunch, Violet sought me out. After bidding farewell to the classmate beside me, I followed her away from the great hall to a secluded classroom. I apologize, Claire. Violet had evidently gathered her emotions, as she sincerely offered her apologies, her expression earnest and imbued with guilt as she began to explain. Essentially, she disclosed that during our visit to the Gunter family estate, she had been affected by a lingering dark magical artifact, and having felt unwell yesterday, her emotions had spiraled out of control, leading her to utter those words. She hoped for my forgiveness. True to her nature, Violet's eloquence was striking. Her words carried a sense of truth, yet she refrained from divulging any critical details, such as the nature of the dark artifact, why its influence persisted, or why it had only manifested yesterday. Her sincere apology placed all blame upon herself. Despite the fact that I had suffered no harm, still, she bore a countenance of shame, gently biting her lip as she proposed a means of compensation. Claire, please allow me to make amends. My emotions were askew. Had it not been for your perceptiveness, who knows what might have transpired. It was clear that I could not disregard the potential dangers I posed simply because I had not been harmed. My very presence had inadvertently placed Claire in jeopardy. Initially, I considered downplaying the situation and allowing it to fade away, but Violet's earnest demeanor compelled me to reconsider. Very well. A sincere attitude often garners goodwill, and as a conscientious student, I found myself readily forgiving her, though, in truth, there was no option not to forgive. However, I insisted I required no recompense, for nothing had truly occurred. Violet was not a fool. Now that she had regained her composure, I could sense the subtle manipulation in her words. Do not attempt to exploit the protagonist in any form. This was a lesson learned from the countless predecessors who had traversed similar paths, an adage steeped in blood and tears. After clearing the air, I naturally overlooked any inconsistencies, showing understanding towards Violet and wishing to put the matter to rest. Alas, it seemed Violet was not inclined to let it go so easily. However, Claire, she said, her lips pressing together, seemingly reverting to that bashful girl. Her violet eyes fixed intently upon me. What you said yesterday was genuine. Why do you profess to like me yet hesitate to deepen our relationship? Violet continued. I truly admire you, Claire, and wish to connect further, yet you seem disinclined. Aside from academics, you do not accept any of my invitations. Nor do you inquire if I would like to join you. Is this typical of friends? I often pondered whether Claire might actually harbor disdain for me, merely expressing affection to soothe my feelings. Perhaps, for Claire, befriending a notorious Gunter was a daunting proposition, one I had failed to consider in regards to her feelings. Her beautiful violet eyes were dimmed, and the golden-haired girl lowered her head, seemingly wishing to conceal her sorrow. I fell silent. Has the tone of our conversation shifted, Violet? Have you changed your strategy? Setting aside the sincerity in Violet's previous words, it was clear that she had always taken the initiative in our relationship. She had dedicated time to help me study, guided me to the infirmary, invited me to cheer for her, and addressed bullying within Slytherin. While she undoubtedly had her own motives for these actions, I could not deny that I had been the primary beneficiary. I contemplated how best to respond. I'm sorry, Violet. Finally, I met her gaze. It is my fault. You are right. I have indeed hesitated to delve deeper into your life because of your association with the Gunter name. Perhaps my forthrightness caught her off guard, as Violet widened her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. I truly apologize, I continued, but I am not deceiving you. I genuinely like you, Violet. I fear the Gunter reputation. I had heard tales of your family long before I began my magical education, and my parents urged me to maintain my distance. Yet, I cannot refuse the opportunity to befriend you, for you are the finest classmate I have encountered at Hogwarts. The characters within this narrative hold a special significance for me. I find myself engrossed in Draco's story, as well as those of Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Violet. It is precisely because of my admiration for her that I sought out that fanfiction. I spoke those words with utmost sincerity. On the train, I mused how delightful it would be to befriend Violet. Admittedly, I felt a tinge of embarrassment. My cheeks were likely flushed. Thankfully, it was in English and not Chinese, or I might have struggled to articulate my feelings. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Violet, I had already developed feelings for her. Chapter 38, A Shared Glance. My father promised that when I reached my second year and joined the Quidditch team, he would buy me a Nimbus 2001. Isn't there only the Nimbus 2000 available now? You wouldn't understand. This is information that only Malfoy could uncover. Soon enough, the Nimbus 2001 will be released, and I shall undoubtedly be the first in the entire school to acquire one. That is certainly not the case. Gunter is also a member of the Quidditch team. I am well aware of that, yet she currently possesses the Nimbus 2000. Once she acquires the more formidable Nimbus 2001, I assure you I will not be outdone. A certain overly proud individual with meticulously styled hair is once again engaged in conversation about Quidditch with another frivolous and tiresome companion. The anticipation for the upcoming Quidditch match is palpable among the students of Hogwarts, generating significant discourse. How utterly dull. Theodore's demeanor is frosty, his gaze fixed firmly on the book in his hands, as he sits solitary in a corner of the Slytherin common room. The Slytherin common room, situated beside the Black Lake, perpetually retains a damp chill, with the flames in the fireplace failing to provide adequate warmth. And most Slytherin students have long since acclimatized to the room's oppressive cold. Both Malfoy and Zabini have grown accustomed to not solitary nature, refraining from forcibly drawing him into their conversation, while a few amicable Slytherins gather together, exchanging idle chatter. Pureblood families maintain their own social circles. Not Malfoy and Zabini have known one another since childhood. To preserve amicable relations, the younger generation must interact within the bounds of mutual respect, maintaining a status quo that forms an insular clique impervious to outside interference. I heard someone mention that Malfoy has recently been conversing with a Hufflepuff? Blaise inquired casually. You mean that one? Draco paused momentarily, surveying the surroundings to ensure Violet Gunter was not present before responding, the one particularly close to Gunter, named Claire. Blaise's interest seemed to pique. What do you intend to do? Just greet her, why the fuss? A Hufflepuff half-blood, what use could she possibly have? If it weren't for, Draco scoffed, leaving the thought unspoken. Clearly, he was disinclined to pursue the topic further. However, this level of revelation was sufficient for Blaise to deduce Draco's intentions. It was likely an attempt to glean information about Gunter, and perhaps he might face some setbacks. For Gunter was not someone to be trifled with lightly. I advise against courting trouble. It appears Gunter genuinely seems fond of that Hufflepuff. And should you inadvertently draw her attention, Blaise shook his head. The relationship between Violet Gunter and that Hufflepuff is no secret within Slytherin. Most Slytherins scoff at her actions. Yet due to her reputation and abilities, they dare not voice their disdain openly. I am not afraid of her. Draco's bravado remained steadfast. Yet Blaise observed clearly that Draco was indeed the most apprehensive among them regarding Gunter. Blaise remained silent, instead letting out a playful hum. Watching Draco flirt with danger was amusing enough, a perfect opportunity to test Gunter, and it was not as if he would bear the consequences. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they prepared to return to their dormitory. Are you going back? I shall continue reading for a while, Theodore replied calmly. The hour was late, and soon the common room was left with Theodore as its sole occupant. In the corner of the sofa, Theodore stared expressionlessly at the words on the page, yet his thoughts began to wander uncontrollably, his fingers unconsciously grazing the pages. Claire. They had just mentioned Claire. Theodore's first encounter with Claire had been on the Hogwarts Express. Amidst the bustling crowd at the station, Theodore's expression was far from pleasant. His father's admonitions echoed in his mind, and he struggled to maintain composure, only regaining his calm and aloof demeanor once he distanced himself from Old Knot and boarded the train. His mind remained clear, though a burning sensation in his stomach persisted. After boarding the train, he instinctively ignored the discomfort in his body. He certainly did not harbor any aversion to engaging with the offspring of pureblood families. Yet he despised dealing with fools. Among the many inbred pureblood Slytherins, even Malfoy could not be deemed the most foolish, a testament to their questionable breeding. Originally, it had been agreed that Theodore would share a compartment with Draco and Blaise. However, upon learning that Harry Potter was on the train, Draco immediately set off with bravado to seek him out. Meanwhile, Theodore and Blaise quietly observed from a distance. As Draco confronted Harry, they assessed whether Harry Potter would be a suitable ally, ultimately deciding to exclude him from consideration upon discovering Harry's fervent defense of Ron Weasley. Reckless, impulsive, and lacking discernment, associating with a Weasley, that so-called boy who lived would likely be sorted into Gryffindor. Theodore assessed coolly. Stop. What are you doing? A voice interrupted them as a door to a nearby compartment swung open. It was Violet Gunter, the heir of the Gunter family. Exceedingly perilous and best avoided. This was the conclusion Theodore drew upon first encountering Violet, reinforced by his father's stern warnings. Absolutely, under no circumstances should one provoke a Gunter. Regardless of the circumstances, and one must avoid attracting her attention. Theodore listened intently, seeing a peculiar light flicker in Old Knot's eyes, a blend of fear and bewilderment, as if he glimpsed another figure through Gunter, muttering some unknown incantation. Why, like that person? Like whom? Old Knot did not complete his thought, and Theodore did not inquire further. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. He adhered strictly to Old Knot's instruction, avoiding conflict with Gunter, but never proactively seeking her favor. Upon witnessing Violet Gunter emerge to address the commotion, Theodore averted his gaze, retreating to the compartment, choosing to disregard the unfolding farce. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified, a wave of acidity rising, accompanied by a throbbing in his head. Malfoy and that Harry Potter are both fools. He had no reason to subject himself to public scrutiny or risk being noticed by Violet Gunter. Furthermore, with his physical discomfort, it would be prudent to depart. Theodore frowned. The corridor was crowded, and Theodore silently maneuvered past Violet, a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind as he made his way behind her. Nearby, a cluster of students observed the commotion, and a slightly shorter girl with black hair, her features reminiscent of Asian descent, blocked his path. Theodore found himself momentarily hindered, the acidity in his stomach surging to his brain, and he impatiently uttered, "Excuse me. I'm sorry." The girl quickly stepped aside, creating a space for Theodore to pass. Her tone was peculiar. A fleeting thought crossed Theodore's muddled mind. He continued forward, but suddenly someone bumped into him, causing him to stagger and inadvertently brush against the black-haired girl's shoulder. "I'm sorry. I apologize," the girl murmured, her words tumbling out in a rush. Despite being the one who had collided with him, her upbringing compelled her to apologize again. Realizing it was not her fault, she hesitated and shifted aside slightly, granting the boy passage. Theodore paused imperceptibly. That voice, aside from the brief annoyance of the collision, the peculiar cadence of her speech echoed in his mind. This was of little consequence. He maneuvered through the space the girl had cleared, eager to distance himself from the bickering, to escape Gunter and that insipid crowd, and to return to the compartment for some respite, or perhaps to cast a charm for relief. However, driven by a flicker of curiosity, one might glance at a stranger while passing by. Indeed, Theodore's peripheral vision caught sight of the dark-haired girl. Little did he know, she had tilted her head just so, her gaze fixed upon him. Her pitch-black eyes appeared profound under the train's lights, yet lacked focus, contradicting her slender frame. Her expression exuded an odd tranquility and indifference, as if the cacophony of the outside world had vanished into the interstices of time. Their eyes intertwined, time slowed, and though nothing transpired, no information was conveyed. In that moment, Theodore felt his breath catch. Was he unwell? His mind, muddled, Theodore pondered. In merely a second, her gaze withdrew, and she redirected her attention to the dispute between Draco and Harry. Theodore swiftly turned away, continuing onward until he settled back into his seat. Only then did his thoughts coalesce from their scattered state. Perhaps it was necessary to cast a spell for clarity, he mused. A refreshing coolness surged through his mind, and Theodore believed he might feel better. However, the truth remained that until Draco and Blaise returned, he had not recuperated. His mind consumed solely by that fortuitous exchange of glances. It was truly unfortunate. Chapter 39, Observation. During the sorting ceremony, for reasons unknown, Theodore recognized the dark-haired girl from the train at a glance. Lemming, a convoluted pronunciation. Indeed, she was not British. No wonder her intonation was peculiar, Theodore thought. The voluminous robe enveloped her, accentuating her petite form. Her posture was not particularly graceful, yet strangely natural, her gait lively, evoking no sense of awkwardness. When she donned the antiquated sorting hat, a mixture of anxiety and determination flickered in her eyes. Theodore surmised she likely had her own ambitions. Upon the hat declaring Hufflepuff, a faint smile graced her lips as she made her way to the Hufflepuff table amidst a chorus of cheers. Sorted into Hufflepuff. How dreadful. His fingers twitched slightly as Theodore lowered his head, seemingly losing interest in the sorting. Those he knew had already settled on their respective houses. All purebloods shared a singular aim, Slytherin, with no surprises. Once the sorting concluded, exquisite dishes appeared on the table through magical means. The warmth of the food filled his stomach, and the persistent bitterness began to wane. Yet another insufferable sensation of suffocation swept over Theodore. What are you doing? Blaise inquired, frowning, sensing Theodore's unusual demeanor today. The newly sorted Slytherin first years exchanged pleasantries, while their acquainted pureblood sat idly. For parents had long since informed them of Hogwarts' sorting process. Aside from the initial excitement of entering a new school, there was little of significance to discuss. Nothing. Theodore replied curtly. All right, have you seen Gunter? Blaise brushed it off, aware of Theodore's tendency to assume his own superiority, appearing polite on the surface while being the most self-preserving of all. A quintessential Slytherin, was he not? Yet, this very trait rendered him more valuable for forging connections. What of Gunter? Did you not notice? On the train, she was with a few half-bloods she'd never seen before, defending that Harry Potter and Weasley. Blaise gestured towards the other side, where indeed a few Slytherins glared disapprovingly at Violet Gunter. After all, Gunter was a descendant of Slytherin, and mingling so closely with half-bloods would surely irk some. That merely indicates Gunter's intelligence, while others are rather foolish. Well said, Blaise shrugged, swiftly changing the subject. At that moment, they had no inkling of Violet Gunter's intentions, recklessly befriending everyone in the school, including half-bloods and muggle-borns, beneath the guise of amicable coexistence. She rapidly expanded her influence. Some dim-witted Slytherins might label Violet a pure-blood traitor, yet those with a hint of discernment remained silent, observing keenly to see what Violet Gunter intended to accomplish. Slytherin's attributes extend beyond self-preservation. Ambition is also paramount. Clearly, Violet Gunter harbored grand ambitions. In addition to befriending individuals from all houses, she engaged in behavior that Slytherins typically scorned, establishing an extraordinary closeness with a Hufflepuff, frequently visiting their table. I wonder what this Gunter is thinking, Blaise remarked. Theodore remained silent, yet internally, he shared the sentiment. How could one grow so intimate with a half-blood Hufflepuff? That Hufflepuff, most likely, was the very girl he had brushed past earlier, Claire. In their green and yellow uniforms, the sight of them standing together was glaring. What were they up to? In the library, Theodore raised his gaze, his blue eyes fixed on a seat ahead. Claire was smiling, her grin inexplicably soothing. Her lustrous black hair was tied back with a hairband, stray strands flickering in the library's dim light. Violet was explaining a concept to her, and they often studied together. Theodore lowered his eyelids. Violet Gunter, a fiercely ambitious first-year who, in the Slytherin common room, had effectively restrained a few students attempting to ambush her. Perhaps you should assess your qualifications before speaking to me, Violet kindly offered, liberating them from their binds. Her powerful and adept spell work ignited admiration in some ambitious Slytherins. Next time, it won't be so easy. Be prepared, she warned, her words laced with menace, yet her face wore an elegant smile. By the way, do not let me catch wind of anyone troubling Claire, Violet murmured, her fingers lightly rubbing her wand. My relationship with Claire cannot be disrupted. If she were to dislike me because of this, it would be most troublesome. With a flick of her wand, She cautioned, so tread carefully. The students, lying on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, exchanged startled glances as one person's facial abrasions healed to perfection. From that moment onward, none dared to openly oppose Violet. Theodore could scarcely believe that such a Violet would form a friendship with this Hufflepuff named Claire without ulterior motives. Claire's significance to Violet was undeniable. She was different. Violet willingly devoted time to her, sought her out, aided her in studies, and cleared obstacles. Even though Claire herself appeared rather indifferent, her responses subdued. A noble pureblood Slytherin pursuing a half-blood Hufflepuff. What made Claire so special? What did Violet seek to gain from her? Was it merely the spark of a newfound friendship that prompted Violet to defend her so fiercely, despite their prior unfamiliarity? The effort expended and the rewards reaped seemed disproportionate. This relationship exuded an aura of dissonance. Answers eluded Theodore regarding Violet. Perhaps he ought to observe Claire more closely, to discern her actions. So, what was it that made Claire so exceptional? Theodore recalled the moment of eye contact in the carriage, and once again, that suffocating sensation surged from some hidden part of his being, coursing through his limbs, as though he had truly forgotten how to breathe, the anguish in his chest expanding. How utterly dreadful. Many questions do not require answers. Yet, he found himself compelled to seek the truth. It was of no consequence, after all. Acquiring more information would aid him at Slytherin, perhaps even better equip him to confront Violetta. Theodore mused that he needed to observe Claire until the truth about her was unveiled. Chapter 40, Directness and Progress. After a forthright confession, I finally attained a fleeting moment of tranquility. Violetta appeared dazed yet tinged with a hint of shyness. I apologize for this description, but her blush was unmistakably vivid. Even her gaze began to shy away. Emotions are indeed contagious. I, initially indifferent, found myself blushing as well. Upon reflection, although I had spoken in English, those words had been rather too direct, hadn't they? To outright profess my feelings for her made me want to dig my toes into the ground. Oh, so this is how it is? Violetta seemed to grasp the situation, lightly clearing her throat. At that moment, her usual elegance appeared to retreat, revealing a more authentic self before me. So, we have mutual feelings for each other, correct? The golden-haired girl before me smiled, her violet eyes sparkling like gems. The previous aura of darkness dissipated completely. What a sunny and cheerful little serpent. Indeed, I smiled and acknowledged her, embracing Violetta without hesitation. Her body stiffened immediately. I gently patted her back and caressed the cool strands of hair at the nape of her neck before concluding the light-hearted hug. Poor Violetta seemed momentarily stunned, remaining in a state of shock for quite some time. Clearly, breaking the strange atmosphere required such directness. See, Claire? Her tone suggested she was somewhat startled. Though I had initially felt shy, I suddenly found an inner calm, reflecting on whether I should have approached her in such a manner. I had never embraced Violetta before. What if she didn't appreciate it? However, the Hufflepuff Badgers seemed to enjoy it. When I hugged Susan and Hannah, they didn't resist. And Hermione hadn't reacted strongly either, so I momentarily let my guard down. Ah, indeed, such intimate contact should probably be preceded by consent. But wouldn't it be more awkward to explicitly ask? I felt the need to retreat from the current atmosphere, fearing any unforeseen factors might arise. In summary, I rambled on for a while before excusing myself, leaving Violetta in a daze as she watched my retreating figure, lost in thought. At this point, the matter should be considered resolved. I had once again opened up to Violetta, and our relationship had progressed. Wait, why did I say once again? Upon returning to my dormitory, it dawned on me that I had likely fallen for Violetta's charms yet again. She had feigned vulnerability before me several times. Whenever I softened, she would take advantage and draw closer, while I was left contemplating whether to weave a little lie or confront her directly. Each time, our relationship leaned towards greater intimacy. Was I, in a sense, merely complying with Violetta's desires? It seemed I could not escape her influence. Perhaps Violetta's prowess was simply too formidable, a charming golden-haired girl gazing at me with such innocence. Who could withstand that? Deep down, I remained a reliable student. And when faced with such a well-behaved child, I found myself overflowing with patience. Coincidentally, Violetta embodied this very quality. Nevertheless, cultivating a good relationship with her shouldn't be deemed a grave matter, merely a friendship. After all, I hadn't engaged in any plot, and realistically speaking, becoming friends with the heir of the Dark Lord would likely benefit me. By the time I graduated from Hogwarts, Violetta would surely have dominated the entire British wizarding world. Sigh, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. I'm used to myself. Subsequently, after I had clearly expressed my feelings for Violetta, she appeared to unlock some extraordinary trait, becoming somewhat, clingy? The manifestations of this newfound behavior were as follows. The frequency of her visits to me increased steadily. Despite our belonging to different houses, Violetta seemed to be everywhere, almost like an unofficial Hufflepuff member, appearing in all places except the Hufflepuff common room. Our encounters escalated from 3 or 4 times a week to 2 or 3 times a day. With such a frequency of meetings, Violetta, did you install surveillance in Hufflepuff? She even ceased to provide excuses, candidly expressing her desire to see me. I like Claire, of course. I want to spend more time with her. I subtly indicated that it was somewhat inconvenient, and Violetta, astutely, adjusted her frequency, seeking to gauge my comfort level. Her desire to share and confide intensified. Previously, she had been tight-lipped, but now, intentionally or not, she seemed eager to divulge certain matters, occasionally dropping little bombs in my ear. Claire, I'm here. Claire, these are my notes from potions class. Come look. Claire, you got this wrong. It should be written like this. Claire, do you like this snack? I could hardly contain myself, staring at the exquisite box of treats in Violetta's hands. She smiled brightly, gazing at me with eager anticipation. I picked up a piece and took a small bite. Delicious. Not too sweet. My eyes lit up as I gave Violetta a thumbs up. Just as long as you like it. Violetta sighed in relief. Then the true purpose of her offering became evident. How does it compare to the snacks Malfoy gave you? This one is better. I sighed inwardly. To be honest, comparing gifts from others isn't particularly polite. But Violetta's insistence on a comparison left me with no choice. While Narcissa's treats were delightful, tailored to Draco's tastes, and quite sweet, Violetta's were crafted with my preferences in mind, deliberately reducing the sweetness and enhancing the texture. It must be noted that I do not dislike sweets. Rather, the sweetness favored by Europeans is entirely different from that of my homeland. An excessive amount of sugar is no trivial matter. Even now, I have yet to adapt to Hogwarts culinary offerings. I must go to the kitchen for extra meals. At least in terms of food, Violetta truly understands me. Well, as long as Claire is happy, Violetta said, her smile sweet and her expression tinged with pride, as if anticipating my response. Violetta, did you make this? Yes. This was specially prepared for Claire. The dessert crafted by the Dark Lord of the third generation elicited an unrestrained stream of praise from me, ceasing only when a rosy hue graced the cheeks of the golden-haired girl. Such is the essence of innocent friendship among girls. I couldn't help but marvel at how, once familiarity sets in, everyone becomes irresistibly adorable. With great delight, I accepted the box of treats, pondering what I might offer in return. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to invite Violet for a meal of Chinese cuisine? Chapter 41. Victory belongs to Gryffindor. The Quidditch match was on the brink of commencement. Hufflepuff was set to clash with Gryffindor, and both houses were poised with utmost seriousness. However, the atmosphere was significantly more amicable compared to Gryffindor's previous encounter with Slytherin, with only minor disputes arising, but thankfully no outright brawls. Hufflepuff maintained a steady performance, while Gryffindor exhibited a fervor that bordered on madness. Having narrowly triumphed over Slytherin in their last match, a victory against Hufflepuff could potentially elevate Gryffindor above Slytherin in the House Cup standings. During this period, both Hermione and Harry worked diligently. Hermione focused on enhancing her classroom performance, while Harry immersed himself in Quidditch practice, with Ron cheering them on. This match was a must-win, with no room for defeat. Not only did we aim to win, but we aspired to do so with flair, even if it meant perishing atop our brooms. We must press forward, especially you, Harry. This time, no mistakes are permissible. These were the words of the renowned Quidditch captain, Wood, whose statements had been somewhat embellished. Yet the essence remained intact. The fervor surrounding the upcoming Quidditch match stirred discontent among the ranks. Slytherin incessantly cursed Gryffindor with leg-breaking hexes, not solely out of a desire for Gryffindor's defeat, but rather due to their own embarrassment from losing to them previously. Should Gryffindor falter against Hufflepuff, their pride would suffer immensely, yet their animosity toward Gryffindor compelled them to utter curses. Cursed Gryffindor, let the match commence, yet they remained silent as the game unfolded. Draco's perpetual sour demeanor was as consistent as ever. The jibes directed at him, not just from Harry but even from Hermione and Ron, had grown tiresome, and the trio wished to disregard him entirely. Amidst the tension of training, Harry and Ron's academic performance loomed as a significant concern. Every time Hermione and I studied together, she would frequently express her frustrations, lamenting the burden of tutoring Harry and Ron, which had begun to feel akin to a maternal duty for her, despite being first years. Reflecting on parents who assist their unruly children with homework, I found myself empathizing with Hermione, offering her occasional words of comfort in an attempt to lighten her spirits. Regrettably, recent events had proven overwhelming. Upon learning that Snape would officiate the match, Gryffindor's discontent was palpable. Hermione, at her wit's end, confided in me multiple times. As Snape's reputation among Gryffindors was notoriously abysmal, the significance of Quidditch was undeniable. Even Violet had taken the time to sincerely wish me well, expressing her hope for Hufflepuff's victory. Her underlying sentiment, however, was less about Hufflepuff winning and more about Gryffindor losing. Nevertheless, I graciously accepted her unlikely wish and conveyed her goodwill to the Badgers. In such a tense atmosphere, the Hufflepuff team persisted in their training, while I continued my studies. Alas, there was no alternative, as the weight of education took precedence. Although Quidditch was important, it did not directly involve me. We first-year students primarily served as mascots, cheering from the sidelines. In the study room, I found myself compelled to set my books aside. "Hermione, are you all right?" I inquired. Unable to ignore her evident exhaustion and worry, she appeared genuinely haggard, with the beginnings of dark circles forming beneath her eyes. Despite having sought assistance from Nicodemus, the situation remained unresolved, shrouded in too many mysteries. I was contemplating how best to utilize the leglocker curse. Hermione's voice came through, heavy with despair. I feigned ignorance, despite being well aware of the context. "Do not fret, it will be fine," Hermione sighed, her exasperation contrasting sharply with my considerate demeanor, which had grown close to her in recent times. I feared that the Quidditch match might unfold with unforeseen complications akin to the last encounter. I recalled that Hermione and Ron intended to learn the leglocker curse to deal with Snape and Draco. I hoped Draco would exhibit restraint, considering Violet's involvement, and refrain from provoking conflict. One must not rashly raise a flag. Thus, I offered vague reassurances, refraining from suggesting any constructive ideas. "You cannot see me. I am but a mere shadow. Kindly defer any discussions until Quirrell and the Dark Lord hovering above him have departed." The match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor proceeded smoothly, with Harry relentlessly pursuing the Golden Snitch, showcasing the extraordinary talent for Quidditch depicted in the original narrative. Following a thrilling dive, Harry seized the Golden Snitch, a radiant smile illuminating his face, drowned out by a cacophony of cheers that reverberated throughout the stadium. In that moment, the cheers were not merely for the boy who had survived, but for the new Quidditch star, Harry Potter. "Victory belongs to Gryffindor," someone shouted, though I couldn't discern who it was. Gryffindor students surged into the field, enveloping Harry in jubilation, their laughter and screams echoing. From the stands, I spotted Ron giving Harry a bear hug, while Dumbledore and Snape stood nearby, one wearing a benevolent expression, the other with a scowl. The speed of the match left Snape with little time to exhibit his bias. The only awkwardness arose from Hufflepuff's reaction, as the match concluded far too swiftly, even setting a new record. In a sense, one might argue that Hufflepuff's defeat was a record-setting loss, with my ears catching the soft sobs of nearby Badgers. Help! This turn of events genuinely surprised me. Although I had read the original text in Fanfiction, I had never paid heed to the duration of Quidditch matches and only recalled that Gryffindor emerged victorious. I hadn't anticipated such a brutal defeat. What now? Susan silently gathered the banners crafted by the Badgers, the atmosphere among Hufflepuff unusually subdued. Fortunately, the Badgers were adept at diffusing tension, and this gloom would surely be transient. After all, matches entail both victories and defeats. As the gathering dispersed, spirits began to lift, and discussions shifted to Harry Potter's miraculous dive. Violet stood among a cluster of Slytherins, whose expressions were even more dismal than those of Hufflepuff, waving at me in evident concern. I shook my head, indicating that I was presently occupied. During such extraordinary times, it was best to offer comfort to the disheartened Badgers. By mealtime, the Badgers had mostly recovered, and a lighter atmosphere returned to Hufflepuff as everyone rallied to console the tearful Quidditch team. They vowed not to suffer such a loss again. And even before the match had concluded, they began analyzing Gryffindor's Quidditch strategies and Harry's prowess. Harry was still just a first year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. One could expect to see him actively participating in the Gryffindor Quidditch team over the next 5 or 6 years, necessitating early planning. I exhaled deeply, intending to return to the Hufflepuff common room after finishing my meal in the hall. The Badgers were lively, likely lingering for some time longer. The evening breeze was pleasantly refreshing as I ambled along. Passing an empty classroom, a startled gasp broke the silence, and 3 individuals collided with me. Sensing impending trouble, I swiftly evaded their approach. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was indeed the trio of protagonists. Claire, Hermione seemed to momentarily forget to mask her nervousness, her voice wavering before she steadied herself. "Oh, it's you." Chapter 42, Acting and Birthdays. What a coincidence, Hermione, along with classmates Weasley and Potter. I maintained a facade of calmness while internally assessing the situation, pondering, what are you all up to? I couldn't shake the feeling that my acting skills had notably improved of late. The expressions on Harry and Ron's faces were decidedly grim and tense, prompting me to glance at the only familiar face present, Hermione. Claire, Hermione seemed to be contemplating how to articulate an explanation or concoct an excuse, her eyes darting around before she exchanged a knowing glance with Harry. Just as she was about to speak, my curious inquiry interrupted her. Are you all here to celebrate Potter's victory in the match? I asked, feigning confusion while casting a subtle spell. Yes, Hermione nodded fervently. Absolutely, Ron echoed, his head bobbing in agreement. Indeed, Harry added, affirmatively nodding along. I replied, there's no need for such elaborate responses. The trio's secretive demeanor was all too obvious. It was evident they were hiding something. It was hardly a scandal to be caught by me. After all, it was not past curfew. They could have simply stated they were celebrating, or even fabricated a casual excuse to send me on my way, rather than appearing so flustered and faltering in their speech. Hermione, recovering from her initial shock, shot a reproachful look at Harry and Ron before turning to explain, yes. We were planning to throw a celebration for Harry in the Gryffindor common room. However, Harry was a bit too exhilarated about winning the match, and so were we. Ron and I intended to congratulate him first, but we didn't expect to run into you here. Indeed, Fred and George have even prepared a cake. We planned to celebrate all night. Harry was simply magnificent. That dive was utterly spectacular, wasn't he? Ron chimed in, joining Hermione to bolster their narrative. Just now, when I heard Claire's footsteps, I thought a teacher was approaching, which startled us. If Snape or Filch caught us, it would not end well. Even if we hadn't done anything wrong, they would surely find a way to make our lives miserable, Ron continued, demonstrating a certain self-awareness and coherent logic. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as I nodded in understanding and politely stated, in that case, I shall not impede your celebration any longer. All right then, goodbye, Claire. They chorused as they watched me depart, only to immediately engage in a hushed debate once I was out of earshot. What were you all so afraid of just now? It was almost as if, Ron began, but Claire's inquiry had cast a foreboding shadow over the moment, reminiscent of my mother checking in on me. Huh. I paused, a small frame filled with perplexity as I pondered why I had evoked the image of Mrs. Weasley. Moreover, could they not show some respect for the echoing corridor? Their voices rang out so loudly that I could still hear snippets even after walking some distance away. Well, I did indeed slow my pace deliberately, but they needn't have been so anxious. Should I be thankful that they didn't inadvertently reveal their secret while conspiring so loudly? I returned to the Hufflepuff common room, my mind filled with musings. The Quidditch match had taken a toll on many, leaving everyone rather fatigued. And I promptly retired early to freshen up. The following day, Violet sought me out. Claire, are you all right? She inquired, offering me a comforting presence. Though I felt no particular need for consolation. I'm fine, really. That's just how matches go, I sighed, reflecting on the past. What's done is done. We can always do better next time. My mindset was resilient and composed. Good, Violet replied, understanding. By the way, Claire, there is something I've been meaning to ask you for quite some time. I gestured for her to continue. When is your birthday, Claire? I'd like to prepare a gift for you. I fell into contemplation. Oh dear, I almost forgot that I even had a birthday. I recalled that my birthday here, in this identity, was February 9th, but that date had already passed. Actually, my birthday was originally on the 9th day of the second lunar month. I had always celebrated it according to the lunar calendar. However, since arriving in England and being unable to observe the lunar calendar, I had let the matter slip my mind. I was unsure of the Gregorian equivalent for the lunar February 9th in 1992. I needed to ask Autumn about it, or perhaps purchase a lunar calendar. Given the current circumstances, it would be best to simply state that my birthday had already passed, as I could hardly keep track of time. My birthday has likely already passed. Likely? Violet replied, her expression one of astonishment. I explained that my family typically celebrated birthdays according to the lunar calendar, and if one were to follow the Gregorian calendar, the date varied each year. This year, without any family to remind me, I had lost track. I forgot to bring a lunar calendar. And my family has been quite busy and may have forgotten too, I added. I'll need to calculate it and let you know in a few days. Before my journey into this world, I had always celebrated my birthday, but now, with the backdrop of this family, I simply explained that we had no traditions for birthdays or holidays. My family held a rather indifferent view on such matters, occasionally celebrating when the mood struck. I hesitated, pausing in my speech, casting my gaze downward. This was inevitable. Although I wished for them to spend more time with me, life took precedence. I chose not to elaborate further, instead adopting a rather disheartened demeanor before quickly re-energizing myself. I see, Violet said empathetically, showing her understanding. Later, I sought out Autumn to inquire about the current lunar date. Fortunately, she remembered a bit, and I finally learned that my birthday this year fell on March 12th, coinciding with Arbor Day. It hadn't passed yet, and it was conveniently within the Easter holiday. That's quite fortunate, I told Violet with a sense of calmness. What a pity. I had hoped to celebrate it well with Claire, Violet said, leaning closer, her golden locks brushing against my arm, her disappointment palpable. Will Claire come over to my house for Easter? No, I have a guardian waiting for me, and he likely wouldn't approve. Oh, she responded with a hint of disappointment. It's all right. You've reminded me that we can plan for next time, I sighed again. By the way, when is your birthday, Violet? I'd like to celebrate it for you. It's on July 8th, Violet replied, looking up at me. That will still be during summer break, so I absolutely want to be going to the Gone estate. Therefore, it won't be possible for us to celebrate together. But that's alright, we can discuss future plans later. For now, Claire's birthday is the most important, and I will prepare a truly special gift for her. Thank you. I will look forward to it, I replied with a smile. My dormitory companion, the small badger, had also learned of my birthday, and they joyfully promised to prepare gifts for me. I embraced them happily, realizing that someone celebrating a birthday was indeed a joyous occasion. I contemplated whether to prepare a cake for everyone. Chapter 43, Update on the book. The Easter holiday stretched over 2 weeks, a duration I had never experienced in my life with the Zhang family. However, Hogwarts had an atmosphere akin to closed-off education. One could even argue that the Easter holiday was a collection of several months' worth of break. I began to plan what I would do during this holiday. First, there's little Barty. After he came to school, I penned a few letters to him, symbolically recounting amusing anecdotes, and, after careful consideration, concluded with my minor troubles and inquiries regarding magic. Barty truly resembles a steadfastly refreshing NPC, diligently responding to my letters, sending small gifts, providing answers, and graciously correcting my grammatical errors. In his replies, he mentioned he was working hard and thoughtfully inquired about my well-being, whether I was eating well, and if I needed him to send me anything. He subtly probed about what transpired at Hogwarts or what I had encountered. Following his lead, I shared snippets of recent events, such as the Quidditch match's outcome, the scores in the House Cup, and trivial moments with friends, details of little consequence. Barty also moonlighted as a psychological counselor, encouraging me to relax, assuring me that Claire was exceptional and that I needn't be overly anxious. His persona as the caring older brother remained steadfast. As for his work, Barty was somewhat vague, but that was perfectly fine. I was quite perceptive and resolutely chose not to pry, opting to be a diligent NPC like him. Who would believe Barty was engaged in a normal occupation? It's uncertain if he still resides in that house on Juniper Lane. Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring. At least I wouldn't cross paths with Quirrell or Voldemort. I wrote to Barty again, informing him in advance that I would be returning home for the Easter holiday, casually mentioning my birthday as well. Hazel flapped her wings gently, and I slowly poked her smooth, glossy feathers with my finger, then affectionately ruffled her head, watching her squint in delight. Under Hazel's expectant gaze, don't ask me how I discerned that. It's simply the intuition of a keeper. I fed her a few strips of raw meat. Who could resist such an adorable owl? I entrusted the letter to Hazel, feeling unburdened and returning to my studies in magic. After Easter, it would be the protagonist's moment to shine. Just recalling the plot, I remembered Hagrid's dragon egg, the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and, in short, numerous perilous events that would put me face to face with Voldemort. If I inadvertently got entangled, I might lose a piece of myself. On one hand, I continuously enhanced my combat abilities. On the other, I fervently prayed. Harry, Violet, it's up to you now. Regardless of who defeats Voldemort, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Though I say this, my heart is crystal clear. Violet will grow closer to the trio by the end of the semester, forging a bond of life and death. After all, she is a central character intricately tied to the plot, the future third Dark Lord, destined to counter Voldemort. How could there be a next Dark Lord if Voldemort remains unvanquished? Thus, many of the tasks issued by Violet's system pertain to vanquishing Voldemort. In the early stages, she accumulates connections, and by the semester's end, when she confronts Voldemort alongside the protagonists, she embarks on the path to obliterating Horcruxes, ultimately becoming the new savior. Nominally defeating Voldemort, she would, in reality, be the third Dark Lord. An organization led by Violet would be established, an alternative set of Death Eaters, infiltrating key positions within the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix. Violet would acquire power surpassing that of Voldemort, along with a broader authority. By the time Dumbledore recognized Violet's ambitions, it would be too late for him to intervene. Violet's influence would no longer be a solitary entity, strictly speaking. The Ministry of Magic would be her domain, and the entire British magical community would fall under her sway. This is the essence of the female protagonist in HP fanfiction. I sighed in contemplation and resumed my magical studies. Alas, these matters pertain to Violet. It is more important for me to manage my own affairs. I delved into defensive magic. I initially believed I was quite diligent, but little did I know there were others more industrious than I. Just witnessing Hermione's fervor for studying instilled a sense of trepidation in me. She began preparing for final revisions 10 weeks in advance, which is to say, now, with an array of notebooks and pens of varying colors. She was well versed in the history of magic, and even in potions class, she persevered despite Snape's harsh critiques, consistently demonstrating outstanding performance in transfiguration and charms. Hermione also inspired those around her to adopt her relentless approach. For now, I was managing fine. But Harry and Ron were suffering immensely, their dark circles deepening significantly. Someday, I would surely be driven to exasperation by them. Hermione confided in me with a furrowed brow. Not needing to mention names, I knew precisely whom she referred to. Everyone has their weaknesses. I attempted to ease the tension. I understand, I replied. Hermione sighed. By the way, Claire, your birthday is on March 12th, right? Indeed, I answered, turning the page and grappling with the plethora of esoteric terminology and history of magic. How could such malevolent terms exist? The frustration of not comprehending or being able to reference them, akin to the fury evoked by names and places. As Easter approached, teachers began assigning homework, including essays of considerable length, familiarizing us with the creation processes of various potions and practicing spells. I assume you won't return from the holiday as if under the effects of a forgetfulness charm, having forgotten everything you just learned. Therefore, I expect you to diligently complete these essays. Upon your return, should I discover anyone slacking or attempting to deceive me, even by submitting a copied piece, you shall face dire consequences. In potions class, no one dared to lift their gaze, fearful of locking eyes with the current Dark Lord, Snape. Keep your thoughts to yourselves and refrain from any tricks, he would reiterate every lesson. After unexpectedly receiving gifts from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw during the last Christmas, Snape ridiculed us at the start of the first class back, implying that we shouldn't assume that cultivating a good relationship with him would yield benefits. Well, why don't you focus your energy on studying, as diligently as one would peel a toad's skin? If you require assistance, I can accommodate you. Snape was a master of sarcasm, and each utterance seemed to ensnare someone. The potions class grew even more stringent, with Snape looming over the Badger and Eagle students like a mountain, and the tome 100 points to remember in potions class was undergoing constant revisions. As the saying goes, if you cannot change others, change yourself. While I do not completely endorse this sentiment, it holds some merit in certain contexts, such as with that booklet. To enhance its appeal, I and a few authors, after serious contemplation, decided to incorporate Snape's sarcastic remarks, creating corresponding situational applications. For instance, if Snape were to insult you in a certain way, remember that he is being sarcastic, and when he expresses himself in that manner, he is simply aiming to belittle you. This significantly improved everyone's reading efficiency. When faced with Snape's barbs again, we were better prepared and buffered, no longer caught off guard. Only Snape, with a furrowed brow, sensed that something was amiss. Snape remarked, "It seems like something is not quite right." Chapter 44, Birthday. Time passed swiftly, and the holiday arrived as expected, with Violet bidding me farewell with a face full of regret. Returning home during the break felt familiar. Previously, little Barty promptly replied to my letter, stating he would come to fetch me, so I awaited him at the designated spot. Outside the bustling station, a handsome and gentle young man waved at me, a harmless smile gracing his lips. "Claire, over here." I joyfully approached little Barty, pulling my suitcase along. "It is merely a 2-week holiday. Why such excitement?" I suppressed the corners of my lips that threatened to curl upward and stifled the urge to leap with joy, clearing my throat with a semblance of solemnity. "Gavin, it has been quite some time. How has Claire been faring at school?" Young Barty's smile deepened, likely discerning the excitement concealed beneath my calm facade, as he took the initiative to grasp my suitcase and lead me onward. "It's been all right," I contemplated for a moment, then sighed softly. Aside from the Quidditch matches, there isn't much else to mention. If I had to pinpoint something that saddened me, it would be the overwhelming amount of homework. I began to ramble, as if genuinely confiding in young Barty, several papers to write, and merely researching the terminology is enough to drive me to despair. "Fear not. You can always ask me if you encounter anything difficult," young Barty replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Gavin." I blinked, my tone cheerful. "I truly can't imagine how I would manage without you. How wonderful it would be if I could always be alongside Gavin." As young Barty and I chatted amiably along the way, the atmosphere grew warm and harmonious, mending the slight awkwardness that had lingered between us. It was only upon returning to the house, while I busied myself with unpacking, that I quietly released a breath of relief. Engaging with someone as perceptive as young Barty was quite the challenge. The house was impeccably clean, the kitchen brimming with provisions. And while the garbage bin held refuse, it was not readily apparent that young Barty had been away for an extended period. "How would you like to celebrate Claire's birthday?" young Barty inquired, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for cooking. I'm not quite sure." I stood beside him, reiterating the words I had once used to persuade Violetta. "I've never really celebrated my birthday. Perhaps we could have longevity noodles? My mother made them for me once." I gazed eagerly at the young man before me, explaining what longevity noodles entailed. "I see. No worries. I'll prepare them for Claire," young Barty remarked thoughtfully, ruffling my hair with his large hand. "There's no need for concern. The essence of a birthday is simply to find joy." I nodded, reaching up to smooth the disheveled strands of hair. Young Barty truly was remarkable, akin to a devoted, ever-ready, two-dimensional butler. To fulfill the persona of a caring older brother he had crafted for himself, I opened my heart, confiding in him about the minutiae of my life to express my reliance on him. "Gavin, how should I approach this?" "I'm uncertain," I would inquire. "Gavin, it seems we're out of vegetables," I'd mention. "Gavin, I wish to eat this today. May I?" "All right, Claire," regardless of what I said. The young man always responded affirmatively, seamlessly integrating himself into my life. In a sense, our lives had become intertwined. I swear. It began as a mere attempt to mold his character, but the guise of young Barty was far too genuine. He responded sincerely to my problems and took action when needed. I found myself succumbing to laziness, calling upon young Barty to resolve matters. We lived as though we were a true family, an affectionate older brother and a somewhat insecure, independent child. As time passed, I discovered certain qualities in young Barty. The first time I witnessed him chatting with a neighbor, I was genuinely taken aback. The dissonance felt peculiar. Young Barty forging friendships with muggles? How strange. I stole another glance. Eventually, I realized young Barty was acquainted with most neighbors on the road, even more so than I was. His conversations were eloquent and humorous. His demeanor gracious and composed. Many admired him and were aware he was my guardian. A neighbor remarked to me that young Barty ventured out for work every few days. He mentioned it was somewhat distant, though the nature of his work remained a mystery. I suspected I knew what young Barty was up to. Perhaps he sought to gather information about my parents and myself, or to refine his own identity. "Mr. Griffin is truly a cultured individual," the neighbor mused. "Thank you for the compliment," young Barty replied with a smile that seemed perpetually perfectly poised, adeptly managing his relationships with the neighbors. I tugged at the edge of his sleeve, my eyes darting around in curiosity. "Claire, keep up," the young man reminded me, exasperated. One hand guiding me while the other carried a bag of fruit, presenting a rather domestic image. Having an adult around made quite a difference. The glances we received while out were markedly different, and my sense of security surged. Alone, I could be entirely self-sufficient, but once someone was nearby to assist me, I turned into a helpless little pastry, reluctant to exert myself or engage my brain. I clung to young Barty's sleeve, swaying leisurely. "If only Gavin were truly my family," I murmured, catching a glimpse of young Barty's ears twitching. "As long as Claire wishes it, we are indeed a true family," young Barty softly replied, his lips curling into a smile under the natural light. The holiday was truly delightful. Under young Barty's guidance, I adeptly managed my assignments. On the day of my birthday, young Barty rose early, preparing a bowl of longevity noodles following the recipe he had discovered. The steaming noodles warmed my stomach, and my excitement bubbled over. Young Barty also crafted a homemade cake, complete with lit candles. Gazing at the exquisite cake, I thought of how much young Barty had gone through to accommodate me. Becoming a versatile individual, cooking, cleaning, and socializing with ease. If he were merely Gavin, not young Barty, I might have considered him family. Alas, even now, I remained oblivious to his true intentions, with a shadow of doubt cloaking all he did. "Make a wish, Claire," the young man urged, his smile genuine, his eyes glimmering. We sat together, a table laden with delectable cake and other treats. Gifts nestled beneath the sofa, the atmosphere warm and inviting. "I hope for everything to go smoothly, and for everyone to find peace and joy," I declared, articulating my wish in both English and Chinese. Chapter 45, Gifts and Family. After finishing the cake, we moved on to the gift opening segment. To be frank, I was startled this morning when I beheld the mountain of gifts beneath the sofa. How could there be so many? I recalled only mentioning it to Hermione, Violetta, Autumn Zhang, and a few others in my dormitory. I counted, and the number exceeded my expectations several times over. Opening each card, I discovered many of my fellow Hufflepuff classmates had sent gifts, and even Cedric, the upperclassman. How did he find out? I felt puzzled. The Badger and Eagle classmates were one thing. Perhaps one had heard and spread the word. I generally maintained good relations with everyone, so it was somewhat expected. However, two peculiar gifts were mixed in among the rest. I opened one to find a beautifully arranged bouquet of flowers. Were they roses? The colors were odd, a pale pink, as if freshly picked, releasing a distinct fragrance. My expression turned grave. These flowers bore traces of magic, though I could not identify their specific nature. Yet, holding the card in my hand, I felt an inexplicable unease. Surely, it could not be dangerous magic. Though the card bore no signature, it contained a message written in Chinese, wishing Ming Lai a happy birthday. Full of peace and joy. Previously, I made a wish using the idiom peace and joy. I have always cherished it, and I invariably include it in my wishes. As I opened another gift, I discovered a set of stationery, brand new pens, and a notebook. While the gift itself was not particularly remarkable, the name inscribed on the accompanying card was rather special. It belonged to the names of my parents in this world. I had never corresponded with them, nor did I recognize them. They were not the fabricated images of my original parents. I even questioned their very existence. The card was inscribed in Chinese, wishing my daughter may lie, peace and joy. Once again, the same idiom, the identical blessing, albeit in a different handwriting. Could it be from the same group of people? I pondered, contemplating asking Xiao Ming. I set the items aside with care. Little Barty gifted me a compact telescope. I had mentioned in a letter that it would be wonderful to have a clearer telescope for watching Quidditch matches, and I was pleasantly surprised that little Barty had remembered. It was no wonder he could remain undercover at Hogwarts for such an extended period without Dumbledore noticing. Violet gifted me a mirror. I swallowed hard. Surely, the mirror from Violet was not an ordinary one. Could it possibly be a two-way mirror? The words on the card confirmed my suspicion. Claire, who typically refrained from seeking me out, expressed her desire for more communication. I think about meeting you every day, walking together. I hope you will make good use of this mirror. I will always, always miss you. Her candid emotion struck a chord within me. I realized this gift was significant. Violet truly valued our friendship. What a wonderful person Violet was. As I finished unwrapping the gifts, I meticulously organized them. Little Barty emerged from the kitchen, assisting me in tidying up the living room. I had previously been unaware, but upon attending Hogwarts, I discovered that the charm for thorough cleaning was quite complex. Typically learned by the 3rd or 4th year. No wonder it was so difficult for me to practice alone before the term began. After the term commenced, I continued to practice independently, yet felt no progress, prompting me to consult Professor Flitwick. He kindly informed me that it was not yet time for me to learn that spell. Nevertheless, Claire's determination to tackle challenging spells was commendable. She had the courage to try but also understood the importance of seeking guidance from teachers. Professor Flitwick smiled warmly, awarding Hufflepuff 5 points. I was taken aback, overwhelmed with nervousness and unsure of what to say. It was my first time contributing points to the house. Do not be too anxious. This is well deserved. Diligent and eager students are worthy of recognition, Professor Flitwick reassured me. As the head of Ravenclaw, he genuinely cherished every diligent student and delighted in imparting wisdom to those eager to learn. At that moment, I was profoundly moved. My motivation to study surged, and the respect for teachers was ingrained in every member of the Weasley family's DNA. Receiving praise from a beloved teacher made me feel as if I might burst with excitement. Professor Sprout was also among my favorite teachers, a warm and approachable head, who happily worked alongside us in herbology, indifferent to the dirt that covered her. After I successfully drove away pests from several pots of herbs, Professor Sprout awarded me another 5 points. My thoughts slightly wandered, perhaps noticing the smile on my face, when little Barty gently inquired, Claire seems very happy. Did she receive a particularly cherished gift? Indeed, I replied, my smile beaming with joy. My parents sent me gifts. I was truly touched that they had not forgotten me after all this time without contact. I had thought they may have forgotten about me entirely. Upon mentioning my adoptive parents, little Barty became noticeably cautious, aware that his identity was also fabricated and wary of revealing too much. I am grateful to Gavin for the telescope. I had longed for one of my own, having borrowed from classmates until now. I sincerely thanked little Barty, who had remembered something I had nearly forgotten. No one had ever treated me this way, not even my own parents, who were kind but in a different manner. No one would ever regard me as a child. Of course, after all, I am already a university student, I silently mused, contemplating how to further mend the relationship with my parents. Gavin was one of the best individuals I had encountered, as good as my parents. Little Barty, unusually silent, briefly displayed a flicker of distortion in his expression, but he quickly composed himself, smiling perfectly, though his eyes seemed to carry an unusual glimmer. Claire, he said, do you think I am a good person? His voice was soft yet slightly lowered, carrying a hint of hidden allure, transforming what should have been a refreshing tone into something syrupy. Why do you say that? I feigned confusion. Isn't it obvious? The youth's laughter was insincere. So Claire likes me because I am a good person, correct? Right? A chill ran down my spine, and I sensed something amiss. Immediately turning serious to look at little Barty. Gavin, my voice remained calm as I attempted to dissipate the tension. I believe you are a good person because I genuinely care about you. It was only after you became such an important family member to me that I recognized your goodness. Why do you look at me like that? I emphasized my confusion. Do you remember when we first met? What? I told you then that you were my new family. I see. After a moment of silence, the youth laughed again, his smile devoid of shadows. I am indeed Claire's family. Chapter 46. Special Gifts. Little Barty hummed a tune, appearing in high spirits as he helped tidy up the house. Claire, make sure to rest well, he said with a smile. Though engaged in chores, he radiated joy, his eyes narrowing with delight. I'll take care of the rest. All right. Gavin, remember to rest early too, I yawned in response, dragging my weary body back to my room, wishing to avoid the overly enthusiastic little Barty. We are family. The mere mention of those words seemed to strike a chord with little Barty, infusing him with a certain joyful energy. His ever-present smile brightened, and his speech softened, as if he genuinely regarded me as family. The new gifts had been organized. I placed the two-way mirror on my bedside table, turned face down, in case Violet decided to contact me unexpectedly. The bouquet, seemingly magical, found a home in a humble vase, its petals quivering gently as white morphed into a refreshing pink. The beautiful flowers touched my heart, and I cherished them, placing them on my desk. As night fell, I shook off my stiff limbs, feeling more awake after washing up. The emotions I had previously chosen to ignore surged forth. Little Barty was truly frightening. His sunny disposition could shift in an instant, making my skin crawl with goosebumps. And my instincts urged me to comfort him. Was little Barty displeased with the good person card I had given him? I found myself puzzled. I had genuinely intended to foster a good relationship with him when I spoke those words, yet his reaction had taken me aback. Did being labeled a good person sadden him? Or did my words evoke painful memories of his original family and old Barty? However, in the end, the situation turned out quite well. Although little Barty remained as clumsy as ever, at least he refrained from resorting to violence. I retrieved my dear classmate Xiaoming, and it was time for the much-anticipated QA session. What is the matter with my parents? Well, it is what it is. Don't change the subject. You know what I wish to inquire about. They can be said to exist, or they can be said not to. Is there any difference from saying nothing at all? I grumbled, unconsciously rubbing my fingers together and absently flipping through the pages of the book. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. With a sudden motion, Xiaoming managed to escape my grasp, drifting a few paces away while the pages rustled loudly. It's so itchy. Don't you know not to scratch a book's itch? Can a book truly be ticklish? I stroked my chin, lost in contemplation. How unfair. How could you treat me this way? Xiaoming reproached me sternly, the entire book trembling in indignation. If it were in human form, it would certainly be standing with hands on hips, scolding me furiously. I sincerely apologized. After a few minutes of floating in a huff, Xiaoming slowly descended back into my embrace, perhaps indicating forgiveness. Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. Asking now isn't wise. After regaining composure, Xiaoming informed me. Very well, I shall refrain from asking, yet being kept in suspense by secrets is quite uncomfortable. I sighed, weariness etched across my face. What about that bouquet of flowers? Xiaoming hesitated for a few seconds. Just keep the flowers. They were gifted by a shameless individual. Xiaoming, your tone seems a bit perilous. It's the first time I've heard it speak so pointedly. Why? It's not of great importance. If there are more in the future, just hold on to them. Xiaoming didn't directly respond, yet an inexplicable intuition told me it seemed even more upset. Never mind. I resigned myself to the fact that being brushed off by a riddle maker might be my fate. Shifting my tone from dejected to excited, I asked, It's my birthday today. Do you have anything to gift me? I looked at Xiaoming with eager anticipation. I do. Beautifully pinned Chinese characters appeared on the pages, followed by another sentence. I gift you countless beautiful dreams in the future. Beautiful dreams? What do these dreams entail? Are you suggesting I'll sleep well? I joked. Indeed, this way you will be able to sleep soundly from now on. Surprisingly, that seems rather agreeable. I do have a slight insomnia problem. Even after reading until I'm dizzy during the day, I find it impossible to sleep at night, only able to watch the other little badgers drift into slumber. However, this issue isn't severe, occurring about twice a week, which I generally attribute to the unbridled energy of a college student seeking an outlet. A good night's sleep would certainly be welcome. How will you achieve this? I inquired. When you wish to sleep well, place me beside your pillow. I usually do keep it by my pillow. Very well, I understand. I nodded, still smiling with delight. Regardless, I have received a wonderful gift, so thank you, Xiaoming. As for whether or not there are issues, even if there are, how could I, a novice, discern them? If Xiaoming, who spends every day with me, wished to conceal anything, there are a myriad of ways to do so without my notice. Just as I prepared to retire for the night, the mirror resting at the head of my bed began to emit sound, a wave of invisible magical energy, signaling that Violet was calling. Oh no, Violet had activated the two-way mirror. I leapt from my bed, ruffled my hair, and adjusted my collar before picking up the mirror, which shimmered with ripples. Though I don't usually concern myself with appearances in reality, I would begin to pay attention if facing someone remotely, reminiscent of a video call. Claire, a girl with golden hair and purple eyes, appeared in the mirror. Despite the late hour, she remained impeccably dressed, her attire flawless, embodying the essence of an elegant and poised young lady. Thankfully, I had tidied myself up just in time. Violet, I'm here. I greeted with a relaxed smile. Unable to suppress my amusement when faced with the person in the mirror, the distortion of the glass transported me back to the experience of a video call. How was your holiday, Claire? Violet inquired. It was great. I happily shared some amusing stories from my holiday, news from the Muggle world, and my parents' gifts. Expressing my excitement, Violet chose not to return to the Gunter household, but rather stayed at school. The atmosphere was perfect. She quietly observed me, a smile gracing her lips. And upon my pause, she shared some amusing anecdotes from school life. The house elf seemed to have a new menu. The captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team was devising new tactics. Snape had decisively extended Violet's detention until next year, and Hagrid appeared to have hidden a dragon egg. Violet, what did you just say? I froze. I knew you would love this, Claire. Violet's smile was sweet. You've been obsessively reading about magical creatures. Claire. Violet's voice was filled with temptation. Would you like to see a dragon egg? Absolutely, I exclaimed. Being a true Hufflepuff, there's nothing strange about my fascination with magical creatures. It's in my nature. Moreover, this was Hagrid's dragon egg. I felt as if I might burst into screams of excitement. How Violet knew this was a mystery for now, but why she conveyed it in such a manner. I almost succumbed to the temptation to say I wanted to see it. That wouldn't be wise, I gasped, a look of alarm crossing my face. Is it true that Mr. Hagrid possesses a dragon egg? It's perfectly fine. No need to be anxious, Violet reassured me with great consideration. As long as Claire wishes. I can arrange everything for you. It can be treated as another gift. After all, a two-way mirror alone might not suffice. If you desire, you can see that dragon egg. As for Hagrid, he will consent. Chapter 47, Requests and Conversations. Wait. I was beginning to unravel. Violet maintained a nonchalant demeanor, staring directly at me. Does Claire not like it? It's not that, I replied. I do express my fondness for magical creatures regularly. And there's no need to deny it now. I'm just a bit curious. Didn't the Ministry of Magic issue a decree prohibiting dragon ownership long ago? How could Mr. Hagrid have a dragon egg? I hesitated. And how did you come to know about it, Violet? I discovered it while helping Mr. Hagrid tidy up after the goblins. Violet blinked innocently. Whether it was legal or not was irrelevant. Hagrid's dragon egg indeed had a dubious origin. We must trust that Hagrid has a way to conceal it from the Ministry. This statement seemed odd, yet Violet continued to smile. Albeit this smile seemed tinged with something peculiar. My intuition suggested that Violet was plotting something. My diligent mind raced to recall what had transpired. I remembered that in Fanfiction, Violet was indeed involved in this storyline, assisting Hagrid in delivering the dragon hatchling, gaining Hagrid's trust, and growing closer to Harry, Hermione, and Ron, while also connecting with Charlie Weasley, and perhaps more. The clandestine secret between Professor Quirrell and Voldemort must be unveiled. Within the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell delivers a staggering blow to Voldemort, unleashing the killing curse for the first time, forcibly expelling Voldemort from Hogwarts. I can't help but adjust my fingers, a sense of dread creeping in. How could I have forgotten this until now? What if I am discovered? My expression betrays my concern, as it is highly likely that Hagrid could find himself in court over this. However, I shall undoubtedly come to his aid. Fear not, Claire. Violet chuckles, emphasizing that your willingness is of greater importance. I recall how much Claire adores magical creatures. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed to see a dragon. There is no need for guilt. Merely a glance will suffice. Consider this another birthday gift from me to you. I have pledged that as long as Claire desires it, I shall resolve everything. The sincerity in the blonde girl's expression is akin to one gazing upon their most cherished person, yet I find myself momentarily unable to comprehend, choosing instead to selectively ignore it. I am apprehensive and reluctant to go. I candidly express my concerns. Raising dragons is illegal. And although I do possess a fondness for magical creatures, I lack the confidence to challenge the authority of the Ministry of Magic. Nor do I wish to risk attracting Quirrell's attention. Could we not merely accompany each other to Hagrid's hut for a quick look? Violet's tone carries a hint of playful insistence, coupled with an odd stubbornness. Surely, we cannot have me venture alone. I fall silent for a moment, my mind carefully weighing the options of whether to go or not. It appears Violet is genuinely eager for me to witness the dragon egg, willing to engage in this lengthy discussion to convince me. The attitude embedded in her words warrants contemplation. She must be aware of my aversion to such matters. Explicitly mentioning Hagrid's illegal activities and revealing the existence of the dragon egg to draw me into her social circle. Her words conceal some ulterior motive. Is this yet another test? Since our previous conversation, Violet has become increasingly attached to me, occasionally dropping bombshells about dark magic, the rivalries among pure-blood families, and the questionable characters within the upper years of Slytherin. However, these discussions remain superficial. I have maintained a detached demeanor, embracing the notion that none of this pertains to me, harboring the hope that as long as I can navigate the narrative of this fan fiction, all shall be well. Yet, what if the narrative diverges? What then? Pondering this conundrum only ensnares me in a vicious cycle. Even if circumstances were to change, it would not be catastrophic. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant regarding the movements and actions of the main characters, enabling me to respond promptly. Thus, my interactions with Violet and Hermione have always carried this underlying significance. So, What is Violet's true intention at this moment? I blink, setting aside the narrative enhancements and immersing myself in the authentic actions of the moment. Violet Gaunt has discerned Quirrell's peculiarities and uncovered the true origin of Hagrid's dragon egg. She skillfully pries information from Hagrid, intensifying her suspicions of Quirrell. Having explored the fourth-floor corridor, she has encountered the three-headed dog, Fluffy. With her abilities, she could undoubtedly bypass the creature. But her curiosity lies more in the purpose of such an arrangement. With her keen intellect, she can deduce that this was orchestrated by Dumbledore. Who else at Hogwarts could devise such a mechanism on the fourth floor? It is precisely because this is Dumbledore's contraption that the three-headed dog remains stationed there, guarding an unknown treasure. She becomes aware that several professors are implicated, with the Devil's Snare, the broomsticks, and Fluffy evidently originating from the Forbidden Forest, overseen by Hagrid. Various traps lie in wait, challenging yet not fatal. The true treasure is unlikely to be here, as their function seems to extend beyond mere guardianship to that of a trial. The dragon egg, it appears, enchants Fluffy with music. Someone is attempting to seek a means to subdue the three-headed dog from Hagrid. There are those who wish to enter that space and seize the treasure. Dumbledore's unequivocal warning at the start of term feast serves as bait. The question remains, what is being guarded? What temptations are at play? What trials must one face? The boy who lived, Harry Potter. The enigmatic and shadowy Quirrell. Violet Gaunt remains unaware of the true secrets entwined within, yet she is eager to explore. Danger accompanies opportunity, and Violet hopes to gain more from this experience, whatever it may entail. Thus, she approaches Hagrid to assist him with the dragon egg predicament. This seems to be the trajectory of events thus far. At this moment, Violet has taken an unexpected step outside the bounds of the plot by inviting me to witness the dragon egg alongside her. Violet asserts that we are friends. Given her nature, it is unlikely she would expend such effort on someone inconsequential. There is indeed a genuine bond between us. After nearly a year of being study partners, it is only natural that some feelings have developed. Let us consider it a joint venture. We cannot have me going alone. Violet expresses a fervent desire for me to accompany her, sharing in her intentions. I recall that in fanfiction, characters like Violet typically have either enemies, subordinates, or allies. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Does Violet wish for me to be her subordinate? Is she intentionally inviting me along to share in her trials? It seems plausible that she has been cultivating relationships with various students since the first year. Yet, upon reflection, something feels amiss. My thoughts become tangled. I am tempted to scratch my head or give myself a light punch to snap back to reality, but clearly, I cannot afford to linger on these thoughts for too long. Under Violet's gaze, I struggle to articulate my response, finally managing to say, well, since Violet has suggested it. I sigh, then smile, admitting that I do indeed love dragons. I know, Violet replies, her satisfaction evident. She enthusiastically assures me that she will handle everything. And as soon as the break arrives, we can go see the dragon egg together. Ultimately, as we prepare to conclude our conversation, Violet offers her belated birthday wishes. Happy birthday, Claire. Chapter 48, the end of the Easter holiday. After finishing my conversation with Violet, I find the hour quite late and decide to retire for the night. Yawning, I climb into bed, placing my stuffed animal, Xiao Ming, beside my pillow. Good night. I close my eyes and drift into a peaceful slumber. As Xiao Ming would say, I truly experienced a wonderfully comfortable night. I dream of lying in a sea of flowers, basking in the warm sunlight, surrounded by countless delicate blooms swaying gently in the breeze. A fantastical dreamscape filled with warm hues, fluffy little creatures, and distant hills. What a beautiful dream, is it not? Upon waking, I feel remarkably refreshed. As if my body and spirit have been cleansed. My mood is buoyant and uncontainable, imbued with a warmth akin to the embrace of life itself. Good morning, Xiao Ming. I joyfully express my gratitude, for I have never slept so well in either of my lifetimes. For the first time, I appreciate sleep as a truly pleasurable experience. As long as you're happy, comes the reply. I prepare myself and head downstairs to greet little Barbie. Good morning, Gavin. I exclaim cheerfully, nearly letting slip an exclamation about Barbie. Good morning, Claire, little Barbie replies dutifully, peeking from the kitchen where breakfast is nearly ready, an apron tied around his waist. Are you feeling happy, Claire? Yes, I had a wonderful sleep, I nod enthusiastically, bouncing into the kitchen to inhale the delightful aroma. It smells so wonderful. Someone has made breakfast. This must be happiness. Sleeping so soundly, I could not resist the elation coursing through my veins, yet as I settled down, an inexplicable discomfort enveloped me. Gavin, what are the primary ingredients of the Felix Felicis? After breakfast, I commenced my studies, inquiring with the ever-diligent tutor, little Barbie. The main components of Felix Felicis include the flower of mimosa and the hair of a unicorn, which together impart a false sense of happiness. It is one of the illicit potions strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Little Barty leaned closer, peering at the potion's compendium in my hands, which briefly mentioned Felix Felicis. I recalled its mention in the original texts and casually posed the question. This is not a commendable potion. It can lead to addiction. Little Barty's expression turned grave, adopting a tone akin to that of a parent educating a child, cautioning me to be wary of deception. Of course, I shall not be deceived. A frown creased my forehead. I remembered that Felix Felicis was not inherently addictive. Yet, isn't excessive indulgence and false happiness itself a form of addiction? Little Barty smiled knowingly. You are correct. I feigned deep contemplation, but rest assured, I shall not be deceived, nor will I ever consume Felix Felicis again. Indeed, Claire is a good child. Little Barty ruffled my hair with a bright smile, asking if we were progressing so swiftly in our potions class. The instructor is rather stringent. I prefer to observe more closely and prepare adequately. Immersed in the sea of learning, I felt like a small fish battered by the waves of life, continuously receiving tutoring from Little Barty throughout the entire Easter holiday. However, it was not tedious. Little Barty provided immense emotional support, making his guidance invaluable. Moreover, learning magic is undoubtedly different from studying mathematics, and my academic journey was relatively smooth. Except for the dreadful English terminologies. This truly eludes my memory. Even with Hermione, Violet, and Little Barty's combined efforts, I remain helpless. Even if I were to be pressed under a mountain like Sun Wukong for 500 years, I would still struggle to remember so many English terms. Abandon. Claire, what are you reciting? I'm studying English. Why must you incessantly repeat that word in your study? Little Barty expressed his perplexity. It is merely a matter of inertia. My eyes glazed over, reflecting a sense of resignation to fate. In mere days, I shall return to Hogwarts. I implored Little Barty to accompany me to the shops and supermarkets, where I procured a plethora of snacks, small toys, books, and daily necessities. Claire truly adores muggles. Little Barty remarked previously. During his early days in this house, he harbored the simplest of inquiries stemming from a wizard's perspective. To him, as my parents are both wizards, I ought not to be so close to muggles. This seemingly innocuous statement carried undertones of doubt and appraisal. My response was, is it not permissible to like them? I lowered my gaze, avoiding direct contact with Little Barty, my shoulders slumping. In the past, due to my frail health, my parents sought various means to alleviate my boredom. During that time, I could not wield magic and could only peruse their books. I expressed this with a hint of self-reflection. My parents are wizards, and I have always worried about bringing them shame, for I have never exhibited any magical talent. Many claim it is highly likely I may never wield magic, rendering me a nonentity. In truth, I always believed I would never receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. My parents expressed a desire for me to be an ordinary person, for the magical world is not as enchanting as it seems. Thus, they wished for me to have more exposure to the mundane. Had I not received that letter, I would likely be just another ordinary individual among the masses. I endeavored to recall the emotions I felt after finishing Harry Potter for the first time. For a long time, I clung to the notion of being the most ordinary of people. However, inevitably, upon glimpsing a corner of this magical world, I pondered why I could not be a part of it. Like many netizens humorously speculating, perhaps our owl has been lost on the other side of the ocean for decades, yet it continually strives to reach us. While that premise may be fictitious, the melancholy I displayed was all too real. Little Barty sighed, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his expression. I did not expect my words to stir any profound reaction in Little Barty. I merely wished to convey my stance. I cherish ordinary people and consider myself one of them. In his guise of pretense, Little Barty needed to feign agreement with my perspective to gain my trust. Claire is indeed correct. A young person can only express such sentiments to comfort me and then affirm my beliefs. I am no longer a mere child. My opinions will not be swayed by Little Barty's subtle insinuations, regardless of how ardently he attempts to elucidate the distinctions between wizards and muggles. Thus, the one who needs to change is solely Little Barty. Whether his feelings are genuine or not is immaterial. What matters more is whether I feel comfortable in his company. As of now, Little Barty at least outwardly aligns with my worldview. He can cook, maintain cleanliness, assist with homework, is handsome, and speaks eloquently. Who could possibly resist such charm? My affection for Little Barty is not feigned, though the direction of my reliance may differ from his expectations. Upon returning to Hogwarts, I must also address Violet's matter and visit Hagrid's dragon egg. It presents a splendid opportunity. I mentally plotted my course. Having received such a multitude of gifts, I must remember to reciprocate. I compiled a list of all those who bestowed gifts upon me, intending to offer them each a small treat once back at Hogwarts. For the number of recipients is considerable, I shall forego the cakes. Alternatively, I could teach the house elves a few culinary delights and enhance our meals afterward. As the Easter holiday concludes, I must also commence final exam preparations. Regardless of my endeavors, I must ensure that it does not adversely affect my grades. After a year of diligent effort, the results will manifest today. I seek not to be at the forefront, merely to avoid the rear. My abysmal handwriting in English remains unrefined, the history of magic remains a chaotic mess, and my spell work is still not sufficiently polished. In potions class, I am yet to discern the most opportune moments for herb placement. Just the thought of it all is overwhelming. My companion, Xiao Ming, gifted me sweet dreams, saving me. Thanks to my impeccable state of slumber, I could attain the most rejuvenating rest. Once more, I find myself enamored with the act of sleeping. Alas, life is arduous, youth is a blessing, and a mere turn of the head brings sleep. Chapter 49. Family is a mutual necessity. Claire is a rather peculiar child. After observing her for some time, little Barty arrived at this conclusion. Strange independence, odd musings, and curious thoughts. Why would that mysterious figure instruct little Barty to keep her under surveillance? Farewell, Gavin. Claire smiled with carefree abandon, clad in her robes. One hand grasping her suitcase while the other waved goodbye to the young man amidst the bustling crowd. Regardless of the throngs, Claire remained the most conspicuous figure, easily spotted with a mere glance. Or, perhaps, not entirely carefree, little Barty mused. Upon returning to Hogwarts, preparations for finals would be imminent. He recalled the words Claire spoke during their tutoring sessions. I truly do not wish to study anymore, Claire declared solemnly and with frustration while perusing her book. Then let us take a break. Claire has already worked exceedingly hard. Alas, Claire sighed, rarely exhibiting concern for anything apart from her studies and grades. Only when such matters were at stake did she display visible anxiety. Yet this unease stemmed not solely from poor performance, but from a more profound, intrinsic reason. She diligently leafed through her book, occasionally bored, absently running her fingers through her hair, her expression a blend of peculiarity and helplessness. How dreadfully dull. Occasionally, she would suddenly utter a remark, yet more often than not, she remained silent, staring blankly at a particular line in her book. Lingering for an eternity without turning the page, her dark eyes devoid of luster. Although boredom enveloped her, Claire was reluctant to relinquish her book. Each time little Batty suggested she take a break, she would sometimes acquiesce, but more often than not, she would resume reading shortly thereafter. After all, there was little else to occupy her. Claire expressed her weariness as she rubbed her eyes, genuinely finding the monotony unbearable yet unwilling to stir. However, her ennui was fleeting. More often, she would seize her wand to practice spells or pore over her cauldron to brew potions, seemingly unable to detach herself from the pursuit of self-improvement. Little Batty had never interacted with such a young child before, yet everyone transitions through childhood, and he attempted to draw upon his own experiences to fathom Claire's possible thoughts. In many ways, she mirrored a child fervently seeking her parents' approval. What was truly going through Claire's mind? Many times, he enjoyed a friendly rapport with her. Yet he often sensed that this camaraderie was sustained by Claire's own initiative, despite the undeniable fact that he, as the adult, was there to care for her. He frequently felt that it was Claire who was yielding to him. The cookies are burnt. What should we do, Gavin? Claire lamented, gazing at the tray of cookies she had intended to take to school, having infused them with her own creativity but failing to achieve the right balance. Let's make another batch, little Batty suggested. All right, thank you so much, Gavin, Claire replied, her habitual use of honorifics still intact, even for a mere comment from little Batty. Do you need my assistance? No, it's fine. This is a return gift for a birthday present, so it's better if I do it myself. Claire rolled up her sleeves, tidying the mess she had just created on the table. She then set about making a new batch of cookies, carefully dividing the fragrant treats into small portions, preserving them with a charm, while the burnt ones were set aside for her to nibble on during her leisure. We mustn't waste, Claire declared, displaying a set of unique life habits, such as collecting intact cardboard boxes, drinking hot or cooled water, and occasionally interjecting a phrase in Chinese. Her English often tinged with a slight accent, a testament to her nationality and her parents. Throughout this process, little Batty's presence was merely a passive one, standing by and observing. Claire is remarkable. Thank you, Gavin. You are too, she responded, her smile widening slightly, her eyes gleaming. Claire's requests for assistance stemmed solely from politeness. She was not truly incapable. In their two-person household, she sought little Batty's input to make him feel needed. Gavin is an important family member, Claire remarked. Family members rely on one another. But did Claire truly need him? Little Batty found himself reflecting once more on how Claire managed to live independently. Please don't worry, Gavin. Claire's gentle smile was imbued with a soothing quality that effortlessly fostered relaxation. I can take care of myself. I have grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to what? Claire was no mere child oblivious to the world. Her intelligence and perceptiveness could be startling at times. In what circumstances had this instinct been honed? Little Batty pondered. I don't want to disappoint my parents, Claire had once said when requesting Little Batty to tutor her. She was merely 11 years old, at an age brimming with attachment to her parents, yet she concealed it well. Most of the time, she was reserved and discreet, although she would initiate jokes. It did not signify that she would divulge her inner world to others. Little Batty could only infer her thoughts from her occasional remarks. I wish my mom and dad were here, she had said after Christmas, her face devoid of expression, as if the words were mere floating thoughts, lacking substance. Whenever asked about her parents, she would display a look of discomfort until familiarity allowed her to speak of them in fragmented sentences. Her tone remained notably calm, as if she were indifferent, yet she was still a child, accompanied by a latent sense of loss. Perhaps Claire was unaware of her deep yearning to be with her parents. Gavin is as good as my mom and dad, she unconsciously mentioned them. Claire was still in her first year, and Little Batty accompanied her to the station amidst the bustling crowd. She walked toward the train alone, without any prearranged friends or true relatives to bid her farewell. At such a tender age, Claire had been living alone for quite some time, unexpectedly stepping into the adult world. Although Little Batty later took on all the household chores, it did not imply that Claire was dependent on him. Her independence appeared to be ingrained in her habits, and she had accepted the responsibility of caring for herself. What thoughts occupied her mind as she observed the adults around her come and go? Little Batty speculated. Family members rely on one another. Claire indeed needed Little Batty. Outside the station, the petite Asian girl, surprisingly independent and composed, urged the young man to take care of himself, promising to study diligently at Hogwarts. The small dark-haired witch wore a serious expression, her concern for the young man evident in her earnestness. The young man smiled, a hint of bittersweet farewell lingering in his demeanor, having offered her tender reminders to not overexert herself, ensuring she had everything she needed and promising to take good care of himself. Goodbye, Claire. Remember to write to me, Gavin said as Claire waved, her dark hair blown into her eyes by the wind, which she promptly brushed aside. Don't worry, the young man replied, his face radiating an undeniable warmth. With the Easter holiday concluded, Little Batty had to resume his unfinished tasks, seeking supplies in Knockturn Alley and searching for leads on the owner and that mysterious individual. There was much to be done. However, it would be best not to let it affect Claire, he thought, his smile broadening. As a responsible guardian, he had to ensure the child's normal growth, a duty he must uphold. Family members rely on one another, do they not? Chapter 50. The holiday ends. With the Easter holiday concluded, I boarded the Hogwarts Express, equipped with the potions specially prepared for Little Batty. Before the break, I had taken measures to acquire several vials of wakefulness and calming potions, to stave off motion sickness on the Hogwarts train and avoid inconveniencing others. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Some individuals had not returned home for the holiday, and the train was not overly crowded. I found myself in a relatively quiet carriage at the rear, alone, undisturbed, sipping the wakefulness potion akin to coffee, although the taste left much to be desired. A few sips even left me slightly lightheaded, yet my mind was remarkably clear, comfortably nestled in my seat, book in hand, reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood. After a few more journeys, I indeed felt better. My resistance had increased, and at least my motion sickness was not as severe. Just last night, Violet had specifically asked me through a two-way mirror if I needed her to bring me any motion sickness potions. No, thank you. My family has already prepared some, I replied, expressing my gratitude to Violet, my gaze steady and clear, betraying not a hint of guilt. I did not misspeak. Little Barty swiftly prepared several vials of invigorating and calming potions for me, placing them in my suitcase for safekeeping, even including a bottle of exquisite white essence. Yet, my instincts caution against allowing Violetta and Little Barty to meet. I dread the potential disruption of the narrative and fear the emergence of uncontrollable chemical reactions. I refrained from even taking the two-way mirror out of the room. Little Barty truly cares for me. Previously, when I lamented about feeling queasy every time I boarded the Hogwarts Express, he became serious. Upon learning that consuming potions might alleviate my discomfort, he retrieved his potion supplies and devoted an entire night to concocting several vials of invigorating and calming elixirs, insisting on stowing them in my suitcase. Claire must never endure discomfort silently. Little Barty, rarely adopting a didactic tone, spoke with a lingering cadence, imparting the lesson that one must learn to rely on adults. After all, we are family. One must never suffer in silence or inflict pain upon oneself. I found my resolve faltering each time someone expressed concern for my well-being. I could only nod in agreement. Tomorrow we embark for Hogwarts, and he furrowed his brow as if deep in thought. Allow me to prepare some potions for you. Should you feel unwell, remember to drink them. If you desire anything, feel free to tell me. Do not worry, Claire. Little Barty's voice gradually softened. yet remained within the realm of my hearing, as he half squatted to meet my gaze, his beautiful eyes locked onto mine with utmost focus. "Claire, you are very important to me," he declared, his words unexpectedly laden with gravitas. "We are family. No matter the issue, we can resolve it together." I blinked, finding little Barty's posture rather peculiar. It is hard to envision an adult adopting such a position to accommodate a child. Most adults are accustomed to looking down upon children. Yet, as I met little Barty's gaze from my perspective as a child, it was impossible to suppress a burgeoning fondness. Little Barty has truly perfected the role of the caring older brother. Even familial relationships can vary in intimacy, yet in this moment, little Barty chose to present himself as my equal. This single gesture transcended the majority of parental figures I have encountered over the years. I cannot believe that the unmasked little Barty would treat a child in such a manner. My awareness of his status within the Death Eaters and his brutality only heightens my astonishment. Nevertheless, regardless of his true intentions, I felt the genuine concern embedded within his words. "I was already doing so," I replied, smiling brightly as I gently embraced the young man before me. A fleeting and empty hug, ephemeral as it was. "Thank you for your trouble." Little Barty exhibited no overt signs of excitement. His movements seemed to pause momentarily. Yet the smile on his face broadened, and his tone grew ever more tender. "Claire is truly a wonderful child." I scratched my head, feeling that the frequency of terms like family and wonderful child had increased unnaturally. Why did little Barty frequently mention such things? I pondered absent-mindedly. Perhaps he has grown accustomed to a two-person household? In any case, little Barty prepared an abundance of potions for me, sufficient for the Hogwarts Express, and this time, I made no mistakes. Returning to Hogwarts in a state of tranquility. In the Hufflepuff common room, I distributed the small, handmade cookies I had prepared to each badger who had previously received gifts, and I also offered sweets to those who had not. Later, I made sure to provide some to my familiar eagles and lions, either cookies or handfuls of candy. That evening, I took the time to assess my snack reserves, only to discover with astonishment that my stock, which had once filled several supermarkets, was nearly depleted. I needed to find time for a bulk purchase. I contemplated silently, clutching my wallet in deep thought. The rapid consumption of my snack supplies was not without cause. I distributed candies and snacks daily, treating the badgers to extra rations. My inherent kindness and generosity were evident, as I shared with others in a way that left them wanting to ensure that everyone present felt included, and I did so frequently. After all, I was surrounded by a circle of children aged 11 and 12, and as someone who was at least a decade older, I found it hard to resist offering more to the badgers, particularly when faced with their expectant gazes, which made refusal nearly impossible. Moreover, with a larger group, there were generally more activities. Most of my social interactions occurred within Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and snacks served as vital supplies for fostering relationships, something I cherished and utilized often. Seeing a badger or an eagle would invariably trigger my compulsion to feed them. All right, I admit it, I simply adore feeding others. Thankfully, I owe my ability to generously provide snacks to the magnificent gold coin sprite. Yes, indeed, it is Little Ming. The confidence with which I can afford to purchase snacks in bulk stems from Little Ming's occasional replenishment of my small treasury, sometimes through letter delivery, and other times directly from Little Ming. It seems as if two different forces are supporting my finances, both exceedingly generous. I counted the galleons on my person, hesitant to reveal the total, having hidden a significant amount in my suitcase, secured within nested compartments, complete with secret locks and additional concealment charms. I generally attribute the source of my funds to a small allowance from my parents, which usually goes unnoticed. However, I remain vigilant, seeking an opportunity to address this gap. The method of sending letters is quite simple, yet Little Ming's ability to produce gold coins is a bit more inexplicable. Ever since I witnessed the coins being expelled from the pages of a book as if they were mere beans, I underwent a profound restructuring of my worldview. Aligning with the expressions of a certain cosmic cat meme, I had seen things that swallowed gold, but never encountered anything that could expel it. In an instant, I felt a newfound respect for Little Ming, suppressing the smile that threatened to break free. Little Ming produces gold galleons. Little Ming is wonderful, I chuckled inwardly, feeling a touch mischievous. Chapter 51, Hagrid. I had inquired about the origin of Little Ming's coins, but he merely sent me a string of ellipses, urging me not to concern myself. Yet, my curiosity persisted. With an air of righteous indignation, I asked, "How did you come by this money? Is it magically forged or transferred? Stolen? Oh, so that's how it is, ha ha ha." Indeed, as a law-abiding and just citizen, I felt a twitch in my eyelid. Whose did you steal? From a shameless individual. Each time Little Ming referred to this shameless person, his demeanor grew particularly irate. Since he had stated he wouldn't disclose any information, there was no point in pressing further. I shifted my gaze, treating the matter as if it had never occurred. Nevertheless, The revelation of Little Ming's ability to produce gold coins also indirectly unveiled another of his capabilities. He could now transfer objects, albeit limited to inanimate items smaller than a book. The discovery of this new ability astonished me. Little Ming, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? I gazed earnestly at him, attempting to meet his gaze, even though I couldn't discern where his eyes were. Because some permissions have been slightly opened, I can manage it with difficulty, Little Ming explained. I applauded, the pride evident in his penmanship. After all this time together, I had become attuned to his emotional characteristics, realizing he was, indeed, a book that relished praise. I smiled, my mind swirling with conjectures. Little Ming likely had a close acquaintance with that unseen individual in the shadows, someone who also knew secrets, was connected to me, and maintained a friendly relationship. If it involved transfer, it was highly plausible that someone had just lost their wallet. I wondered if they would curse. The thought was irresistible. Do not worry, for these funds were originally intended for you, remarked Xiaoming, his tone softening slightly. Oh, is that so? Then I shall graciously accept, I replied, carefully stowing away the gold galleons that Xiaoming had generously transmitted, akin to a hoarding mouse. Whether stockpiling currency or snacks, both pursuits bring me immense joy and a sense of abundance. Upon returning to Hogwarts, young Barty swiftly sent me a letter, likely prompted by my performance during the holidays. Our correspondence became increasingly frequent, and he began to send me gifts for no particular reason. I had previously inquired within the neighborhood and confirmed that Barty had remained in that house throughout my schooling, which was quite understandable given that the residence was equipped with a ready-made Muggle Confundus charm and magic to obscure magical detection. This allowed me to practice magic directly within the house. However, it was only after arriving at Hogwarts that I realized the potential attention this might attract from the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, I had never cast spells outside the house, and the current situation remained manageable. I firmly believe Barty must have noticed the house's peculiarities, perhaps even more than I had. This likely explains why he continued to reside there. During the holidays, whenever Barty inquired about my parents, I would feign difficulty, for, truth be told, I was uncertain if I knew more than he did. I could only fabricate half-truths, attributing all the house's peculiarities to my fictitious background parents, claiming they wished to protect me. As our relationship deepened, Barty increasingly adopted a familial role. Upon my return, he unexpectedly took to sending me items, evoking the sensation of nurturing a child. For instance, on one occasion, he sent the most basic of potions, a wakefulness draught, a calming potion, and essence of divinity, along with an assortment of peculiar concoctions, growth potion, skin lightening potion, itch relief potion, long-sightedness potion, big head potion, and cold remedy, among others. Was there something strange mixed in? I pondered seriously whether Barty had fallen victim to a scam, as some of the potions were clearly not his handiwork and seemed more akin to prank props, likely purchased elsewhere. Well, perhaps I shall try them out when the opportunity arises. I am genuinely curious about these bizarre brews. Speaking of which, I wonder if the Weasley twins have commenced their business yet. If they have, I shall certainly support them by purchasing a plethora of items to entertain the little badger. I have grown accustomed to life at Hogwarts, and this time posed no issues. Violet mentioned taking me to see the dragon eggs, yet curiously, she did not act on it for a while. Only after a few days did she excitedly inform me that we could visit Hagrid's hut the following day. I surmised she was busy investigating the secrets of the fourth-floor corridor and Quirrell based on the clues she had gathered. Claire, be ready. Tomorrow we shall see the dragon eggs, Violet said, leaning slightly forward, closing the distance between us. She seemed to recall something else, her brow furrowing slightly, warning me that we might encounter others. This premonition reminded me of the trio whose presence had faded from memory over the holidays. All right, I understand, I nodded. Violet was quite close to me, yet I felt no discomfort. Noticing a strand of hair caught on her clothing, I instinctively reached out to brush it away. Claire? Violet's voice seemed a bit muffled. Violet, your hair is a bit tousled, I replied candidly. Claire, what's the matter? Would you like a snack? I could go for one, I replied, uncertain why she brought it up at that moment, but willingly shifting to the topic. I can bring snacks for Claire in the future, Violet said with a sweet smile, her shoulder brushing against mine as we leaned into each other. If it's not too much trouble, I would be delighted to taste them. Your snacks are truly wonderful. I recalled the last snack incident and responded sincerely. Violet, your treats are indeed delectable. As long as Claire enjoys them, the blonde girl beamed. The next day after class, Violet took my hand, leading me away from Hogwarts Castle to Hagrid's little wooden abode. Both Hagrid and his home were far larger than I had envisioned. Previously, I had only compared him to himself. Seeing his house for the first time was quite a revelation. Beside the house was an odd garden, filled with pumpkins that were evidently much larger than usual. And my eyes lit up with the intention of asking Hagrid how to cultivate such pumpkins if the opportunity arose. We knocked on the door, and Hagrid promptly opened it, his demeanor somewhat sheepish. He visibly relaxed upon seeing Violet, and when he caught sight of me, his gaze flickered nervously before he let out another sigh of relief, clearly revealing a man with something to hide. Violet, you've come. Is this your friend who adores magical creatures? Good day, Mr. Hagrid. I am Laming. If you don't mind, you may call me Claire, I greeted politely. Ah, yes, Claire is it? No need for the mister. Just call me Hagrid, he replied, appearing somewhat flustered. It was hard to imagine a figure so massive exhibiting such awkwardness as he stepped aside to invite us in. Hagrid is quite well known at Hogwarts. Most students recognize him, though few wish to forge a deeper connection, not only due to his eccentric personality and brusque mannerisms, but also because of his enormous stature. Few can withstand the discomfort stemming from such a significant size disparity. I had seen Hagrid a few times before, but only from a distance, becoming somewhat familiar with him in that way. When conversing, people generally instinctively glance at one another's faces, a fine method for perceiving emotions, laden with subtle techniques best explored through micro-expression psychology. In summary, if two strangers converse without making eye contact or maintaining an unbroken stare, the atmosphere often becomes immediately awkward. At my current height, I could barely reach Hagrid's waist, and now, I had to strain my neck to meet his gaze. Otherwise, I would feel an uncomfortable tension hanging in the air. Fortunately, I was not in a dominant position in this interaction. The primary dialogue flowed between Violet and Hagrid. With a mindset of merely clocking in, I discreetly surveyed the cluttered interior, dimly lit, with curtains drawn tightly shut and the fire in the hearth blazing red, creating an oppressive heat, presumably to facilitate the hatching of the dragon eggs. Please, have a seat. I'll fetch you something, Hagrid said. Despite his seemingly rough exterior, he was genuinely warm and hearty, ushering us to sit before serving tea and inquiring if we would like some weasel sandwiches. Speaking of weasels, I couldn't help but think of a certain platinum-haired young master. Alas, fanfiction had invaded my thoughts, and just the mention of him ignited my ire. Reading about Draco and encountering him in reality were two entirely different experiences. In another dimension, I could assert that the proud young master truly is captivating. When he and I were in the same dimension, within arm's reach yet distant enough, I could only express my desire to keep the tsundere at bay. Alas, distance truly does create beauty. I made an effort to control my expression, clearing my throat delicately, and subtly glanced at Violet, who was more familiar with Hagrid and thus better suited to be the first to speak. No, thank you, Hagrid. Violet understood my silent plea and graciously declined on my behalf. It's quite all right, Hagrid replied cheerfully, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he observed us, slightly puzzled by the friendship between a Slytherin and a Hufflepuff. However, he quickly dismissed his concerns. After all, inter-house friendships were not unheard of, and there was no need to overthink it. After the necessary social niceties were exchanged, Violet got straight to the point. May we see that thing? She inquired. Oh, absolutely. Hagrid responded, a mix of nervousness and pride washing over his features as he gestured towards the fireplace. You know, I put a lot of effort into this. Nestled beneath the kettle in the hearth was an egg, gently cradled by the warm flames. Its dark surface obscured the details, yet it was clear that a formidable life was developing within. It's bound to be quite the spirited creature, Hagrid mused softly, his expression unexpectedly tender for one of his stature, as if the very shell hinted at the wonders contained within. A dragon egg, a genuine dragon egg, on the verge of hatching. Just as Violet had anticipated, I found myself utterly captivated, unable to suppress a smile akin to Hagrid's, enchanted by the potential life within. Those who share similar interests find it easier to converse. Noticing my excitement, Hagrid eagerly began to share more about the dragon egg. This is an egg from a Norwegian ridgeback. Let me tell you how I can tell, he elaborated. Violet mentioned she had a friend who adored magical creatures, and indeed, Hagrid's praise caught me by surprise. Thank you, Hagrid. I expressed my gratitude profusely, showering him with compliments until he became bashful and waved his hands dismissively. Perhaps caught up in the moment, he and I delved into discussions about magical creatures, his enthusiasm spilling forth as he pulled me into conversations about their charms. I assumed the role of a dutiful listener, absorbing his vivid accounts of magical beasts and his friends, occasionally offering responses to show my engagement, while Violet quietly listened alongside us. Eventually, Hagrid, still brimming with excitement, promised to notify me the day the dragon egg hatched, inviting me to witness the event. You truly are a remarkable Hufflepuff, he reiterated, his imposing figure still towering, yet the initial discomfort I felt upon meeting him had dissipated. Goodbye. Violet and I bid Hagrid farewell, and before we departed, he made a point to remind us once more to keep this a secret. I knew Claire would love this, Violet remarked, having observed me closely. Indeed, it was all thanks to you, I replied, unable to contain my smile as I sincerely thanked her. Out of a slight apprehension regarding the unfolding plot, I refrained from befriending the characters directly. Visiting Hagrid's hut was not merely an opportunity to witness the dragon egg, but also a chance to forge a new friendship. Claire. Just as Violet and I were about to part ways, she leaned closer and whispered softly in my ear, "For your safety, please keep your distance from Professor Quirrell for now." It was a well-meaning reminder. Chapter 53. A smile meant only for her. Hermione felt utterly miserable of late. First came their suspicions regarding Professor Snape, followed by the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, leading to a dreadful, intense holiday. And then there was Hagrid's dragon egg. The news of the egg nearing hatching had captivated everyone's attention, yet Hermione remained deeply troubled. Harry and Ron were oblivious to the potential consequences if Hagrid were discovered. Their hearts had flown to Hagrid's hut for the sake of that dragon egg, and they were inattentive during lessons, with Ron and Hermione arguing their case. Fortunate not to lose any points. If Hagrid gets caught, he will go to prison. Hermione's face paled as tension and frustration washed over her. She cherished Hagrid. He was one of her few friends at Hogwarts. Her opposition to Harry and the others visiting the dragon egg stemmed not from a desire to prevent them, but from a fear of being discovered and inadvertently implicating Hagrid. Violet Gaunt, that Slytherin, had also learned of this matter. Hagrid was a good soul, but notoriously terrible at keeping secrets. Who knew how he had managed to hide the dragon egg thus far? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that Violet seemed to possess a good heart, certainly better than that of Malfoy and his cronies. While Hermione remained cautious of her, she did not believe Violet would betray Hagrid. Even the most prejudiced Gryffindors had to concede that Violet was unlike other Slytherins, helpful, sociable, and exceptionally talented. She was quite popular at Hogwarts, and given Hermione's previous interactions with her, she held a favorable view of Violet. Moreover, Claire also shared a close friendship with her. A thought crossed Hermione's mind. If Claire liked her, then Violet's character could not be too flawed. All right, we can go see it together during lunch break. But we must be careful not to get caught. Hermione eventually agreed to the debate about visiting the dragon egg with Ron and Harry. For reasons unknown, thoughts of Claire brought her a sense of calm as they conspired on the quickest route to the Forbidden Forest. During herbology class, Professor Sprout, with a small trowel in hand, patiently demonstrated to the students. She was a kind-hearted teacher and the head of Hufflepuff House. Regrettably, Hufflepuffs did not share herbology lessons with Gryffindors. Hermione remembered Claire's fondness for herbology and magical creatures, often visiting the greenhouse to admire the plants. Once I learn a bit more, I might try to grow some herbs myself or care for a few adorable magical creatures. The dark-haired young witch would occasionally whisper to Hermione, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. In the library, they would study together, turning pages softly. Claire's delicate rustling barely audible unless one leaned in closely. The gentle sound of her fingers gliding over the pages helped to alleviate Hermione's usual worries. "I think I'll ask the professor if I can keep a few herbs in the greenhouse," Claire once shared with Hermione, her expression slightly troubled. Uncertain if the professor would consent. "I truly love caring for plants. You could give it a try. Professor Sprout will likely agree," Hermione encouraged. "Yes, I'll take your word for it." Hermione enjoyed listening to Claire speak, no matter the topic. Unlike Harry and Ron, Claire never applied any pressure on her. Claire was different. With this thought in mind, Hermione departed from herbology class. "Let's go," Harry whispered, and they swiftly exited, taking care to avoid the crowd. However, as the three of them breathlessly entered Hagrid's hut, they were met with the surprise of two other individuals already present. Hermione's eyes widened, and Harry and Ron shared her astonishment as she barely heard Ron exclaim, "Merlin's beard." It was Violet. "And, Claire," Hermione exclaimed, her voice slightly breaking with surprise, "what are you doing here?" She had forgotten to inform them. Hagrid appeared quite embarrassed, as if the secrets he ought to have kept were now known to so many. His demeanor was a blend of guilt and urgency. "You all know each other?" he inquired. Violetta swiftly elucidated that she had discovered Hagrid's possession of a dragon egg through borrowing records and had informed Claire, bringing her along. When the dragon egg was about to hatch, Hagrid had notified 5 individuals at once. Harry was the first to comprehend the situation, expressing understanding, while Ron seemed less accepting. Muttering under his breath, Violetta continued to explain with a smile, leaving no detail unaddressed, but Claire stood quietly to the side, her gaze serene, unexpectedly offering no superfluous words. When Hagrid asked if they all knew each other, Hermione felt a familiar tightness in her chest, a hint of irritation reminiscent of her initial encounters with Harry and Ron's teasing. Of course, Hermione knew Claire, diligent, gentle, and extraordinary Claire, her closest friend after Harry and Ron. Claire was an industrious student, with their friendship blossoming initially in the library. Hermione cherished the gentle warmth in Claire's eyes, which conveyed that she did not mind Hermione's prickly nature and assertive words, capable of tolerating and soothing Hermione's temper. Hermione was aware that her manner of speaking might be flawed, though at times she was reluctant to admit it. Claire would never point out Hermione's mistakes. Rather, She would gently suggest if there might be a better way to approach things. Hermione was the best version of herself when with Claire. On the eve of Halloween, Hermione found herself enveloped in Claire's embrace, feeling her hand tenderly patting her back, strands of black hair occasionally brushing Hermione's face. She recalled sobbing then, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she poured out her emotions to Claire. "We're all a bunch of fools, and I truly like Hermione," Claire had said. Hermione could not fathom why that sentiment resurfaced at this moment. "Everyone, come quickly." Hagrid beckoned, his excitement palpable, his face flushed while he lowered his voice. A fissure had appeared on the dragon egg, a new life striving to break free from the darkness, the shell trembling as it exerted itself. Harry and Ron held their breath in anticipation, while Claire's eyes sparkled with a hint of wonder. As the little dragon emerged, its body dark as night, Hagrid let out a suppressed cry, and Harry and Ron appeared ready to leap from their spots, while Hermione heard Claire beside her exhale softly. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback," Hermione recalled with clarity. Claire had a keen interest in magical creatures, which was why Violetta had brought her along. It was an easy connection to make. Hermione thought that while she wasn't particularly possessive of her friends, seeing Claire and Violetta together stirred a twinge of jealousy that was entirely normal. She had never witnessed the bond between Violetta and Claire firsthand, and considering Violetta was a Slytherin, her concern for Claire felt justified. Hermione was merely a bit surprised. Perhaps sensing something, Claire, who had been focused on the hatchling, suddenly turned her head, a hint of confusion crossing her face as her gaze met Hermione's. Their sudden eye contact felt peculiar. However, Hermione found herself staring at Claire, frozen in place, an inexplicable irritation preventing her from looking away. Claire gently blinked, her dark eyes reflecting Hermione's image, though dimly in the low light, before she offered a smile, one that was solely for Hermione. A strange sensation coursed through Hermione, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze, and the tightness in her chest vanished. Claire tilted her head. What's wrong?" Chapter 54, Peering at the Dragon Egg. "I feel a bit dazed," Hermione remarked, turning away with a peculiar hum, her mood evident on her face. From the moment she entered the room, it seemed she had been slightly upset, especially upon seeing me and Violetta. The shock of her friend's unexpected appearance was unmistakable, her eyes darting between me and Violetta, filled with disbelief, and upon closer inspection, perhaps a hint of grievance. Why would she feel aggrieved? I pondered, suppressing the urge to theatrically display a confused panda expression, as there were too many onlookers to maintain my composure. Thus, I discreetly diminished my presence, standing quietly to the side. Violetta, ever perceptive to the atmosphere, promptly clarified the situation, succinctly explaining everything. Hagrid looked slightly uneasy, though he concealed it beneath his excitement. Time was of the essence, and he urged us to come and witness the dragon egg. The six of us gathered around the fire beside the dragon egg, the searing warmth enveloping us. Through the cracks, we could see something moving within, the shaking growing more pronounced as the fissures multiplied. Soon, the little dragon burst forth from its shell, spines adorning its back, and though still damp and soft from its recent birth, it swayed unsteadily as if attempting to stand, only to topple over, sneezing out a spark. Hagrid's eyes radiated warmth, his excitement subdued as he covered his mouth, tears glistening in his gaze. It was evident he longed to express his emotions. Violetta observed the hatchling with intense interest. Harry and Ron seemed ready to leap from their spots, unable to contain their small gasps of astonishment. Only Hermione remained, her excitement palpable but intertwined with an unshakable worry. I understood her concern well. She had a close bond with Hagrid, yet she was more cautious compared to Harry and Ron. The fact that Hagrid had shared secrets with so many people, and that she had just learned of their presence, heightened her anxiety as they all gathered to witness the hatchling. The more people present, the greater the risk of exposure, and she must have been deeply worried for Hagrid. As everyone focused on the hatchling, Hermione suddenly turned to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed and offered her a reassuring smile, silently conveying that there was nothing to fear. "Don't worry, everything's fine," I attempted to communicate with my gaze. Hermione seemed to grasp this message, yet her reaction was somewhat peculiar. She immediately redirected her attention to the hatchling, now nibbling on Hagrid's finger, her expression serious as if studying something of utmost significance. This little dragon was indeed lively, full of vigor, and capable of sparking flames. Hagrid's fingers seemed remarkably resilient, showing no signs of distress from the bite. I felt an urge to display a puzzled panda expression again. No one noticed this minor interlude, as everyone remained engrossed in the hatchling before them. However, the joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an unexpected disturbance. Violetta's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically as she peered toward a window, her brows furrowing. Drawing her wand from her robes, she altered her stance and began to approach the door. Hagrid, too, noticed the intruder outside, his complexion paling. "What is going on? Who is there?" he demanded, leaping to his feet and rushing outside. Violetta was even quicker, having likely spotted the disturbance first. She dashed out the door, followed closely by a furious Hagrid, with Harry and Ron sprinting after them. The remaining moments left Hermione and me in a state of stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Hermione recognized Draco, yet hesitated to follow him outside, hesitant to leave the young dragon alone in the cottage, fearing the possibility of unseen onlookers. We swiftly drew our wands, scanning our surroundings, anxiously waiting. I was well aware that Draco would come to eavesdrop. In the fanfiction narrative, he would be caught but wouldn't betray us. Especially with Violet present, being a Slytherin, he would not risk damaging his own standing to inform on Violet. I had subtly adjusted my frequency to align with the trio, striving to remain inconspicuous. After the initial shock, Hermione seemed to forget her earlier reservations, instinctively gravitating closer to me, standing at my side. The young dragon was still there, seemingly startled by the commotion, continuously exhaling sparks from its mouth. We were at a loss, deliberating whether to conceal it and erase any traces. Ultimately, we decided to wait a while longer, confirming that no one else was around, though we kept our wands firmly in hand. In the distance, I heard the sounds of an argument, interspersed with words like red-haired lion and bald rat, the voices filled with vigor and exasperation. Clearly, Draco had been apprehended. Hermione's face drained of color, evidently still shaken, or perhaps she had deduced that Draco had come to eavesdrop after overhearing their conversation. I squeezed her hand, attempting to soothe her nerves. "It will be fine. They will return shortly," I whispered. Hermione replied softly. What followed resembled a scene from a cliched comedy. As Draco was ushered in by Violet and Hagrid, a stream of people swiftly entering the cottage, Draco still hurling insults at Ron as he walked. Violet threatened Draco not to speak of it, and under duress, he acquiesced. "If this secret gets out, we will suspect you first," Violet cautioned, her tone steady, advising against actions that would harm both parties. "I can keep quiet, but I want to see the dragon," Draco replied hoarsely, his face flushed from the altercation and running. Ron clenched his fists, looking ready to confront him. Hagrid, his expression grim, reluctantly agreed. The atmosphere softened slightly, the crisis averted for the moment, and I exhaled in relief, retracting my wand and continuing to play the role of a mere observer. "You all continue bickering. I shall remain as heir," I quipped. Draco, typically sharp-tongued, seemed even more intense in this encounter, embroiled in a heated argument with Ron, while Harry and Hermione chimed in, unwilling to back down. I discreetly distanced myself, striving to avoid entanglement. Invisible, I thought. After a while, as time slipped away, we realized we had classes to attend. After a somewhat cordial discussion, we parted ways. In retrospect, I often felt a sense of unreality about the entire affair. While the overarching plot followed the fan-fiction trajectory, certain details had shifted. There were corrections, albeit minimal. As we departed, Draco shot an accusatory glare at the trio, glanced at Violet, and finally his gaze landed on me. After a moment of confusion, a look of sudden realization crossed his features, followed closely by an expression of anger before he stalked away. What could Draco possibly be imagining? Chapter 55, The Young Dragon. The Dragon Egg incident was merely a small interlude in our Hogwarts lives. After witnessing the young dragon, we resumed our usual activities. However, it was undeniable that the newly hatched dragon captured our attention, prompting us to seek out Hagrid whenever we had a spare moment. I privately explained to Hermione the circumstances that led Violet and me to appear at Hagrid's hut, offering my apologies, only for Hermione to apologize in return. "I know you adore magical creatures, Claire, but this matter involves Hagrid. I fear that too many people knowing could lead to exposure," she said, her tone heavy with regret. She felt a twinge of guilt that while Violet could openly share the dragon egg secret with me, she had not, which weighed on her sense of friendship. "It's quite all right," I quickly reassured her, urging her not to dwell on it. "I only learned of it by chance. It's indeed wiser to be cautious in such matters. Hagrid's situation is perilous." Mentioning Hagrid prompted Hermione to voice her grievances about him. Hagrid can't keep a secret to save his life. She expressed both concern and dissatisfaction over Hagrid's indiscretion, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. What if something went awry? Draco had nearly betrayed us. Who knew what could happen? "That depends on Hagrid," I sighed, withholding judgment. "He truly adores that dragon." Hermione's face contorted in frustration, unsure of how to proceed. Later, I would occasionally accompany Hermione and the others to visit the young dragon, as Violet had little time to spare, burdened with post-class detentions from Snape that consumed most of her free hours. Under the guise of detention, she was, in truth, doing menial labor. With a smile, Violet proclaimed her mastery of perfect toad skinning, insect peeling, and shelling techniques. "Would you like me to teach you?" she inquired. "If you don't mind." "I would love to learn," I replied. Learning new skills is never a drawback. and although Violet's smile bore a hint of darkness, I was not timid. I simply believed in the superiority of craftsmanship, hence I did not decline. Hagrid lavished affection on the adorable and lively young dragon, seemingly neglecting his hunting duties. He would eagerly peruse the tomes he had collected on how to care for a Norwegian ridgeback, always readying a flask of brandy. Even as his little cottage threatened to fall apart under the dragoness' antics, never once complaining. Hagrid, you really must manage it. Think of a solution. You know it cannot remain here indefinitely. In due time. It is still a child, just a few days old, Hagrid replied, having already taken on the role of its mother. Watching the young dragon crawl toward him with its mouth agape filled him with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. See, it recognizes me. Mama is here. Come here, he called, patting his large hand. Hermione surveyed the disarray of the cottage and the noticeably plumper dragon. Her admiration mingled with disbelief, prompting her to remain silent. After Draco voluntarily began frequenting the young dragon, he would express disdain verbally, yet his visits were frequent. He would huff while watching, dismissing Hagrid, convinced that if the dragon were in his care at Malfoy Manor, it would be better tended. Look at this poor creature. Reduced to this place, he scoffed, crawling around in such a confined space, hiding from view. I refuse to believe you are unaware that it requires more room. Draco's sarcasm was palpable, his disdain for Hagrid evident. He could not openly insult him, opting instead for veiled jabs directed at the trio. Better than your situation. You arrogant fool. Surely you don't believe your father would permit you to raise a dragon? Ron rolled his eyes, a child raised in the wizarding world, well aware of the implications. Even the Malfoy family would not dare to openly flout the law regarding dragon ownership. As Ron spoke, Draco immediately retorted, with Harry chiming in, and the three of them erupted into a cacophony of bickering. I had always assumed Draco would target Harry more specifically, as the narrative suggested. But I later realized my error. Draco harbored an unconditioned animosity toward anyone he disliked, unless they possessed a strength that deterred him, a rarity indeed. Harry was simply one of his most detested adversaries. If one were to solely consider their quarrels, Draco would have had more altercations with Ron, particularly during Quidditch matches where they seemed eager to exchange blows. In truth, they did engage in physical confrontations during the games, fueled by a mix of old grievances and new animosities. Had it not been for Violet's prior warning, Draco would undoubtedly have ensured that the trio faced a significant setback. Just wait, Draco threatened in a low tone, his voice resolute and his demeanor imposing. It was evident that the trio dismissed his threats, accustomed as they were to his daily proclamations, and they were already wary of him. Once the baby dragon matured a bit, Hagrid intended to bestow it with a name. Draco appeared keen to partake in this process, scowling and disparaging the names Hagrid proposed. Do you truly comprehend what you are dealing with? This is a dragon, a noble creature, and you wish to name it that? Draco attempted to usurp Hagrid's naming rights, but was thwarted. Hagrid refused to relent, and the young dragon ultimately received the name Norbert. It had grown considerably, its teeth sharp and the spines along its back becoming increasingly formidable. Clearly, Hagrid's abode was nearing its capacity to accommodate it. In the stillness of the night, Hagrid would take Norbert out for a stroll, yet this arrangement was not sustainable. As Hermione so aptly stated, Hagrid could not indefinitely keep Norbert here. They had now begun discussions on how to send Norbert away. Meanwhile, after observing the baby dragon a few times, I returned to the rigors of my studies. With the end of term approaching, I needed to prepare for exams. The plot was thrilling, yet it constituted but a small fraction of life during the experience. One might feel anxious and exhilarated, but once past, life must continue. Sigh. I immersed myself in the vast ocean of study, striving to absorb knowledge, yet alas, with minimal success. Subjects I excelled in were manageable, but those I struggled with were nearly insurmountable. A hefty tome on the history of the magical world lay on my desk, its thickness a stark reminder of the brevity of my life, judging by its girth. I was unlikely to survive until the end of term. I opened the book. The Goblin Rebellion occurred in 1612. I closed it. 1621 confirmed. I opened it again. How were house elves tamed by wizards? I closed it. Rise up, noble compatriots, for this new age shall know no slaves. I opened it once more. The Ocean of Knowledge. I closed it. Chapter 56, an unsubstantial side story. Here comes a trivial side story, unrelated to the main plot. Devoid of logic, featuring character transformations, primarily comedic in nature. Any conflicts should be disregarded. The premise is set in the 6th year, with the caveat that young students should refrain from romantic entanglements. The theme revolves around whom Senior Claire's roses were intended for. May 20th is a special day for some. Last year, at this time, according to Claire from Hufflepuff, in her hometown, May 20th phonetically resembles I love you in Chinese, leading many to confess their feelings on this day, believing it to bear auspicious significance. Claire recounted this with a smile, as though recounting a tale. but clarified that it was merely a phonetic coincidence and not to be taken too seriously. After all, there are other days for confessions, albeit they are somewhat tricky to calculate. What began as an offhand remark was seized upon by those with ulterior motives, who secretly yearned for a touch of romance. Hoping to express their sentiments to her on this day, Claire deemed special. Unfortunately, a month prior, Claire had explicitly stated to a younger student, who had confessed to her, that she would not engage in early romantic relationships and would not be with anyone before reaching adulthood. Those who had initially planned to act on their feelings were left to keep their distance, fearful of incurring Claire's disfavor. Thus, when news spread that Claire was seen with a bouquet of roses, it was met with astonishment, especially since it was during mealtime and Claire was notably absent. The news quickly circulated throughout half the hall. I swear I saw it with my own eyes. She was indeed holding a bouquet of red roses. A bespectacled Ravenclaw declared earnestly, "They look particularly lovely. I am certain I did not missee. What? Has she been confessed to again?" The mention of gossip immediately drew a crowd. "No way. I heard she ordered that bouquet for herself." A Hufflepuff scratched his head, recalling that Claire had a particular fondness for flowers, seemingly having ordered a bouquet from Hogsmeade, as the proprietor had mentioned once. What is wrong with buying oneself flowers? It's not just that. I also saw a card attached, in her own handwriting, the Ravenclaw added, recounting how he had coincidentally passed by and greeted Claire, noticing the card. But that is not the point. The most crucial part is that I asked Claire if the flowers were for herself. And do you know what she said? She said they were meant for someone else. Wow. It's just a bouquet. It's hardly a big deal. Why all the commotion? Interjected a passing Gryffindor who had overheard. But isn't today May 20th? Another young eagle pondered, her memory sharper, recalling Claire's previous mention that this day was favorable for confessions in her hometown. So, does that mean Claire took the flowers to confess? Could it be? What? The waves of astonished exclamations drew in more listeners, and a mere inquiry morphed into a conclusion through repetition. By Merlin's foul socks, is Claire about to confess to someone? Exclaimed a curious onlooker, while another gasped, "Oh my goodness, does she have someone she likes? What will I do?" A third lamented, "I knew you were up to no good. Wait, hold on. Aren't you a girl too? That is not the point. What is going on?" The hall erupted into chaos, as rumors spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching other houses. A stir ensued as Ginny Weasley from Gryffindor strode in, visibly incensed. Impossible. There's no way Claire could like someone else. She clenched her fists, appearing as though she wished to confront an imaginary foe, while those around her hurriedly stepped aside. "It's just a bouquet. It doesn't imply anything. However, I specifically asked Autumn Zhang, and she confirmed that May 20th is indeed special," murmured a Gryffindor, attempting to provide context. "Why did you ask that?" A bewildered bystander questioned the flustered Gryffindor. "No, I must clarify this." Ginny hastily departed the hall, seemingly intent on confronting Claire directly. This was hardly surprising. Ginny's admiration for Claire was hardly a secret at Hogwarts. She treated Claire as though she were a sister, and those close to Ginny understood that her feelings likely ran deeper than mere sibling affection. Only Claire, due to cultural differences, might not be fully aware of the nuances. In just one afternoon, the rumor of Claire's potential confession had spread, and those who needed to know were well aware. Each individual's reaction varied upon hearing the news. Harry, Hermione, and Ron from Gryffindor, after their initial shock, immediately began searching for Claire, their expressions dark and anxious, clearly intent on seeking clarification. Violet Gant from Slytherin smiled mysteriously, dismissing the matter, based on her understanding of Claire and her own experiences. She deemed it to be mere fabrication. A certain platinum-haired gentleman, preoccupied with grooming his hair, upon hearing the rumor, contorted his face in disbelief, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Even if Claire harbored feelings for me, it was inconceivable that she could ever like someone else." Others around her pondered, "Oh, wait, is there something amiss with that statement?" Theodore and Blaise exchanged glances, each contemplating potential candidates as they tried to unravel the mystery. Ravenclaw's Autumn Zhang sank into an inexplicable melancholy, and when inquired by those nearby, she found herself at a loss for words. She merely felt slightly taken aback. "Sister, do you have someone you fancy?" "Huh." Claire was genuinely startled by Ginny's direct question. "So it turns out you don't?" As Ginny scrutinized Claire's expression, she relayed the gossip. "I knew it must be false. Someone as wonderful as you, sister. Could never find anyone worthy." After a moment of contemplation, Claire replied, "I don't have anyone I fancy, but this bouquet is indeed for someone else." "For whom, sister?" Claire refrained from answering directly, opting instead for an unusually vague response. "A very important friend." The lack of clarity left Ginny feeling exasperated, convinced she would struggle to sleep that night. In truth, Claire pondered, what could Xiaoming possibly want with flowers? Chapter 57, Norbert. "Claire, wait. Let us go find Hagrid together." Hermione's eyes lit up upon spotting me along the path, and without hesitation, she called out, "Ah, all right, Hermione." My feeble voice drifted back. As I turned slowly, resembling a corpse, startling Hermione into an expression of alarm. "Cece Claire?" Her concern was palpable. I bore dark circles under my eyes, my complexion pale, my gaze vacant, a portrait of utter exhaustion, having just emerged from a grueling session with a handwritten 400-page tome on the history of magic, draped in a black cloak. I could easily pass for a banshee. Yes, My words trailed off, laden with fatigue. "Are you all right?" Hermione exclaimed, rushing to support me, fearful I might collapse on the spot. "I'm fine," I managed a faint smile, struggling to convey that I had merely been defeated by obscure terminology and handwritten English. Nothing of great consequence. Hermione looked puzzled, clearly struggling to comprehend. In her haste, she insisted on taking me to the hospital wing. I sighed, attempting to reassure her that I had merely emerged from the library, having been overwhelmed by the jargon. Truly, it's just that I've strained myself. From that day onward, I vowed never to study like this again. A splendid day had begun in the library. With little else to occupy my time, and with Violet otherwise engaged, I resolved to solidify my grasp on the history of magic. I retrieved an ancient, hefty tome, as thick as my very life, and delved into its pages. This particular book had been personally recommended by Professor Binns, and I had expended considerable effort to procure it from a second-hand stall. The pages were aged, the text smudged, requiring utmost care to avoid disintegration. Immersed in my studies, I diligently cross-referenced terms with other encyclopedias, painstakingly deciphering each term, yet I found myself teetering on the brink of collapse. The intricate terminology left me perplexed, while the handwritten English ensnared my understanding. Together, they formed a challenge akin to 1-1-10. The combined power of these obstacles could resurrect a thoroughly defeated fish. In a moment of luxury, I had even indulged in a bottle of an invigorating potion. Alas, it proved futile, as the incomprehensible remained elusive and fatigue persisted. Oh, I have succumbed to the onslaught of terminology and handwritten English. I recognized the folly of my stubborn study method. Yet after experimenting with various techniques recommended by those around me, I lamented the realization that only my time-worn approach, honed over years, truly facilitated my learning. It wasn't that other methods were ineffective, they simply lacked the right fit for me. Nevertheless, despite the challenge, I had gleaned some knowledge. Albeit with significant aftereffects, my mind felt foggy. "Claire, you needn't be in such a state. You can always ask me if you're struggling with something," Hermione sighed, holding my hand. Her palm radiated warmth, a stark contrast to the chilly grip of my wrist, leaving her perplexed as she pondered the reason for my coolness. "Clearly, I must be unwell. Let us visit Madame Pomfrey. Rest assured, I truly am fine. My body knows its own condition." I continued to sigh, feeling that what I needed most was not a visit to the hospital wing, but rather a place to rest. Hagrid's hut seemed a splendid option, as it would provide a measure of relaxation. After hours of intense reading, a breath of fresh air would surely do me good. "All right, let us go together." Hermione reluctantly agreed, her brow furrowed, sticking close to my side as if she wished to support me hand in hand. "Ah, that is not necessary," I reassured her. As someone who had once been a fragile university student, I found this predicament trivial, akin to having pulled an all-nighter. I felt capable of running and jumping. Yet seeing Hermione's worried expression, I chose to remain silent and accepted her assistance. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut to see Norbert, we found he had grown significantly. His teeth were now sharp and his wings sturdy. He scuttled about the hut, rolling in the still smoldering ash of the fireplace, greeting us with a curious sniff and a burst of sparks. Hermione and I exchanged knowing glances, both acknowledging our shared exasperation. Norbert had begun to consume raw meat. Hagrid had prepared dead mice for him, not merely for sustenance, but to cultivate his wild instincts. He inspected Norbert's dental growth daily, occasionally offering him a splash of brandy. Draco, upon learning of this, wore an expression as if he himself had been fed dead mice. He had a fondness for dragons and, upon encountering Norbert, had eagerly absorbed knowledge about dragon care. However, the reality of feeding a dragon dead mice was a stark contrast to the information he had gleaned from books. He was not yet prepared to accept that the magnificent creature before him would feast upon such carrion. Yet, constrained by Hagrid's authority and unwilling to confront Violet directly, Draco found himself ignored by Harry and Ron, who attempted to treat him as if he were invisible. His simmering anger went unaddressed, and he had no choice but to stifle his frustrations while awkwardly feeding the dragon the meat he had brought with him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Some of this information came from Hermione and Violet, while other details I had quietly observed. After spending some time with Norbert, I silently assessed that it wouldn't be long before he was relocated. Hagrid's hut simply lacked the capacity to accommodate him. The Dragon Egg saga was unfolding in an orderly fashion, and I was fervently studying while meticulously noting the distinctions between the original narrative and fan interpretations, striving to discern how the fluidity of the plot was determined. When I consoled Hermione the night before Halloween, I had anticipated a potential shift in the narrative. Regrettably, the main characters still banded together to confront the troll. I contemplated whether the storyline would undergo adjustments. However, thus far, I had not witnessed any significant deviations from the original plot within Hogwarts. Yet, young Barty's fate had undeniably altered. Having escaped the soul-binding curse years ahead of schedule, an evident and uncontrollable variable, I had recognized the narrative had certainly veered off course since the very first day I met him, though I was uncertain when the eruption would occur. And as the semester drew to a close, he had yet to make any notable impact. Perhaps he had not yet infiltrated Hogwarts? In addition, there exists an array of unknown narrative figures, such as classmate Xiaoming, the flower deliverer, and myself, who is currently at Hogwarts. The amalgamation of the original work, Fanfiction, and the present moment evokes a sense of chaotic revelry. I speculate that the plot may possess a certain elasticity, allowing for alterations within a specific range or upon fulfilling certain conditions. This consideration is why I heed Violet's advice during this term. The Dragon Egg incident can barely be deemed a secure plot point within the fanfiction narrative. However, this remains merely a conjecture. What if there is no inherent narrative compulsion at all? Everything could be utterly free, spiraling into delightful chaos. Without the worry of Draco's snitching. The trio did not feel compelled to don the invisibility cloak to check on Norbert late at night. The next time I visited Hagrid's hut, I fortuitously encountered them and kindly reminded them to be cautious of bites. Recently, I have perused numerous tomes concerning dragons. I remarked that certain dragon teeth and saliva are venomous, with the Norwegian Ridgeback being one such example, so they must exercise caution while feeding Norbert. The trio nodded in agreement. However, for some inexplicable reason, I sensed that Harry and Ron were nodding particularly fervently. I cast a puzzled glance at them, and Ron immediately averted his gaze, while Harry returned my stare with an air of unease. I maintained my gaze. Harry maintained his gaze. I questioned, "What is this all about?" Chapter 58, The Greenhouse. After a brief moment of silent confrontation with Harry, I quickly diverted my eyes, choosing to selectively ignore the palpable awkwardness in the air. In any case, safety is paramount. I hesitated to articulate my thoughts, adopting a solemn tone. If possible, it would be prudent to counsel Hagrid as well, inquiring about his plans for the future. After all, Norbert cannot remain here indefinitely. Hagrid might find this difficult to accept. Nonetheless, we must at least have a solution in mind. We understand, Hermione interjected, her expression once again clouded with sorrow at the mere mention of this topic, as she was reluctant to part with Norbert. That's just how Hagrid is, Ron murmured quietly. Continuing down this path would not bode well for either Hagrid or Norbert. I shook my head, mirroring their concern. All we can do is offer reminders, but ultimately, it is up to him to decide how to proceed. Indeed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, I announced. Hermione, Ron, and I exchanged brief farewells. Harry appeared to want to say something, hesitating as if caught in a web of unspoken words, but ultimately fell silent. I paid him little mind as I swiftly departed from Hagrid's hut, circumventing the Whomping Willow, and intended to visit the greenhouse to check on the latest herbs I had been tending to. In order to justifiably approach or cultivate mandrakes in my second year, I had been consciously crafting an identity as an enthusiast of herbology. This manifested in my enthusiastic participation during herbology classes, diligent preparation beforehand, and thorough review afterward, striving to excel and secure a commendable position in class. In my spare time, I would peruse the herbology compendium in the Hufflepuff common room, occasionally consulting fellow students regarding herb cultivation. Once, in a bid to better identify various herbs, I attempted to sketch them, subsequently destroying the freshly minted illustrations nonchalantly. I endeavored to perform well in class, and after lessons, I would approach Professor Sprout with inquiries or offer assistance, aiming to become a familiar face and cultivate a rapport with her. While this may seem straightforward, the reality was quite different. I patted my sore thighs, wiped the sweat from my brow, took a deep breath, and continued the laborious task of aerating the soil in the flower pots. Indeed, attending herbology was quite a physical endeavor. It is said that farming is ingrained within the DNA of those from the flower family, and initially, I was filled with enthusiasm, envisioning myself in the greenhouse, cultivating a variety of plants. I imagined possessing a plot of land brimming with splendid seedlings and herbs, donning a straw hat, and carrying a basket, deliberating on what to harvest. The fantasy was delightful, but alas, reality proved otherwise. It was only upon engaging with the cultivation process that I grasped the immense labor involved. It was not as idyllic as I had envisioned. A typical 12-year-old does not possess boundless energy, especially when one's physical form is that of a middle schooler. Yet my spirit felt like that of a university student. Harry could withstand the rigorous training of Quidditch and slay a basilisk by his second year. Renowned for his athletic prowess, yet even he would feel utterly exhausted after a herbology class, illustrating that this subject demanded more than mere physical stamina. To maintain my persona, even while my legs trembled from fatigue and my heart silently wept, I persevered with the spade, striving to keep a smile upon my face. Numerous elements demanded attention: pest control, aeration, repotting, watering, and identifying various peculiar herbs, some of which bore significant toxicity. Thankfully, I managed to persist and even derive enjoyment from it. Herbology was arduous, yet Professor Sprout was judicious. Her warmth and affability created an environment devoid of overwhelming demands. Having navigated the initial arduous adjustment period, I regained my composure and felt capable once more, boldly requesting Professor Sprout to allow me to cultivate something. She expressed delight, praising my enthusiasm for herbology. Oh, how wonderful it is to encounter a student so passionate about herbology. However, I must apologize. I cannot permit you to cultivate herbs in the dormitory or anywhere else just yet. You are still a first year, and it is too soon for you to manage herb cultivation on your own, Professor Sprout remarked, noticing my slight disappointment. However, if you are truly interested, you are welcome to visit the greenhouse and tend to those plants over there. She gestured to a few pots in the corner, winking with a smile. I believe you might take good care of them. Absolutely. Thank you, Professor. My voice brimmed with exuberance. And for your enthusiasm for herbology, Hufflepuff earns 5 points. Long live Professor Sprout. Truly, she is our most beloved head of house. Consequently, thereafter, I would make time to visit the greenhouse to tend to those plants, watering and fertilizing them, occasionally aerating the soil, and taking joy in recording their height and leaf count. This one seems to have grown an inch. I forgot to bring a measuring tape, next time for sure. This one has sprouted a few more leaves. When did that happen? Last time. It wasn't tea like this, how fast it's growing. And this one is thriving. Its lush green hue is simply delightful. Even though I was exceedingly careful, my outer robe still became soiled, and dirt accumulated beneath my fingernails. I exhaled deeply, concluding today's aeration task. Observing that dusk was fast approaching, I decided it was prudent to return home. After a quick cleansing of my palms, I retrieved my wand to tidy myself up, ensuring I was presentable before I departed with weary steps. What a fulfilling day it has been. I felt physically exhausted but mentally rejuvenated, finally experiencing the benefits of moderate labor on both body and spirit, even feeling a whimsical urge to hum a tune. Reflecting on the melodies I enjoyed before my transmigration, I suddenly realized that most of them were rather risque. Thank goodness I didn't actually hum any lyrics. The temperature had dropped slightly, rendering the atmosphere more comfortable as I leisurely strolled, admiring the scenery, until I was halted by a familiar voice. Stop right there, I'm calling you, Claire. The feigned somber tone carried with it an all too familiar arrogance. My eyelids flickered, barely suppressing my expression, as I recognized Draco. I turned with a smile, the corners of my mouth barely lifting. What is it, Mr. Malfoy? Scene. Claire, feigning weakness, it's just herbology class. I'm studying, and I'm utterly exhausted. Later, Claire, with an air of righteousness, declared, there's no time for explanations. Next on stage is our fierce Chinese biting cabbage, paired with the mandrake screams for a devastating attack. This is our earth-shattering combination move. What? Dare to touch my cabbage? Physical manifestation of unconsciousness. Unleash. Chapter 59, Unexpected Emotions, from Wilet's Perspective 1. System task issued. Enroll at Hogwarts and master more than 3 offensive spells before the term begins. Success. Your house's reputation increases. Unlocking Hogwarts Secrets 1. Failure. System unbinds. Confiscation of all system-produced items. System task issued. Befriend Harry Potter and maintain a friendly relationship. Success. Acquire the disarming spell book. Unlocking Savior Secrets 1. Failure. Increased vigilance among Gryffindors. Heightened likelihood of hostility from key figures. System task issued. Befriend Hermione Granger and maintain a friendly relationship. Success. Access to the intermediate white magic spell compendium. Failure. Increased vigilance among Gryffindors. Heightened likelihood of hostility from key figures. System task issued. Maintain friendly relations with members of the Weasley family. Success. Unlock Pure Blood Family Secrets 1. Reduced hostility likelihood from the Weasley family. Failure. Increased vigilance among Gryffindors. Decreased friendliness with key figures. System task issued. Maintain a long-term friendly relationship with the Slytherin head boy and prefect. Success. Increased Slytherin prestige. Unlocking Slytherin House Secrets 1. Failure. None. System task issued. Maintain friendly relations with all 4 houses at 40 or more. Success. Unlock Hogwarts Secrets 2. Failure. None. System task issued. Success. Failure. Is that child from the Gaunt family? I've heard that might be the case. Then she probably is. Have you all forgotten? The previous ones were hardly normal individuals. Isn't it said that this generation of Gaunts has no one left? Humph. Who knows where such a child has emerged from? Who can say? I truly appreciate you, Gaunt. It's nothing, just a minor assistance. I believe anyone would help when witnessing another in distress. You are incredibly kind, Gaunt. Thank you for helping me find my things. Just a small favor. No need for formality. Friends should not be so distant. Gaunt is different from other Slytherins. He is a genuinely good person. Thank you. Violet, you are so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. I understand now. Gaunt is quite clever. The nearby Ravenclaw expressed her gratitude to the golden-haired girl before her, as Violet effortlessly clarified a question that had puzzled her for quite some time. Feel free to ask if you have any uncertainties. Violet smiled, her lips curling gently, radiating a demeanor of warmth and self-assurance. You're quite clever too. You just happen not to recall that particular point. Her violet eyes sparkled with mirth, her tone seemingly laden with implications. We are all classmates. Isn't mutual assistance expected? The clumsy Ravenclaw thanked Violet once more, joyfully clutching her filled notebook as she departed. As the figure receded into the distance, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Violet's smile remained unchanged, yet her gaze gradually grew colder, extinguishing all emotion. According to plan, no one was expected to seek her out today. What should she do next? Continue her studies in magic, consult the prefect with questions, or probe into Quirrell? On the screen visible only to her, the task was clearly outlined. System task issued. Investigate Professor Quirrell's secrets. Success. Unlock Dark Lord Secrets 1. Increase friendliness with key figures. Failure. Critical information missing. Increase in plot deviation. Violet organized her thoughts. Those secrets. The system had stated that the ultimate purpose of every task was to aid her in becoming the next Dark Lord. It would continuously issue tasks, each based on some strange criteria presenting varied rewards and punishments, yet leaning more towards a guiding state rather than coercion. Certain seemingly simple tasks may carry significant penalties, while others, though more challenging, might bear negligible consequences. Spells, magical artifacts, and secrets were the most common rewards for success. The system appeared to favor issuing what it deemed the optimal path. Anything it believed would contribute to Violet's ascent as the Dark Lord could potentially become a task, such as befriending individuals from various houses, achieving certain academic standards, or mastering specific spells within a time limit. Such tasks often bore no penalties, their outcomes remaining within manageable bounds. Viewed in this light, the system seemed rather lenient. However, among these, there existed particularly unique tasks, akin to pivotal nodes, which the system mandated completion. Violet harbored a suspicion. Since acquiring the system, the logic behind its issued tasks revolved around a predetermined line. Deviation from this line before reaching the inevitable conclusion was not permitted. Tasks concerning this line would be obligatory, while the remaining guiding tasks served as the foundation for advancing this line, expanding beyond its confines. What might this line signify? What would happen if one strayed from it? What is the true purpose of the system? Is it merely to cultivate a Dark Lord? What secrets does Professor Quirrell conceal beneath his turban? What does the three-headed dog on the fourth floor guard? Dumbledore must be involved. What is his agenda? What secrets does Harry Potter hold? How are key figures assessed? And there are still many enigmas left unsolved. A glimmer flickered in Violet's eyes as she exhaled softly, her body relaxing, with no one to divert her attention. That inescapable fatigue once again spread through her form. Violet displayed no signs of weariness. Her smile and demeanor remained immaculate. Everything was still within tolerable limits, she mused. The system was both her ally and a source of peril. How could anyone trust unconditionally such a parasite within their mind? She was not the type to passively endure. Since unknown secrets bore danger, she would explore and seize control. She contemplated many matters: the system, tasks, secrets, and the very essence of the narrative. What would happen if the deviation value became excessively high? So many intriguing queries lingered, yet her thoughts effortlessly shifted to another individual. Claire. Claire. Violet's voice was barely a whisper. Initially, she had accepted this person to counter the threat of death, and now, with the task completed, why did thoughts of her resurface at such a moment? That dark-haired girl, often smiling and gentle. Where was she now? Had she gone to Hagrid's hut? Or perhaps to the greenhouse? Violet recalled that a few days prior, Claire had informed her that Professor Sprout had permitted her to tend to the herbology in the greenhouse. Brimming with pure joy and anticipation, Violet was aware of this. Claire harbors an affinity for dragons, an admiration for magical creatures, a penchant for herbal remedies, a delight in delectable cuisine, a love for the warm embrace of sunlight, and an appreciation for the beauty of nature and flowers. She engages with others in a friendly manner, exhibits a diligent thirst for knowledge, and possesses a cautious yet sagacious demeanor. concealing enigmatic secrets within her tranquil gaze, so much so that even Violet occasionally finds it difficult to discern her thoughts. Indeed, she epitomizes the archetype of a Hufflepuff. Violet, Claire always calls out, her voice imbued with her characteristic gentle smile. I hold a deep fondness for Violet. She requires no additional embellishments, for her essence alone suffices. Effortlessly disarming others' defenses, she offers a simple embrace, as if they share an unbreakable bond, with an abundance of tasks issued by the system. Why is Claire the singularly exceptional one? Chapter 60, Unexpected Emotions, Violet's Perspective 2. Violet harbors feelings for Claire, there is no doubt about it. It is akin to a mundane adult strolling down the street, only to be unexpectedly enchanted by an elegant little kitten. The fluffy form conjures thoughts of warmth. Until they reveal their claws, cats typically present an innocuous facade, soft yet resilient, mewing in a manner that captivates attention unconsciously. Humanity's affection for cats is instinctual. Just as anyone who has spent time with Claire cannot help but adore her, she is, of course, no exception. Violet muses to herself. Otherwise, how could she possibly explain her peculiar emotions towards Claire? Yet, this affection is not entirely pure. The shadow of death looms overhead. Every second Violet spends with Claire, until their task is accomplished, is steeped in calculation. It strikes her as odd. If not for the system's assignments, would she be so close to Claire? Violet recalls that moment once more. How does one forge a friendship with a virtuous and kind Hufflepuff? A stellar reputation, a gentle demeanor, assistance during crises. Violet has invested considerable effort, dedicating ample time to Claire, selflessly sharing, generously gifting, and humbly lowering her stature at opportune moments. Please do not worry about that, Claire says, her smile softening the words, I like Violet, so of course, Violet is my dear friend. Violet reciprocates, her tone sweet, yet her heart engaged in a cold assessment. They both confide their feelings to one another. Yet, the task remains unfulfilled. Why? Claire treats everyone around her with kindness. She is wary of Slytherin, but not fearful. She is eager to learn and genuinely grateful to everyone willing to teach her, even regarding someone like Draco Malfoy, whom she regards with curiosity and goodwill. Is it that Violet has not been good enough for Claire? Were those spontaneous declarations merely falsehoods? Is the definition of friendship determined by the system, or by Claire herself? Violet ponders, her heart restless, as the stark contrast between their outward closeness and the unresolved reality makes her long for Claire incessantly. She has already done enough to earn Claire's friendship. Claire, oh Claire, when will they truly become friends, recognized by the system as well? At that moment, she had no inkling that the answer was closer than she imagined. It was on an ordinary afternoon. They studied together and then parted ways in the corridor, as usual. There was no blazing sunlight, no gentle breeze, no fervent exchanges, none of the elements one would expect to ignite emotions. Claire bid Violet farewell. See you next time, Violet, she said with an unchanged tone, smiling as she waved and turned to leave. Violet could scarcely recall her own reaction. Saying goodbye had become a fixture in her memory, a reflexive response devoid of any flourish. It was only after departing that she realized the task of befriending Claire was marked as completed at that moment. Violet must have been momentarily stunned. By all accounts, she should have felt elated, for the specter of death had been momentarily lifted from her. Yet why? Upon the system issuing the task, Violet had immediately adopted a state of heightened vigilance, so when the task concluded in such an unexpectedly mundane manner, confusion enveloped her. Death, the most brutal and severe punishment, once again made Violet acutely aware of the system's unreliability. It is a parasitic entity, capable of dictating her very existence, embedded within her soul. She habitually weighed the scales of life and death, knowing that anything capable of countering death must possess considerable weight. Claire's friendship was substantial enough to tilt the scales against death. Acquiring it would certainly entail a corresponding sacrifice. How could it be so effortless? Had something beyond her control transpired unbeknownst to her? Later, as Violet reflected on all of this, she discerned that the reason for the task's completion was quite simple. Claire had embraced Violet's existence and incorporated her into the fabric of her daily life. Just as that phrase, "see you next time," had transformed from a mere polite farewell into a customary understanding born of familiarity. Claire looked forward to her next encounter with Violet. For Claire, such anticipation signified their friendship. Liking someone does not equate to acceptance, but acceptance undoubtedly implies being liked. Oh, so that is how it is, Violet mused, her hand instinctively gripping the quill she twirled. She felt an overwhelming urge to see her. Violet rose. Recalling that Claire was likely in the greenhouse, perhaps she could encounter her there now. Just a moment of relaxation, Violet resolved, making her way toward the designated area. Time was slipping away, and twilight approached, but Violet's intuition proved correct. She indeed spotted Claire. However, she was not alone. Concealed in the shadows, Violet endeavored to maintain her smile, hoping to mask any unsettling emotions. Once again, Claire stood with her back to Violet, engaged in conversation with that dim-witted platinum-haired fellow. Violet could not see Claire's expression, but she sensed her exasperation from her posture, unaware of the subject of discourse, while Malfoy's face radiated arrogance. Just as before, during their previous debates, Violet had long noted Claire's unusual attentiveness and tolerance towards Draco Malfoy, far beyond what one would expect. Regrettably, Claire effortlessly bypassed this point, making it clear to Violet that she should not interfere in her personal affairs. Claire's perceptiveness was remarkable. She could detect the slightest anomaly. Therefore, a change in strategy was necessary. I could no longer afford to be as sharp-tongued and arrogant as before. You see, I told you. No one would refuse to befriend a Malfoy, declared the empty-headed bully, resembling a cockatoo. Violet, gradually approaching, heard this remark, and her carefully maintained smile abruptly crumbled. Scene interlude. In Claire's eyes, Draco was akin to an electronic pet. In Violet's perception, Draco was merely a dim-witted cockatoo. Why was Claire paying him any attention? Draco, brimming with pride, mused, "Why do I suddenly feel a chill at my back?" Chapter 61. Draco and sharing. You see, I told you. No one would refuse to befriend a Malfoy. Draco held his head high, his tone exuberant, increasingly resembling a weasel propped up at an awkward angle. I must admit, without the influence of fan interpretations, I might have found him truly unbearable. Yes, I said, striving to infuse sincerity into my tone while contemplating the best excuse for my departure. To be frank, my feelings towards Draco were rather complex. On one hand, he was quite unlikable in the original narrative, yet on the other, he enjoyed immense popularity in fan works. The amalgamation of these perspectives transformed a detestable character into a tsundere aristocrat. That said, Draco was not entirely the traditional definition of a tsundere, but it did somewhat influence my judgment of him. Draco's character traits were strikingly distinct, despite having only interacted with him a handful of times. I had already gleaned a few techniques for navigating our encounters. If one hoped for a tranquil school life, it was best not to exhibit overt avoidance or resistance when confronted with Draco. Such actions could easily provoke his displeasure, resulting in a scornful glare or, in more severe cases, a targeted vendetta akin to Harry's experiences. However, it was equally unwise to be overly eager to please. Any hint of inferiority could easily invite disdain. To maintain a peaceful existence, it was advisable to keep a safe distance, particularly in the case of being a half-blood. Draco would not casually befriend an unfamiliar half-blood student unless he had ulterior motives. In this regard, I ought to express some gratitude towards Violet. Draco's relatively amicable demeanor towards me stemmed largely from his apprehension of her, with a minor contribution from my lack of overt resistance as I went along with him. Nevertheless, accommodating Draco necessitated avoiding any actions that might displease him. One must remain vigilant during interactions, rejecting when necessary and offering compliments when warranted. I was cautious not to antagonize Draco, not seeking a particularly close relationship with him. Thus, there was no need to belittle myself. So, when I was innocently walking down the corridor and Draco angrily confronted me about mingling with Harry and his friends, I quickly devised a response in my mind. I omitted any sensitive details, simply stating that Violet had informed me about the dragon egg, and out of curiosity, I had accompanied her to see it. I then briefly explained my acquaintanceship with the trio, indicating that I was friends with Hermione, which led to me knowing Harry and Ron. Though I was not particularly close to either of them, I glossed over my explanation, subtly shifting the focus back to Draco's interest in dragons. I apologize. I had no idea you, a Malfoy, had a fondness for dragons, I expressed, allowing a hint of contrition to seep through, followed by a somewhat perfunctory compliment. You possess an impressive amount of knowledge about dragons. Of course, Draco replied, his pride inflating at the praise, particularly since it pertained to a topic of his interest. If it weren't for the Ministry's restrictions, the Malfoy family would certainly have a dragon of our own. That Hagrid has had such luck, after all. It is a Norwegian ridgeback, capable of breathing fire. Just look at its spines to understand how formidable it is. Hagrid feeds it dead mice, under such poor conditions. He dares to keep it. If that dragon were mine, I would care for it far better at Malfoy Manor. Ah, is that so? I inquired, feigning interest as he rambled on about dragons, my smile unwavering. I believe I read about that in a book. I didn't know that before. You, Malfoy, are quite knowledgeable. Draco, basking in his self-satisfaction, began to boast about the magical creatures housed in his family's estate. Wow, that's impressive. I genuinely found it fascinating and envied the variety of extraordinary creatures the Malfoy family possessed. For a moment, I pondered how splendid it would be to have such a vast estate filled with magical creatures. My attitude became increasingly enthusiastic as Draco continued to share, unable to contain his pent-up excitement about dragons, while still managing to take jabs at Harry and Ron. If given the opportunity, perhaps you could come and see them, he suggested, momentarily regretting his words. He had no intention of inviting a lesser-known half-blood like Claire to Malfoy Manor, but soon regained his composure, dismissing the thought as mere offhand comment. Is that so? I replied, maintaining my polite demeanor. Draco, now brimming with self-importance, began to view me in a more favorable light, appreciating my discernment and eloquence. You see, I told you, no one would refuse to befriend a Malfoy, he proclaimed, underscoring a subtle competitive spirit. A gaze fell upon Draco. Wait, why did my back suddenly feel cold? I quickly turned, realizing something had shifted in Draco's expression. Indeed, dear Violet was observing me and Draco with a bemused smile. What a coincidence, Claire, she said sweetly, her presence drawing nearer. Draco seemed to instinctively retreat, though he restrained himself. I thought to myself, this scene feels oddly familiar, but I kept my composure. What a coincidence. Good afternoon, Violet, I replied with a beaming smile. Scene interlude. Draco, there's something ominous. Claire, not at all flustered. Chapter 62. Because it's worth it, Malfoy is here as well, Violet remarked with a smirk, causing Draco's brow to furrow and his complexion to pale. As the previously eased atmosphere began to solidify into tension, Gunter, Draco greeted stiffly, clearly intimidated by Violet, yet unwilling to lose face by fleeing. He stood there like a tree battered by the cold wind, swaying precariously. Are you all here to see Norbert? Violet feigned ignorance, though she was well aware. She probably surmised why Claire was conversing with Draco, likely believing it was a chance encounter or that Draco had initiated the dialogue. Moreover, given Draco's temperament and that guilty expression upon his face, it is highly probable that he initially approached with the intent to cause trouble. However, considering the current circumstances, it appears that Claire's amiable nature has allowed Draco some leeway. Truly, it is both troublesome and short-sighted. I had hoped for a semblance of tranquility. The very thought of this made Violet's smile even softer. A shiver ran down Draco's spine. I remained alert, having spent considerable time together. I had come to understand Violet more profoundly, keenly sensing that her mood was somewhat sour. It seems that within the fanfiction narrative, Violet and Draco share a rather lukewarm relationship. Draco's initial fear of Violet never quite dissipated, and the Malfoy family, after weighing the situation, sided with Violet, becoming a significant threat to Voldemort's true underlings. Typically, in most fanfictions, the Malfoy family's stance is resolved through Draco's involvement, yet Violet's approach differs. Her connections began with other pureblood families, establishing her power base first, before personally confronting Lucius Malfoy with the destroyed Horcrux of Voldemort, alongside some tempting offers, thereby successfully persuading the Malfoy family to change their allegiance. At present, Violet gazed at Draco and me with a smile, while Draco's guilty eyes betrayed him, creating an awkward tension for me as I found myself caught in the middle. I glanced around, feeling utterly perplexed. How did it come to this? Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but Violet seemed to harbor a dislike for Draco, who appeared rather dim-witted. This atmosphere could easily spiral out of control. It would be prudent to intervene sooner rather than later. No, we merely happened to cross paths and exchanged a few words, I patiently explained. Everyone has been rather concerned about Hagrid and Norbert lately, and I was curious about Draco's extensive knowledge of dragons. Yes, indeed, Draco quickly chimed in, his flustered nod indicating a moment of mental preparation, and his expression softened a tad as we shifted our discussion to dragons. He cast a sidelong glance at me, likely warning me not to disclose his previous inquiries about Violet. In truth, Violet was already aware, but there was no need to escalate tensions, after all. This was their matter. I continued to mediate silently. Norbert is growing far too quickly. Hagrid cannot possibly continue raising him in secret. I sighed, redirecting the conversation to a pressing issue. We have no viable solution for him, and Hagrid's heart is too soft. Indeed, Claire has had a tough time, Violet remarked empathetically, casting a glance at Draco, seemingly surprised by Malfoy's unexpected kindness. It was clear now, Violet's manner of speaking indicated her evident disdain for Draco. This blatant distinction provoked Draco, who managed to stammer out a terse, "Oh, impressive. So does Malfoy have any solutions?" Violet inquired. "Are you considering bringing Norbert back to Malfoy Manor?" "Absolutely not," I interjected. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but quickly shut it again. Despite his frequent boasts about the treasures within Malfoy Manor, he surely understood that Lucius would never permit him to bring home a dragon. Setting aside the question of proper care, the Ministry of Magic had been closely monitoring the Malfoy family for years. Such blatant defiance of the Ministry's laws should be avoided. Norbert is, after all, a dragon. Personally, I believe it would be best for him to return to the wild or be entrusted to certified magical creature handlers, I said, sensing the atmosphere turning sour, my mind racing with numerous excuses to flee. I looked skyward and brushed off my robes. It's getting late. I just returned from the greenhouse and am a bit dirty. I should head back to the dormitory to clean up. I'll accompany you, Violet immediately offered. I glanced at Draco, who promptly asserted he had matters to attend to and hurried away towards the castle without looking back. All right, let us walk together, I said as Violet and I strolled leisurely against the evening breeze and the fading twilight, planning to part ways at a familiar junction. I had been waiting for Violet to say something, but alas, she remained silent. As we neared the point of separation, I finally broke the silence. Is something bothering you, Violet? I asked earnestly. You've noticed, Violet replied, her smile tinged with concern, though not unexpected. Her striking purple eyes glanced past me. As you can see, I am not particularly fond of Draco Malfoy. I responded with a sound of acknowledgement, encouraging her to continue. However, I have a great fondness for Claire, Violet said, her eyes seemingly brightening at that moment. So, seeing Claire so close to Malfoy makes me somewhat uneasy. Violet avoided my gaze. Her unspoken thoughts clear. Being close to someone like Malfoy was hardly advisable. Oh, I replied calmly, as my somewhat inadequate emotional intelligence as a struggling university student left me ill-equipped to navigate the current situation, where kindness and malice intertwined. Feeling my response was lacking, I added, thank you, I understand. I could comprehend Violet's concern and had intended to maintain my distance from Draco. I was unsure why she believed I had grown close to him. Over the course of nearly a year, Draco and I had exchanged only 4 or 5 words. Our relationship hardly warranted such a conclusion. Nevertheless, I expressed my gratitude and clarified that my connections with Draco were minimal, merely coincidental, and her warning was born of genuine care for my well-being. Claire, Violet's smile gradually faded, replaced by a resigned sigh. I had anticipated this reaction. Is everything all right, Claire? It's my own issue, she replied. I used to think you didn't like me that much. Your attitude towards Draco was different from how you treated others. Violet chuckled again, her voice lowering slightly. But now that I think about it, Claire is just like that. Always gentle and composed, rational and earnest, gazing at everyone with those deep, dark eyes. Including Draco, including Violet, including Hermione. Her perpetually calm gaze. That earnest expression conveyed to those being observed that they were accepted, trusted, and embraced. And then, one cannot help but relax, to overstep boundaries, yearning for more. Such vague thoughts flickered through Violet's mind before being interrupted. Violet, I like you too, I declared, feeling that my words were insufficient. Noticing that Violet did not resist my closeness, I embraced her. Violet's eyes widened, though I could not see it at that moment. Oh, I had never anticipated that Violet would possess such insecurity in friendship, regardless of any theatrics involved. I pondered seriously. Had I been too reserved in my interactions? Upon reflection, I realized that my exchanges with Violet were indeed more serious. With the Hufflepuff Badgers, I would exuberantly shower them with affection, compliment their cuteness, and provide them with random treats. Yet with Violet, our time together was often more subdued, largely spent studying. Please don't worry, Violet. You are an important friend to me. Violet's golden locks felt cool, yet comforting as I gently patted her back, cherishing the bond we shared. Time and again, I would gladly call Violet my friend. Such was my declaration, for Violet truly deserved it. Little Skit, the envious little snake, the frightened white weasel, and the bewildered little badger. Violet, the idiotic Malfoy, is a tad bit jealous. Draco, although Claire is quite amiable, Gunter is truly terrifying. I must flee. Claire, huh? Am I not close enough? Chapter 63, Not Proactive. Time swiftly elapsed as we raced towards our predetermined destination. The seedlings in the greenhouse thrived splendidly, exhibiting peculiar appearances, and I diligently recorded the growth of the plants I was responsible for in my specially prepared notebook. The general observations are as follows. On a certain year, month, and day, my beloved seedling number 3 sprouted serrated new shoots, the edges sharp and laced with a slight paralyzing toxin. I received a minor cut. Initially, I felt nothing, but the pain soon followed. Professor Sprout mentioned that it possesses medicinal properties and can treat wounds after processing, suggesting I could cultivate more in the future. On a certain year, month, and day, seedling number 1 dropped another leaf today, yet it still lives. Professor Sprout indicated it is relatively easy to care for, but the climate here is not conducive, rendering it perpetually listless despite my attentiveness. The herbarium noted it would bloom this season. I wonder if I shall witness it. Note, maintain adequate soil moisture. On a certain year, month, and day, seedling number 4 grew remarkably, shooting up 0.65 centimeters overnight. Small insects crawled upon its leaves. I carefully removed them and temporarily relocated the seedlings. What does the magical world use for pest control? I should take some time to research. By the way, the insects have tiny wings and may flutter towards one's face. Caution for those averse to bugs entering the greenhouse. On a certain year, month, and day, oh my goodness. Who uprooted my seedling number 2? Where has it gone? All that remains is a hole. I nurtured it for so long. Who was it? I shall report you to the authorities. On a certain year, month, and day, this is my first encounter with a self-repotting plant, seedling number 2. You have truly opened my eyes. Who could have imagined you would actually grow legs? Sorrowful. It is evident that one cannot apply ordinary reasoning to deduce the characteristics of magical plants. Fortunately, I promptly inquired with Professor Sprout, who clarified that she had only provided me with 3 specimens. That particular seedling had quietly crept over, and I had made an error. Oh, Merlin's Red Sox. How foolish of me to misidentify it based on the herbarium. After a period of spirited engagement with my dear seedlings, I found myself both exhausted and fulfilled. Alleviating the anxiety of impending exams, maintaining a steady mindset is paramount for revision. Upon reflection, no one is pressuring me. The only concern lies in the persona I established with little Barty, hoping for my parents' acknowledgement, though it is not a grave issue, and I feel no pressure. Nevertheless, after investing so much effort, I genuinely hope to perform well. Speaking of little Barty, I made a point of mentioning my care for herbs in the letter I wrote him, expressing my interest in herbology, and informing him about the runaway seedling No. 2 and the accidental cut on my hand. Sharing my daily experiences has become a habit. I adeptly trim the beginnings and endings, periodically confiding in little Barty about amusing events or troubling matters, even while at school. Previously, considering that I might reside with little Barty for an extended period, I consciously endeavored to cultivate a childlike dependency on him while striving to maintain my individuality. Currently, little Barty and I coexist as family. In my perception, friends and family are entirely distinct. Friends are part of my daily interactions, grounded in mutual friendship and respect, whereas family is primarily sustained by interdependence, with respect and understanding serving as the harmonious blend. At my level, to lower the guard of someone like little Barty necessitates a greater degree of authenticity. Little Barty has consistently responded positively, his elegant cursive filled with gentle greetings and care, alongside shares of his daily life. Yet, I can instantly sense an underlying ambiguity and unease. It appears little Barty may be engaged in some clandestine activities. Alas, before my transference, I could view Voldemort's antics with a light-hearted demeanor, but now that I have settled into a stable life, my sole desire is to firmly entomb Voldemort in his coffin. I hope little Barty's capabilities are not overly formidable. With Violet around, Voldemort's defeat is assured. In my letter, I elaborated on my ideal life, adding details. Dear Gavin, I am delighted to share with you, thanks to Professor Sprout, who is the best headmistress. Recently, I have learned much in the greenhouse and encountered various experiences that I wish to tell you about. I have longed to have my own garden, filled with all the precious herbs and beautiful flowers I desire, ideally with a small pond containing fish, where I could sit with my hat and fish. Just as my parents told me about the idyllic paradise of gardening in my childhood. I have been reading the Common Plants Illustrated, but I am troubled by my persistent difficulty in correlating the plants with their representations in the book. The images are rather abstract. The pressure of final exam revision is intense, and I am uncertain if I can excel despite my friend's assistance. Little Barty has been incredibly supportive. Upon learning of my minor injury, he sent me a plethora of potions, expressing concern in a tense tone in his letter, which truly uplifted my spirits. I am so pleased, Claire, that you have found something you adore. However, please prioritize your safety. Claire, do take care of yourself. I will worry. Affectionate words, unprovable sincerity. Setting aside matters concerning little Barty, my relationship with Violet has grown increasingly intimate. Presently, our friendship is quite conspicuous. Everyone who knows us is aware of our close bond. Originally 2 individuals who did not intersect, we have now become friends. I presumed some might find this peculiar, given Violet's significant influence in Slytherin. Yet she expends considerable energy on me. However, I have yet to encounter any overt disapproval of our companionship, except for the occasional peculiar gaze from certain Slytherins. It seems Violet has genuinely relaxed. Following our last heart-to-heart, she trusts that my friendship is sincere, and her tone has become more cheerful, while her movements have grown more enigmatic, with serendipitous encounters occurring with remarkable frequency. I find myself discovering the same charmingly smiling Violet in various locations. Claire, I am here. Shall we join together? Claire, do you enjoy this? I have begun to take it in stride. In fact, whenever Violet appears, I find myself mentally narrating, Tada, your little darling has made a sudden entrance. This extraordinary serendipitous encounter initially left me in awe. I curiously inquired of Violet, and she candidly admitted to predicting my travel routes and activities, subsequently adjusting her own schedule to meet me more frequently. Because I want to see Claire, Violet said. That makes me feel at ease. Why must Claire always be so passive? This statement felt somewhat like a gentle critique of me, yet the tone was decidedly soft. I scratched my head. This time, I truly scratched my head. A bit sheepish, but not excessively. Ahem. Alas, Claire. Willow let out a light sigh, a hint of mirth dancing in her eyes. Chapter 64. How busy it is. The dragon egg incident progressed far more swiftly than I had anticipated. Quietly resolved while I found myself ensnared in the depths of my studies. During those days, I was fortuitously assisting Professor Sprout, who sought to reorganize the greenhouse, meticulously rearranging the flower pots. This was indeed a laborious task, yet as the professor sought help, I happened to be nearby, tending to a few of the pots, and thus I volunteered eagerly. Rest assured, Professor, I am more than capable, I declared, standing tall. Oh, thank you, Claire, Professor Sprout responded, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she gently patted my shoulder. Upon learning my English name, she began to call me Claire. Of course you can, dear child. Just don't overexert yourself. Others will assist you as well. All right, I replied, my eyes sparkling as I nodded enthusiastically. I was more than willing to help Professor Sprout. She truly was the finest of heads. Upon arriving at the designated meeting time, I soon realized there was a slight predicament. The other students who had come to assist were all upperclassmen, leaving me as the sole lowerclassman amidst them. Akin to a curious little panda amidst a gathering of large pandas, feeling somewhat out of place. Among the crowd were several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff, including Cedric Diggory, who smiled at me, the first to notice my presence, and waved in surprise. I returned his smile and waved back. As Cedric moved, the other upperclassmen also turned their attention towards me, their eyes suddenly brightening with intrigue. What is happening? I stammered, feeling the pressure mount as I stifled my wandering gaze and continued to wave stiffly. Hello, seniors, I hope this is all right. I thought uncertainly. A girl with black hair and dark eyes, clearly younger and attempting to appear composed despite her obvious nervousness, drew attention. It was only natural for a foreigner to pique curiosity. I tried to comfort myself, ignoring the scrutiny of others. Well, it seems I have miscalculated. Each person who passed by couldn't resist casting a glance in my direction, sporting peculiar smiles, as if they had encountered something adorable and wished to poke it. Yet they restrained themselves, simply circling around me, hoping for some reaction. I felt a rare flush of embarrassment, maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance while my inner thoughts swirled with complexity. How utterly embarrassing. Cough, cough. However, everyone was exceedingly kind. Cedric, standing nearby, chuckled helplessly as he observed the gathering around me. One girl, quite candidly, praised my cuteness. She was a bold upperclassman from Ravenclaw, undeterred by my apparent discomfort, her eyes sparkling as if she had truly spotted a little panda. They even entrusted me with the lighter tasks, which I accepted without protest, fully aware of my small stature and the need to avoid complicating matters. Given that some pots contained magical plants, the use of levitation charms was prohibited, as it might hinder their growth, such as mandrakes and another plant whose name eluded me that emitted sparks when disturbed, thus requiring careful handling. Cedric took the lead, shedding his somewhat cumbersome outer coat, gingerly cradling the pots as he transported them outside, with the others following closely behind. I collaborated with the Ravenclaw upperclassmen to tally the pots and species while employing spells to clear away the withered leaves and muck from the ground. Professor Sprout, having resolved her own matters, joined us, her robust arms waving energetically as we worked together in a lively atmosphere. All of you are such good children, Professor Sprout exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with joy, her pace brisk as she navigated the greenhouse. Oh, this is how it should be moved. Come now, be careful. Everyone followed suit with great assurance. In due time, you shall learn about these plants, her voice boomed, imbued with a unique warmth as she occasionally embraced a student, patting their shoulder while sharing tales of the wondrous properties of herbs. One student, not paying attention, was doused in water by a plant that squirted, prompting laughter from everyone, including the student who couldn't help but join in the merriment. This was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. I felt my responsibilities were rather light, yet I still worked up a sweat, my smile growing ever more vibrant as I shared in the laughter with my peers. I couldn't tell if it was merely the warmth of the European climate, but I found most of those around me to be pleasantly warm, each one a little heater amidst the winter chill, radiating warmth even now. After several days of busyness, not only assisting Professor Sprout, but also spending my free time immersed in the library, I found myself exhausted, often drifting off to sleep the moment I closed my eyes. Maintaining a remarkably healthy routine, a level of discipline I never thought I would attain in my life. Of course, the dragon egg incident did not halt in its course due to my involvement. Harry thought of Charlie and found a solution, prompting the trio to persuade Hagrid to entrust Norbert to Charlie, to which Hagrid, with tearful eyes, reluctantly agreed. Norbert will be just fine. When I met Hagrid, I earnestly reassured him, he is a very strong little dragon. He will grow even more formidable, his scales becoming harder and shinier, just as we've read in the books. Hagrid, you've taken such good care of him, but we all know you wish for him to thrive even more. No one loves him more than you do, and though it pains you, this is necessary. I know you're right, but Norbert is still so small. He*s just a baby. At the mention of Norbert's departure, Hagrid's eyes welled with tears once more, his spirits dampened as he clutched Norbert's favorite toy bear. It's all right. At a loss for words, I gently patted Hagrid's back. Thankfully, he was seated, attempting to convey comfort through my gestures. Draco, however, was far from pleased with the situation. He had been grumbling about Hagrid for some time, lamenting that he might never see a dragon again, and began to feel both anger and sorrow. Unfortunately, no one was there to console him. He was at odds with both Hagrid and the trio. While Willow had been exceptionally busy lately, and he didn't dare to engage her in conversation, thus resorting to venting to me instead. That foolish half-giant. I knew he would act this way, utterly inept. Perhaps truly sensing that I posed no significant threat to him. Despite our less than amicable relationship, Draco still sought me out to complain. His tone haughty, hoping for some semblance of validation, while I struggled to find moments amidst my limited time to placate him. Is that so? Well, I suppose that's not quite fair, I sighed inwardly, feeling as though I were managing a colleague. Everything proceeded as planned, due to Draco's presence. The trio concealed the specifics of their transport plans, and I took the opportunity to remind them to be cautious of Filch. We must be careful during the night, I advised, patiently reiterating to Hermione several times. Not a problem, she affirmed resolutely. A glimpse into the behind-the-scenes. Willow, busy investigating Quirrell and the fourth-floor corridor. Claire, engaged in greenhouse organization, preparing for finals, handling Draco, and reminding the trio. Draco, preoccupied with complaints and being managed by Claire. The trio, busy orchestrating the dragon's escape. Chapter 65, Points deducted. During this period, everyone was remarkably busy, and I found myself quite overwhelmed. Thus, when Hermione tearfully informed me that they had been deducted 150 points, I was genuinely taken aback. It was not the points themselves that shocked me, but rather the realization that despite countless reminders, events continued to unfold along their original trajectory. In both the original narrative and fanfiction, there exists a scenario of point deduction, which I initially believed I could alter. However, my attempts proved futile. According to Hermione, they inadvertently encountered Filch while departing from the tower, Draco included. I found myself perplexed. Why? How did Draco end up there? What has become of Harry's invisibility cloak? Has the matter concerning Norbert been exposed? A multitude of questions flooded my mind, leaving me little time to delve deeper into my thoughts. Nearly forgetting the original plot, as I focused entirely on Hermione before me. It was evident that Hermione was struggling to maintain her composure. Her eyes were red and puffy, suggesting she had been crying. She exerted considerable effort to uphold her dignity, unwilling to reveal any semblance of vulnerability. We encountered Malfoy on our way down the tower. He ended up in a quarrel with Ron and Harry. We never anticipated Filch would be lurking nearby, nor Neville, who came looking for us. This development caused my mind to whirl. In the fanfiction, Harry and his friends also faced point deductions, but it was merely a fleeting mention, as the focus remained on Violet's investigation of Quirrell. The original protagonist's narrative seemed to pale in comparison, and my attempts to intervene had yielded no change. Hermione's turmoil overshadowed all else. I sat silently beside her, gently clasping her hand, hoping my presence would provide some solace. She gripped my hand tightly, her silence punctuated by occasional sobs. I tenderly guided her to rest her head on my shoulder, wishing to ease her pain. Hermione, I'm here, I whispered, calling her name as she trembled against me, clinging to me, overwhelmed by the weight of her perceived failure and the severity of her punishment. It's my fault, she murmured, tears cascading down like pearls, her voice barely audible. If only I had been more cautious. No, I should not have gotten involved. Her distress rendered her speechless. Hermione had always been a remarkably resilient individual, her placement in Gryffindor indicative of her courageous spirit. Yet, the present circumstances were starkly different. Any comfort from friends felt insubstantial, and words of consolation proved powerless. By the time I received the news, the damage had already been done, the division between the houses too great. I recalled the aftermath of their isolation, a topic scarcely touched upon in the narrative, as if time had sped past, leaving no one visibly harmed. Gryffindors awoke to find their efforts reduced to ashes, their anger palpable. My brow furrowed. Following the deduction of 150 points, the entire Gryffindor house was in a state of shock, their pent-up frustration inevitably affecting their perceptions of Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Clearly, their lives in Gryffindor became significantly more challenging. Eventually, I pieced together the events that transpired. Harry and the others, cloaked in invisibility, attempted to transport Norbert. Draco, having inadvertently learned the specifics of their endeavor, was unwilling to watch the dragon being whisked away, particularly to Charlie Weasley, a family he resented. To safeguard against Draco, Harry and his friends had withheld their plans. In summary, Draco's covert following led to their collective downfall, resulting in their capture. I sighed. The narrative's casual recounting of events often left one in a daze. Harry and his companions were nearly ostracized for half a semester. Regardless of their bravery and strength in the text, they remained mere 12-year-olds. This state would eventually be rectified by the end of the term, as their courage and intelligence would earn them respect and reclaim the lost points. However, I could hardly fathom the extent of their sorrow during this period. At last, Hermione managed to compose herself and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Claire, I'm grateful for your presence." Her voice was muffled yet regained its former steadiness. She recognized the challenges that lay ahead and genuinely felt remorse, prepared to accept the consequences of her actions. After Hermione departed, I pressed my temples. A sudden headache assailing me. The recent weeks had been overwhelmingly busy. My indifference towards the unfolding plot was evident. I had observed the Dragon Egg incident with detached interest, striving to alert Hermione, yet events transpired regardless, ensnaring Draco and Neville as well. My thoughts shifted to another direction. Violet, investigating Quirrell, I wondered about her progress. Surely, she must have uncovered what had occurred. I struggled to recall her strategies in the fanfiction. I could not rely solely on Violet. Action was necessary on my part. The misfortune had already transpired. It was time to contemplate remedial measures. Another individual burdened by guilt was Hagrid, acutely aware that Harry and his friends had been ensnared due to their loyalty to him. Yet, the existence of Norbert could not be disclosed, and he felt responsible for their plight. After concluding matters concerning the greenhouse, I made a point to visit Hagrid, who appeared somber. His large frame curled up on the sofa, exuding an air of despondency. He was frustrated by his helplessness, though none of this directly pertained to me. I observed it all keenly. I hope Violet can resolve Voldemort's situation swiftly. It would ease everyone's burdens. Chapter 66. Kindness. Ron was eager to comfort his companions. Ever since they collectively incurred a deduction of 150 points for Gryffindor, they found themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Even the most affable Gryffindor students began to keep their distance, let alone those with more volatile tempers. Their prior notoriety had been replaced with a sense of disgrace, rendering them largely isolated. Harry bore the brunt of the situation, subjected once more to murmurs and gossip, and regrettably, these were not of a favorable nature. Hermione, already with few friends, now found even her dorm mates reluctant to engage, engulfed in a spiraling guilt that stifled her once vibrant spirit. Thankfully, Claire from Hufflepuff remained a steadfast friend, offering her some measure of comfort despite the physical distance. Harry had recently buried himself in his studies, as if the adventurous spirit that once defined him had withered under the weight of reproach and even outright insults. Clenching his fists, he remained silent in the face of others' accusations. Hermione, resolute in her determination, immersed herself in her studies, striving to reclaim the lost points in every conceivable way. Aware that her efforts were but a drop in the bucket, yet diligently committed to the task. Perhaps things aren't as dire as they seem. Ron longed to convey to his friends, yet as the words formed, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Memories of the Weasley twins' mocking jibes flooding back, rekindling feelings of guilt, indignation, and anger. "Let us take a look," the twins' teasing voices echoed in his mind. Who could be so unfortunate as to be caught by Filch during a nighttime escapade? They playfully patted Ron's shoulders, exchanging mischievous glances that drew the attention of others. And they even brought along a Slytherin. A duel under the stars, perhaps? If only there were more of us. Nearby, Harry kept his head down, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. Ron understood that Fred and George did not genuinely wish to humiliate him. Their playful nature thrived on making him squirm. Without their antics, perhaps Harry and Ron would feel even more despondent, as someone had to bear the brunt of the lesson learned. However, this does not imply that Ron feels any better. He can hardly fathom how his mother, Molly, would react upon discovering the truth. Would she pen him a scathing letter? Percy, as the prefect, has already been casting him murderous glances, plunging Ron into a state of profound frustration. As the end of term approaches, the impending exams surprisingly serve as a respite, allowing them to momentarily escape the burdensome matters at hand. Reluctantly, Ron finds himself buried in revision alongside Harry and Hermione, despite their mutual distaste for it. In the library, a girl with dark hair, Claire, politely nods at them, her face adorned with a familiar smile as she greets them softly. Hermione's eyes light up, and her gloomy demeanor dissipates somewhat, prompting her to decisively lead the somewhat awkward Harry and Ron to sit beside Claire. "Good afternoon," Claire beams, her voice as gentle as ever, skillfully clearing space for them at the table. After frequent visits to the library, Ron has noticed that Hermione always manages to find Claire to study with, despite the differing schedules of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. They seem to encounter her in the library with remarkable consistency. Ron grumbles as he settles down with his book, attempting to absorb the tedious letters. The monotony of their daily studies is indeed irksome, yet it provides an escape from their surrounding troubles, serving as a means to pass the time. Unfortunately, Ron struggles to concentrate, his mind wandering unbidden. Harry appears genuinely guilt-ridden, engrossed in a book as though determined to avoid any further risks, leaving Ron at a loss for how to comfort him. Meanwhile, Hermione focuses intently on her voluminous textbook, diligently taking notes, perhaps preparing to lend it to Ron later. A multitude of faces flit through Ron's mind: Fred, George, Percy, Professor McGonagall, and the formidable Madame Pants from the library. Quite effortlessly, Ron's thoughts drift to another individual present: Claire, the Hufflepuff student. Without a doubt, Claire is as studious as Hermione and possesses a kind-hearted nature. Following the deduction of points, Slytherin has suddenly become the frontrunner for the House Cup, much to everyone's dismay, as they had hoped for Slytherin's downfall. This has resulted in a decidedly unfriendly atmosphere towards the trio. However, a few classmates remain amicable, Claire being one of them. At least among Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. She makes a conscious effort to maintain a friendly rapport with Hermione, Ron, and Harry, which significantly improves their overall situation. This support does not imply that Claire defends them. After all, they did err. Instead, she consistently upholds a fundamental attitude of kindness, ensuring that their time together does not evoke memories of their misfortunes. Unexpectedly, this daily sense of tranquility is precisely what they need, a rare comfort, especially for Hermione and Harry, who seem eager to be in Claire's company. Only Ron feels a peculiar awkwardness in Claire's presence. When it comes to Claire, Ron can't help but wrinkle his brow. Despite the absence of any apparent similarities, he perceives a resemblance between Claire and his mother, Molly, though he cannot articulate why. If pressed to explain, he might suggest that Claire exudes an odd sense of adulthood when interacting with them. The gaze of an adult upon children differs markedly from that of peers regarding each other, yet Ron does not delve into such depths. He merely finds it somewhat uncomfortable. The hours spent studying always seem to crawl by, but eventually, they manage to endure. Ron exhales in relief, hastily gathering his materials as everyone begins to pack up. Harry and Hermione head off to return their borrowed books, leaving Ron and Claire waiting outside the library. With the absence of their companions, the atmosphere becomes abruptly quiet, and Ron's earlier awkwardness resurfaces, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Claire, Ron scratches his head, attempting to find something to say, but halts, struggling to identify a suitable topic. He and Claire are not particularly familiar, yet he manages to recall, "Do you remember Norbert?" "Yes. What about him?" Claire's slightly puzzled expression focuses on Ron. "Thanks to your reminder about Norbert's venomous teeth last time, I almost got bitten." Ron recalls the incident with a shiver, having witnessed Norbert crunching a dead mouse. Grateful for the gloves he had worn. "Oh, I'm glad you're fine." Claire seems to chuckle softly. She always smiles, yet this one feels different. As if she is genuinely relieved for his well-being. "It's always wise to be cautious, Ron." You don't have to call me that." The formality of her address makes Ron feel even more awkward. Claire speaks with a peculiar earnestness, unaware of how stiff her tone sounds. She gazes at him intently. "Just call me Ron." "All right, Ron," Claire replies, her expression a mix of earnestness and slight annoyance. "I recall it was you who fed Norbert. I should have warned you when Hagrid was bothering you. It was a bit late in hindsight, but I'm just glad you're okay." Claire's gentle demeanor seems to possess a magical quality, instilling a sense of relaxation within him. Once the conversation begins to flow, the atmosphere lightens, and Ron finds himself speaking more freely. Hagrid really ought to manage his creatures better. Norbert is one thing, but his dog, Fong, nearly tried to chew my shoes the other day, Ron exclaims, his spirits lifted as he recounts the amusing incident. Noticing Claire's attentive gaze, Ron suddenly feels a wave of shyness wash over him. Claire's smile remains intact, her eyes slightly crinkling as she listens intently to every word he utters. He seldom experiences such focused attention, especially from a girl his age, leaving him feeling somewhat self-conscious. At home, he is surrounded by 5 brothers and 1 sister. And at school, everyone tends to gravitate towards Harry, while he does have other friends who listen to him. The sensation they evoke is entirely different from the warmth Claire offers. It's as if he is enveloped in a comforting embrace. How peculiar, he muses, that they are of the same age. How strange, Ron thinks for a moment, feeling increasingly flustered. Claire, Ron, Hermione, and Harry emerge from the library, beckoning them forward. "That should be enough for now. See you tomorrow." Claire bids farewell with a carefree smile, turning to leave with an air of grace. "See you tomorrow," Hermione replies. "Tomorrow," Ron echoes promptly. Chapter 67, Violet's Team Request. I find myself in contemplation, pondering life, the impending finals, whether the fried potatoes in the kitchen might once again cause me distress, and how to gracefully decline Violet's invitation to explore the 4th floor corridor together. Thank you for the invitation, but as a mere first year, I have no desire to confront Voldemort so soon, fearing that my skills might betray me and expose some vulnerability to either Voldemort or Violet. After all, I cannot guarantee whether Voldemort might take notice of me. Should he discern anything untoward? What if he inadvertently siphons my thoughts and reveals the entire situation? I have yet to master the art of mental occlusion, nor have I delved into the secrets of this world. To take a step back, I have not witnessed the healthy growth of the few seedlings I have painstakingly nurtured. The final exams remain unattempted. My studies in dark magic have yet to commence, and there are countless tasks left unfinished. This is by no means a sign of cowardice on my part. I have been diligently practicing the technique of mental occlusion, but without practical application, I remain uncertain of its efficacy. Even if the likelihood of success seems slim, I am reluctant to take that gamble. Every time I read about the protagonists in books, brimming with adventurous spirit, embarking on their quests, I find myself breaking into a sweat. When my turn finally comes, I embody caution, weighing the pros and cons, contemplating the potential benefits and drawbacks. While remaining overly cautious may hinder my progress significantly, it does ensure stability. At this juncture, I lack the inclination to participate in such risks. In private, I must practice various defensive and offensive spells, gather intelligence through discreet inquiries, pay close attention to both the protagonists and antagonists, keep a watchful eye on my classmate Xiao Ming, diligently review for finals, and tend to the seedlings in the greenhouse. Reflecting on all this, it is evident that I am indeed quite a busy individual. This does not imply that I am particularly industrious. In fact, if given the chance to rest, I would gladly embrace it. Yet, the state of busyness allows me to better integrate into this world, as every moment of leisure leaves me feeling profoundly out of place. The specifics are as follows. With nothing to occupy my mind, my thoughts drift far away, recalling my distant hometown. Growing vacant-eyed, traversing this realm is rather dull. Home is far better. I shan't return. Suddenly alert, surveying my surroundings. To no avail. I begin to scratch my head. Why does this feeling of emptiness seem rather awkward? Clearing my throat. Aside from this, based on my years of reading web literature, I have learned that keeping oneself busy is the most effective remedy for such a state, facilitating immersion in the environment. It is undeniably exhausting. However, I have grown somewhat accustomed to it and can manage. I have established my own boundaries. Aside from finals, my other predicament is Violet. Whenever I recall Violet's request that I recently declined, her expression of disappointment lingers in my mind, accompanied by an unsettling depth. What exactly are her intentions? What does she know? Is her system aware of something? Has she issued a task? Yet, I ponder, how did we arrive at this juncture? I find myself lost in contemplation, replaying previous discoveries in my mind. I have always been deeply concerned about Hermione. Initially, it was because she is a member of the protagonist group, allowing me to grasp the progression of the plot. Furthermore, the academic pressures I faced made Hermione a veritable savior, rescuing me from the brink of despair. However, as time passed, my focus on the main storyline diminished considerably. Rather than the narrative's portrayal, I have come to envision Hermione as adorably diligent and resilient, yet also capable of feeling profound shame for her mistakes, secretly shedding tears when faced with adversity. Hermione is my friend, and regardless of the reason, I should strive to assist her. After the unfortunate deduction of points from the trio, I endeavored to comfort Hermione. Based on my limited social experience, I surmised that maintaining normalcy in such an environment would be beneficial for her. Thus, I felt reassured studying together with the trio in the library. At that moment, however, Violet, who had also been preoccupied, made her move. She had been observing and probing Professor Quirrell for quite some time, deducing that he was under the coercive control of a dark wizard. She also speculated that the Philosopher's Stone might be safeguarded in the corridor on the 4th floor, having uncovered fragments of Dumbledore's plans and strategies. All these threads pointed toward a singular source, the resurgent Voldemort. This revelation was undoubtedly shocking, yet Violet, bound to the Dark Lord's development system, seemed to accept it as a matter of course. While Voldemort is indeed formidable, it is clear that Dumbledore has long been prepared for such eventualities. For Violet, whose current strength is insufficient, the most pressing matter is to contemplate how to extract the greatest advantage from this situation. For instance, gaining the trust of the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, or perhaps observing or acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Additionally, striking against the charming former Dark Lord, Voldemort. A true clash of titans. I believe that my intellect is ill-suited for involvement in such deep waters, so when Violet approached me, candidly revealing the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, I was taken aback. Violet, the matter is quite lengthy, so I shall be brief. In short, I ventured into the 4th floor corridor and discovered that it may be protecting the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Worse still, I suspect a dark wizard has infiltrated Hogwarts with intentions of stealing it. Brainstorming. Violet, eagerly would Claire join me in stopping them? Dazed, huh? Who? Me? The above is a concise summary of our dialogue. Violet's actual tone was far more diplomatic, while my own response was one of genuine panic. I apologized. But it seemed that Headmaster Dumbledore had expressly stated that the fourth floor was off limits. If these claims are true, we could opt to inform Dumbledore. I endeavored to adopt a formal tone. This matter cannot be directly communicated to Dumbledore, while I am quite certain we lack any evidence. Violet appeared deeply troubled. Why us? A tempest of emotions surged within me. All right, Violet, is this your game? I mirrored her troubled demeanor. Yet if this is indeed true, what can we do even if we both know? Furthermore, if there truly is a dark wizard, what if we inadvertently encounter him? What would happen to you, Violet? I voiced my concerns candidly. Fine, I understand Claire's intentions. I will prioritize safety, Violet replied, her expression tinged with disappointment as she nodded. However, she swiftly moved past this precarious and peculiar topic. Nevertheless, my desire to intervene remained. I cannot simply turn a blind eye, can I? Even if it is just one person. So, Violet, with a wink, employed her dual charm of persuasive gaze and words, asking, could Claire please keep this secret? I trust Claire. I reluctantly replied, that may not be wise. I sigh. Very well, I won't inform the professor. However, Violet, you should refrain from going. It is far too dangerous. Above all, your safety is paramount. Reflecting on the entire conversation, I attempted to grasp its essence. Clearly, Violet's focus was less on persuading me to accompany her in guarding the Philosopher's Stone and more on conveying the entire situation to me, anticipating my refusal. First, she presented a potentially harmful scenario, then crafted herself into an image of someone intent on preventing misfortune. Yet, all of this lacked evidence, resting solely on her testimony. Even if I were to insist on informing Dumbledore, it would not severely harm Violet. At worst, she would face punishment for her nocturnal escapades, perhaps even garnering Dumbledore's trust. However, it is evident that she is far more confident that I would never disclose this to Dumbledore, choosing instead to conceal the matter. Am I merely a backup plan for her? I pondered that, compared to the solitary nature of Violetta in fanfiction, this is evidently an affair detached from the narrative. Having a companion who is equally aware of the trimmed version of the Philosopher's Stone would undoubtedly enhance the safety of Violetta's overall endeavors, whether I like it or not. Out of concern for character integrity, I would inevitably pay heed to the trajectory of this situation's development. As long as I remained attentive, her objectives would be fulfilled. It is akin to having someone to provide her with support or even cover. If I conspired with her in this narrative, it would render Violetta more credible, transforming her from a figure shrouded in enigmatic intentions seeking to gain from murky waters into a seemingly benevolent little snake, passionately determined to resolve the issue of a suspected dark wizard, albeit without evidence. Perhaps there are other motivations at play, but for now, I find this to be the most plausible. Furthermore, I cannot help but wonder if Violetta truly intends to cultivate me as her future subordinate or ally, sharing secrets and creating escape routes. Perhaps, I, growing increasingly cautious, is this the future Dark Lord? How terrifying. Little theater, Violetta, reflecting Claire is a trustworthy individual, deserving of being drawn closer to my side. Claire, skeptical Violetta wants me to become her subordinate. Violetta sends a party request to Claire. Claire bounces back. Supplement. In truth, Claire's conjecture is not entirely misplaced. Violetta's thoughts of inclusion and subordination overlap to some extent. Unfortunately, Claire's ambitions lie elsewhere, and in the future, they will pursue their own paths. Moreover, being only in the first year, romantic entanglements are unlikely to develop swiftly. Claire may not possess high emotional intelligence, yet she is perceptive enough to discern intentions. If she were to receive a confession, she would likely articulate her feelings clearly, sparing others from harboring false hopes. She excels at digesting, guiding, and rebuffing advances, remaining impervious to infatuation or softness of heart throughout her schooling. Behaviorally, Claire is willing to concede a little for greater comfort and tranquility, yet under the amplification of traversing and magic, she possesses a slight tendency towards the fourth catastrophe characteristics. If truly cornered, her methods would be even more radical than Violetta's. Claire exhibits exceptional aptitude in magic, particularly in spellcasting, by the age of 18. She could contend with Violetta, the embodiment of Voldemort, although her theoretical knowledge lags behind, yielding commendable grades yet falling short of Violetta and Hermione's caliber. Chapter 68. After spell practice. The incantation's casting posture is incorrect. Classmate Xiao Ming leisurely levitated, swaying before me. I stole a glance. My attention wholly fixated on the unwritten period left by classmate Xiao Ming. With a gentle flourish, a period emerged in the air, and classmate Xiao Ming discerned my lack of seriousness, exuding an expression that, despite having no face, conveyed a palpable sense of exasperation. I completely understand that you have been beset with troubles lately, Yet your health comes first. It would be wise to rest early. Classmate Xiao Ming's words revealed a hint of concern, drifting through the air, the pages rustling and capturing my attention. No worries, I assured him inwardly. I am well aware. In response to classmate Xiao Ming's concern, I wielded my wand and cast a spell to eliminate the physical traces of our magical connection. Scourgify. Freshen up. The space was cleared. Satisfied, I stowed my wand back into the hidden depths of my robe. A splendid incantation, each time I utter it. I feel rather impressive. My suitcase room is meticulously organized, stocked with various supplies, from long-lasting food to detachable appliances, to the potions that little Barty has been steadily sending me, alongside my own concoctions. I even prepared a few vials of discarded materials, just in case I might need them as poisons in critical moments. On the bookshelf lies a collection of books I have surreptitiously gathered, some handwritten notes, not many, for I still lack the audacity to be overt. Within an inconspicuous notebook rests my rudimentary sketch of the Hogwarts map, which I update from time to time, alongside a simplified map of London for unforeseen circumstances. On another side sit various jars and an old cauldron, provided I have the means. I strive to keep duplicates of my belongings, especially magical materials, which are never in excess. I secretly practice brewing certain potions. As the old saying goes, adversity breeds wisdom. And in this realm, where I have yet to fully integrate, it is prudent to remain vigilant. One can never be too prepared for unexpected developments. Currently, the room appears remarkably tidy. Having familiarized myself with the freshening charm, cleaning has become second nature, prompting me to maintain high standards of hygiene. And the incantation continues to improve with frequent practice. Perhaps this is the development driven by necessity. Should a powerful wizard enter this modest chamber and examine the traces of magic, they would be astonished to find it littered with various offensive and defensive spells, varying greatly in potency. Some leave only faint marks, while others reveal signs of severe, dark magic corrosion. From the faintest flicker of light to traces reminiscent of the unforgivable curses, this chaotic tapestry suggests a peculiar and intense struggle, likely to furrow the brow of any white wizard who stumbles upon this scene. Alas, in reality, these are merely the remnants of magical practice. Classmate Xiao Ming remarked, Claire's practice is commendable. I, hands on hips humph, as expected of me. Each time I wield the modifier wand in my left hand and the phoenix feather wand in my right, I feel undeniably cool. Holding them reminds me of the well-known trope in the fanfiction from my homeland, where wands are used as chopsticks and cauldrons for hot pot. I thoughtfully stroked my chin. How amusing. If the two wands were sentient, they would surely shiver in fear, yet sadly, one is underutilized while the other remains devoid of spirit, unable to provide me with adequate feedback. Nevertheless, I cherish my wands and cauldron. Mastery lies in specialization, and true chopsticks serve me better. Speaking of chopsticks, I am reminded of my early days at Hogwarts last semester, when I eagerly dashed to the kitchen for extra meals, fumbling with forks and knives. Fortunately, I remembered to bring a pair from home. I cherished those chopsticks as dearly as my wand, ensuring they received a meticulous cleansing before each use and were carefully stored afterward. To accommodate various dining environments, I resolutely stowed my beloved chopsticks in the hidden depths of my robe, placing them on par with my wand. It wasn't until Easter break, when I dragged little Barty to purchase new chopsticks, that the old ones were honorably retired. With a gentle smile, I clasped my hands. Chopstick Gate. I shall forever remember the contributions you made for me. Now that the new chopsticks have arrived, how could I possibly stagnate? Ahem, I digress. Returning to the main topic, thus far, my practice has markedly accelerated, with a considerable improvement in speed compared to before. Although I still find myself relatively weak compared to others, in just a year, I consider my progress commendable. Despite the fact that in the presence of the genuinely all-talented Violetta, I remain somewhat insignificant. Yet, I am content. Classmate Xiao Ming has provided immense assistance in my spell practice. After a year of interaction, I have come to realize a truth. Its knowledge does not stem from thin air, but rather from what it has learned and mastered itself. As time progresses, classmate Xiao Ming exhibits increasing human-like qualities, revealing the stark contrast between consulting a knowledge repository and engaging with a living individual. I am beginning to glimpse the true essence of its soul beneath the bookish facade. Or perhaps classmate Xiao Ming has never concealed itself from the beginning. After all, apart from the moments when the riddle master touches upon a certain secret, my classmate Xiao Ming is almost always compliant with me in every matter. Simultaneously, its portrayal of the plot is rather peculiar. My intuition tells me it must possess knowledge of certain aspects of the future. Yet these futures do not encompass the narrative I am aware of, or the plot points I know are of no significance to Xiao Ming. Perhaps, a multitude of speculations arise within me. Leaving the small room with the suitcase behind, tomorrow being the weekend, I place Xiao Ming beside my pillow and settle down comfortably. Rest well, and remember to have sweet dreams. Xiaoming bids me good night in its usual manner. Ever since its birthday, when it claimed to gift me sweet dreams, this habit has developed. Yes, you too. I blink wearily, forming words with my lips, my mind swirling with indistinct fantasies. There are nocturnal adventures with Violet, the chattering trio, the laughter of little Buddy, and the clouds accompanying sweet dreams. What will unfold next? Oh, right, the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Violet and Harry will confront Professor Quirrell and Voldemort. Never mind, for now, I shall simply sleep. I peacefully succumb to slumber alongside the silent Xiaoming. Little theater, Xiaoming appears somewhat indifferent, yet in reality. Claire, striking a pose casting a spell, ing. Xiaoming, applauding, if it had hands excellent, splendid. Claire is truly a genius. Claire, enthusiastically charmed. Xiaoming, raising an eyebrow, if it had eyebrows that is indeed characteristic of Claire. Claire, falling asleep 3. Xiaoming, closing its eyes, in admiration adorable. The other two characters, rarely appearing, but nonetheless present, envious. Supplement. Certain characters may seem to have minimal presence, but this is merely due to their actions being overlooked from Claire's perspective. When viewed from others' viewpoints, you will discover that Claire is busier than she realizes. Chapter 69, Inclination. Recently, I have spent more time with the trio in the library, to the extent that I can no longer feign ignorance when they wear solemn expressions. Have you encountered something troubling lately? I set my book down, hesitantly directing my question towards Hermione. It's nothing, Hermione replies after a moment's contemplation, her words lacking conviction. Yet sufficient to placate me, for she knows I am attentive to boundaries, and I would not pry in a matter she wishes to keep private. Ron, standing by, seems poised to speak, but sensing Hermione and Harry's reactions, he retracts. They must have discovered Professor Quirrell's predicament with Snape, and are now somewhat indecisive. I sigh inwardly, and reopen my book. This is but a minor interlude, one I do not take too seriously. After all, my own affairs are abundant aside from the narrative, and without active participation, it is challenging to grasp the progression of the plot. Never mind. The boat will find its way to the bridge naturally. The library is merely a routine, and even as the end of the term approaches, I consistently make time to visit the greenhouse. Regardless of planting or tending to anything, it necessitates persistent care. I record the latest data, observing the condition of the plants, and then conclude my work. Like today, after completing the usual procedures, I engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout. My goodness, Claire is truly an exemplary student, a wonderful child. Professor Sprout's voice booms with an unceasing joy, as she earnestly examines the data sheets I have prepared for the seedlings. It is rare for such a young student to produce such meticulous records. If Claire were to become a herbologist, she would undoubtedly be diligent and precise. Many older students do not exhibit the same level of seriousness. Professor Sprout's tone is uplifting, her eyes seemingly always sparkling with encouragement. And humor is indeed a commendable trait in students. She points to the markings and notes I have made beneath each plant, indicating dates and plant conditions, along with possible solutions for their care. To facilitate reference, I even gave the seedlings pet names. Seedling number 1 is named Easy to Care for, number 2 Fast Runner, number 3 A Gap, and number 4 Fast Grower. As I was naming them, I felt quite brilliant, yet under the professor's gaze. I instantly wished to be an imaginary seedling number 5, my face flushed with embarrassment. If those names were to be called out, especially by a professor, it would be akin to being summoned by a username in public. Quite mortifying indeed. It is evident that you harbor affection for them. Professor Sprout gently pats my shoulder, bursting into laughter. Therefore, congratulations to Claire for earning 5 points for Hufflepuff. I respond succinctly, yet my cheeks flush. Thank you, Professor. Oh dear. Is this truly the finest head of Hufflepuff? I cannot help but wish to hide my face. A few compliments have invigorated me, sustaining my enthusiasm for planting for several days, compelling me to busily tend to the greenhouse at every opportunity. Watering here with my wand, catching insects there, securing plants in place. Apart from the few I am responsible for, I also refer to the herbology guide to identify other herbs than plants, balancing both review and tasks. What a mundane yet blissful day it has been, I muse. Typically, aside from the dining hall and library, I seldom encounter the trio elsewhere. So I was somewhat taken aback when I crossed paths with Harry on my customary route from the greenhouse to the castle. Hello, Potter. I wave at Harry, who displays no surprise, only a hint of vague tension. Oh, it's you, Claire. Harry's voice is somewhat muffled, his green eyes dim, and he regards me with an air of awkwardness. This seems to be the second time Harry and I have found ourselves alone together, without familiar faces to cushion the atmosphere, rendering it slightly uncomfortable. I patiently take the initiative to break the ice, inquiring where he is headed. I just returned from Hagrid's. Harry explains, his gaze fixed upon me. He does not ease his demeanor, I notice Harry remains tense, likely burdened by the pressures he faces. I offer him some comfort as we walk together to the castle, then part ways. As we near the castle, Harry suddenly poses a question. If Claire were to encounter a potential misfortune, yet there is no evidence. Harry's words are fragmented, yet I continue to listen patiently. And it could lead to punishment or harm others. It's nothing, just a hypothetical. Harry quickly retracts, his tension betraying him. It seems he is already aware of what he wishes to express. Clearly, he is truly conflicted, unable to reach a consensus with Hermione and Ron. Having experienced the previous incident, he is reluctant to take risks again. Though he outwardly appears indifferent, internally he is still struggling. At that moment, I thought, since Harry can pose such a question to me, an unfamiliar classmate, he must genuinely be seeking an answer. The question is, can I provide one? I shake my head in response to Harry's hypothetical scenario. If such a situation were to arise, then I wouldn't know. It is a rather dismissive and somewhat rigid response, rendering Harry silent, unsure of how to proceed. He lifts his gaze, appearing as though he wishes to alleviate the peculiar tension. However, I swiftly interrupted him and continued. As you mentioned, if a misfortune is destined to occur, and I am the sole bearer of this knowledge, I am left with merely 3 options: to intervene myself, to inform someone capable of intervention, or to remain passive. Attempting to intervene may prove futile due to a lack of ability or evidence. Even if I were to disclose this to others, they might not believe me. I could seek evidence, yet that does not serve as a solution within this hypothetical framework. Indifference is undoubtedly the easiest route, yet it is challenging for us to stand idly by as calamity unfolds. Harry's eyes widened slightly. His beautiful green irises captivated me, and I found myself gazing a moment longer, which softened my heart just a bit. Harry was slender, a stark contrast to his film portrayal. His frail physique and dull green gaze bore witness to the suffering he endured during his time with the Dursleys. The scar on his forehead was partially obscured by hair, yet the visible portion remained grotesque and menacing. Harry was not yet 12 years old. Like Hermione, he was still very much a child. I thought of the adorable and perceptive Hermione and finally grasped why so many time travelers yearn to rewrite narratives, to embrace happy endings for all. In a scenario already rife with happy endings, I might have chosen to let things unfold without interference, but alas, my heart softened slightly, and I found myself contemplating ways to offer comfort outside the narrative. Hermione was like this, and so was Harry. Perhaps we had developed some connection after a year together? Misguided. Or perhaps my immersion in this world had simply deepened. Mr. Potter, I addressed him, my tone polite yet distant, soft in its delivery. If I were truly faced with such a situation, I would be at a loss for what to do. Many matters do not resolve simply because solutions exist. That might render me indecisive, yet once I begin to ponder such issues, I inevitably shoulder their responsibility. Responsibility is a curious entity. It follows closely behind contemplation. I spoke slowly, however, perhaps, rather than feeling compelled to make a choice, I would prefer to understand what I am capable of doing. Am I equipped for this? Do I care? Will I regret it? Should I bear this responsibility? I may not be able to provide you with a definitive answer. I admitted, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. All of this was mere rhetoric, and amidst it all, the most crucial aspect remains our subconscious choices. This indicates that, from the outset of making a choice, our hearts possess a bias. After all, we have already begun to reflect on it. I stated. Chapter 70. The Forbidden Forest. Harry appeared somewhat dazed. He found Claire to be peculiar, not in a negative sense, but rather, he thought she was genuinely wonderful, which rendered her even more enigmatic. Just moments ago, Harry even sensed that Claire might wish to ruffle his hair. Her eyes, akin to tranquil waters, resembled the pristine depths of the Black Lake, devoid of impurities, embodying eternal serenity and acceptance. When Claire and Harry locked gazes, he could hardly contain his heartbeat. Her manner of speaking, imbued with an adult's mature perspective, set her apart from Hermione. Claire's maturity manifested in her every word and action, laced with an oddly poignant sadness. Why did looking into her eyes evoke such sorrow? I apologize. I seem to have spoken rather oddly, Claire said with an air of regret. Personal sentiments should not intrude upon a conversation. She consistently favored polite language, maintaining that courteous demeanor regardless of whom she addressed, even in the face of someone as bothersome as Malfoy. Harry had witnessed her playful interactions with friends, her lively spirit and vibrant energy rendering her utterly captivating. Yet, Claire had never jested with Harry. It's nothing, Harry replied. That's good, Claire said, tilting her head slightly, averting her gaze from him. Only those truly immersed in the situation can answer that question. If we merely regard it as a hypothetical, I can only utter platitudes. Claire glanced back, their eyes meeting briefly, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, this hypothesis has a significant flaw from the outset. What? Harry exclaimed, astonished. From the very beginning. This is not a dilemma a child should confront, Claire remarked. To avert misfortune, it is the responsibility of adults. But we are not children, Harry retorted instinctively, only to realize the inaccuracy of his statement moments later, his face flushing slightly. Aren't first years still children? Claire feigned contemplation, her fingers tracing an incomplete circle in the air. At this age, children should simply focus on living joyfully. Dilemmas and misfortunes are matters for adults to tackle. Even if we must intervene, it is certainly not our fault. The inherent responsibility should not rest upon us. Yet, we cannot simply watch misfortune unfold, Harry thought, feeling somewhat lost. Doesn't that imply we have already made a choice? Claire laughed lightly, a rare sound, and she followed up on Harry's inquiry, revealing that her previous statement had a guiding undertone. Harry seemed to grasp a hint of Claire's intent. His heart was bewildered, yet strangely reassured. Nevertheless, it must be said, this is rather a lazy logic, Claire remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. While I am unsure of the reason behind your inquiry, I have imparted to you my usual tricks for slacking off. Make good use of them, and allow yourself to relax a bit. Claire's eyes sparkled. Huh, slacking off? Why would one slack off? What does that even mean? Harry pondered, but he had little time to dwell on it, for their path had reached its end, and Claire was to part ways with him. Well then, until tomorrow. Claire said. Oh, right. See you tomorrow, Harry replied, slightly delayed. How very strange, he mused. Later, as he reflected on their conversation, he realized that Claire's final remarks might have been a jest, an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. He did not fully comprehend, yet he hoped her wish for him to relax was sincere. Alone with his thoughts, Harry began to feel a sense of retrospective clarity. Upon reflection, what had he just done? Even if Claire was exceedingly kind, that hardly justified disturbing her. Surely, his behavior had been rather intrusive. Harry's cheeks flushed. Yet, could it not be considered a good thing? His heavy heart lifted, and he struggled to suppress the urge to leap for joy as he made his way back to the dormitory, feigning nonchalance. This was a trivial matter, but he was reluctant to share it with anyone. A trivial matter can also be a secret, Harry thought. This inexplicable cheerfulness lingered until the following morning when he and his friends received a note about their impending detention. The trio appeared dejected, and when they encountered Claire once more in the library, both Harry and Hermione found themselves inexplicably burdened with guilt as they recounted their impending confinement to the astonished Claire. It may be quite trying, but it is our due, Hermione sighed. Claire expressed concern for them, accompanying them for a short distance. She is truly wonderful, Harry thought, stealing a glance at her. They must now be considered friends. That evening, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, along with a rather surly Draco, trailed behind Filch like little quails. Upon hearing the mention of venturing into the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy's visage turned as pale as a ghost, betraying his instinctive desire to retort immediately. Alas, Filch merely cackled, dismissing the flustered Malfoy with indifference. You lot of youngsters, come morning, I shall be collecting your remains, Filch declared ominously before swaggering away. In a rare moment of consensus, Malfoy and Harry found common ground in their shared disdain for the man. Hagrid, too, appeared helpless in the face of this confinement, adopting a bureaucratic demeanor as he divided the four into two groups, including Fong, intending to enter the forest in this manner. Remember to keep your wands at the ready, Hagrid instructed, aiming to teach them how to conjure red sparks. At this moment, Neville could no longer contain his sobs, trembling uncontrollably. I can't find my wand. This posed quite the dilemma for Hagrid, who was reluctant to cancel the evening's detention. Leaving Neville alone was even more perilous. Scratching his head, he ultimately decided that Malfoy and Harry would form one group, following Fong, while he would escort Hermione and Neville. Malfoy's expression darkened further. He was loath to be paired with someone without a wand, yet Neville was still more manageable than Harry. With tears streaming down his face, Neville clung tightly to Hagrid's side. The two groups gradually receded into the distance, the depths of the Forbidden Forest shrouded in darkness. As if every corner concealed a terrifying creature, with the calls of birds echoing without warning. Following Fong, Harry and Malfoy observed the bloodstains that marked their path, perhaps foretelling of murder or a horrific incident. In such an atmosphere, neither party had the heart to bicker. As they ventured deeper, the trees and bloodstains grew denser. Suddenly, an ethereal shadow darted past them from afar, prompting them to nearly unleash red sparks in fright. Hagrid had mentioned that someone was hunting unicorns. Could they possibly have stumbled upon the scene? Malfoy appeared intent on retreating, and Harry felt similarly disconcerted, yet they pressed onward, for without Hagrid and Fong, escape from the forest was impossible, and Fong showed no intention of turning back. At last, the two boys discovered the beautiful, endangered creature. Before they could react, a horrifying black shadow lunged forth, sinking its fangs into the unicorn's neck to drink its blood. The unicorn's lifeblood flowed in silent agony. a haunting sight that Harry found impossible to articulate. Malfoy had already begun to scream, though his mind was a blank canvas of terror. Both understood what was required of them. One word, run. Harry attempted to turn, but the scar on his forehead inexplicably flared with heat, an intense pain immobilizing him. He lacked the strength to remain upright and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The hooded figure had noticed them. He appeared gravely injured, teetering on the brink of madness, and the realization that he had been discovered seemed to trigger him. He raised his wand, casting a curse towards Malfoy and Harry with astonishing swiftness, without uttering an incantation. Die, all of you. Harry was frozen, stunned into inaction, and in that fleeting moment, Malfoy evidently could not afford to concern himself with Harry any longer. He dared not turn around until the sound of air being sliced prompted him to hastily glance back, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Protego. A familiar, thunderous female voice rang out, and a fragile barrier materialized above them, dissipating the attack. This voice was... Harry's mind was blank. Claire rushed forward to lift Harry, supporting him as they retreated, her wand never straying from her grasp, her complexion as pale as Malfoy's. Gritting her teeth, her eyes radiated a blend of fury and a chilling calm born of fear. Follow me. Chapter 71. The Rescue. That being is drinking blood. The silvery, viscous blood flowed down, casting a shadow of death over the area. Draco could neither contain nor suppress his screams. The shrieks only heightened his awareness of the terror he faced, and in that instant, the singular thought racing through his mind was to flee. Heedless of how his cries might attract the hooded figure, Fong dashed ahead, and all Draco desired was to escape this place immediately. The tangled grass and roots impeded his flight, the warning of danger rendering his body rigid and heavy, while his mind, usually frantic, felt unervingly light. Die, all of you. The wailing voice echoed like a banshee, and Draco turned hurriedly, his pupils dilating, his eyes filled with profound dread. Were they to be murdered? No, please. Protego. The untimely arrival of a thunderous crash, his grip on the wand unwavering, shattered the attack with remarkable speed. Claire. His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his throat, and Draco's body momentarily stiffened. Claire, wand in hand, bypassed Draco, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the blood-soaked figure. In a few swift strides, she lifted the incapacitated Harry, retreating while keeping her eyes locked on the hooded figure, unwavering in her resolve. Draco's lips trembled, his mind in chaos, entirely bereft of thoughts regarding Claire's presence. He stepped back instinctively, compelled to flee. They could not remain here. They would be killed. That curse had undoubtedly been intended to eliminate them. How infuriating. In mere moments, Fong had vanished from sight. The brutish half-giant had been right. They could not rely on that dog. He must leave, quickly, as Draco stumbled backward in sheer terror. Stepping on a round branch and falling to the ground with a cry of pain, all he could think was that it was over. It was over. Why had he come here? It was all their fault. Why? Claire heard Draco's cry of anguish, her attention momentarily diverted. Realizing that Draco could not escape, she decisively released Harry and aimed her wand at the hooded figure before her. The hooded figure became frenzied once more, his voice laced with a desperation that rivaled that of anyone present as he raised his wand again, accompanied by curses and a palpable killing intent. You will all die. Protego. Claire reacted instantly, reciting the incantation at breakneck speed, her syllables barely discernible. No one noticed that while one hand wielded the wand, the other had slipped into her satchel. The thin barrier was swiftly shattered, but it managed to hold for a fleeting second. Claire's incantation did not falter. Another protective shield formed, barely absorbing the onslaught. Harry lay nearly prostrate on the ground, while Draco, in agony, could only widen his eyes in terror at the unfolding scene. Claire's incantation continued unabated. After 2 successive shields, her wand remained steady, familiar incantations flowing from her lips. Lumos Solum. Caught unawares, the hooded figure in the shadows let out a wretched scream. Ah, I will kill you. A brilliant white light illuminated the heart of the forbidden forest, casting light upon the unicorn's silent lament. Draco and Harry, utterly disoriented by the chaos, instinctively shut their eyes. Yet it was not over. Claire continued to cast spells, relentless in her defense. The girl with ebony hair stood illuminated by the light source, her outline the only discernible feature. With her eyes closed and an expression of resolute determination etched across her brow, she did not falter. Her wand was firmly gripped in her palm, and after casting 3 potent spells in succession, she unleashed a 4th, albeit this one was silent. Expelliarmus. The spell shot forth towards the cloaked figure. Sensing impending danger, the dark-robed man opened his eyes against the blinding light. Just as he prepared to reveal a menacing visage, a sudden pain shot through his hand, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones cracking. His wand flew from his grasp, the immense force sending him sprawling. What? Where did that attack come from? He attempted to rise, but an arrow struck, heralding the arrival of a formidable centaur. The centaur's assault was far more alarming than the girl's prior attack, sending Quirrell into a frenzy as he scurried away like a frightened rodent. In the shadowy recesses, another diminutive figure clad in a robe drifted silently past. Claire did not lower her wand until the cloaked man had retreated and the centaur approached their side. Her fingers trembled, nearly losing their grip on the wand. Yet she managed to remain upright, allowing it to hang loosely in her palm. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Claire's voice was barely a whisper. Having just cast several spells in quick succession, she struggled to maintain her balance. After a moment's respite, she shook her robe, acknowledging that she had overexerted herself and felt slightly dizzy, but it was nothing serious. "Thank you for your assistance. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, are you both unharmed?" she inquired. "My leg. Ow, it hurts." Draco winced, baring his teeth in pain, his face contorted in a grimace. The indignity of his situation filled him with frustration, and he gasped. "I'm going to tell my father. I'll have him capture that wretched." Harry pressed a hand to his forehead, still reeling from the ordeal, and murmured, "See, Claire." "I'm all right." Claire shook her head, forcing herself to regain clarity. She retrieved 3 vials from her satchel, handing one to the dazed Draco, another to Harry, and keeping one for herself. She steadied her steps towards the weakened unicorn, blood still flowing from its wounds, cursing all who had harmed it. The creature's abdomen barely rose and fell. Claire's breathing grew rapid as she bent down, avoiding contact with the unicorn's blood, and gently poured the healing potion over its injuries. The wound writhed, yet ordinary potions could not mend the damage wrought by dark magic. It was merely a drop in the ocean. The unicorn's life continued to ebb away, and Claire, once so resolute, now wore an expression of profound stillness. "What can be done? You cannot save it," Forenza stated, conveying the harsh truth, hoping to spare the kind-hearted girl further distress. Yet Claire did not rise. She appeared to be waiting for something, an opportunity for salvation. In the shadows, an onlooker thought, indeed. One wishes not to witness Claire in such a state. After all, the task must be completed. A vial of green potion was thrown from the shadows, shattering in midair and cascading over the injured unicorn. This unexpected turn captured the attention of all present. Claire's eyes sparkled as she stepped back. "What is happening?" Forenza and his recently arrived centaur companions observed the flying potion in astonishment, momentarily abandoning their quarrels, watching in awe as the unicorn's wounds rapidly healed, until it finally stood. Albeit shakily, in the direction from whence the potion had come, there was nothing. Everything felt ethereal and enigmatic. Mini theater, scene conclusion. Claire, ultimate rescue achieved. Inner voice, how brave I have become. Violet, rescue accomplished. Inner voice, I must not let Claire come to harm. Draco and Harry, rescued. Forenza, repelled. Quirrell, unable to recover. Chapter 72, Departure from the Forbidden Forest. Gratitude shone in the unicorn's eyes. It seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment before turning its head and softly vocalizing towards one direction, then gazing appreciatively at Claire, who had stepped back. The vibrant display of this beautiful creature was undeniable. The mysterious potion that had materialized from nowhere had indeed saved its life. It shook itself slightly and began to make its way back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Claire finally allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips, shedding the tension that had gripped her, transforming back into the gentle, yet resolute classmate Harry knew so well. Though uncertain of the events that had transpired, Claire exhaled, glancing at the unicorn with a glimmer of joy, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Harry's headache had diminished, yet the pain lingered too long, leaving him momentarily drained. His complexion pale. He intermittently glanced at Forenza, then turned his gaze towards Claire, a nagging instinct urging him to seek an explanation. The centaurs, though unclear on the specifics, felt relief at the unicorn's survival, their hostility towards the humans somewhat alleviated. "Signs of the planets," murmured a melancholic centaur, Ronan, a darkness consumed by another darkness. "Enough." The impatient centaur, Bane, interrupted Ronan, directing his gaze at Forenza. "Since they are unharmed, let us depart swiftly. We should not have come here in the first place. Did not the recent events prove that we were indeed meant to be here? Regardless of your opinions, I shall stand with the humans," Forenza retorted, his tone sharp. "There are too many of us here. That flash of light will surely attract more attention," he continued, disregarding Bane and Ronan. He cast a glance at Draco, still on the ground, and, ignoring the vehement protests of the other 2 centaurs, hoisted the unresponsive Harry onto his back and moved forward. The other 2 centaurs, clearly reluctant to remain in the company of the remaining humans, also chose to depart, though Ronan, being kinder, informed Claire that Hagrid would be arriving shortly. "You will be safe," Ronan assured, offering this as a gesture of goodwill given the unicorn's miraculous recovery. "What?" Draco exclaimed incredulously. baffled by the Centaur's decision to carry only Harry away. They just left us here? Even that filthy, scar-headed boy could be taken first, and yet we are abandoned here? Frustration surged within him, and after a night fraught with terror, his outburst rekindled a flicker of vitality. Claire, more perceptive and agile, expressed her gratitude, returning to assist the still-seated Draco. Now, only the two of them remained. Mr. Malfoy, how is your leg? Claire inquired, having given Draco a potion meant for external injuries. She had not anticipated such unforeseen circumstances prior to their departure. It appeared that Draco had twisted a bone, as he continued to wail in grievance from his position on the ground. It hurts so much, Draco whimpered, his tone laced with a hint of tears. Let us hurry and leave. I must find Madame Pomfrey, and I'll tell my father. This won't go unpunished. Wait, with all that commotion, Hagrid and the others must be on their way here, Claire cautioned, refraining from moving Draco hastily. However, without the Centaur's imposing presence and now too close to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, there might be hidden dangers. Assessing Madame Pomfrey's medical skills and magic, she crouched low, ready to assist. I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy. Might I inquire if you could assist me? In this dim and perilous locale, with only the two of us present. Nothing could evoke a greater sense of security than Claire, who has just seemingly resisted the advances of the Dark Mark. Her demeanor and posture exude an aura of trustworthiness, effortlessly positioning her as the leader of this precarious situation. Her calm and rational words resonated within Draco's mind. Draco's thoughts were muddled, his cognitive faculties temporarily dulled. His eyes were red, fixated on Claire as she murmured her apologies before deftly rolling up his pant leg to examine the ankle that was radiating pain. Her hands gently traversed the area around his ankle, ensuring there were no protruding bones or gruesome wounds. It doesn't appear to be fractured. And there are no evident deformities, just a bit of swelling. However, I am not a physician and cannot ascertain much. We must seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance as soon as possible. Mr. Malfoy, are you able to rise? Claire inquired, mentally assessing their next course of action. Is there any means by which Hagrid can contact you? At last, Draco recalled the incantation for the red sparks and hurriedly relayed it to Claire, urging her to conjure the sparks to signal Hagrid and confirm their precise location. Although Claire had cast numerous spells, she had not exhausted her magical reserves. She effortlessly mastered the red sparks. The profound darkness of the night lent an eerie quality to the Forbidden Forest, and it was likely that Hagrid would take some time to locate them. Please, give me your hand. Claire extended her hand towards Draco, lowering her center of gravity for his benefit. There is blood from both the unicorn and that dark mark, and many creatures in the Forbidden Forest are drawn to such scents. We should move a bit further away to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Draco hastily placed his hand on Claire's arm. She supported one of his hands while, due to his injured foot, Draco leaned heavily against her, drawing them closer together. Are you ready? Claire asked. Overwhelmed by lingering fear and the sudden stillness of their surroundings, Draco shivered, unconsciously inching closer before he spoke. Why, yes, I think so. Claire braved the pressure, maintaining her composure. Please be cautious, she advised, moving as if guiding a large human model, slow yet steady. With other distractions absent, the night deepened, and the temperature dropped. Draco's thoughts were a haze, yet instinctively, he sought the warmth of the being he was leaning against, gripping Claire's arm tightly. Claire cast a discreet glance at him. Oh well, let him tremble, I shall allow it. Draco, gripped by fear, sensed that something was amiss. Yet he could not bring himself to release Claire, the only source of comfort in this dire moment. Damn it, when I return, I shall. Suddenly a strange, shrill cry of a bird echoed from afar, causing Draco to shudder, clinging to Claire with fervor. Ah, what was that? Draco exclaimed, struggling to maintain his composure, his instincts urging him to climb higher like a koala. What sound is that? Could it be something dreadful? It's merely the call of a bird, Claire reassured him. Humph. Draco remained silent. The rustling of creatures passing through the leaves echoed, their shadows flitting behind them. What was that? Draco nearly leapt up, disregarding his injured foot. It could be some herbivorous creature active at night, Claire suggested, though Draco did not listen, burrowing deeper into her embrace. Everything is all right, do not worry. Claire's voice shattered the tense silence. She sighed, and considering the injured boy, raised her wand once more to cast a warming charm upon the startled Draco, which soon took effect. There, it's all right now. Do not be afraid. The warmth emanating from her body somewhat alleviated his fear. Draco found himself less frightened, comforted by Claire's presence. Unbeknownst to him, he had become highly reliant on her at that moment. Damn it, when I return. In the distance, a glow emerged. It was Hagrid, bearing a lantern, his expression grave and hurried as he sought the source of the sparks. Claire, with her keen eyes, shouted, "We are here." Hermione and Hagrid were taken aback by Claire's appearance, their astonishment deepening upon seeing her supporting Draco. Claire, what happened to you? Where's Harry? Hermione rushed forward. Claire succinctly explained their predicament. I retrieved Neville's wand from the ghost, informed Professor Sprout of the situation, and then sought Neville. I encountered Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter. They were attacked by a cloaked figure. The centaur saved us, but Mr. Potter was taken by the centaur, and Mr. Malfoy has injured his foot and needs to see Madame Pomfrey. What? Claire, are you unharmed? Hermione's concern was palpable as she gazed at Claire. Much had been omitted from her account, yet that was of little significance now. Hagrid, alarmed, promptly lifted the whimpering Draco to carry him to the hospital wing, while Hermione anxiously embraced Claire. I'm quite fine, just a bit tired, Claire reassured them. When we return, I will fill you in on the details. I expect other professors will arrive shortly. As they stepped out of the Forbidden Forest, Claire gazed skyward, her words unheard by anyone. Ah, planets. Are they? Scene transition. Claire, thoughtfully let me contemplate how I shall weave this tale. Violet, excitedly pursuing Quirrell, adventuring in the Forbidden Forest. Draco, fearfully clinging tightly to Claire. Hermione, screaming, why is Claire with that Malfoy character? Little Ming and the cheating wand, hiding both skill and name. Chapter 73. What can I do? How did this all transpire? 2 hours prior. I was barbecuing. Oh no, I was contemplating. Day in and day out. I felt my brain cells were woefully insufficient. Is this not a fanfiction destined for a happy ending? Why must I fret so? We are all novices in this endeavor. Could we not be sincere with one another? Huh, what? Am I the one harboring suspicion? Oh, then it's of no consequence. Heaven knows what I was thinking upon seeing the portly monk deep in thought with a wand in hand. I approached, hesitantly, and greeted him politely, only to be caught in his grasp, engaging in a friendly exchange that lasted half an hour filled with gossip. Don't ask what it was, suffice it to say, my business smile had reached a level worthy of monastic life. As I passed by, Cedric called out, what a coincidence, Claire. I, with a racing heart and trembling hands, what a coincidence indeed. Attempting to rise, I was halted by the portly monk. Professor Snape strolled by. Humph, make way. I trust no one is foolish enough to block the corridor, impeding others with their drivel, correct? I, feeling dejected, good day. Professor, my apologies, I shall move aside. Too timid to rise, I endeavored to shrink away. Violet zipped past. Whoosh, vanishing. My brain was overheating. Where did that airborne Violet come from? It was as if she had just escaped from Snape's detention. I maintained a smile while my mind was in turmoil. Speaking of which, the Forbidden Forest incident occurred today. At this moment, it is evident that Violetta has ventured out for a nocturnal escapade, presumably to pursue Chilo. With her presence, the unicorn and Harry should remain unharmed. I recall that within the fanfiction narrative, the system assigned numerous tasks to Violetta, such as rescuing the unicorn and repelling Chilo. Poor Professor Chilo has never had it easy in the annals of fanfiction. He is either severely beaten or subjected to even greater misfortunes, with instances of him emerging unscathed being exceedingly rare. One might argue this is a form of peculiar fate. I smile. Regardless, it is not my concern. As the curfew approaches, I should hasten back to the dormitory. Perhaps I should bring some snacks tomorrow to comfort the unfortunate trio and the startled Neville? My thoughts wander. And just as I am about to politely decline the portly monk's gossip, he abruptly shifts the conversation, inquiring if I know Neville. Neville Longbottom. I believe that is his name. The monk mentions that since becoming a ghost, his memory has not been quite as sharp, yet he remains gentle and stable. A rather endearing child. Indeed. Whether the monk speaks casually or not, I wholeheartedly agree, for in my eyes, Neville is undeniably a charming lad. In fact, my rapport with Neville feels stronger than with Harry, who, despite being the protagonist, makes me more vigilant due to the weight of his responsibilities. I hold a deep admiration for Harry, empathizing with him while also maintaining a cautious distance. Until I truly become friends with him, my attention will inevitably be drawn to the narrative and the protagonist's aura. This explains why I find myself closer to Hermione, while my relationship with Harry remains rather ordinary. My connection with Hermione is rooted in a desire to comfort her, representing a genuine bond that outweighs mere friendship. However, when faced with Harry, I struggle to dismiss the narrative and the protagonist's prominence, especially as the plot unfolds. Of course, I hold affection for Harry, but I must refrain from projecting my feelings for the original character onto the present Harry. This is not only to avoid potential risks, but also, it may sound peculiar, but I genuinely cherish each of my friendships. Perhaps one day, when I have fully immersed myself in this world, I will be able to engage with my friends without reservations, graced with the most sincere of smiles. Yet, such thoughts are premature. I am always clear-headed. Assessing each situation as it comes is now not quite splendid, after all. Upon the mention of Neville by the monk, I am reminded of many things. It is not only the trio who has been isolated, but Neville as well, who sadly seems to be overlooked by many. I have a deep fondness for this blushing, somewhat clumsy child. Whether in the original text or now, I have always regarded Neville as a good soul. Isolation affects even the strongest individuals like Harry and Hermione, let alone someone as inherently timid as Neville. He is one of the two true heroes of Gryffindor, capable of drawing the sword, navigating the challenges of life, dealing with unfriendly classmates, and confronting ridicule and invisible disdain, all while being nurtured by a remarkable family that treats everyone with kindness. Neville is always delighted to see me and other Hufflepuff classmates. Although his reactions may be slow, they are not dull. His sincerity often prompts Susan to share a knowing glance with me. I wonder where Leaf has wandered off to. Neville appears anxious. Could it be that he is behind you? I gesture casually, handing Neville a piece of candy while retrieving Leaf for him. Thank you, my Leaf. Neville clutches it with great care, expressing his gratitude before departing. I truly cannot fathom how those Slytherins dare to bully others. Susan, as usual, launches into a tirade against them. Indeed, I concur. I stand by the trio and, of course, support Neville, doing what little I can to improve their circumstances. Regrettably, my capacity to assist is limited. I instruct Neville to call for help when danger arises, to stay with Gryffindor in the presence of Slytherins, and to feign seeking a teacher's assistance when confronted by unfriendly Gryffindors. I advise him to carry a small notebook to jot down things he tends to forget, using his own understandable handwriting, so that if the memory charm reminds him of something he has overlooked, he can consult his notes. I even find myself reminiscing about our last encounter. C.L. Clare, Neville stammers, his face contorted in distress, yet upon seeing me, he struggles to suppress his emotions and manages a smile. His smile is different from mine. He genuinely believes he is happy, as if a worthy cause for joy has made his sufferings vanish, though he still cries and retreats in fear when faced with bullying. Nevertheless, he always greets his peers with kindness. Would you like some biscuits? I ask, as my habit of offering snacks has become a daily routine, perhaps stemming from my uncertainty on how to alleviate Neville's pain. Neville replies, visibly pleased. Seeing him happy brings me joy, akin to the delight I feel when I witness Susan and the others in high spirits, enveloped in a fleeting moment of beauty. Is it true that Neville always forgets things? The monk inquires. Yes, what of it? I ask, intrigued. After dinner today, I saw him squatting alone in that corner for quite a while, and when I returned, he had left behind this wand. The monk gestures toward the wand, nearly blending into the floor, then scratches his head, chuckling heartily. He intended to guard it, but since Claire has arrived, would I be so kind as to inform that student to come and retrieve it? I gasp, is this Neville's wand? My throat tightens, and my hand trembles involuntarily, my voice laced with astonishment and restraint. I recall he was not supposed to be here tonight. Has he lost his wand? Oh dear. The monk seems unaware of the implications of being confined, still agreeing with me, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. He mentions how often Neville misplaces things and advises him to be more mindful next time. Oh no, this is dire. Currently, Neville is wandless, distraught, and forgetful, forced to venture into the forbidden forest alongside Draco. Within that treacherous domain lurk the enraged Chilo, driven mad by Violetta's pursuit, Voldemort, and various aggressive creatures. One must wonder, what are the odds of him encountering danger? My fingers clench gently. I attempt to reassure myself. Perhaps Hagrid will prevent Neville from entering the forbidden forest upon learning he is wandless. Perhaps Neville will not team up with Draco this time. Perhaps the plot's resistance will shield him from peril, and he will avoid Chilo and any threats. Naturally, this is not my concern. I could simply wait until the following day to return his wand when they safely return. It would contradict my conscience, yet I believe I could steel myself for it. But, could I truly take that first step? To stand idly by while an unpredictable factor threatens my friend? Neville is unlike Harry. If Harry were to get hurt, I could console myself that it is a necessary ordeal. I could conjure countless excuses, lacking any tangible reason to assist them. I could observe from a god's eye perspective, critiquing Voldemort's foolishness and Harry's recklessness. I strive to conceal my turmoil. I care for the little badgers, expand my social circles, and study diligently, convincing myself to treat everything as the most mundane of routines. I fear that one day, I will realize I cannot integrate into this unfamiliar world, and that thought drives me to the brink of madness. Neville, like my other friends, embodies a beautiful, albeit imperfect friendship, one that lacks profundity and longevity, yet forms an integral part of my daily existence. While I can assume the role of a mere passerby, allowing myself to perceive others as mere characters in a narrative, I might be perilously close to self-destruction. Should I venture into the forbidden forest in search of Neville? Alas, is that not akin to walking into a trap? Thus, what course of action can I pursue? Among the scant possibilities of a positive outcome, there lies Claire, whose mental state falters, oscillating precariously. Claire, fortunately, I managed to restrain myself. The Dark Lord's training system, lost in contemplation. Claire is indeed a good soul, Her actions are predominantly rooted in thoughtful consideration and assessment. Yet she remains eager to assist others, refusing to concede to moral coercion. She gravitates towards a state of equilibrium. To put it simply, Claire's temperament is unpredictable. She rises to the occasion in the face of adversity, displaying no timidity even against Voldemort. In the throes of despair, one can scarcely imagine the extent to which Claire might unleash her frustrations, although the likelihood remains minimal. Claire cherishes her relationships, finding it intolerable to witness indifference or disdain towards emotions, particularly her own. This represents yet another slender thread of potential outcomes, unless one is aware from the outset that no emotional investment has been made. Chapter 74, Pursuit. One thing I am unequivocally certain of is that I must not venture directly into the Forbidden Forest, whether for my sake, for Neville S., or perhaps for Hufflepuff S. I cannot afford such recklessness. With no flawless plan at hand, I must take a gamble, ensuring that I do not inadvertently harm other Hufflepuff students. As for the lingering doubts, I refuse to be swayed. Even if I were discovered, what could possibly happen to me? Furthermore, the chance of detection remains uncertain. Each time I contemplate breaking from the norm, I must weigh the potential consequences. I could either successfully navigate this deception or attract the attention of Voldemort or Dumbledore. Should I succeed, I would treat it as if nothing had transpired. If Voldemort were to uncover my actions, I would seamlessly join the ranks of the Wilhelmina faction. And if Dumbledore were to discern my intentions, I would claim to have experienced a prophetic dream, aligning myself with the Order of the Phoenix. If both were to discover my duplicity, then I would wager on both sides. In retrospect, this hardly seems a grave matter. All paths lead towards the luminous future of vanquishing Voldemort, which cannot be dismissed as anything but a favorable conclusion. As for the possibility of my demise at Voldemort's hands, it seems unlikely that I would meet my end so swiftly. Shall I take a chance? To see if I can withstand a weakened Voldemort? Oh, am I truly preparing to confront Voldemort? Very well, my intentions are clear, and the course is set. I shall proceed. The hour has yet to reach curfew. I still have a bit of time left. When did Harry and the others venture into the Forbidden Forest? How vexing, I cannot recall. Who among the good-hearted remembers such details so clearly? I swiftly devised a plan. First, I must retrieve Neville's wand. I beg your pardon, but I must seek out Neville, I announced. I also wish to see Hermione. The fat friar looked momentarily bewildered, gazing after my rapidly receding form, perplexed by my urgency. In my mind, I calculated the time. Curfew has not yet arrived. I could take a chance at the Gryffindor common room in hopes of finding Neville. I must not exhibit overt anxiety. If others are present, I will walk briskly. If I find myself alone, I will break into a run. Arriving breathlessly at the fat lady's portrait. Good evening, esteemed lady, I gently tapped the frame. I am Claire from Hufflepuff. Might you have seen Neville and Hermione as they ventured out? I found Neville's belongings and feared he might grow anxious searching for them. The fat lady, pleased, readily assisted me, recalling that the trio had just departed. I believe they might be in detention, she reminisced. Very well, I understand. Thank you, madam. I was concerned I might intrude upon you, I replied, offering appropriate praise. You appear to be a remarkably kind and patient person. May I impose upon you for a small favor? If you happen to see the Gryffindor prefect, could you inform him that I have found Neville's wand? It might prove quite troublesome for him if he is without it. Oh, of course, that is no trouble at all. The fat lady generously acquiesced. Charmed by the sweet-sounding words of this respectful Hufflepuff girl, her desire to sing stirring within her. I continued to estimate the time. They had likely just left. And with a swift expression of gratitude, I turned and dashed away. Thank you, fat lady. I shall return to hear you sing another day. I strode purposefully, my mind racing. I must recall what else I had in mind. Oh, Professor Sprout mentioned this morning that she would be tending to a few magical plants that bloom only at night in the greenhouse, specifically at midnight. Thus, she is likely in the greenhouse, and I must secure a Professor's consent or at least their awareness. I have no qualms, but what are the repercussions for Hufflepuff? The icy wind whipped against my face. Now is not the time for frivolity. I sprinted forth, wand in hand, illuminating the way ahead. Gratefully, I had prepared in advance, always carrying 2 wands with me. Otherwise, I would not have dared to act so boldly. With my cheating wand in hand, I felt a heightened sense of security. Excellent. The greenhouse was aglow with light, and Professor Sprout was inside. I dashed in, feigning urgency. What brings you here, Claire? Professor Sprout was taken aback, startled by my presence so late in the evening. Headmistress, I replied, momentarily flustered, correcting myself from professor to headmistress. I apologize for intruding. The matter is, I found Neville Longbottom's wand with the fat lady and intended to return it to him in the Gryffindor common room. But I heard they have been sent to Mr. Filch's detention. I hesitated, almost wishing to conceal my face. Before continuing, I am quite concerned for them. Without his wand, I fear Neville may face severe reprimand during detention tonight, I relayed, with sincerity, how the fat lady had mentioned their recent arrival, hoping to catch up with them to return Neville's wand. However, it is quite late, and I dread the prospect of incurring house points, I hastily added, bolstering my credibility, fortunate that Professor Sprout was known for her understanding nature. I see, she replied, her empathy shining through, yet she remained vigilant about student safety. Headmistress, I assure you, I will venture no further than Hagrid's hut. Should I fail to find them, I will return immediately. I quickly supplemented my reasoning, aware that I could return the wand to Neville the following day, yet the wand is of utmost importance. I surmised that Neville would likely be anxious throughout the day, and if possible, it would be preferable for him to worry one less night. After all, enduring a day like that would surely be distressing. My voice dwindled as I gazed imploringly at Professor Sprout. Very well, but do exercise caution, Professor Sprout relented, her heart softening as she understood the depth of my concern. She even smiled, affirming that Claire was truly a good child. How sweet. I felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her. No, wait, I am indeed a good child. I quickly adjusted my mindset, thanking her before departing the greenhouse, my objective clear, Hagrid's hut. If I can catch up with them, splendid. If not, I resolved firmly, clutching my satchel tightly. Fortunately, I have grown accustomed to carrying small vials of potions when I venture outdoors, safeguarded by incantations within my bag and reduced in weight. I employ the same method for my snacks, though regrettably, I have only a modest quantity. I managed to fit 3 vials of healing potions and 2 vials of wakefulness draught, along with a vial of shrinking potion. All meticulously prepared with the minimum dosage in case of unforeseen circumstances. Had I not been preparing to return to my dormitory, I might not have thought to place them in my bag. I am grateful to my ever-prepared self. Amen. This is the first time in my life I have run so swiftly. Hagrid's hut was devoid of light, and the area before it was deserted. I had missed my chance. As I swiftly circled around Hagrid's dwelling, I mentally rehearsed my explanation, conveying my concern that Hagrid and the others might be in peril. Having heard cries for help, I feared that Neville, without a wand, might encounter danger, so I followed the footprints to seek them out. I stomped a few times on the ground. Recent light rains had left the soil moist, and the muddied shoe prints were conspicuous, unmistakably marking that I had indeed scoured the area before hastily making my way into the Forbidden Forest. The advantage of this approach was that I would not implicate Hufflepuff in losing points. The point deduction system at Hogwarts is rather subjective, and under the noble pretense of wanting to save lives, I would not incur penalties. The only questions were why I did not seek a teacher's assistance or how I dared to enter the Forbidden Forest. I could simply claim I was overly anxious or dazed by the urgency of the situation, oblivious to the true dangers lurking within the forest. Excellent, I had my excuse. Time was already slipping away, and I dashed forward, channeling the spirit of an athlete sprinting in a middle school track event. Initially, there were clear footprints, but as I ventured deeper, all traces were quietly obscured. How was I to ascertain my direction? I tightened my grip on my makeshift wand and cast a summoning charm. A tuft of unicorn hair fluttered towards me. There was no response, so I pressed forward, casting the charm every few dozen meters. At last, on the third attempt, a small clump of unicorn hair soared to me from a particular direction. I continuously adjusted my course until I beheld the silvery blood of the unicorn. Thankfully, I had encountered unicorn hair at the apothecary. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my expression and advanced towards the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Scene. Claire, hands on hips, let me now present to you the fruits of my year-long magical research. A brilliance that dazzles the eyes. The summoning charm, merely a facade, serves as a tracker. The Claire brand colorless and soundless cheating wand, the weapon-dispelling version. Chapter 75, Excuse. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared. Alas, often, even when unprepared, opportunities arise. Opportunity. Little sister, did you expect me? Here I am. Me, serenely closing my eyes to embrace my fate. Farewell, beautiful world. As I conjured a shield charm to defend against Quirrell's attack, my mind was consumed by dread. The timing was off. The centaurs had not arrived so early. Had I not intervened, Harry and his companions might have truly been harmed. But wait, something feels amiss. Where has Wilters gone? And what of Hagrid and Neville? Had Firenze been delayed on his route? The situation was dire. Seizing the moment, I employed my Phoenix Feather Wand to cast a blinding spell. Having already aimed my cheating wand at Quirrell's direction, a weapon-dispelling charm, imbued with great fury, struck him successfully. Excellent. The centaurs provided timely support. Yet I had exhausted too much magical energy, feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. Steady yourself. I carefully arranged the 3 vials of healing potions, then approached the gravely injured unicorn. It was still bleeding, and there was nothing I could do to save it. The appearance of that green potion indicated Wilters was involved. Oh, Wilters, there you are. You are such a wonderful person, my dearest sister. This timely rescue truly makes you the heroine of the day. I was overwhelmed with emotion, yet composed myself within 10 seconds. Wilters must have been hiding somewhere. Had I not appeared, Harry and the others would likely have remained unharmed. Wilters, being a bit of a perfectionist, would not allow a situation that was originally flawless to result in additional casualties. With this thought, I felt significantly lighter. After all, such burdens should not be borne alone. Look at how tense I was, nearly unable to steady my wand. Despite my seemingly impassive demeanor, my mind was a whirlwind of chaos, filled with exclamations of awe. I faced Voldemort. Could it be real? Would I triumph? Surely, I would prevail. Indeed, I had. Well, to be honest, I merely executed a minor scheme against Voldemort. This injury was trivial for him. Furthermore, Quirrell was the one who truly suffered. Voldemort was merely a parasite attached to him. This could be regarded as a somewhat successful rescue. However, I felt quite satisfied. Without delving into the past or future, I had confronted Voldemort face to face and emerged unscathed. Did that not warrant a moment of self-praise in my mind? According to reason, I should exhibit humility, introspection, and vigilance. While I maintained a sense of alertness, my self-congratulatory sentiments were rather pronounced. I am truly remarkable. I am worthy of my self-acknowledgement, I thought, adding color to my otherwise bleak psyche. The unicorn survived, Harry was carried away, and Draco and I were left behind, exchanging bewildered glances filled with unspoken meanings. Before being taken by Firenze, Harry looked at me in a panic, unaware of the fate that awaited him. Draco sat in the damp earth, filthy despite the many fallen leaves around him. I extended a hand to help him up, treating him with the gentleness one might show an elderly woman. Poor Harry. Poor Draco. I felt a brief pang of sympathy for 3 seconds as we moved forward, ultimately reuniting with Hagrid and the others. Hagrid was anxious, swiftly scooping up Draco and rushing toward the hospital wing. Claire, are you all right? Hermione fretted over me, circling like a protective hawk, eager to inspect me from head to toe. I'm fine, don't worry, I reassured her, pivoting to address my true purpose for being there. Did you encounter any danger? What about Neville? He has no wand. He wasn't harmed, was he? No, Hermione clarified the situation. Thankfully, Hagrid had shown some wisdom in keeping Draco and Neville apart during the grouping. I could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue had they acted together. Danger would have multiplied exponentially. I briefly recounted to her how I came to be here. I did not heed Professor Sprout's warnings. I sighed, my body and spirit engulfed in an unavoidable state of despondency. I had grown too anxious. I thought I had heard Neville's voice, believing he was in trouble, and hastily rushed into the forest. In retrospect, it might have been a mistake. Perhaps it was merely a bird's call. I was well aware of the dangers that lurked in the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry, had it not been for Claire, Malfoy would have been left to fend for himself. Hermione quickly consoled me. As for the voice you heard, Hermione pondered, seemingly arriving at a realization. During our passage, we encountered numerous spiders, as if we had disturbed their nest. Was it then that you heard Neville call out? Yes, that is possible, I replied earnestly. Neville is currently at Hagrid's hut. Strangely, after encountering those spiders, Hagrid sent Neville back, wandless, which is why we were delayed. Hermione found Hagrid's actions puzzling, especially as he insisted we avoid harming the spiders. It truly was perplexing. It seems I have come to an understanding. When Violet ventured into the Forbidden Forest, she indeed disturbed the spider's nest. I recall from the fanfiction that she entered the Forbidden Forest to gather numerous potion ingredients, such as the venom of the acromantula and its silk. This encounter explains their meeting. Hagrid likely sensed something amiss and was fortunate enough to remember to send the defenseless Neville away. Yet, I am also grateful to these spiders, for they have fortified my alibi, and I may be able to navigate this situation with ease. However, Violet will undoubtedly perceive the discrepancies. She has been lurking in the shadows, and one cannot ascertain how much she has uncovered. Nonetheless, I do not feel anxious about this. It is not that my rapport with Violet is so profound that I trust she would not cause me harm, but rather a recognition of her identity as the formidable protagonist in the fanfiction. As one who was deeply engrossed in that particular narrative, it is certain that a portion of our values align. Violet's title as the Dark Lord was not established at that time. It emerged later in the epilogue. Her characterization leans more towards the light, having taken command of the Ministry of Magic, amassing a vast and intricate network of influence, possessing formidable and unique personal power, and controlling the narrative, effectively transforming the British magical community into Violet's domain. The system that cultivates the Dark Lord's identity acknowledges Violet in a manner that transcends the simplistic label of Dark Lord. After all, if one were to scrutinize it closely, Grindelwald was not a Dark Lord in the conventional sense, yet he is often referred to as the First. Violet has achieved accomplishments akin to those of Grindelwald and Voldemort, becoming a pivotal figure in the magical realm, wielding immense power that blurs the lines between light and dark, adept in dark magic, while firmly rooted in the gray areas. The ultimate goal of the Dark Lord cultivation system is to fulfill these complex underlying conditions. In this light, Violet might even surpass her predecessors, for her inclination towards the light affords her a level of invulnerability. Even if my secret were to be uncovered by Violet, she would most likely, driven by her controlling nature, delve into my secrets, perhaps even assisting me, but she would never disclose them to others. This thought reassures me. After all, no one understands the protagonist better than the reader, apart from the author. In addition, Violet possesses a vast ambition and a bustling future. She will utilize Claire, but would never inflict harm upon her. Neither her convictions, demeanor, nor emotions would permit such actions. Similarly, she would resolutely eradicate any threats to what she holds dear. Indeed, I am referring to you, Voldemort. Claire's presence will not hinder Violet's pursuit of her ambitions. Regardless, she steadfastly marches towards the pinnacle of power, with or without a system or any external aids. Claire too has her own aspirations, inclined towards combat and magical research, and I have already envisioned this prior to the narrative's commencement. Since Hogwarts will predominantly focus on daily life, there will be minimal elaboration on this, with the majority being revealed in the epilogue. Initially, Claire's combat, tentative. Am I really fighting Voldemort? I am quite impressive, if I do say so myself. At 18, Claire's combat, determined. Isn't it just Voldemort? To protect Hogwarts, I will resolutely battle him. At 28, Claire's combat, calm, initiating with a silent spell, resolution. Chapter 76, The Planets. The situation unfolded relatively smoothly. The attack in the Forbidden Forest undoubtedly captured the attention of the professors and Dumbledore. Yet it did not overly concern Hermione and me. Contrary to my expectations, it seemed to be more of a thunderous noise with little rain. However, I soon realized that, much like in the original text, there were no significant repercussions, as long as one's actions adhered to logic. Few would pay heed to someone they neither knew nor were familiar with. We found Neville, frantically pacing beside Hagrid's hut. When I handed my wand to him, he nearly leaped for joy. Thank you, Claire, he sobbed, having spent so long in such dim surroundings, especially without a wand. He had long forgotten how to be afraid, and Hermione and I arrived just in time. We comforted him for a while. When Professor Sprout learned of the incident, she immediately embraced both Hermione and me with an anxious fervor. Claire, this is exceedingly dangerous. This warm-hearted professor, who treats all students with kindness, inspected us thoroughly. Her complexion paler than ours. I understand your desire to help others, but in such situations, you must promptly inform a nearby teacher or adult. God knows how frantic Professor Sprout was when she discovered Claire had not returned to the dormitory. By the time I went to explain, her face was filled with concern. I endured the embrace, attentively listening to her worries, with Hermione silently beside me. Though I received a reprimand, it was hardly a grave matter. Claire, you aided your classmate. And under normal circumstances, I would award you points, but you must not act so recklessly next time. Venturing directly into the Forbidden Forest is inadvisable. Thus, no points will be awarded this time, Professor Sprout said, finally calming down. However, I shall remember that you are a courageous student. You are a true Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout smiled once more. Flattered by the praise of a beloved professor, I felt touched, nearly moved to tears. We were ushered back to our respective common rooms to rest. My dormitory mate, the Badger, was exceedingly worried about me. A perfectly fine individual suddenly vanished for an entire night, leaving them to wonder if something had gone awry. Hannah was nearly in tears, only feeling relief upon my safe return. Draco was sent to the hospital wing, and, after a few days of magical treatment for his leg, he was fine. Yet, he soon resumed his usual antics. Or rather, he never ceased his provocations, glaring angrily at Harry, who had been carried off by the centaur. The next time he encountered me, he appeared furious and humiliated, likely feeling embarrassed. Upon seeing me, his face flushed with anger. He let out a cool huff and walked away. I remained indifferent, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, it seemed Draco did not disclose this to anyone, perhaps considering it too embarrassing to share, or for some other reason. Harry was taken to safety by Firenze, who spoke with him privately, and upon his return, Harry exhibited a dazed demeanor, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, appearing both excited and frightened. I maintained my focus, deliberately feigning ignorance. Hermione, as a good friend, discreetly advised me to be cautious in the coming days, to which I solemnly acknowledged. Then there was Quirrell. The poor Professor Quirrell was thoroughly chastised by Violet and subtly undermined by me, driven away by the centaurs, and possibly intercepted by Acromantius, suffering considerable injuries. Yet, the next day, he feigned normalcy, appearing ghostly pale, wrapped in a heavy scarf, and floated into class. Such dedication, I held him in high regard. Throughout the lesson, I observed discreetly, ensuring Quirrell's gaze was unfocused and that he did not notice my inclinations. The scent of garlic on him had intensified. I still could not ascertain whether Voldemort had noticed my peculiarities, but as the semester neared its end, if I could endure, I would have 3 relatively safe years ahead. Once Violet matured further, I would no longer need to be so concerned about Voldemort. During this period, I must strive to remain inconspicuous. Hagrid undoubtedly informed Dumbledore of the matter at hand. Although I was also involved, my actions were rooted in rationale and origin, and under Hagrid's retelling. There should be no element of abruptness. Of course, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall defer my decisions until the day Dumbledore seeks me out. I'm used in a rather nonchalant manner. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in one's own strength. The insights of ancient time travelers have proven true, and thus I have been diligently practicing my magic in private. I even broached this subject with young Barty in my letter, albeit with a different phrasing. Upon hearing the exclamations of my classmates, I hastily rushed in, fearing danger, only to unexpectedly encounter poachers. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed, albeit slightly terrified, wishing I were stronger. I felt a sense of pride in being able to protect my classmates, yet I vowed to be more prudent in the future. The professor had already admonished me. I reflected on the importance of not causing Gavin undue worry and expressed my regret for my immature decision. Initially, I hesitated to confide in you, but I reasoned that you, Gavin, would not wish for me to conceal dangers from you. I could not bear to see you saddened or disappointed, no matter the circumstances. Today, the professor praised me as a courageous student, and I hoped that this version of myself might bring pride to both Gavin and my parents. Young Barty promptly replied, his letter brimming with concern and comfort, accompanied by several large vials of potions and a box of snacks. I could empathize with you, Claire, but as the professor stated, one must never gamble with their own safety. As family, I am proud of you, Claire, for your bravery, yet I truly worry for your well-being. More than pride, I desire for you to live a life filled with joy, free from danger and strife. We are family. We cannot afford to lose one another. I noticed my tone seemed somewhat peculiar. I scratched my head. I addressed the potential issues Barty might pose. Considering he might be secretly inquiring about what transpired at Hogwarts, or, worse, the school informing parents about the invasion, it would be better to preemptively clarify the situation and extricate myself from it. I suppressed the urge to gnaw on my quill. Feeling as though my cognitive faculties were utterly depleted, juggling both development and details while preparing for exams. Accepting the snacks and potions, I resolved to re-energize myself and reignite my fighting spirit. Alas, the final exams had arrived. My thoughts drifted back to the moment I exited the Forbidden Forest. Regardless of the original narrative, fanfiction, or the present, the centaurs were ever watchful, guided by the stars. The planets. The emergence of Violetta altered the celestial guidance. Might I, too, become a part of that prophecy? Chapter 77, Final Exams. Throughout the entire ordeal, what astonished me most was, in fact, Violetta. I had initially expected her to approach me with a smile and wand in hand, yet she appeared utterly unfazed, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she leisurely perused her book. When I relayed the fabricated account I had conjured, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She promptly closed her book and leaned in with genuine concern. Thank goodness all was well. She furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with worry, declaring that Claire's safety was paramount. Such dramatic flair. I marveled. She had wandered the Forbidden Forest for so long, witnessed so much, yet had effortlessly rescued a unicorn. Violetta and I drew closer, her ethereal smile once again etched in my mind. Yet, what truly lay in Violetta's thoughts? Without clarity of intent, I found it difficult to ascertain the next steps. This feeling of being led on was quite unsettling. I would much prefer to remain hidden in the shadows rather than be roasted in the spotlight. This lack of control incited a palpable anxiety within me. Alas, I was already on edge. What revelations had Violetta gleaned from me? Since she refrained from articulating her thoughts, I would pretend for the time being that nothing was amiss. Should she expose my disguise, would I then switch allegiances? That seemed plausible. Rest assured, I too adopted a facade of nonchalance, albeit with a slightly grim expression. For now, the final exams took precedence, and I was genuinely quite anxious. As a bona fide student of the Flower Kingdom, my feelings toward finals were exceedingly complex. Entwined with years of love, resentment, and the unspoken nights spent doing assignments, a tapestry of hardships interwoven with the joy of approaching holidays. Moreover, being at Hogwarts, even with my diligent preparation, I could not guarantee stellar results. Before the exams, I silently prayed to every deity I could think of, though with little effect, primarily seeking reassurance for my troubled heart. Hermione bless me, Violetta bless me, young Barty bless me. Amen, may God watch over me. I earnestly clung to my makeshift deities. Oh, wait, perhaps in the magical realm, everyone ought to pray to Merlin instead. Thus, Merlin above. For the sake of your unwashed trousers for 3 days, grant me success in my finals. I fervently prayed for a full minute. Soon enough, the finals arrived. The charms exam was relatively straightforward, thanks to Professor Flitwick's thorough teaching and his willingness to address queries. His classes were always less burdensome. However, I still strained my brain as I wrote. Magic, after all, is not something one can easily grasp. No amount of mental gymnastics can substitute for innate understanding. Grasping the anti-cheating quill bestowed by the professor, I furiously scribbled my answers, filling in everything I knew and attempting to make educated guesses for the rest. Oh, the sad art of exam taking. History of magic was my weaker subject, and I could only do my utmost. As for whether I recalled the dates correctly, the moment I finished the exam, I promptly cast those thoughts aside. Astronomy and herbology were manageable, as I had put considerable effort into maintaining my persona in those subjects. Practical skills might pose challenges, but I estimated I could pass the theoretical components. True Scholar Barty, with 12 O.W.L.S. to his name, had vouched for my proficiency. Surely, I would be fine. The defense against the dark arts exam was also theoretical, and I responded according to conventional methods. As for Quidditch, I shall refrain from discussing it, lest I embarrass myself. In the practical exams, I felt considerably more at ease, as my lack of foundation coupled with curiosity led me to focus intently on practicing spell implementation with daily drills. During the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall's stern gaze bore down on all of us. However, I viewed her through a filter, unafraid of the cat professor. I successfully transformed a mouse into an exquisite snuff box, adorned with delicate leaf-like engravings and a gem for embellishment. Not overly complex, yet the smoothness of the lines and details rendered it beautiful. Hooray! My long hours of practicing drawing herbs had finally found a purpose. Truly, my decision to start learning art from scratch was not in vain. I maintained a calm exterior, though my inner turmoil surged. The practical exam for Professor Flitwick's movement charms was even simpler, as I had long contemplated the efficacy of movement spells in real-world applications. Moreover, there is a well-known saying, laziness fuels technological advancement. In my quest for a bit of leniency, I had become quite adept with movement spells, though I stumbled over the dance incantation, suffering a minor setback. With a nervous demeanor, I exited the examination room, feeling rather disheartened. Not too shabby. I recalled Professor Flitwick remarking something along those lines, though it could well have been a figment of my anxious imagination or a mere platitude. Surely, it meant that there were no issues. I sincerely prayed to Merlin once more. Oh, great wizard Merlin, should my results prove satisfactory, I shall offer you a paper pair of trousers, allowing you the liberty to choose its design. The most arduous examination undoubtedly pertains to potions, where Severus Snape's stringent demeanor is not solely directed at Harry, but rather extends equally to all students, with the exception of Slytherin, particularly targeting the Gryffindors with unparalleled intensity. Snape's eyes glimmered with an unsettling fervor, his oppressive gaze fixated upon each Gryffindor, especially honing in on the vicinity of Harry and Ron, sweeping over them like a malevolent specter. Harry's complexion drained of color as he clumsily executed the potions exam, resembling a mechanical automaton in his haste. I found myself unable to suppress a surge of sympathy. My apologies, dear Gryffindors. Your ability to attract ire has indeed facilitated our safe passage through this trial. We, the Hufflepuffs, along with the Ravenclaws, extend our gratitude to you. Rest in peace. Little Barty had already assisted me in revising the first-year potion-making procedures during the holidays, and he didn't neglect to summarize the course's key points during our correspondence. I had just memorized the process for the forgetfulness potion, and fortunately, I managed to stay on topic without any missteps. As I exited the final examination room, a profound sense of relief washed over me, and I felt as though I could finally indulge in a state of repose akin to that of a lifeless form. As for Harry and his companions, I found myself ensnared in contemplation. What course of action should I pursue? Additional context. From Claire's perspective, she perceives numerous aspects of herself as exposed, though others may not share this view. Indeed, while certain behaviors of Claire may appear peculiar, she is fundamentally a kind-hearted Hufflepuff. Claire's resolve to embrace a carefree attitude is steadfast, yet when emboldened, she exhibits a radicalism surpassing that of Violet, with subtle distinctions in her conduct within the school and in society at large. While still at Hogwarts, Claire, irritated Violet, is like this. In fact, I had a prophetic dream in which I envisioned you as the future Dark Lord. Violet: oh, Claire, the matter is as follows, a lengthy explanation omitted. In summary, I shall confront that noseless old fiend, and afterwards, you might as well seize power and discreetly eliminate the Minister of Magic. Violet: huh? After departing Hogwarts, Violet, I have received word that a band of poachers is in your vicinity. Claire: understood, I shall dispatch them with ease. Violet: take care. Claire: issue resolved. I have broken both their bodies and wands. Violet,